Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores livestream, day 36. So today, well more so yesterday, of course, we ended up finishing out every single hat on our main account. We haven't gotten around to doing this on our two side accounts yet, however. But, you know, they can kind of get it whenever. This event still has a solid 3 weeks. He said sometime early January it would end. However, we still got 3 weeks until January 1st. So, yeah, we still got plenty of time. Obviously, we've already completed it. You still earn hats over time. Based on what I've heard, these shouldn't be tradable in the future. However, you can still one-to-one trade them with people that ended up playing the event. Seems to be the consensus on what is going to be the case, unless he changes what he mentioned. But, yeah, you'll be able to one-to-one trade them, basically permanently. Because earlier I was like, oh, maybe they'll end the one-to-one trading after the event. No. It seems like you'll always be able to one-to-one trade for someone who is around during the Christmas 24 event. Like, if you have even one hat, you can technically trade for any hat. However, you won't be able to trade with people that don't have any. For example, if someone, you know, didn't even touch the Christmas event this time around, and they have 0 hats, you would not be able to go give them like a Christmas 24 hat or something. Like, you wouldn't be able to trade them in that situation. But beyond that, yeah, pretty much exactly what I mentioned yesterday. I just wanted to clarify that. So you'll be able to trade them one-to-one after the fact, but you won't be able to trade them like to other players, at least currently based on what they said, if they didn't end up having any amount of hats during this event. So technically, you could still sell like a Santa hat or something else, but it'd be kind of hard to because you need to find someone who still has one of these hats but didn't get the one they wanted. And given that it only takes like, what, a few hours, anywhere from like 3, 4, 5 hours to go and finish all hats, pretty unlikely that anyone who has any amount of hats wouldn't have gotten everything that they wanted, as they could just grind it for a few more hours to go and get them, or trade, you know, now when you can easily trade them pretty freely one-to-one for anything. So, yeah, just get them now if you want, basically. But beyond that, so today's goals. We have several. We are still trying to earn enough gold to get a rake. It is a very expensive rake. I want a level 25 rake before I start gather. I need to start gather because I want bones. I need bones because I need bone right to be not a pitiful level beyond behind my smithing and stonemason. So that's one of the game plans with that. As far as our level relative to where it needs to be, or our gold next to where it needs to be, we need about 1920 gold. We're currently sitting at 10, meaning we're about halfway there. By the end of tomorrow, I want to go finish this grind, as today we'll kind of be doing a mix of things. However, tomorrow, I 100% want to make sure we do not end tomorrow's stream without a level 25 rake in our inventory, ready to go, all of our gold invested into it, and good to go from there. Beyond that, other goals, of course, we are still trying to work towards the 199 or 200, whatever you want to call it, fused weapon. So, of course, we are currently working on smithing stonemason as of recently, just because we did the 200 mining grind, so we still have a ton of ore banked that we have not processed yet. Still dumping a bunch of knowledge into them to get them to the thresholds that they need. Probably going to be doing a lot of non-smithing and stonemason, or to get to the point where we can do smithing and stonemason, which is going to be rather ironic, but probably the case of what's going to be going on quite a bit this stream, where we'll be doing literally anything but smithing and stonemason in order to go get smithing and stonemason up at some level ranges. Right now, I can train stonemason, and very soon can train blacksmithing, but eventually stonemason will hit a wall, blacksmith will hit a wall, and we'll be right back where we are, where we're doing literally anything like this in order to go get passive knowledge. Obviously, we won't be doing this most during the stream, which is a really AFK thing to do, as we tend to do before we start most streams in the morning, or if I'm just doing stuff around the house. But anyways, long story short, 2 goals today. Money go up, and somehow get smithing and stonemason XP, even if it doesn't mean turning them directly. We did finally do a little bit of combat yesterday, but until special attacks come out, I really don't want to over-prioritize this. I only did this because they are slightly okay hat rate if you're using like a boost pot every single time and everything. So compared to some other methods, it is a little bit quicker, but now that we already have our hats, I'm probably just going to leave it at 69 at the funny number for a little bit. And until special attacks come out, it just doesn't seem worth it making a 4-star weapon every single time when there are no special attacks to go use. Go! The special attack longsword. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Also, this is only a 137. This is so dated. Only reason I'm doing this is I don't have a better AFK activity right now. But this, gosh, this would be like at least a 199 3-star, because that would be so much better than this. If you're wondering how this is higher than our fusion level, by the way, it was because I got a good stonemason drop. It was like a 167 stonemason at the time. And I had a lower bone rate at the time, so I had to go and fuse it with that. And that's how we have a 137, even though our max right now is like a, what, a 121, 122? I think I put in the title. But whatever it's currently at. I did the math earlier. I forget what it is right now. But anyways, I guess we're going over to Stonemason right now, because Stonemason, I have a lot banked. It will go and bank me at least a gold as well, if not more. So I figured we'd go process it. Of course, as I mentioned off stream, I ended up etching all the stones off stream, so we don't need to worry about that now. We can simply just go and process everything. Also, I was told earlier, did the AMA already happened? Apparently Dr. Dabs, I was talking with him some this morning, and we had a little bit of a conversation, and they mentioned the AMA already happened? Maybe I'll mention some things for it on the stream. I don't know. Do you guys want me to go over the AMA? I'm not sure exactly what a Reddit AMA even is, other than Ask Me Anything. But I could go check it out real quick and just kind of relay whatever seems more interesting, if you guys want. Because I know I didn't check it out. I'm not sure if you guys check it out. Did anyone in chat check it out yet? Have you checked the AMA? Any juicy info in there? But if it is, I guess I could kind of go over it, I guess. Or just read out the more important bits. Because I have no clue either. So if any of you are clueless about it, I am just as clueless. Anyways, let me go to the, I need some potions. I go get some potions and head to the mines. What's an AMA? Ask Me Anything is an AMA. Reddit does it sometimes. Don't quite know how they do it or how exactly it is, because I like never use Reddit. I know what an AMA is. I'm just not sure exactly how a Reddit AMA works. You could ask the devs anything and they just answer it. That's pretty cool. All right, let me go check it and see if there's a American Medical Association. I know, right? Good old American healthcare, or completely lack thereof. Let's see. What do I even take here? We'll grab a bunch of these. Alright, grab all that. You know what? We'll keep it in the top. Why not? Alright, let's go do our stonemason stuff. I made sure to do all these off stream, so all we have to do is the fun part where we get to cash them in and everything. Or find the fun. I know it's fun. Fun, relatively speaking. If it was queuable up and everything, it'd be a lot better. So definitely be like an off-stream AFK activity if you could queue up like 3-minute plus of this thing. Am I going the wrong way? Oh no, this is the right way. Having to keep clicking these every 30 seconds actually technically makes this an active activity, not an AFK activity. However, is this the one I need? I think it is. What level is this? 107. Yep, this is the one we've been waiting on. I believe I can make it immediately too, which is really nice. Yep, there it is. The bolas. Only 3 stone each. And better XP rate than any of these other ones, as you're getting 700 something per stone. So even when we can make the shield, I'm pretty sure I'm still making the bolas. Maybe once for the one-time bonus, I guess. But otherwise, we are sticking with the bolas. And of course, ever since the Branolf inheritance, not that, the Branolf inheritance, we now have doubled the amount of storage in our storage rift for untuned items. So we can stay here twice as long before we need a bank. Which makes it so we don't have to bank as often. Anyways, let me go read through chat, and maybe we'll go over the AMA real quick. It's not in the title anywheres, but I don't know if there's anything particularly juicy. I might as well go over it. So hello, Isabel. Hello, Jets. Hello, Mark. Hello, Cena. Hello, more zombies. Hello, Chipmunk. Hello, Das Boot. Hello, Brambo. Hello, Chipmunk. Hello, I'm repeating some. Hello, Savage Shores. Hello, everyone else. Hello, everyone lurking. Hello, everyone watching after the fact. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Rake God. Hey, we'll be getting a rake upgrade soon. That's what we're working towards right now. Hello, the Mad Hatter. Hello, hello, everyone. Okay, let's go about everything else. Okay. So, I really hope they look at changing that Transmog menu real soon. It's already a bit messy with a single event. Yeah, this is... I think the main thing I've seen as a complaint, or not really a complaint, but people not understanding until they get more, is it's really unclear how many Transmog slots you have, even though it's infinite. Like right now, it looks like I have, what here, in this menu? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It looks like I have like 12 Transmog slots, but it's actually more than 12. Obviously, it keeps scaling to whatever you have. Because that's the same Transmog menu as this one, where we have, you know, all of our hats. And then it still looks like we can have 6 more. It keeps auto-expanding to how many you have. And I don't think this is particularly clear, given that, you know, your inventory doesn't do that. And a lot of other menus don't do that, where you just keep expanding to how many you have. But I've seen a lot of people, when they have, like, the other menu like this, think, like if we go over here, they'll think, like, oh, I only have, like, 6 Transmog slots right now. Oh, no. But it's understandable, because a lot of other menus like that work in this game. And by a lot of them, I mean, like, almost all of them. But you do have infinite storage for these things, to my understanding. Like, definitely for this event. But I mean, even just in general. You should have infinite storage for all Transmogs. So whatever it looks like right now, it looks like we only have 2 more. But, you know, if we somehow got 5 more through some other event, you know, we'd still be able to go and populate it here. But it is infinite storage for Transmogs, as it appears to be. Let's see. But yeah, that's not particularly clear. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that can be changed with the Transmog system. My main complaint with it, I would say, is not one that's relevant now, but will be in the future, is that Transmogs need to not work in PvP, nor in group bossing, or really anything that requires group anything. Like, if you are needing to wear gear, and you're doing a group activity, either against someone, 1v1, or group versus group, or just fighting a boss with a couple other people, they need to auto-disable every transmog so you can actually see what gear they're wearing. One big issue with the current transmog system is, you could be wearing anything and have anything. Like right now we're wearing tier 4, 1-star armor, but, there's not really a way to check that. I guess if you had, like, an inspection feature, like if you had a nearby or for your party system and had, like, an inspection feature on, like, all of the people who are in your group and everything, I guess that could kind of solve it, but I don't know, just easier to look at a person's piece of gear and be like, oh yeah, he's in full tier 4, he's in full tier 3, tier 2, you can kind of know their level range immediately. But right now, when they just hide everything on them, like that guy's probably wearing full armor right now, but we can't see what he is. He could be in, like, level tier 1 for all we know, or he could have, like, power grinded like crazy and be in, like, tier 5 in, like, zone 1 guard armor or something, but we have no way of knowing. Like, it could be 1, could be 2, could be 3, could be 4, could be 5, could even be 6. He's 677 total. He could be a 500 guard for all we know, and have that kind of armor ready to go, but, or technically, Mind Fighter. Like, if he sees Mind Fighter fate, look at that, he's, like, 100 or 200 Mind Fighter right there. Oops, I just capped out my thingy, I should probably go and use that, I keep forgetting. Anyways, we can put this in the smithing. Anyways, where was I tangenting to? Somewheres. But yeah, they definitely got to do tweaks to the transmog system. Obviously, it's new, so it's still got a ways to go. But, it's getting there. Anyways, oh, where are we going? Let me see. Okay, so yes, please, to go over to AMA. Tell us, ask me anything. Have you checked it out? Would it be better if you read, because you didn't want to read it yourself? Yeah, I'll be reading out whatever looks juicier. I'll just skim it while we're doing, like, some AFK stuff, I guess, like right now. Because this is something we need to do anyway. So yeah, I'll go read off the AMA. I don't know, should I add that to the title? AMA? AMA overview. Honestly, I might as well. Let's see, where can it fit? I'll put it somewhere in the middle here. Let's see. AMA, let's see. BS AMA overview. Oh no, I'll put it after. Let's see, 121. And AMA overview, I guess. There we go. I put it in the title. It's all the way at the end of the title, because it seems less important than the 4-star thingy, I guess. But it is now in the title. AMA overview. Just to not scare people away thinking that we're going to be doing smithing and stonemason just the entire stream. Though in all fairness, it definitely will be a part of it. No way to avoid it with the goals we currently have. It is a necessary evil to go and do a ton of it. Though as much as we can avoid, we will try to avoid, as knowledge points at various thresholds does make it a lot quicker. It'd be so slow if you tried just brute forcing it. Like if I tried brute forcing like 200 smithing this stream, it'd be so slow. You'd be able to train like merchant and just throw it into smithing quicker than training smithing alone, due to how it would work. But yeah, let me go over the AMA then. I'll just bring it up through a different tab, so it's not actually going to show on screen. I'll just go and kind of read it off. So any of you who aren't looking at the screen, you're pretty much getting the same experience. Obviously, let me just go find it real quick. I have no clue. Where even is Reddit? What even is a Reddit? Where even is the AMA on the Reddit? Oh, this is not even the right thing. There we go. Is this Brighter Shores Reddit? Alright, Brighter Shores Fen Research AMA. Alright, is this it? Is it just the comment section? Okay, I see how this is working now. Alright, so I'll read over all of the things that seem more important then. Let me go move this over so I can see it while still seeing chat. Which is one of the reasons I didn't want to have it on screen, otherwise it'd be even more cluttered than the mess that it already is on my end. I know on your guys' end it probably doesn't look that cluttered, it just looks like a normal stream right now. But gosh, I have Ulskarinsky Bleaks at the bottom, then Brighter Shores over there, then the chat over there, then my recording software over there, then now the AMA over there. Calculator over there. When we need it. Steam open over there. This page, gosh, I cannot see like my screen. It's a wide screen, and I still can't see any of my screen because it's all occupied by something. Anyways, so playing Brighter Shores on Steam Link is great. Is there an ETA on the mobile version? That's huge. I want the mobile version so bad. The mobile version will probably launch after we come out of early access. That makes sense. That's what I've been saying. It's likely going to be after early access. If I had to guess, probably a half a year after early access, but they might try pushing it a little bit quicker depending on demand for it. We don't want to launch on mobile too soon because the update process on mobile is a lot more arduous and requires a rather slow approval process. Yeah, we know that with Gems of War. Gosh, that is like the main reason any Gems of War patch ends up getting delayed, because it was released on mobile then came to PC, but even though it was like, you know, it was optimized for PC and everything, and I personally play only on PC, But if it wasn't for the mobile version, they would be able to get updates out so much quicker. It's one of the reasons why Brighter Shores can right now. But once they release on mobile, it's going to be so much slower because they got to get through all their approvals, everything else, blah, blah, blah. This won't work well while we're pushing out updates as so frequently, as I mentioned. So we want to wait until we are into a more regular updates cadence first. So, yeah, that makes 100% sense. But yeah, if I had to guess the time, I would say around 3 to 6 months after launch. And launch is probably 3 to 6 months from now. I've been saying March to like summer, like midsummer, early summer. Anywhere from that time frame is likely going to be the case, but they'll probably mention that at some point during this when they're approximately planning on doing a launch. Hey, Fenrir Church teams, thanks for taking the time on this AMA, blah, blah, blah. I've got questions, 2 questions. When do you plan to release FenForge engine? So that's the engine that they end up using it on. And does the FenForge programming language have a name? Okay, this isn't too relevant to us, but I'm kind of curious when they're releasing this, blah, blah, blah. Brighter Shores FenForge language, if you Java, he didn't really give, yeah, he said it won't be anytime soon, so no time within the next year, probably. But, yeah, no time soon. Just wanted to say, you guys create absolutely, cozy, one-of-a-kind game, other things, Is there any plans for endgame group content, like raids? Yes, there are plans for endgame content, including raids. Ooh, I don't know. I'm not a fan of raids. I know. I'll do them into the ground still because of, you know, we're doing a ton of Brighter Shores. But I don't know. I only recently got into raids in Old School RuneScape, and I would much prefer if they didn't exist compared to existing. It's not that I hate them or I'm bad at them or anything. Like, we were soloing Theater of Blood during the thing, and, you know, I was doing, I think 700s during the first league. You know, one at 850s on the hardcores is pretty much like brain dead autocomplete. Just don't want to do 300s because of a few sketchy things that happened, like Tombs of Massacre or something. Was doing solo Chambers of Xeric pretty easily. But beyond that, I don't know. Raids are just a weird thing. The way that they were handled in Old School is, I think, the main thing I don't like. Where they basically made power creep, but then power creep that power creep, then power creep that power creeps power creep. And now they have weapons literally worth like max cash because they are so broken compared to any other weapon in the game. The way that Old School handled it, I just wasn't a fan of because it's basically just released weapons so strong that not even the max cash capacity could barely afford them because they were just so broken compared to like the average weapon. And I don't want that to happen to Brighter Shores. Like things coming out that are so strong that you're basically forced to have to grind a raid for hundreds of hours in order to get it. Otherwise, you are basically using no weapon at all until you get the weapon drop. It's just so bad because everything else is just so weak compared to it. And they don't really add too many... Like, they add a lot of mid-game and early game and other things. But there's such a jump from, like, the second best weapon compared to the best weapon. Where it's... actually, I think for range right now, it is 17 to 18 times the cost. The second best range weapon compared to the best. Though, then again, the bow ferreting kind of went up. But it's at least 8 times. Like, the second best weapon is, like, 8 times cheaper than the best weapon in the entire game. Just because it's so rare, as well as takes so much time to grind, and is just so much more powerful than almost anything else in most situations, not all. But I don't want them to go down that route, where they just power creep like absurd when they end up adding raids and everything. Anyways, but long story short, I don't mind raids. I just hate how I know they had no influence on what Old School RuneScape did, so their take on raids would probably be way different. But I don't know, I just keep getting flashbacks of what Old School did, and it is horrible. It is absolutely horrible. There's almost nothing I like about Old School RuneScape raids. Like, they're a little bit fun here and there, but then you realize, oh, I gotta grind this for like 500 hours. And even then, I could go dry. And even then, you know, it's just not worth it. Anyways, another news. Let's see. Noted items. I'm hoping there's not noted items and it's just bank to bank. Player housing. I'm pretty sure it's not coming in Chapter 5, but we'll see what he says here. Any enchanter. This NPC is adamant about not enchanting our tools of war. Does this hint that possibly of players being able to do so in the future? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's see what he says. We were not planning on doing noted items. Yes! They said it! Yes, no noted items. They did it. They did it. They said the thing. They said no noted items. Oh, that's so good. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, noted items are dead. Confirmed. There's no noted items. That means you're going to be able to trade bank to bank most likely. Let's see what he says. But we are planning on allowing players to trade directly to from your banks. Did I not say that? Have I not been saying that since day one? They're not doing noted items and they're going to be doing bank to bank trading. Isn't that what I've been saying for like 2 months now? But yeah, they said the thing. They said the thing. No noted items in bank-to-bank trading. We've been saying this since like literally day one. That's really funny. But it would make the most sense with how the systems are in the game. So it makes sense that's what their position is. But yeah, there's going to be no noted items and all trading will be bank-to-bank. Anyways, confirmed. See, it's not just me saying random things. It's actually 100% confirmed right there. Anyways, let's see. Sorry, the builder profession is... Okay, I mentioned that too. It was very likely, but not guaranteed. But that it was going to not be. Because I was mentioning that builder likely won't be player-owned housing, but might be gay incorporated in the future. But yeah, they're not doing player-owned housing with builder, which we kind of already knew, because that'd be way too much, and they would have already mentioned something about it by then. So 100% confirmed, builder is not going to be used for player-owned housing. However, does he say if it will be in the future? Let's see. We might well do player housing one day, but it's not part of builder. Okay. Oh, it might not even incorporate builder then. So carpentry, builder, and leather maker might not even be incorporated when it does get added. But yeah, we kind of already knew that it wouldn't be in chapter 2. So I mean chapter 5. So that's good, or not good, but you know, we kind of already knew that it would have been something that they would have already like hinted at if it was going to be. And yeah, that means I wonder what a builder's use case will be then. We've mentioned quite a few things in the past, but that's pretty speculative as far as, you know, what it could possibly be. Because some things we've been mentioning is like builder will probably be used for, because it's not going to be for player-owned housing. It's probably going to be for, you know, building up facilities and stuff like that in the area as one of the things. Or even like a Mahogany Homes kind of style where you get like a bounty contract and have to, you know, fix up someone's house. So some furniture in it, some building material, whatever, to end up fixing it up. But anyways, we plan on doing a whole variety of ways of buffing weapons and armor in the future. Oh, weapon enhancements. Although this isn't designed in any detail yet. Okay, that's cool. We will have weapon modifiers in the future to diversify, you know, your build and everything else. All right, that I don't mind. Enhancements on gear and everything else. Balancing that is a huge issue, but I like the premise of it. This one wasn't answered. Apparently some questions never got answered. This one also didn't get answered. Here we go. Here's a big one. What on earth is going on here? Gosh, there's like a wall of text. My question, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna just read the answer because this is such a wall. Yes, we plan on adding many more transmogs. Okay, I'm just gonna read his responses. I can't read the question. It's like 1.5 miles wrong. But yes, they are planning on adding more transmogs. This we kind of already knew. Every single one has a transmog menu. Not sure what was asked, but that answer makes sense. We were wondering about maybe making it so you can chat with people who are in the same room, but not the same instance. Okay, so this was probably a question about, like, you know, the room-to-room talking. It's really annoying to try to talk to someone. Just got here. Oh, yeah, we're reading off the AMA right now. For anyone who doesn't have it or, you know, didn't go for it. I haven't gone through it, so I'm just going through it right now. But, yeah, I'm just going through a ton of it, just kind of reading it off. I don't have it on screen. I'm just, you know, just kind of reading off whatever where you can currently find this seems worth reading off. But, yeah, they were basically, I guess, asking something about, like, you know, if I try talking in here, I can't talk to someone over there in, like, the stonemason room or, you know, in the stone etching room. So they are lucky to add features that would make that better in the future, particularly with groups. We definitely want to do more co-op leveling methods. Currently only woodcutting and fishing exists. Events are likely to be relatively small fairs, like the Christmas event. Okay, so they're probably not going to be doing any huge events then. That's fine. And what else was mentioned here? For now, we are only a small team, so we don't want to focus too much on our efforts on things that won't stay in the game. All right, that's great. They're not doing too much temporary content. Obviously, they don't really have the dev team to do so. It's not like old school RuneScape where they have the dev team to release like leagues and the Deadman mode and everything else. So it looks like we're going to be getting almost no temporary content in the game, so that's good. Other than like small holiday events. Next one likely being for Easter. Now, here's a long one as well. The questions are also 1 mile long, so I'm just going to read the answers. Yes, we agree the professions need more need to be more interconnected. We also need more content, such as raids, repeatable boss monsters, mini-games, etc. Oh, please, I want to see what Andrew Gower's takes on mini-games are these days. He loves making games, so he's really good at making mini-games, and he's made so many good ones in the past. So I'm really curious to see what minigames will be like in this game. But yes, he has mentioned raids, repeatable bosses, and minigames, all which are confirmed to come, which we kind of already knew, but there it is in text. Which utilizes multiple professions at once. Please, yes! Oh, I was talking about this earlier. Oh, please. He specifically mentioned this for repeatable bosses. Oh, I really want that. Like the one in Chapter 2 being both scout and carpentry while you fix up the thing. Hey, a hat. As well as, oh, please, add something like that. But yeah, they end up mentioning that. Bossing with skilling. Oh, I want that so bad. We were mentioning like so many things with that. For example, or just to name off a few, the one in Chapter 2, you have to fix the boat. So if you needed logs to go and fix the boat, which not only consumes logs, but gives you Carpentry XP and Scout XP while fighting a boss, huge. Of course, in something like Mines and Matubin, you can incorporate all the processing skills for something, or even just something on the basic level. Let's say a bone boss, and gets reanimated over and over again. You have to go and kill it with Mine Fighter. You then mine the bones with Miner, and then afterwards you process the bones with Bone Right. So, you know, you'd use 3 skills for killing one boss there. One of them after the fact, but, you know, 2 of them pretty much during. But, yeah, there's so many ways that they can incorporate, like, multiple skills with a boss, and I hope they do so for every boss. I was mentioning this earlier as my biggest concern, being I hope they don't just release bosses that are only Guard, then only Scout, then only Mind Fighter. I want to see, like, you know, Scout Carpentry, Guard Alchemy, or Guard Fishing, you know, like, doubling up on various things. And it seems like they have confirmed that, to some degree, they plan to do so. To what degree, we'll find out, but they did mention that repeatable bosses, monsters, and minigames and raids would likely all incorporate multiple skills. So that does mean repeatable bosses, so we'll get to see. Only on player feedback, we are planning on changing the leaderboards. So whilst it doesn't show anonymous players, it does show your true rank. Okay, so they are fixing leaderboard then. Confirmed. Nice. I didn't really care one way or another, but I know some people really care about the current state of the leaderboard, and it's been probably their biggest frustration, some of the endgame players in the game. Personally, I don't really care what this number says for the most part, but bigger number, good. And then a more accurate number, also good. Currently it says we're 21, even though we're probably like 25th or 26th or something. But yeah, we'll eventually have a very accurate number for leaderboards where they're going to be changing how the anonymous things works. You know, people will still be anonymous, but they'll likely still show your true rank, essentially. So, yeah, that does look like it's going to be planned to be fixed due to community demand for such. Let's see. What is this? Will there be future episodes where we'll have the opportunity to use our skills from previous ones? What was the theory behind having such small armor weapon bank spaces? Are we going to have mobs with unique drops? And if so, how far off from implementation? He only gave 2 answers, though, to 3 questions. Let's see. I will probably put in minigame raid style content in future. That case says I. Is he? How much work is Samuel doing? I thought he was the community manager. At that point, it sounds like he's like coding it into the game at this point. Let's see. I'll probably put in minigame raid style content in future episodes and existing ones, which uses professions from other episodes. The quest will probably remain region specific. Not taking up too much storage space in our database. Also, adding more space is good rewards. Okay, so they'll be adding like rewards and stuff from quests and stuff from our space. Kind of like how they already did for Brandolph Inheritance, which we're utilizing right now. Anyways, other questions. They skipped over one, so I won't even read it. Is there any work going on to tackle the bots in the game, as there are many? And do you plan to offer any public APIs? So, he only answered the second and third. Yes, we are working on detect bots. To detect bots. We have already collected the data we need to do so. We now just need to write the logic to process the data and identify the bots. Oh no, it's going to pick us up as a bot. We play too much. Oh no, we got to start doing non-bot-like movement. Got to go do the tentacle road incorrectly sometimes. Eventually, yes. But again, we will have to focus on developer resources, blah, blah, blah. Okay, anyways. Let's see, all 3 of these were answered. There are questions for Andrew. Are there any current plans that some future... Okay, let me go bank real quick. Because my inventory's starting to get way too cluttered here. Let's see. Walk without rhythm. You won't attract the ban. That'd be funny if it just happens. I don't think I've ever been banned in any game. You know how, like, in old school RuneScape, if you ever played, like, people get, like, false banned all the time? I have never actually been banned ever in old school. I've only played it on and off for, like, maybe, like, 3-4 of its years lifespan. Of its, like, 11 that it's had. But I've never been banned ever. Even when I've been doing things that feel like kind of body. Like, you know, when we're doing Brighter Shores and we're woodcutting for, like, you know, a month straight at the exact same location. Logging in on almost the exact same time every single day. And their detection system was never like, oh yeah, that person's a bot. So I'm not sure what exactly it is that picks it up in some games. But, yeah, I've never been false banned for botting, ever. Even when I've been doing stuff that looks like bot-like behavior. Like when we were doing Redwoods for like a month straight during Brighter Shores. Because for 3 weeks straight, we were logging in at almost the exact same time, doing the exact same thing in the exact same pattern. And, yeah, I never thought we were a bot. Could be that the detection system is just trash in old school. Which, in all fairness, it probably is. But, yeah, I never picked this up as a bot during that whole duration. Despite what we were doing looking like pretty bot-like activity. Obviously, we just happened to be logging in every single day to do Brighter Shores while AFKing it. Also, why do I still have so many rapiers from earlier? That's a lot of rapier. Also, why are they not untuned? Oh, never mind. They are untuned. They just look like mine because I was making them. I'm so used to all my gear in here being non-hammer mage. I mean, non-cryonite. It just throws me off when there's, like, things I can actually wield. Because I'm so used to all my trash just being, you know, all the stuff from the other classes, not actually or from our class. Alright, withdraw. Do the last little bit here. And we should be good to go. Sell this. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, anyways, then we can go back to reading the AMA stuff. Let's see, where's the sell button? Alright, back we go. Back to the mines. The mine yearned for more EXP. We're getting there, we're getting there. Don't worry, those numbers will eventually say 200. Even if we have to turn literally anything in the game to get them there, they will get there. At some point, they will get there. Anyways, let's keep cashing out. How much money are we at now? Ooh, 10.5 gold. We're getting there. Obviously, these aren't like the best profit in the world, but hey, they're money. Anyways, where were we? AMA time. Alright, so let's keep reading stuff. As I mentioned earlier, we are thinking of rethinking combat professions quite dramatically to not a separate combat profession per episode. More on this will be revealed once the... Whoa, what is this? Revolutionary change? What is this? No, don't do that. Change is bad. No, let's see. As I mentioned earlier, we are thinking of rethinking combat professions quite dramatically to not have a separate combat profession per episode. Alright, well, don't delete the ones that are already here. More on this will be revealed once the designs in my head are turned into something more concrete. Would be interested to know if people would prefer the skill locations to loop, or would prefer the map to be bigger so it's a new location more often as you level up. We were trying to keep the map compact so there is less walking, and so you get to revisit areas. Less looping would mean a bigger and more repetitive, as a consequence, map, which I was wondering about, but I'm not sure. And also, I didn't expect the community to care so much about reducing how many times they need to click the mouse. Oh gosh, why would you not think that? Even for relatively infrequent actions. However, I have now heard loud and clear that streamlining the numbers of click is very important. Yes, less clicks good. More clicks bad. Alright, let me go and put this on the smithing. Alright, put this over here. Let's see. But yeah, they're going to make things less clicky. Less clicky, always better than more clicky. Alright, let's see. View more comments. Let's see. For the artists, love the artwork, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is about the art style and everything. Let's see. I have one question for role-playing purposes. Could we carry a tool in our hand? Oh, nope, sorry. No tool in hand. Because the animations and everything. What's this one? Is there an ETA on episode 5? How many episodes do you plan on releasing before you exit your early access? Probably only one. I assume only episode 5. Like, they're going to be planning a lot of episodes in the future, but I highly doubt they're going to do more than one before launch. And what does the game look like after you exit early access? Okay, so most of the mapping and quests for episode 5 are done. The professions still need work. If I dropped everything and focused all my effort on episode 5, you could reckon it would be 2 or 3 months. However, I think I want to focus on things like improving the combat and adding trading and PvP first. So for the number... Oh, okay. So PvP will not be associated to Chapter 5 then. In any way, shape, or form. Confirmed. It wasn't really clear if it would or wouldn't be. But that kind of makes sense so that free-to-play can also potentially get access to it. That also means the improvements to combat, aka special attacks and such, are also probably going to be coming from Chapter 1 from a side quest rather than in Chapter 5. So that basically just reconfirms then that PvP and special attacks are probably going to be available for free-to-play. Which is going to be interesting to see exactly how that ends up panning out. Because you're likely going to have access to them sometime in Chapter 1, potentially. From like a side quest of some kind. Maybe we'll need like 50 guard or something else. But seems like you will at some point be able to go and get that. Potentially even in Zone 1. Hopefully it's not somewhere where new players can find it too easily and get intimidated by. But Yeah, that will probably be like in Chapter 1 zone then, because it won't be in Chapter 5 to any way, shape, or form associated with it. So PvP and special attacks you'll be able to get from probably Chapter 1 and onwards. But anyways, probably just Episode 5. Yeah, we already knew this. They were only going to release Episode 5 before launch. There isn't really any new news. We kind of already knew they would do 2 before launch. I would even be surprised if they even get the 1 before launch, but they're definitely trying to, of course, just to have more content. Possibly even launching with it, who knows. And what was the other one? It looks the same. Okay, so their plan for post-early access is the same as now, where they're basically updating the game every single week and just constantly doing quality of life and eventually doing a big feature that comes out of nowhere. Though not really out of nowhere. Alright, this question is way too long. I'm just reading the answer. Why does everyone ask a question that's a mile long? How does anyone read this? Samuel, how do you read all this? Most of these responses were in like the same hour, unless he like pre-typed all of them or something. He had to have. Because there's no way he read all of this. I am currently looking at something that will take me like 10 minutes to go read. I know I read slow, but still. It's like a wall of text longer than like the last like 2 questions and answers combined. Anyways, let me just read the answers to this wall of text. Luckily, it's shorter than the question by at least a fourth. Anyways, we don't have our own polling system. Okay, so he's talking about Old School RuneScape's polling. Honestly, I don't think the game needs it. They've been doing great without it and just then taking community feedback. Sometimes they'll make a small mistake, like, you know, leaderboards or something. But, you know, with community feedback, they're going to fix it. They already mentioned they will. So, yeah, that's fine. We don't have our own polling system yet. And there is probably more urgent things of fixing first. But I will, from time to time, do polls on X, formerly Twitter, especially when I am undecided or want to get an idea. Okay, so they actually did this back in RuneScape days, like really early RuneScape days. They would actually do polls on their website in order to gauge feedback, even though they didn't do like polling, quote unquote, like how Old School does. They still polled more important matters, so it looks like they still will. It's just going to be in really annoying locations like social media, rather than on like a website or something, which is not ideal, but you know, it's at least something. Let's see. I've tried to make the game appeal to both people who want to level up whilst AFK, and by planning. Also, what's Samuel's role in the game or in the thing? I thought he was just community manager, but the way that he's talking, it sounds like he's developing as much as Andrew Gower is. Unless Andrew Gower's just talking through the account or something, because Samuel sounds like he's doing like half the work at this point. Let's see. I thought he was just community manager. Anyways, I have tried to make the game appeal to both people who want to level up whilst AFK and by playing actively. However, I have realized I also need to cater for the middle ground of people who want to play a semi-AFK game. Oh yeah, they were talking about how there's no semi-AFK. So basically active AFK. For example, an instance of active AFK would be if I could queue up my entire inventory at once, this would be about 3 to 4 minutes AFK. Or I still have to actively keep checking it every like 3 to 4 minutes, but you know, we could go away for some amount of time. The closest thing we have to a really good active AFK method are raid dens. We can go away for about 2 to 3 minutes and still be getting a ton of XP. It's why they're so popular. Some other somewhat activities like that aren't quite like that is cooking, if you're doing a whole inventory stew, or leatherworker if you're just doing leatherworker, as these both have about a minute of AFK or so. Though the best one in the entire game is definitely the raid dens, which is why we have over 200 in both. And we're even starting to stream with it. But yeah, they are planning on doing more active AFKs. Even just queuable actions alone will probably fix that to some degree. But they are planning on doing more ways of doing that. Let's go keep reading. However, I've also realized I also need to cater for the middle ground of people who want to play semi-AFK way, where they are still at their computer, but are interacting with the game less frequently. Alright. He didn't really mention much more beyond that. A bit like how... Oh, there it is. A bit more like how crime dens already provide, but in more places and more professions. Nice. So they're basically going to crime denify every single skill. I hope he realizes, though, it's not just about the AFK, though. It's about the multi-skilling. One of the reasons why raid dens are so good, even though they give no money, and seemingly no progress and no drops, but they multi-skill 2 skills simultaneously. This is something that is pretty much missing from the game, other than raid dens as well, where you're doing one activity, but actively at the exact same time gaining 2 XPs. Because mining and then smithing into bars, or mining and then making stone out of them, is not multi-skilling. It's one skill that's feeding into another skill. The only multi-skilling activity in the entire game right now are raid dens. Hey, blue Christmas hat. But, they have to keep in mind that the reason why raid dens are so popular is not just because of the AFK-ness of it, but also because they're the only multi-skilling in the entire game, where you're gaining 2 exactly at the same time. It's not like Forager feeding into Alchemy. That's a different system. Or mining feeding into, you know, Smithing or Stonemason. This is a different system. Like right now, I'm not getting any mining XP. I'm only getting Stonemason XP. whereas this is the only multi-skill where at the exact same time you're getting both combat and detective. And we need more like that, not just in the AFK sense, but also in the multi-skilling sense. And I don't see any things mentioned multi-skilling in that regard, other than I guess the boss thingy. But it's something that is really, really important. One activity that can feed into multiple things at once, as there's currently literally one in the entire game right now, and it's AFK raid dens. Not even an active method, literally an AFK method. Anyways, yes, we have a party system planned. Okay, so they're adding clans and everything, or whatever they're doing with that, for raids and all that. Alright, so these two questions. Are we going to be able to cast spells? I would assume the answer is no, at least in the short term. Before this game launched, I thought they would have magic. But then after launch, I was like, okay, I don't see how magic's really going to fit if they end up adding it. Because this game system isn't really balanced around it. So, yeah, I'm curious what he says there. And is there going to be rideable mounts? I would assume the answer to that is also no. The second one is a middle no. I didn't read the first question here, because I think he already answered like a billion times, so he didn't want to answer it again, because it seems to be based on clans and everything. But, which of course they're getting around to. But, yeah, let's see. So he's asking about spells and mounts. So on spells, spells are either utility spells when outside of combat, or will be tied to a weapon. Okay, so no spell books, confirmed. You will not be able to just cast magic. They're just basically going to do lunar magic, essentially. Where they just add a spell book of just all utility stuff like we have right over here. Alright, perfect. Nice. So they're keeping it as is. We're not going to have, like, castable magic. Or it's going to be tied to weapons. So, of course, special attack, stuff like that will probably incorporate it to some degree. Because special attacks are almost guaranteed going to hit your elemental damage. For example, it was a physical one. I don't have a good example on me. But, you know, if we had, like, a frost rapier, it'd probably always hit for blue damage, for example, whenever we use our spec. Which is kind of like doing magic, even though it's not actually magic, but, you know, it somewhat is. Anyway, spells are either for utility or be tied to weapons. Combat spells don't exist yet, but are coming and will be tied to the weapon you are using, giving many more options for unique and varied weapons. Interesting. Does he mean that in special attack, or as in multiple? Because I assume he means that in special attacks. I hope someone said tacit. I have no clue if they're still here, though. I was too busy reading the AMA. Someone just calling us into the thing. I don't see them here, though. But anyways. What was I going on about? Yeah, so casting seems to only be tied to weapon or the utility book we already have. Alright, that's fine. And there's probably will not be rideable mounts. Yeah, we kind of already knew that. Let's see. But yeah, no on mounts and no on magic, basically. Magic is just what it is currently, where you're just going to have, you know, these spells for utility purposes. And then at most, you'll have spells attached to your weapon. I assume by that he means special attacks. Though who knows, maybe it'll be more than special attacks. Maybe we'll have a third menu where you have 3 special attacks and 3 spells that we could do, you know, 1 per weapon. I don't know, we'll find out. But I assume he just means that as in special attacks. When PvE bossing arrives, they'll offer good rewards, such as gear, blah, blah, blah. He's probably talking about power creep and everything here. Let's see. We will be careful to make sure that crafting professions don't become worthless. Okay, good. We kind of already knew this, but they did confirm it. They are not going to kill crafting. Whatever they do with bosses will not kill crafting, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Even if we added a unique drop you could only get from the boss, we would still do something like making it so crafting can be used to further enhance the item. Okay, so they might make things drop from bosses as a natural item, but you might still need the skill to end up enhancing it. Interesting. That's one way of going about it too. Because of course, one way you can do it is drop material, and then the material is used to, you know, eventually make the weapon. But apparently, you might just get a simple weapon drop, but then that weapon gets enhanced through, you know, smithing or bone right or, you know, whatever else in order to improve it. Okay, that's fine. That still works. Still prefer having to still craft it, but, yeah, that would still work. Can we get 4-star gear named Legendary instead of Epics? Oh, yeah, please, please, please. Even in the title, I put quote-unquote epic around it. I prefer the word epic. It seems more epic to me. No! No! Make them legendary! No! 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 You can't do that. It's the first thing I disagree on. No. I even put it in the title. The quote-unquote epic. Even my title right now. What's the title? Wait, where is it? Where's the title for the stream? Because I have it set up like the exact same way. No, make them legendary. No, it'll bother me to like the ends of the earth for the rest of this game's history. Like, I'll live with it, but gosh. No. Oh, wait, where is it? Where's the stream title? I don't even know where it is. But, yeah, I put on it, like, quote-unquote epic, and even in this title. I put, like, little hyphens around it. But, he did, too, in his post. I know you guys can't see it right now, but he literally did in the post I'm looking at right now, which is kind of funny, because I did, too. But no, they definitely got to be called legendary. You can't make something orange and call it epic. That's not how words work. That's not how colors work. Anyways, let's see. What's this? Capes. Are there plans to add more completion capes, such as per episode? Oh, probably yes. Oh, area capes. Oh, confirmed. Confirmed. He said probably, but that means yes. He said probably yes, but that means 100% yes eventually. SoonTM. Oh, he said probably yes. Oh, profession capes. Oh, we got to go get 200 all mine Matubin and 200 all Chronopolis. Okay, new goal, new goal. I know it's not happening anytime soon. He said probably yes. That means like 8 months from now. But, oh, we got to. 200 all mines of Matubin, 200 all Chronopolis. Ooh. I want to see what the mines of Matubin and Chronopolis capes will look like. I need those. Yeah, comp keep 2. No one's going to be getting that far quite yet, though. Like a 200 all 50R. I would love to see that, though. Like a 50 all cape, a 100 all cape, a 200 all cape. But we also need it per chapter. As in a, I just realized, why is my thing... Wait. Why is my screen... That's weird. Why is... I'm looking at the playback. Why is it black? That's weird. Why is my thing being... Why is my playback broken? Alright, let me go fix this real quick. My playback is being broken. The one I normally look at in order to see everything. One second. My playback is being very mean. 1 second, sorry. Technical difficulties. I'm not sure why. What I normally use for the playback of the stream so I can see everything properly, just to not have it on my own screen, is not wanting to work right now. 1 second. One moment. Technical difficulties. I think it's working now. Alright, we got it working. Okay. I was wondering why it was like a full black screen. I wasn't sure if I was showing you guys a full black screen this whole time. It scared me for a second. It's like, oh no, what did I do? But no, it's fine. Anyways, it's working. It was just my playback was being weird. Anyways, where was I? But yeah, I would love to see that. 50 all cape, or 50 all cape for every region, 100 all cape for every region, 200 all for every region. But more importantly, in like the somewhat short term, like 50, 100, 200 cape per area. So mine's a Matubin cape, it's a Chronopolis cape, Hope Fars, Hope Port cape. Oh, I would love to see that, especially since we're going so good into mines of Matubin and Chronopolis. Would love to see what those would look like in the future. But they said probably yes, which means yes, but SoonTM, which means like at least 8 months from now. But they would eventually come. Potion storage. Are there plans to expand the potion belts to include things like EXP and fear potions? Yes. Confirmed. We will be getting more potion slots. Which we kind of already knew, but confirmed. Let's see. Any other questions that seem worth it? Let's see. Do you plan to hire more devs in 2025? Depends on how many people subscribe. For now, I am planning on reinvesting all subscription revenue back into improving the game. But I also want to run the game in a sustainable way so I can keep running it regardless of player numbers. Oh! He said the thing. Regardless of player numbers. Oh yeah, we're here for the next decade. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 10-year-long Brighter Shores stream series. We're currently on day 36. That's huge. Oh, he said he didn't necessarily want to hire more people because he wants it sustainable regardless of number of players. That is actually huge. Because I've always said, even if there's less than 1,000 players, I'd still be playing this right now. I play games even lower than that. But, oh yeah, I'm here for life. As long as Andrew Gower will keep developing it, I am here forever. Oh, that's huge. But yeah, that's really big. Let me go read it again, because he specifically asked Andrew Gower, and this was his response. Let me go read it. Wait, this is like huge. Let me read the whole thing. But the question was for Andrew, do you plan to hire more devs in 2025? And his response is, depends on how many players subscribe. A smiley face. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, go subscribe. For now, I am planning on reinvesting all subscription revenue back into improving the game, but, I also want to run the game in a sustainable way so I can keep running it regardless of player numbers. So he's actually hesitant to hire people just because he wants to make sure, even if the player base dips even further, that the game will still keep running forever. Because obviously hiring even one person, what is that in his area? Like 80,000 a year he'd have to pay out? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. To even hire like one full-time dev to help out, that's at least like, what, 80K a year? So he's basically trying to do most of it himself so it's sustainable like forever, essentially. Regardless of where the player numbers are. They could be at 10,000, they could be at like under 1,000, and it would still keep going. But yeah, it's expensive to hire people. Like, you know how expensive it is to hire, like, a full-time, like, coder for your game? Like, especially in his area where there's probably better wages and everything. Like, that's a lot of money to be putting out every single year when you could just be doing it yourself and just take twice as long or something. So, yeah, he doesn't mind just doing it all himself for the sustainability of the game. That is huge. That's, like, huge. That's, like, honestly, the biggest thing that's been confirmed here. He's going for, like, 5, 10, forever years. Anyways, in other news, let's see. Questions are a little long. I was going to read the response. We will definitely leave some content updates as a surprise. Others, oh yeah, Andrew Gower has done that a lot in the past, back in, like, the early RuneScape years. Where he would just, like, drop, like, the biggest content to ever be added to the game ever. Like, I'm pretty sure Barrows, for example, if any of you know Barrows from, like, 2005, I think it was. It was actually a really controversial update at the time because it power creeped like crazy. But last I recall, I believe sure Barrows was one of several content that basically revolutionized the game. But he just dropped it out of nowhere with no, like, anything. Like, just one day, boom, Barrows. One of the most iconic pieces of content to ever be added to the game. Just shadow drop out of nowhere. And power creep like crazy. But there's a lot of other nuanced things with that. But that was one of those things where I'm pretty sure that was, like, not announced at all. So I'm curious to see, like, what a completely unannounced feature would be like for Brighter Shores. Because so far, pretty much everything we kind of knew before it would happen. Like, for example, we already know what the next update is likely going to be, as other than some quality of life. It's going to be queuable actions. There's, like, no surprise with that. Then after that, it's going to be player-to-player trading. And after that, it's probably going to be special attacks, like, you know, and so on and so forth. Like, there's currently no surprise. Like, oh, we're just going to drop, like, a bombshell of, like, oh, here's a boss. Here's a boss right now. They just drop out of nowhere, like, in a week from now. But, you know, they haven't done something like that yet. So I'm curious, what is their big, like, first shadow drop? Is it going to be a boss out of nowhere? Is it going to be something else? Because they did confirm that they're going to shadow drop some stuff out of nowhere. Like, literally no one knowing, no feedback, no nothing. Just shadow drop, like, huge content out of nowhere. And honestly, they've done pretty good at that in the past. Sometimes with controversy, but they've hit more than they missed. Or at least Andrew Gower anyways. So, I'm curious to see what it is, because so far, no content has really been, other than some quality of life improvements here and there, no content has really been unknown that's been added to Brighter Shores. Every single thing has been, like, at least told in, like, a day in advance, a week in advance. There hasn't been anything that's been, like, you know, like, completely shadow dropped on us yet. But they said they will. For better or for worse, we'll find out. Anyways, what other questions are here that seem relevant to Relay? So far, it seems like we've gone through most everything. Seems like a lot of juicy stuff here. Can't wait for Brighter Shores fishing trawler minigame? No! I like how Savage said no 3 times. Oh gosh, fishing trawler. That was technically their first minigame, I think. But that's an outlier. That was back during classic years when they couldn't do anything. Technology was different 20-something years ago. That was like 22, 23 years ago. Technology has improved beyond fishing trawler, luckily. It's still a buggy mess in old school to this day. Actually, I think someone did a video on it where they found a way to, because loot was accumulated during the entire ride of fishing trawler, they found a way to exploit it. If you got like 100+ people on the fishing trawler and they all exited fishing trawler except for one person at the end, you could get someone 99 fishing in like an hour. It was so broken. Yeah, there's so many oversights and everything with that minigame because it was made back in like 2002, back when it was still in classic, when technology hasn't really developed that far. And it's barely been touched in like 22 years. So it's been like super ultra broken. Yeah, Barbarian Assault. I do like Barbarian Assault. Barbarian Assault was fun. Anyways, is there any other questions really worth relaying here? A lot of this seems to be like the same things over and over again. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to find some unique info that we haven't already read. But I've read some things that have really standed out though. The fact that he plans to support the game basically forever is huge. And he's actually doesn't want to hire anyone necessarily just because he wants the sustainability of being able to go forever. Or not literally forever, but you know. His statement basically said he's not planning on ever stopping the game, even if player numbers dip. Which is huge, because I'm in the same position. I'll be with you, Andrew Gower. We're here until the servers close. Which is hopefully never. Let's see. Yeah, that's huge, the other one. Wait, I almost want to read it again. Let me see if I can find it. Because honestly, out of anything, any word, sentence uttered in this entire thing, that is like the hugest thing by far. Where is it? I'm not sure where it went. Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to find it again now. It's not that big a deal. We already read it earlier, but still. Just trying to see as well if I can find anything that we haven't already went over. Let's see. Yeah, they were adding a couple of potions. They already mentioned it. Well, technically, tool belt. I'm not sure exactly how they're doing it. The specific question mentioned tool belt, and they did say tool belt, so. Let's see. Let me go try to find it here. Where is it? Control find's not working too well. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here it is. I found the thing again. I just want to read this one more time. Because, gosh, this is huge. At least for me, anyways. And for some other people who really want to play this game, like, super ultra long term. But this sentence right here is, like, the only ones that matter. For Andrew, do you plan to hire more devs in 2025? The answer of Andrew depends on how many people subscribe, smiley face. For now, I am planning on reinvesting all subscription revenue back into improving the game. But, apostrophe, or not apostrophe, comma, and then the word but. I also want to run the game in a sustainable way so I can keep running it regardless of player numbers. So we're here until the player base says 0, no, not literally. Screenshot it so I don't forget about it. Save it forever. I know, right? I'm holding him to this. I'm holding him to this. I'll show this to him in like 5 years from now. But let's see. There we go. I'm literally screenshotting it right now. Let's see. I forgot Windows 11 has a weird screenshot thing, but that's good. It made a little ding. Not sure if you guys can hear it. Let me go put this in the GIMP. I'm literally like screenshotting this right now. I'll bring this back to him like 5 years from now when he's like, maybe I shouldn't. No, keep going. No, I think this is his passion project. He's going to keep going. Where is GIMP? I'm just going to put it in GIMP. Even though I have the Photoshop thing open, I'm just going to put it in GIMP. GIMP's just easier. I have the Photoshop alternative, but I don't know. Something about GIMP just easier. Boom. No. Don't update. I'm just trying to paste the thing. Boom. Save as. Not save as. Export. I was going to export it. Export it as PNG, sure, whatever. Andrew 2024. There we go. Desktop. Export. Save it somewhere else later. There we go. Okay, it has been saved. Alright, got it. Has been saved. He's honestly, that's the biggest reveal out of any of this. It's something I kind of already knew in the back of my head, but he never, like, said it. But he finally said it. Like, he said the words. He said the thing. He said the thing. That he's going to keep developing the game forever, pretty much. It's his passion project. He's not just going to end it because the player base dipped. It's not going to be like some of those MMOs that are just money hungry, so the second they lose their player base, it's like, okay, well, time to just die the game. But, nope, he's here for the long haul. He's going to wait for the heat death of old school RuneScape and then be like, we're still here. You know, when Project Xanaris basically starts to kill off RuneScape, and people are like, I want to play a game that's like this, but it doesn't have plugins, but also doesn't have like a billion private servers everywhere. Andrew Gower will be like, we are here for you. We're here for you. There's no plugins, there's no third-party client, there's no private servers. We're here for you. Honestly, I feel like that might happen. There are some people who will really hate Project Xanaris that Old School is doing. That they're releasing probably in about a year or two. Because it's going to feel like way too private servery of a game and everything. And it'll probably irk people the wrong way. And it's like, I don't know, I kind of want to look for a game that doesn't have this. And then Brighter Shores will be like, oh, here we are. This is our time. We waited like a year or 2 years for this moment. But we are here for you. I can see that happening. What's Project Xanaris? Project Xanaris is basically... basically, imagine if a game company couldn't stop all the private servers. So we're like, let's see how we can monetize this. So now they're going to be having official private servers. Because they couldn't just keep stopping all the private servers. Imagine if, like, Pokemon did something like that. It's like, we can't stop all this pirating. So we're just going to try to make money from all the pirating instead. That's basically the stance that Old School has taken. Like, we can't stop all this piracy, so instead we're just going to find a way to profit from it. And hope that solves the issue. Is basically what the stance they've taken. But no, it might end up being good. I'm not sure. I don't like sandboxy stuff, so I personally hate Project Xanaris. But, you know, it could be good. But I feel like it will divide the player base a bit. Is anyone doing servers on Project Xanaris are not playing the main game? They might still be paying through the same systems and everything, but they wouldn't actually be playing the main servers and everything. So it could really divide up the player base and stuff. And some people are going to get really frustrated with it. I don't know. We'll find out what happens. It wouldn't stop me from Ave Kane, the game, that's for sure. Like, the main game. like as we are right now. Well, technically the old leagues right now we're currently AFKing, but you know, eventually AFKing back to the main game. But it's kind of different than how leagues are though. Like leagues are a private server, quote unquote, but they're like a temporary game mode kind of thing. Private servers that last forever, that are meant to last forever, are a completely different thing though. Like an actual officially supported private server compared to a temporary game mode are two very, very different things. Like leagues, I found a lot of fun with. We even played it the other week and everything, and still AFKing right now as we speak. But that's a huge difference compared to like an official private server. They're two drastically different things. But they're finally adding official private server support in like the next year or two. But it's like it's a whole different thing than like a temporary game mode. But I feel like it'll be a big mess that will not go over too well by some of the community. Like some people will love it, but there will definitely be others that will despise it to no end. To enough of a degree where it could even make them quit the game, potentially. I don't think it would make me quit, but I'm definitely not touching Project Xanarus. Like, I don't plan to even engage with it at all, ever. Let's see, what do we have for Darkwood here? Is there a way to get more venture slots? No. Currently only 2 at the moment. Speaking of which, did I do my ventures earlier? I think I did. Yeah, I kind of forgot to a little bit this morning and just did it like right before the stream. Anyways, I think that's everything I kind of want to mention with the AMA. If there's anything I missed that you guys are aware of, do let me know. But I think I went over all the juicier bits. With some of the biggest takeaways being that PvP and, let's see, so let's recap some of the bigger takeaways. For one, Andrew Gower will develop this game to the ends of the earth. He does not care if the player base dips, he will still keep developing it. Huge. Beyond that, what else do I want to mention? PvP and special attacks will not be associated to Chapter 5. They will likely come out potentially in Chapter 1. They didn't really say when or where. But it does seem like they might be available to free-to-play as well. So special attacks and PvP are likely going to be potentially free-to-play things that you can actually engage with, which will be interesting if so. Beyond that, what are the big things? Potions will be equipable. We kind of already knew that. Mounts are a no. More transmogs are a yes. I don't know. What are the big highlights? I feel like I'm forgetting a big one that we just read that I already forget because it wasn't as big. Trading. Actually, well, there wasn't much on trading, I just realized. Yeah, there wasn't really much on trading. So I guess there isn't really much to say until they have it implemented. But we didn't really get any more specifics on how trading is going to work, unless I just didn't get to the point where that was asked or accidentally skipped over it or something. I was kind of surprised that didn't come up a little bit more. Like what the state of trading will be and everything. Oh yeah, bosses will be multi-skilling. That was a huge one. Like you might be able to do scout and carpentry, you know, guard and fishing, you know, like mine fighter with mining and bone right or something. Maybe not those exact ones, they didn't say that, but you know, they did say that bossing would incorporate potentially skilling when they were mentioning mini games and other things incorporating it. They also included bossing, so they are likely to pull for multiple skills, which is huge because I wanted that. I didn't want just like combat to be like just guard or just scout or just mine fighter or something. They're actually going to incorporate the other skills, so this could be a huge one. So they did mention that there's going to be raids and such, but hopefully it's nowhere near as unbalanced as old school raids. And yeah, just a bunch of stuff like that. I think that's mostly a summary. Not sure how to summarize everything we just read, but that's most of it. Do your armor just look like that, or did you dye it? Oh, I dyed it. You could dye it in Chapter 4. Technically in Chapter 2 too, but Chapter 4 dyes are way cooler. But yeah, this is dyed in Chapter 4 with the Cryonite armor. Or not the Cryonite armor, but you know. The Cryonite armor is dyed in Chapter 4 with one of the colors that was there. Yeah, it's a really glossy blue. It's really nice. I just wear it because it looks too much like Cryonite stuff. So I just always wield it on my armor normally. But yeah, it looks really clean. You can't really see it on lower tier armor, but this is tier 4, so you can see it's really profound on higher tier armor. And there's 2 tiers above this too that look even more elaborate with it. That's what the email was from them. You got an email saying they were wanting to test a new mobile game thing. They were planning on releasing on mobile, but no time soon. They were waiting until after 1.0 launch. But they will be at some point releasing 1.0. But afterwards, they are planning on doing a mobile version at some point, just no time soon. Because it'll make it so they have to update it a little bit slower to go through all the mobile processes and everything. So they're currently not trying to do that while doing early access, where they want to get a ton of small updates out. Oh, it was a Jagex email. Oh, never mind. I thought you were talking about the other thing. But yeah, it might have been. I haven't really been checking. I don't have emails turned on for them, so I'm not sure what they're sending out recently. Alright, so all that. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, anyways. Back to the grind. Back to the mines. Let's see. So if you guys have any questions for me, feel free to ask them as well. Let's see. Imagine queuing up as a chef and you make a dishes that heals the other players. Could you imagine? I don't think it'll be like that, but that would be funny. I was talking about another boss that would use the brambles mechanic. And, you know, you'd have people almost like wood cutting the brambles out of people so that they could do the combat. So even if you weren't like combat ready, you could still like, you know, get people out of the brambles by using your wood cutting while the other people do the actual combat. But the woodcutters basically cleared a path and everything for the person, so they don't get stuck in the brambles or have a path to actually reach the boss to actually hit it. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways they can incorporate it. Really just depends how they want to go about it. Because there's ways that they can incorporate it where even if you don't want to do any combat, you can still, like, help with a combat encounter, potentially. Really just depends how they want to structure it. Though I do like a mix of still having to do some amount of combat and some amount of skilling. But they could structure it in a way where you could just do only the combat or only the skilling, depending on how they wanted to go about it. And still get boss credit. The only problem with that is one is probably way easier than the other in a lot of situations, so they would have to balance it pretty well. Like, everyone might want to do just like only the killing part or only the skilling part if it's like way better than the other one. So if they ever do it like that and not a mix of both, they gotta be careful not to make one too unbalanced compared to the other. Otherwise, no one's gonna want to do the other role. How do you get to the deeper mine teleport? Oh, you gotta go and, first you gotta finish the Chapter 3 quests. Afterwards, you can start Matubin's Legacy by talking to the dwarves over here. They're in this little place called the Gnome Jewelry, or Gnome Dwelling. This is normally locked off during the quest, but afterwards it opens up for some reason. And you get some quest keys there that will open up the doors to the southern region. And then you just open up the door and then go head over to the teleport zone. I forget if you have to do the puzzle to unlock the door. You might have to. There's like a truck key puzzle here. It's nothing too complex, but it takes like a few minutes. With a guide, probably take like a minute. And after you get that puzzle done, I think you then can go through the store and then go to the Mine Deep portal. You don't have to finish the quest. I don't even think you need any skill requirement. Even though there are two, you need 29 mining and 35 smithing. Both of them are to complete the quest, not to unlock the teleporter. So you can basically unlock it as soon as you finish out Chapter 3. You just have to do a little minecart puzzle and then it opens up the door and then you can go and touch the portal stone. And that's the best way to get to the Gnome Furnace. It's way quicker, as well as a lot of things over here. And fully finishing the quest also gives you a really good venture, the Brimstone Venture, which we do every single day. But you don't need to finish the quest to get the portal unlocked. You just gotta do a little puzzle thingy. Other questions. But yeah, if you guys have an AMA for me, so feel free. Any questions in chat? Let's see. How do you get to the deeper part? Also, just got here. What were the big things you were mentioning? Oh, we're just talking about all the things in the AMA. A few highlights include potions will be equipable. Bosses will incorporate multiple skills as well as raids as well as minigames, all which are confirmed to be coming. Player-owned housing will not be next chapter, which we pretty much already know. Oh yeah, wasn't there one other thing that was big that I already been saying like forever, but what was the other thing there? Wait, there's one other thing. He's planning on developing the game regardless of what the player base numbers become. There's something like all the way at the top that I've been like saying forever, and I forget what that was. That was actually confirmed here. Where was it? Let's see, mobile version, we already know about that. Game engine thing, end game content. Oh yeah, the bank-to-bank trading. That was one thing with trading. No notes and bank-to-bank trading. It's something we've been saying forever, but they actually 100% confirmed, because the structure of the game was already set up that way, so it made sense. But they 100% confirmed that there will be no noted items, and that all trading will be bank-to-bank. Or not all trading, but you know, trading can be bank-to-bank. But that's something we've been saying for like forever with trading. Yeah, that was the one thing with trading. There wasn't nothing on trading. That was the big thing. I already forgot. I said it was nothing because we already pretty much knew this beforehand. But he just reconfirmed it. But yeah, there's going to be no noted items and all, not all trading, but you know, things that can be bank-to-bank trading will be bank-to-bank. So for example, if I want to trade, let's say 1,000 of these little stones, or I need to buy 1,000 of these little stones, you can do it in one single trade going from bank to bank. But this is something we kind of already knew because of course they would do it that way. But now it's just been confirmed with words that they, of course, doing it that way. We've been saying that for forever, even though it wasn't 100% confirmed, but it just made sense. And they just 100% confirmed it. So, yeah, no notes and bank-to-bank trading will be a thing when trading comes out. That was the big thing with trading I forgot to mention earlier when I was summarizing trading. Because I was like, wait, there's like nothing on trading. That's because I already knew that would gotta be the way. Because how else would they bother doing it? It would have to be that way. So, yep, that's exactly how they're doing it. The only reason people keep bringing up notes is that's how we did it last time. But obviously that doesn't quite work in the current system of this game because it's not meant to be noted items. That was just something he did as a band-aid fix. He didn't even mean to do it in Classic. It was originally a band-aid fix for an issue, but then he never changed it, so it just became a core mechanic. It was never even intended to be a core mechanic back in the day. It simply was due to restrictions in game code back then, because this was like 20-something years ago. It was always just a band-aid fix that was never fixed. Noted items were never supposed to be a thing, but it was simply just what he had to do with code at the time, because, you know, this was like 2 years ago or something. But it was never fixed. So they just became a thing. Because it was never fixed and too many people were used to mechanic. But obviously he wouldn't do it like that again, because it was never supposed to be like that to begin with. It just kind of became like a, you know, it was something that was just done because it had to be, but then was never changed because people got used to it, essentially. It was never actually supposed to be the mechanic. But due to technical limitations at the time and everything, it was just what kind of stayed. And to this day, old school still uses it. It's why we have things like Banker's Note in leagues, because it fixes the whole noted item issue. It's like the closest they've ever gone to fixing the whole noted item issue is Banker's Note. Unfortunately, it's not in the main game, though. It's only in whenever they do, like, temporary game modes. Let's see. Yep, no problem for reading everything. Any guesses when the 5th chapter might be released? They said about 3 months from now, roughly. Like 3 to 6 months. It's definitely before launch. Launch is likely also in about 3 to 6 months, so they might even do it with the launch of the game. Who knows? Like, potentially with the launch of the game, do a new chapter. So there's like a huge piece of content to go with the launch or something. But, yeah, both of them seem to be about 3 to 6 months, which also means they might coincide with each other. As there was mentions of the game potentially being about 3 to 6 months, as well as the Chapter 5 being about 3 to 6 months. Which means there's a good chance they might both coincide with each other, or at least be very close to each other. Like when Chapter 5 comes out maybe the week later, it's like, hey, we're in 1.0 now, after it gets all the bugs out and everything. Or it could even coincide with it potentially. They didn't say that specifically, but the fact that they're both around 3 to 6 months from now is, you know, kind of implies they'll probably be pretty close to each other. Like, that'll probably be the last thing they do before launch. If it does happen before launch, it's going to be Chapter 5. It seems like the last thing in their queue of things they want to get done. So it's either going to be really close to the time of launch or literally coinciding with it, either or. Do you think they will change premium price after launch? Yes, I think they'll raise it by like $1. They didn't say that anywhere, or if they did, it was further down. I just didn't want to go that far, because we already read so many. But, yes, I do believe they'll increase it by $1 each, though nothing gives any confirmation that that will or will not happen. I didn't see anything that said one way or another that they would. But I do feel like at launch they would increase it. It would just make sense if they did. I would prefer they didn't, but, if there was any time that they would justify a $1 increase, it would be at launch. And they'd probably want to get, like, slightly more revenue in. So maybe you can hire another person to help them eventually. But, no confirmation that I can tell that they're going to increase it. But if they are going to, at launch seems like the time that you'd probably do it. So with 200 mining, how do you feel about always having to pass action rocks? I just don't do them. I don't do any rock of a lower tier ever. I don't think I've ever passed action to rock yet. I passed action some other things just to get the first time bonus real quick. But I've never passed action farmed anything, I don't think. Except maybe a little bit of combat for something real quick. But beyond that, I don't think I've really, like, spam farmed pass action anything. Because I haven't really needed to. I just simply do whatever the highest tier is then. And just knowledge point up to whatever threshold we need. Or if we can't do that anymore, post 200 as effectively, we can just AFK to whatever we need. But, yeah, I haven't needed to do that a single time for mining yet. I guess keyword on the yet, but it hasn't need to happen yet. And what other questions do we have? Just wondering whether you hold to leathers or sell them. Both are good. I've been holding on to some. Lower tier one, I would say hold on to. Higher tier, I would just sell most of it, like at least 90% of it. At lower tier, they're worth so little that you might as well just hold them for low-level armor maker. However, the higher tier stuff, it's way better to have the money now than the usefulness of it later. I would still bank a little bit, but I wouldn't bank that much of it. Like maybe a 9-to-1 ratio or something, or, you know, 10-to-1. Like for every, like, 9 runs, you bank 1 inventory or something. But after 100 plus, you should basically be almost pure selling, rather than banking, like, a few here or there. But, under 100, or even under, like, 80 or so, yeah, it's fine to bank, like, most of them if you really want to. Just to get to, like, 100 armor maker pretty quick when it does come out. Because low-level hides don't really profit much. It's the 100 plus range when you really start printing money. And even more so at 200 plus range. But at, like, under 80, you're not really making much money from leather maker. Like, you're making money, but you're almost better off just banking it for armor maker in Chapter 5 than you are to sell it. Whereas that completely changes once you start getting closer to 100. And post 100, you kind of want to start selling them mostly. Because by that point, you're getting up to like 6, 7, 8 100 silver an hour, as well as over a gold an hour, and then eventually multiple gold an hour. So you get to the point where you really don't want to be banking them. The immediate money is more valuable than the banked value later. Do you think they'll change the premium price after launch? Oh, I already read that. But yeah, probably. By like a bug or something. No confirmation on that, though. Unless I didn't read it there. You've actually kept up with the monument to not pass action. Oh, gosh. True. Yeah, that would be an annoying one to have to do. Imagine skipping the monument piece. I don't think anyone does that, but imagine skipping one of the monument pieces and then have to pass action them all. That'd be so annoying. I'm pretty sure most people do the monument pieces as they get the level, though. Because it's generally half-decent XP when you reach the level range. I mean, if you're 200 and go to hit a 200 rock, you need a 100 rock. You have a pass action it to get the specific one for the specific weapon. Oh, that's why I keep all my bars. It's one of the reasons why if I go to my bar storage right now, you may notice I've used like none of them. It's one of our reasons why we've done more stonemason than bonewright and smithing combined. Because if I go to my storage over here, you might think with 172 smithing like, oh yeah, we have like almost no bars now because we've been using it to go and level up our skill. But my solution to that is just don't use the bars. In case we need it for armor maker and everything. But yeah, look at my bar stashes. Well, that one's not as hefty, but look at some of these. Like 1,000, almost 1,000, almost 1,000, will be 1,000, almost thousands. But yeah, I don't use most of my bars unless I like need a weapon or something. I keep most of it so when I need it, I can just craft it. Also, the lower 2, 3 tiers, you can just buy. It's only tier 4, 5, and 6 that you generally want to mine. But even then, I've just been kind of hoarding it. And we'll be good to go. Also, once you reach a certain point in the game, you're only going to need tier 5 and 6 bars, which both of those are perfectly fine to go mine. 5, we could currently do our range, and we're going to get a ton of them. And 6, you know, that will be the highest tier, so we don't even need to downgrade. But eventually, almost everything you ever do will be 5 and 6s, especially if you're a Cryo Knight. But even if you're not a Cryo Knight, buying tier 1 is not that big a deal to go get your 19s, or buying like a tier, 3 in order to make a 199, or tier 4 to make a 199. Or tier 5 to make a... Oh, actually, tier 5 to make a 199 would be kind of annoying. But, I don't know. Currently, it seems like it's working, our system. But, and whenever we do need some of the low tier, or you just buy it. Like, tier 1 and tier 2 is basically free to buy. Tier 3 and 4 are a little bit pricier, and tier 5 and 6 we can just mine. Tier 5 we can currently mine now, and tier 6, even when we're at tier 6 mining, it wouldn't be that big a deal to go back to a little bit of tier 5 mining. If we're, like, really, really needed at a given time. I feel like we're going to get so much from going from, you know, to the point of being able to do tier 6 mining that we'll have like 1 billion tier 5 ores. Like even just iron alone, I'm probably going to have over 10,000 by the time tier 5s before I even get to tier 6. So that's going to be like every single one of them as well. So I don't really see too much of an issue with it. Like maybe eventually we'll run out of tier 5. But even then, I'm pretty sure I could just sell tier 6 for tier 5 once trading comes out. Even if it's only 1-to-1, it'd still be worth it because we're getting better XP rate. Like, even if we had to 1-to-1 tier 6 for tier 5 with no extra value, it'd still be worth it. Just so we don't have to mine to tier 5. So I feel like it'll sort itself out with trading and everything else as well. You have to keep in mind, everyone's going to be at a different range. So someone mining a bunch of tier 5 when I'm now at tier 6, you know, I can just mass buy it from someone or something. So it's not too big a deal. Trading will fix a lot of those issues. Even though we're playing pretty self-sufficiently, that's definitely an instance where we would trade. Let's say I can only mine tier 6 iron. And I can't do tier 5 anymore because it wouldn't be worth it for the lowered XP rate. All I have to do is just mine a bunch of tier 6 iron and trade it either 1-to-1 or even at a profit because they might want to be, you know, that I could just sell the ore and then, you know, buy the other ore for cheaper or something. Not sure exactly how it would work, but, you know, it would work in a way where I could just keep doing the highest tier, essentially. Even if it's only 1-to-1 for the lower tier, it'd still be worth it because we're getting better XP rate. Let's see. You're 90 forager and have not picked up one piece. Oh gosh, go do that. It's gonna be really annoying if you don't. But I highly advise as you do forager to always keep up with monument. Even though I said I would do all monument in one go, we already did when we were just doing some early game stuff. We did the 14 and 23 monument pieces, which obviously the super low tier stuff. But the rest of the monument we'll do later whenever we go for the 490 grind. Whenever we really don't have something to do in a given month. We'll go do the entirety of the 490 forager grind. Gosh, it's going to be a nightmare and a half. Because when I do it, I want to do it all in one go. Just so I can't chicken out of it. Because otherwise it would take like literal half a year if I kept just chipping at it rather than just doing it all in one go. But that's like a month-long project. It's definitely not anywhere within the near future, I can assure you that. But I don't even plan to get 200 anytime soon. It's going to be one of my last 200s. But, yeah, I'm scared of the 494 grind. We're committing like an entire month to it at some point. Whenever it seems like the game's going to be a little content dry for a little while, maybe around like February or something. Maybe not that soon. We'll see. But like sometime before launch. Or, I don't know, maybe after launch? Probably before launch, just be real. But, I don't know, we'll see. But that's like a month-long project, which I do not want to go and do quite yet. It is a very, 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 very long grind. Like, if we spend 12 hours a day, every day for a month, I'm not even sure if we finished the 494 grind. Like, it takes that long. I don't even think that if we streamed at the rate that we currently do, that we would even finish it within a month. Even with 25 tools and 10% pots. I'm not even sure if that gets done within a month. But that would be the goal. Start the forager grind and try to go from like 50 or whatever we're at the time all the way to 490 in 1 month. But no time soon. We really have to run out of things to grind for that to be something that even crosses my brain. But it's something we will eventually do. Just no time soon, I assure you that. Because that's a really long time investment for anything. It's currently pretty much the longest grind in the entire game right now. By quite a margin. Obviously, there's 500 capes, but I don't really consider that as like a quote-unquote required grind. But 490 for Monument, once they add a reward to it, is technically a required grind. I think the biggest thing that's keeping me from doing it is I want to see what the reward is for Monument. They did confirm in the past that they will be adding a reward for doing Monument. We just don't know if it's going to be in increments, or if it's going to be all at once, or what the reward even is. Once we have full confirmation what the reward is, we would consider, you know, doing something with it. And then kind of be like, okay, we'll prioritize this earlier rather than later, or later rather than earlier. But it really comes down to what will the reward be for Monument. If it's something pretty lame that seems pretty skippable, we'll be like, yeah, we'll put it off for a long while. But if it seems like actually somewhat decent, like one of the first amulets in the game, or, you know, something like that, yeah, then we'll probably go for it. But, I don't know, it really depends what the reward is, I would say. The reward for doing Monument will heavily dictate if I go for it earlier rather than later. Based on if it's, like, absurdly good, or just kind of, you know, whatever. Just kind of, like, a little accomplishment thing. Oh, an update! Ah, we got an update today! Oh, it's update day! We haven't seen one of these in a while, because normally he's been updating before I could be around. I wonder if this is anything. Probably just a small bug fix. He literally added a holiday event yesterday. So this can't be anything too big. But, hey, we got a live update. Haven't seen one of these in a while. 5 minutes for an update. Ooh, wonder what it is. Oh, find out. They're going to add a 2-day rollback of all the hats because of an exploit? No. Or people returning the hats into gold pieces somehow. No, we'll see what it is. It's probably just some bug fix somewhere. Small, like, little bug fix thingy. Episode 6? Yeah, episode 6 is launching in 4 minutes. They had to skip episode 5 for a little bit for further development, but episode 6 is already ready. It's dropping in 4 minutes from now. This is the shadow dropper we're talking about. They're adding the first boss now. Could you imagine? On Christmas Day or something, they just release like a boss. Hey, this is the shadow drop that we're talking about. Boss confirmed today. Also, when the first boss does come out, we will grind it to the ends of the earth, I assure you. We'll have like 20 of whatever its unique is. Maybe not that many, but like an absurd amount. Like the first one I want to keep for myself and grind for myself. But after that, once trading comes out, we'll be trading off like every single other one. Because we probably won't need more than one. Oh, actually, I say that. You might need one per chapter, so we'll see. You might need one for all 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 chapters. So technically, if it does come out, you know, we'd almost need like 5 of them once chapter 5 is out. Because we need one per chapter, most likely. Unless they're going to make boss weapons different, where they like are auto like attuned to every area you go to. You would love for them to add the ability to refight quest bosses. They did do that technically in their past game. Actually, was that before or after the Andrew Gower time? I don't remember. But yeah, they have added features for that. Some of them I feel like they're going to make into repeatable bosses. But some other ones, yeah, there's not going to really be any way to refight them. The problem is a lot of them are pretty bare bones, though. Or just reskins of other things. Like, for example, the hardest boss currently in the entire game is literally just a reskinned hag. Like, the boss for, example, the the Forgotten Things. It's the highest level boss currently in the game at level 60, as well as the probably hardest if you were to fight it legitimately. However, it's literally just a hag. It's just a hag from chapter 4. Not like a quest hag, like literally the hags that are out in the open that you could fight at like level 2. It's the exact same, like, everything. Like, it attacks in the exact same way. It's just a reskinned hag. Or more so, a hag is a reskinned him. More so, probably. Given that he came before it from Forgotten Things. But he's currently the hardest boss in the game, but he already exists as a unit. It's just called a hag in chapter 4. So technically he's already in the game. As the hardest boss currently in the game is just a reskinned hag. Or vice versa. The hag is a reskinned of that boss. Because the boss probably came first, and then the hag came second. Which one came first, the hag or the boss? The dilemma of the ages. But, yeah, the hag is just a reskinned version of the boss. So technically there is a repeatable version of it. It's the annoying hag from chapter 4. It's one of the reasons why they feel so volatile. Is it's literally a boss enemy in chapter 2. And the hardest one of them currently in the game. A level 60 hag, basically. That we killed at level 30. Because you could cheese it behind a chest. Alright, let's see what this update is. Though, out of all of them that I would love to see be repeatable, I really want to be able to use logs and gain carpentry XP while refighting the water boss on the raft. I want that so badly. If there was any one boss I would want so badly that already exists in the game, it is a carpentry scout method, which technically woodcutting because you need to go get the logs, where you use planks in order to repair the boat while gaining carpentry XP while fighting a harder version of the chapter 2 boss on the raft. I want that so bad. If there's any one boss in the entire game that I want to see re-added, it's that one. It's just so good. It has so much potential for multi-skilling, as it would indirectly incorporate woodcutting, directly incorporate carpentry for extra XP, as well as requiring the logs to actually, you know, have like a cost associated with the boss, beyond just pots. And then obviously scout, because you'd be fighting a boss thing there. And of course, whatever drop table he has. I want that so bad. If there's any one boss in the game, it's that one that I want to see repeatable. I don't even care if the rest aren't. Is that one very specific one I would love to see a harder version for. It just seems so good. Oh, hopefully we can get this in time. Come on, beat the timer, beat the timer, beat the timer. No! 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 They canceled my 30-second craft. It wasn't quick enough. All two alts are still mining, by the way. Anyways, back to where we were. What was the update? I guess it's a mini patch? I guess they just bug fixed something. Because that was a very small patch if we're back already. What did they even do? But yeah, we didn't make it in time. We failed by like 2 seconds. But I like how everyone just went back to what they were doing. Every single person's like, yep, we're back. Like nothing even happened. This whole room within like 10 seconds is like, yep, what update? No one's even talking or anything. Like literally everyone, you can't even tell that there was an update literally seconds ago. Within literal seconds, everyone's already logged back in and doing what they were doing. That's so funny. No one talking about anything. So what was the update? Does anyone know? I'm literally streaming this right now and I don't have any clue. Let's see. Let me go check. I'm trying to check their thingy. I don't see anything. The relog update? Yeah, the forced relog update. Oh no, does anyone know? I don't see it anywhere. Is it on his Twitter or something? Let's see. Oh, there's someone who made a compiled all answers on the on the thing. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh. Maybe we should go read that too. Someone made a summary of the AMA. Like a 30 bullet point summary. I don't know, should we go read the 30 bullet point summary of the AMA? Even though we already just read mostly AMA. Not sure what 30 he would have chose. But it looks like it's a lot shorter than like 2 responses. And comparatively in length. What would you say is the best way to make money? Oh, if you want to start the money printer, do merchant into leatherworker. I'm going to be running the money printer tomorrow because I need my goal to say 20 by the end of tomorrow. Because since we're doing a slightly shorter stream tomorrow, I mentioned this a couple times, but tomorrow's stream is only going to be about 6 hours instead of like 12-ish. The main reason being is 2 reasons. One is the game awards are going to be that night. So I want to stop before the game awards start because I'm not going to be streaming and reacting or anything like that. I don't do that. But, you know, I'll still be watching it and, you know, just kind of eating dinner, you know, stuff like that while doing it. But also a friend's birthday of mine. She's having a birthday and I was going to go celebrate it with her. So I want to have off and spend some time with her and everything. So we'll be doing, yeah, we're going to be a little bit shorter as far as tomorrow's stream. But we'll still go for about 6 hours, start around noonish. Maybe a little bit earlier if I wake up early enough. And go for about 6 hours. Yep, there she is, the birthday girl, Isabel. It's her birthday tomorrow. Actually, everyone wish, I guess tomorrow too, but everyone wish Isabel a happy birthday. I guess it's a day early, but yeah, it's her birthday tomorrow. And we'll be celebrating it together for some amount of time. Probably tomorrow night. So tomorrow's stream will be a little bit shorter, but it's still like 6 hours. But my main goal by the end of tomorrow's stream is to have 20 gold. So tomorrow I'm probably just going to be running the money printer. We'll do maybe a little bit of merchant, but honestly, it's going to be a really leatherworker heavy stream. Because I am not ending tomorrow's stream, ideally, without 20 gold. Because I need the rake. At least 19 gold. Whatever I need to go upgrade the rake. It's like some kind of weird 18 point something gold. But then I still need like 1 point something gold later for the upgrade at like 111. But I guess the 111 we can worry about later. But yeah, we need to go and get that rake. I need to be able to do another skill. And I need those bones so I can get bone right up. And go from there. But yeah, I need that rake so badly. Oh, we're actually out of stones. I'll keep the rest there. Oh, I did not mean to drop that. I was trying to deposit. Why do you even have a drop as an option? Alright, let me go sell all this junk. For merchant, just grab the ones that give you the most merchant XP. You generally want to pick merchant based on routing. Merchant's hard to explain in a short period of time. Because it's probably the most convoluted skill in the entire game. Oh no, I got lag. Is that my lag or the game lag? Oh no, I'm lagging. I'm lagging. I assume it's the game because everything else is pretty stable right now. My stream is stable. The old school RuneScape is stable. Alright, hopefully the lag goes away soon. It's probably just a weird issue with the update. Anyways, what was I doing? I was trying to do the quartermaster thing. Also, but yeah, merchant's a little bit hard to explain quickly. But basically, you want to take the best routes that you can get for quick XP. We did a video on Monday that might be a good example of how you could try to route. Because we were doing it based on a 2-minute timer and kept... Basically, you want to maximize the number of tasks you can turn in every 2 minutes. So whatever you have to do that is what you want to do. And it really just comes down to pathing and just kind of learning it and everything. It's one of the skills that you kind of have to learn just from doing rather than explaining. You probably watch like 10 guide videos, and while some things might help here or there, the best way to learn merchant is just do merchant. And just try to figure out the pathing, try to figure out how you can get more efficient at it. But kind of just figure it out on your own as you're going through it. Because there's a lot of nuance to merchant. That I could explain like how to do every single thing, but unless you do it yourself, it's not you're not gonna like learn it in a sense. It's one of those things you have to learn by doing. Merchant's one of the only like skill-based skills in the game, I would say, where it's not like mining or something else where I could tell you exactly what to do and you'll be able to do it perfectly within like minutes. Merchant, you basically have to learn how to properly do it by actually doing it. It's really simple early on, but it gets very convoluted, and you got to go through the whole process of learning it through the whole process that they have. It's probably the best paced skill in the entire game as far as learning it properly. And probably the only one that actually requires, like, you know, actual learning. Most other skills are just like, click on node over and over again forever. But merchant's a little bit different than that. Speaking of which, I almost want to do a merchant run. You know what? Let's go do a cooking run while we're here. You just got to chapter 4 yesterday? Oh, yeah. So you're still in the early game of merchant then. But yeah, I would just keep taking tasks from the tower and just figure out where everything is. One hint of advice, though. You can figure out where all your merchant things are by doing 2 things. To figure out where to buy it, go to your skills tab and click on where it is. Let's say you don't know where beef joint is. If you go and click view on map and you have this spot unlocked, also go into every room so you have all the spots unlocked. Make sure you have every room unlocked. It's very important. But right here we can see, oh, this is where we buy meat. So make sure to go into every single room if you haven't already, because then you can check where they are. Like, let's say we don't know where to buy this clockwork doll. Boom, that's where you buy it. And if you want to figure out where to turn it in, I don't currently have a bounty task, but go to your task and then click show on map, and it will tell you where to turn it in. Obviously, this is not a merchant location, but it's the same premise, where if you click on the task, it tells you where to bring it, and if you click on the skill guide, it will show you where to buy it. So here's, for example, is where you buy the clockwork, but it doesn't currently say where you need to go turn it in until you get the task. And you click on the task and it'll show you where to turn it in. For example, this one will tell you that you need to go turn it in at Lanny's Curiosities over there. But yeah, those will help you out a lot. Just make sure you have every room unlocked so you can use the auto things, because they help out a lot. Let's see. Yeah, that would be my main piece of advice, because I wasn't utilizing that much. Alright, I'm out here. Let me go do our cooking contracts real quick. See what's cooking. I see people are still trading in Varrock Square. Gosh, I love that that's back. The whole like player-to-player trading thing. I know it's only hats, but this vibe of it is still back, even though I haven't really been engaging with it. Let's see. What do we have here? What do I even grab? What even is worth grabbing? Probably these two. Just ignore the rest for now, unless I can get them done in time. So what's our route right now? What am I even routing? Big Sheen, Big Sheen. It definitely seems like we're doing a Big Sheen route. I'm just trying to see everything we need for this. Big Sheen, Big Sheen. He's kind of towards the bottom, so he'd be a good Cohen scrap merchant cycle. So can I fit all that in my inventory? I think I can. I want a double Big Sheen, Oyster, and the Moray Eel then. So how many do I need of each then? So I want these two and those two, which means I need 12 jellied eels and 7 oyster. If I counted correctly, let's double check. Looks like it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So we need 12 eels. Oh, I could just auto-bot. And, double check the oyster. 7. I do need an 8th, but we're just grabbing what we need for now. Actually, do I have enough room to grab everything? I don't think I do. Let me see. How many oysters do I need again? 7. No. Yeah, 7. Do I have enough room to buy everything else? No. I would need 6, and I don't have enough space. So I'm just going to wait on next cycle. Just to not make things convoluted. The only thing I need to go get right now, other than the things for these, is the omelet. And is that it? Let me see. What else are we doing? So what's everything in this run? Jellied eels. Jelly, omelet. And then the oyster. Okay, so the only other thing I need that's like a weird item is 4 omelets then. Gosh, there's grocery shopping skill. What's my grocery shopping level right now? Because honestly, it's probably higher than my cooking level and how much we have to do for these contracts. Especially with no fishing skill to go with it. It's literally just a grocery shopping skill. Like 60% of contracts are just grocery shopping. Alright, let me go get the rest of what we did. It's still worth it though. It's still very worth doing. Oh, someone's saying hi to us again. Gosh. So many people saying hi to us today. I'm being rude and just running away. Alright, let's see. What else do we need? I needed 12 these. And then, how many eels do we have? Oh, did I do it the wrong way around? I did. No! I haven't done that in a while. That's fine, though. Rip. I meant to do 12 gel and 7 lemon. I guess I could sell the lemon, but I guess let's put it into storage. It's not that big a deal. Alright, I'm gonna go store all this away. Is that everything? That should be everything. Let's go on a run then. Alright, what do we need? I need all of this. I might as well do all the eel first then. Or at least prep them. And then we'll go do our 7 oyster and do it with the other thingy. We should be good to go. Oh yeah, let me say hello back. Let's see. Hello. Hello. Oh, alright. That was you? Nice, Jason. Nice, nice. Yeah, a lot of hellos. I love seeing you guys in game. That's one thing I love about like this whole adding system. And sorry that I can't add everyone. We're still at 200 out of 200. I wonder if that was something that was asked during the thing. We need a bigger friends list. 200's not enough. Hopefully when they add clans and everything, that will somewhat fix it. Because hopefully you can have more than 200 in your clan. Or even if it is a 200 limit, at least it'll be 200 like online people rather than like 200 just added on a list. Because obviously not all of them will be online at once. That will never happen. But, you know, 200 online in a guild, that could happen. So, yeah, hopefully stuff like that will make it a little bit easier. Because hopefully similar to how you get auto-grouped with friends, hopefully auto get grouped with your guild as well. When they have like a guild chat and stuff like that. Alright, how are we planning on doing this? Because it could be kind of awkward inventory-wise. Not what I wanted. How do we do this? I should probably get rid of the eggs. Would probably be the easiest way of doing this. Not get rid of, but do them after we do the oyster. Otherwise it's going to convolute everything. Alright, let me go condense these, grab a 1 and 1, and we go grab all of our eggs, and we should be able to go on a run then. And then we'll go double turn in whatever our next set is. And we're also going to have a new board in like 10 minutes, so... Might be able to do like a triple cooking run for once. Maybe even a quad, depending on what the options are. But definitely at least a triple. I'll do this one, do the next one, see what we have on the board, go from there. Alright, now the only thing I need is 1 more set and 4, which is actually exact inventory, oddly enough. Let's see. And grab one of those. Accidentally I bought too many. Do one of these. And then we should be good to go. I just gotta do the eggs. Make sure to actually go and finish the hot jelly deals. Because I always forget to cool them down. I did that so much in the early game. Like every single time I would try turning in my eels, but I would Forget to cook them. Oh, so 200 cooking cape. Whoa. You've been cooking. You've really been cooking. What's your cooking level at this point? Because you're level 419 but have over 200 cooking. That's a lot of cooking levels. That's a commitment to the craft right there. You've been non-stop cooking? Nice. What level is it at right now? Like 250? 220? Like, I see it's 200, but like how high is that 200? Like, what number are you talking? 208? Still pretty solid. Yeah, it starts to get really slow after 200. I still haven't gotten my 209 detective, even though you see me AFKing that at like the beginning of every stream. We're still not even at 209 detective for the next AFK method, which I really need. So we can actually go get some levels. Hey, the yellow tree! Hey, you guys remember the yellow tree from yesterday? It took us 63 to get it. And now we finally got it again. Now the only one I'm missing a second one of... Oh no! I finally got it. I got the red elf at some point. We now officially have 2 of every single hat. Nice, because I actually already got the red elf. So the yellow tree was the last one, and the last one again. It's happened twice now. We got double lasted on it. Alright, let's just do some cooking here. I have exactly 1 space for the pot. I might just put this in the alchemy, to be honest. Just so I get the 5% boost. Alright, what are we doing? What's my route? Where are we starting? I know we got a lot of big sheen, but I think I have to go to Cohen first because I got to go to scrap. Because this is going to be a Moray turn-in. It's going to be a Cohen turn-in. A double big sheen, and then head to scrapyard, hopefully in time. So what's the order that we turn this in at? This is going to be a jellied eel, then a jellied eel omelet, and then a oyster. I should probably put that in the alchemy. I don't know. I really need the smithing XP though. So I kind of want to stall it. Like, as much as I want to put it in the alchemy so we can start doing alchemy again at 62, I think it's higher priority to try getting to 200 smithing. Just so I can actually make some 199 weapons even if they're only 3-star. Because I could really use the upgrade when I do AFK Chronopolis. And I think that's a little bit higher priority since I keep doing it almost every day for at least like an hour. And right now our DPS is really low. Oh, I forgot to do Big Sheen. I'll go do that before I do Scrapyard. Whole reason for routing this is to go Big Sheen turn in here. What is this? Everything but oyster? Yeah, everything but oyster. Alright, now we just gotta go do the oyster. And we'll be good to go. He's got all the hats? Nice, huge congrats. Yeah, we did it without trading, and it took us 63 hats before we got them all. But now we finally have 2 full sets. That yellow Christmas tree we just got. As the yellow Christmas tree was the one that took us 63. Took forever and a half. But honestly, doing cooking contracts has really grown on me. Originally, I loved them. Then they were like, too much effort to bother with. But now I'm back in the love them phase. I actually really love everything you have to do for these cooking contracts. It's a really nice change of pace. It's like a combination of grocery shopping plus cooking plus merchant. But the merchant locations are always different, so you have to really figure out how you want to route it. But you also have to be careful because it's not 6 items every time, it's a different number of items every time. So you also need to make sure you don't over-encumber your inventory. There's quite a bit of interesting nuance to it. Even more so than merchant. It's like a mini merchant run, but slightly more convoluted. The pathing is normally simpler, but the inventory management is harder. Alright, I don't think I bother with these two. These cost a lot without forging. I don't even think they make a profit at this current level range with that many. And while 4,000 XP sounds enticing, I don't think it's worth it. So I'm probably just going to wait out this timer. Alright, let me go buy everything I need for the other 2, I guess, real quick. I need 1 oyster and 5 more eel. The only problem with this is we might get a task that says, like, more than that. I guess technically I could pre-buy, but I don't know. I always like buying exactly to order. So let me go rebuy, or buy the ingredients real quick, and then we'll figure it out. Hey, Unbi. Are they like rank 2 or something? Unbi's just chilling in town square right now. There's so much XP waste. I guess he's not trying for rank 1 anymore. He's literally just standing there in town square doing nothing. He's given up. He's finally quit. Look at all that XP waste. That's like a solid like minute of XP waste if he's just standing there still. Let's see, is he still there? Is there still an Unbi here? Let's see. Oh, look at how inefficient that is. Oh no, has he given up? He's rank 2 right now. He's taking his minute break. His once a day minute break. He's getting all his sleep in right now. He's power napping. Let's see. Alright, what are we doing? 5 gel. And I already have the lemon because I accidentally overbought them. I love how this has basically become a trading square. That's so funny. Who needs Varrock West Bank or Fowler Park when you got Stone Street? Alright, let's see what is on our task board. Should almost be time. Alright, 1 minute left. Good border break time. Ooh, good little stretch as well. Oi, get the stretching. I didn't go for a walk this morning, so I'm gonna be so sore in like 6 hours from now. Anytime I don't, I get so sore from just sitting here for so long. Because we go for like 11, 12 hours straight. I always try to in the morning. I just didn't have time today. Good old hydration break. I wonder if Unbi will still be there when I go back. Because that's a lot of XP waste right there. So, hello, Alfred. Welcome, welcome. I know it doesn't matter, but you know, if he is trying for rank 1, that's like a absurd amount of XP waste. Yeah, what's his total right now? Gosh, it's crazy. 2393. Alright, honestly, I almost want to not take the sausage and mash. Especially when they're for like a lower turn in like this. I think I'm just gonna take jellied eels in the Melv. Unfortunately, I do need to go buy eels, which is huge XP waste, but I don't know, I like buying the order. Something about it's just more satisfying. Instead of just stocking up like 100, I just buy to order. I know it's inefficient, but it feels better to me. Up, he's left. He has stopped his 1 minute of XP waste. He's back on the grind. Must have been a bathroom break or something. He's officially back at grinding 1 billion levels. That was a solid minute of wasted time, though. Let's see. Where are we going? Eels. Did I already? The only problem is I'm not sure which one I bought, but I guess it doesn't matter because they're both the same order. I was like, wait, which one is the one I need? But wait, they're both the same, so it doesn't matter. Do we know what the update was? No. It was actually so short that we got back in immediately. I assume it was a very small bug fix or something. But yeah, I haven't seen what the update was. Alright, let's go grab our 5 of these. And then the only other thing I need to go buy is vegetable stew? Or did I already buy that earlier? I'm pretty sure I didn't. Or did I? I don't know. Having extra of these isn't really that big a deal, though. Alright, that should be everything. Alright, let's go do this run. We gotta do a north wall, south wall run. Starting with Melv. Actually, I could start with Lance. Wait, what's this guy? Oh, no, not Lance. Yeah, I do Melv, then Enchantress, then north, south wall. Technically, a fear potion would be really beneficial here because I have to go through 2 rooms that are like that. Oh, I already got the stew supply. Oh, no, I didn't. Never mind. Alright, let me just grab everything. I think we could fit everything here. Grab one of you, grab one of you, grab all of you. Never mind, I won't be able to fit everything. Alright, let's just condense everything we can to condense and then go from there. Because after we condense everything, I think we're good to go. Hey, what's our cooking level at right now? We're gonna get to almost 84, not quite though. Is there anything cool we get next? At 84, we get an AFK activity. 86, we get the annoying leak. Though we might be able to farm those soon through Gatherer. So we might have a lot of free leaks going forward. Because that might be one I actually do because I actually kind of need it. It would save a lot of money in the long term. And then I can just mass sell the rest whenever I need to. whenever I do a restock run, I could do a restock sell, kind of like what I was doing with alchemy, where I basically do a restock sell run, where I restock whatever's important but sell whatever's junk. So you get one inventory of useful stuff, but then bring back one inventory of stuff to sell. So any spear leaks are actually worth it. It's the only thing that's not bones that I'm considering doing when we go to chapter 2, is stocking up on all the leaks that we get at the higher level range, because we could just buy sell whenever we sell them. If I don't end up needing them, I could just buy sell them while doing cooking. And basically what I mean by that is we buy whatever ingredients we need, but then we come back here, and then when we store it, we go get a full inventory of what we want to sell and keep doing it that way. Like, let's say I wanted to do AFK, like, I don't know, like a few hundred stews. I would go buy all the stew ingredients, go to here, go get a full inventory of leek, and then sell him the leeks, then buy stew when we go do the leeks, and so on and so forth. You could do the same thing with alchemy. If there's, like, an ingredient you don't need anymore, that's just, like, dead that you don't want to make potions for. Obviously, once player-to-player trading comes out, you could also trade it that way. But in the current state of the game, that's the only way that you can kind of do it. Hello. Like, I keep saying the same hello. I need more hellos. This is like my go-to hello. I need more variants. It's losing impact. Using the same one every time. How else do you say hello, though? There's only so many ways you can say hello. I guess hello smiley face. I feel like hello smiley face implies different things, though. Especially hello winky face. Hey, hey, hey. Hello, hello. Alright, let's go finish these contracts. What is this, a 4 turn-in? Wait, is this everything? This doesn't feel like it's everything, but I think it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, it's a really small shipment. There's a 4-person turn-in, it's barely even half the inventory. I almost want to do a fear potion for this, but buying a fear potion is like 2 silver, which is super not worth it. The only problem is I'm not sure if I turn this in time without a fear potion. But hopefully we get lucky. Use item on. He wanted veggie stew. Next is going to be the enchantress with the jellies. And then, which one is more XP in case I can't get them both in? They're both about the same. Looks like south is slightly more, but I'm going to be more tilted towards the north because of where I'm turning in. Oh, no, I'm going to be more south, actually, because of Enchantress. So go south to north. It's also a slightly higher turn-in. Not by much, but hey, 1 XP is 1 XP. Let's see. Alright, south wanted jellied. The other one wanted the other thing. Alright, let's see. We have plenty of time. The problem is, do we grab double aggro? Because with double aggro, this might not work. We're gonna pull 1 aggro. The second aggro is the one I mostly want to avoid, though, if I can. No, 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 what are you doing? Gosh, I hate that auto-retaliate thing that they added. They still haven't added an auto-retaliate off button. He moved on his own without me telling him to do anything. Oh, we got a Santa hat from that green one. Alright, I mean, these should last long enough. The problem is this next room. Alright, please no goblins up here. Alright, so far so good. As long as we can get up there, I believe they drop all their aggro. Alright, we got it. Nice. Sometimes there's a goblin up there. But that is completion. With 1 potion. Nice. Alright, there we go. Easy as that. Alright, let's go get our potions. Let's go back to mining. Or not mining, but, you know, back to the mines. Mines of Batubin time. We got our ever so occasional cooking run in. But as long as we do that and get a level a day, we will eventually have 200. This is going to take like 3 months. But about 3 months from now, we will have 200 cooking without ever really doing much cooking. Like pretty much cooking bounty only. Might take a while, but we will get there. It's better than manually training it. Alright, let me go get our mining potions. Gosh, we still have so many. These are still the ones I made initially, too. I even accidentally despawned like 50 of them at one point, and we still haven't ran out yet. Alright, what am I doing? We're going back to... Well, actually, what are we doing? I ran out of stone. Oh, maybe I'm not going back to mines of bitumen. What are we doing? I guess maybe do some iron? So I'm going to need it for the higher range. Let's see. There, I had an extra hello. I gave him a double hello. I'm out of here, though. Alright, I'm out. I'm not sure what I'm doing, though. I'm not sure why. I'm feeling like a mining mood. But, I don't know. What do we need for smithing right now? What is the highest level ore I can currently process? And do we want to process it? Because I don't think I ever actually finished them yesterday. I started them, but didn't finish them. And I only did my stones off stream. I didn't actually finish my ore. I just want to see what my highest tier ore is right now. If I was to hypothetically go process every single one in that pile. That might not be hypothetical, though. Yeah, there's only 70 left. I might as well finish them. We were doing this while we were getting blue party hats yesterday. Or blue hats. Alright, do this. Throw this into smithing. Put that into smithing. But yeah, the biggest issue with our smithing level right now is I believe we need like 170 something in order to use our next thing. But it's like 179, 178. I need 178 before I could trade smithing again. After these like 70 that I have right now. The problem with that is that number does not say 178. It says 172.5. And after this next knowledge, it'll say 173. And it's still 5 levels off with no way to train it other than knowledge. Which means it's time to do anything but smithing to go train smithing. And honestly, I'm leaning towards mining iron. Because I kind of want to do some post 200 mining. This is a skill I do want to get up. And actually, you know what we could do as a goal? How many mining levels would I have to do to get leaderboard? If I was to hypothetically mine until we had leaderboard. Hypothetically. Never mind. No, that's not happening. Why is everyone getting mining so high? Never mind, that's not happening. I was thinking like a 204, 205. Why is the 20th player mining 223? Wow, we got some really heavy miners over here. Oh, Rita Orr is starting to catch up with Jester as well. Ooh. We've seen him many times doing his mining grinds. He's dropping all the ore, though. He's not banking any of it. Or banking very minimal of it. I'm not sure how you could possibly do that. Even if you're going for XP, that feels like such a waste. Just throwing the ore on the ground. Like, I understand low tier ore. Like, all the ore maybe like before, like, 180 or something. Or 150. But I don't know. Tier 5 ore and better. Really solid. Like, tier 5, tier 6, even tier 4. Or particularly tier 5 and 6. But 4, 5, and 6. Like, anything of tier 4 and above just seems so worth keeping. Not sure how you could just keep scrapping them like that. Yeah, we're not here for this many ore, luckily. Though we might have slightly more to do later. But for now, I just want to do all of our highest tier 1, which is like, what, 20 left? Yeah, 27. Yep, two more inventories. Oh, I'm going to have to drop the potion. Alright, let me drink one now. And then we'll drop the potion. Gonna have to do it just for one inventory because I have exactly 24 left and I gotta do them all. And of course this will put on smithing, which will bring us to 173, but 173 is still 5 levels short of what we need to be able to do smithing again. Is the game dead yet? No. Not at all. It's barely even started. Technically it hasn't even launched yet. But he also confirmed in an AMA recently that regardless of the player base, he will keep developing the game. So, yeah, the game's never gonna die. The player base number might be smaller than some people might want it. But, he pretty much said he's gonna keep developing it, regardless of player number. But no, the game's not dead. Nor will it die. As long as the community around it is still supporting it, and Andrew Gower is still supporting it, it will never die. It'll look dead to some people who care about, like, really big player number. Because the number might say, like, a few thousand. But, no, it is not dead. And he has no intention of stopping anytime soon. And we will be here for all of it. It'll just be you and Acid trading weapons for potions? Honestly, I'm going to be trading, like, weapons for, like, everything. It's one of the reasons I want to get my alt accounts AFK to, 4-star crafting is we're going to be able to make a 4-star of anything in the game. One of the reasons I want to get to 199 is if anyone wanted to trade anything for anything, I will have the ability to make a 4-star for all 3 classes. This requires you to utilize all 3 of your accounts, because otherwise you can only ever make it for your current class. Like, I, on this account, can only ever make a Cryo Knight 4-star. But once I get my other 2 accounts, the Lost and Found, I will have the levels and the accounts to go and make any 4-star in the entire game. So, for example, if a Guardian needs like a specific 4-star 199, or ideally a Hammer Mage, because it's way easier to do than a Guardian. But if they need like a specific 199, I'll be able to make it. Normally, you'd only be able to do it for Cryo Knight because we're a Cryo Knight. But as long as I get the other 2 accounts AFK to Lost and Found, they'll be able to do it as well. Like, one thing I did last night on one of them was get 20 smithing so they could start AFK and smithing as well. Currently, I have them both doing the 29 mining, which you don't need for Lost and Found, but you do need it for the other quests, so I figured why not. But then after they AFK to 29 mining, I'm going to be AFKing them all the way to 60 smithing, which will be a bit of annoyance, but it'll take a while. Technically 58. And then after that, I'm going to have them AFK, you know, the Bone Ray and the Stonemason, so on and so forth, until they have everything for Lost and Found. It's going to take them like almost a month and a half. So trading will probably be out by then. But I don't know. I don't think we'll need like it immediately. But we will have the ability to do so in about like 2 months from now. Unless I power grind them. But at current AFK rates, it'll be like 2 months. And I'll be able to make 4-star on anything. But for now, we'll just be able to do Cryo Knight 4-star at 199. And of course, I can still trade over the material to someone who needs it, of course. Like if we had everything we needed, but you know, they were a Guardian, we could just trade them the 3 items and they could fuse it themselves. We technically don't need to make it pre-made. Pre-made just makes it more convenient. But, you know, any Guardian that has, let's say, you know, Lost and Found completed, we could just trade them the 3 components and then, you know, they could go craft it themselves. Or, you know, fuse it themselves. The only thing that the alts having that done would do is make it so they can just pre-make it. Because I can't pre-make a 4-star of a Guardian or a Hammer Mage. They'd either have to do it themselves or buy from someone who has Lost and Found completed. Who's also a Hammer Mage or a Guardian. But that's the main thing we'll be using those alts for, at least in the short term, other than special attack weapons, to see what they do. And in the long term, we'll probably be using them for PvP, bossing, and stuff like that, if there's enough disparity between the classes to be interesting enough to try it with all of them. Because right now, obviously, they're all pretty samey, but that won't be the case, like, in the long term. Just right now, they kind of seem pretty samey. Hello, Danielle! Welcome, welcome! You can't wait to see what kind of other transmogs they add. Oh, yeah, we already got all the hats, but they're going to be adding it for every slot in the game as well. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they're going to do for Easter transmogs, or even just non-holiday related transmogs. Because obviously they're not all going to be holiday related. Like initially they will be, because that's just what's around the corner. Like, you know, Christmas now and then Easter in like, you know, a few months from now. But there likely will be transmogs for a lot of things going down the line. I would love to see it for the capes and everything. Was the AMA any good? Yeah, we got quite a bit of information from it. Actually, I've been meaning to reread the summary as well. There was like a summary thing that someone actually posted on Steam. So I might actually go over that, because I haven't actually read the summary that someone else typed up. And I'm not sure how good or bad the summary is, but I don't know. Do you guys want me to go read the summary of someone else typing up? They had like a 30 bullet point of some of the summaries from it. Obviously, we read it ourselves and read most of the things on Reddit when we were going over it earlier in the stream. But someone made like a really nice summary, or I assume it's really nice. I haven't actually read it yet. But they made a summary on Steam, so I might just go read that all for anyone who wasn't here earlier in a little bit. The only problem is I can't do that while doing mining, so I'd have to go find an AFK activity real quick. Which I guess I could do that here. You know what? Yeah, let's go do it real quick, I guess. Oh, no, I'd rather do it in, what's it called? Oh, no. Should we go do it? If I do, I need to go all the way over to Chronopolis so I can get better AFK. It's going to take at least a few minutes to go read it. Unless we just want to stand around. I guess we could just stand around. Don't always have to be doing something. I just feel the habit every single time of always doing something, though. Good old EXP waste. Yeah, I was really hoping for profession outfits as well. I was mentioning that the other day. I don't think anything in the AMA mentioned anything about it, but I would love to see it. Profession outfit transmogs. Locked behind some kind of goal within the skill, or even just a level requirement. But I would love if it was like more like a goal. Like imagine if the cooking one was locked behind doing 1,000 cooking contracts. Or something like that. Something like it is a goal within the skill. They are probably going to do anyways, but you know, it's like a milestone to kind of do. What it'd be for every skill, I have no clue, but you know, something along those lines. But I can go read off the summary thing real quick. You know what? I'm going to. I want to do this just for anyone who wasn't here earlier. Also because I'm curious if he might have picked up on some points that I didn't actually read myself already. So let me go AFK Chronopolis combat real quick. And then I'm going to read this off. Also show it on screen this time around instead of last time where I just had it in the side tab. Because this one's on Steam, so it's a lot easier to show compared to the other one that was on Reddit, which is a lot harder to show without having Reddit credentials. Because I don't have a Reddit account currently. Let's see. Plus this browser auto defaults you to no account anyways. Anyways, what's the easiest way of doing this? Minimize this, open discussions. Yeah, there it is, the AMA. Alright, so someone wrote up a summary. I'm not sure how good or bad it is, but we're just going to read the whole thing real quick. For anyone who wasn't here earlier when we were doing the other AMA summary. So, let's go over his 30 bullet points that he summarized. Keep in mind, this might not be everything, but hopefully this is most things. So, combat system overhaul. A new system is being designed to eliminate the need for separate combat professions per episode. The update aims to cater to different playstyles, more AFK, less AFK, or the current systems depending on monster and episodes. PvP will feature a league system, allowing enjoyment at any combat level with end-game content for higher leagues. Okay, so I actually didn't see this one, but this is something we were talking about, that you'd be able to go in at any combat level. We were talking about that the other day because they wouldn't want to make PvP people have to grind to, like, you know, 200 or 500 or anything like that every single time. So that makes a lot of sense. I didn't actually see this when I was going over the thing earlier. But yeah, we were already kind of mentioning this because they have to make it equalized so anyone can partake. It just seems like the higher leagues will probably require higher gear then. Interesting. Development challenges. The biggest hurdle is prioritizing a large number of ideas and improvements for the game. Development is planned to continue for many years, with the game being continuously refined and expanded. Transmogs. Additional transmogs are confirmed and will be expanded in the future. Chat systems. Developers are considering chat systems that let players communicate across different instances of the same room. Plans include adding profession-based chat channels, such as woodcutting channel, or better community interaction. Co-op and skilling events. More co-op leveling methods and events are planned. Through large-scale events are... well, I'm reading this really incorrectly. More co-op leveling methods and events are planned, although large-scale events are limited by small team size. Events are expected to remain relatively small, like the Christmas event, because they want to prioritize... They didn't mention it here, but they want to prioritize long-term content rather than short-term content. They don't want to prioritize like a small little event that's just going to happen and then be gone after a month. They want to obviously prioritize things that will be staying for forever. So they're trying to avoid going too heavy on, you know, things that will be temporary and focus more on things that will be permanent to the game. Mobile version. A mobile version is planned for after early access when updates become less frequent. This avoids delays caused by a lengthy platform approval process. Trading and noted items. Noted items are not planned. However, player-to-player trading will be directly from bank to bank in the marketplace area being developed. So this we kind of already mentioned, that noted items will never come, and it's just going to be bank-to-bank trading, which eliminates the need for ever having it. As that was always a band-aid fix in his other game that was just never fixed. But now that he could easily code better, and he's going to. Just have bank-to-bank trading rather than needing like a billion banknotes and everything. But you'll simply just be able to trade. Like if I wanted to trade 2,000 iron ore to someone, I could simply just trade it from my iron ore stack and trade it directly to them from bank to bank. You wouldn't need to go and, you know, do 24/24 or anything like that. You wouldn't need to note them. You would simply just bank to bank trade your iron ore for their currency or whatever they're trading to you. Player housing. While not part of the builder profession, player housing could be considered in the future, but is not planned for now. The FenForge engine, a custom game engine, programming language, and IDA developed for faster multiplayer game development. The FenForge engine powers Brighter Shores, and a public release is planned eventually, but no time soon. Interconnected professions. Plans include more interconnection professions and content like raids, minigames, and repeatable bosses, which means most repeatable bosses will likely incorporate more than just combat. We always mention I kind of want like the carpentry to be incorporated when we go and do the chapter 2 boss, like, you know, when the one where you repair the draft, if that's ever made repeatable, other than making the fight harder, having it so you need planks so that you gain carpentry XP as well as consuming planks while fighting the boss, and you'll be able to get carpentry XP, scout XP, so on and so forth. But yeah, they will utilize multiple skills, so raids, minigames, and repeatable bosses. Most notably, repeatable bosses will utilize multiple skills, not just one. So that's huge. It's something I've been really wanting when they do start adding repeatable bosses. And they basically confirmed in the Reddit earlier, when we read the fuller post, that they 100% are going to be doing multiple skills. It's not going to be like only scout or only guard or something like that. You're likely to use multiple non-combat skills while fighting each boss as well, and probably leveling them to a decent degree. Leaderboards. Plan changes will accurately reflect player ranks. So they're finally fixing the most controversial thing with player leaderboards. I personally didn't care too much one way or another. However, obviously the endgame community really cared a lot about this, and they are repairing the leaderboard state so it'll actually show your real rank, even with anonymous players, by showing gaps where anonymous players would have been. So yeah, they're finally fixing this soon. How soon, we don't know. But soon we'll know our true rank on the leaderboard. And anyone who opted out or didn't opt in will simply just be invisible on the leaderboard. It'll just be like, you know, no one there. But you'll still show your accurate rank. Procedural content. Developers are exploring procedurally generated dungeons and multi-room towers to add variety and alternative ways to train skills. He's adding dungeon... Oh gosh, I didn't see this. He's adding Dungeoneering Part 2. So for any of you that don't know, Dungeoneering, I believe it came out in what, 2010, 2011? And 2010. And it was generally pointed at as like the last thing Andrew Gower had like any influence on in the original RuneScape. And yep, he's still going for it. Dungeoneering Part 2. Hopefully he does a bit better this time. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yep, Dungeoneering Part 2, except not a combat skill. It'll be just an activity. Kind of like how Corrupted Gauntlet is in Old School, which we did some the other week when we were doing that. But, you know, like when we did Corrupted or Echo Humlift, it's kind of like that, where you like prep up for a battle and then do a battle at the end. Kind of like that, where you use a bunch of various skills, you go get a bunch of gear and everything, and then you go and fight. Maybe you bring your own gear and you just need resources, we don't really know. But I don't know, we'll find out when it happens. But yeah, they're adding Dungeoneering / Gauntlet / whatever you want to call it from RuneScape. They're adding it. They're doing it again. Hopefully better than last time, but they're doing it again, not as a skill, but as an activity. Kind of like how RuneScape ended up going about it, where they didn't release it as a separate skill, but added it as an activity kind of thing. But yeah, they're doing it again. But yeah, I would love to see his modern take on it. Dungeoneering I was kind of iffy on. I didn't hate it, I didn't love it, but I would love to see his modern take on it. And it not being a skill, but actually just being an activity is much better. Because in RuneScape, you just kind of ignore it if you don't want to do Gauntlet. Or you can do it if you want to. Like, it's not forced to because it's a skill. It's simply just a side activity that you can do or not do. Anyways, that seems like how it's going to be in Brighter Shores. It's just a side activity you could either do or not do. We're definitely going to do it. And hopefully it'll be good. But you're not required to do it because it's not like a skill you got to go get to level 500. It's simply just going to be an activity in the world. Anyways. Player moderation. No immediate plans for player moderation, but the chat filter system is actively monitoring for improvement. Oh yeah, that's something I didn't even think about. If they ever do add player mods, I'm going to see if I can get it. Because I already don't curse or anything like that. Yeah, but definitely love the help with that here and there. Not sure what exactly the full responsibilities we'd have, but I didn't even think about that. But yeah, they have no immediate plans for it, but I'm definitely going to try to sign up for it if they do end up having it. I can never get that in like normal RuneScape because we are like a no one in that game pretty much. But honestly, I don't know if they ever do add it. I'll go see if I can, because I would love to help with that. We're already kind of doing this to some degree. Though I don't really use the report system much, but you know, we can start doing it once we actually are moderating everything. But anyways, endgame content. Raids and more repeatable high-level content are planned for future as part of endgame activities. Okay, kind of already mentioned that in a previous post, but most are just endgame content things. Of course, there's like none right now, other than if you count 490 foraging for monument, that gives you nothing as endgame content. Episode progression. Minigames and raids in the future. I'm loving minigames, please. I want to see his modern take on some minigames. And updates to existing ones will integrate skills from earlier episodes. Quests will remain region-specific to their professions and requirements. Blank space. Blank space is intentionally limited as a reward for future quests and content updates. AKA, for example, they already did this with the Branolf Inheritance. They end up doubling the amount of untuned space. So apparently future quests in each chapter will expand how much storage you'll have in each chapter. So there'll probably be like a Branolf Inheritance for every single chapter. Even another one for chapter 1 in the sense that it will like double your normal storage. Currently no chapter has this, only Untuned has it currently. However, eventually we'll have it for every single chapter most likely. Currently none exists other than Branolf though. But Branolf infects Untuned, not chapter 1. So we'll eventually have another one for chapter 1 and one for chapter 2, so on and so forth. That'll likely double your normal storage because you currently can't at the moment. Anyway, spells. Combat spells will be tied to weapons, allowing for more variety and unique weapon-based abilities. Which I assume is just special attacks, but I'm not sure exactly what that means. If it's actually going to be a separate spell system, or if he's just talking about special attacks there. Wasn't really clear in the Reddit post, nor is it really clear in that summary. But to me, it seemed like it was just referring to special attacks. But I don't know, we'll find out. Beyond that, PvP or public APIs. APIs for community tools are planned, but are a lower priority compared to new game content. PvP system. PvP will be a stake-based system. Oh, didn't I mention this earlier? instead of full inventory drops. Yeah, I was mentioning this was like 1 to 2 routes they would likely go down. So, okay. This I didn't see in the thing. Okay, this is interesting info. So it's going to be stake-based in the sense that it's like dual arena. Oh gosh, gambling. But it'll probably be like a static amount. It's not going to be like your entire bank. You won't be able to stake like 1 platinum versus 1 platinum or something, which is like 1,000 gold each. But it'll likely be just like an entry fee kind of thing, hopefully. If it is unlimited, oh gosh, the gambling, the sand casino. They're starting up the sand casino. No. Hopefully it's not unlimited. We don't need sand casino part 2. Old Taguachi had to completely nuke it a couple years ago because of gambling lawsuits. But anyways, PvP will use a stake-based system instead of full inventory drops, allowing players to control their risk. Oh no! Please put a cap on it. This better have a cap of like 10 gold at max. Oh no, they're starting up the sand casino again. PvP will be game-wide but opt-in. What does that mean? Requiring a stake to participate. Game-wide, but opt-in. Interesting. That's how it was in Classic, oddly enough. Before they added the Wilderness. Interesting. He went back to Classic route. This is how it was in Classic for the first year or two. Before the Wilderness was ever invented. Huh. That's interesting. Game-wide, but opt-in. That's interesting. Because that's how it was in, like, the first year of Classic, I'm pretty sure, before the Wilderness ever got added. Anyways. Quest expansion. More quests are planned to fill the level gaps with both high-budget showpiece quests and simpler ones for variety. Oh, are we going to get a Song of the Elves equivalent or something? Actually, what was his, the first Grandmaster quest he ever did? Actually came to Old School this summer. It was, While Gothic Sleeps. It was a pretty decent quest. The quest rewards brought in the iconic Dragon Claws, though in Old School they brought in different claws because Dragon Claws were already added to the game. But, yeah, that's interesting. So I wonder what his first, like, super high, like, showpiece quest would be. Because back in the day, it was in 2008, 7 years after launch, it was While Gothic Sleeps was, like, the big quest, like, the one. Like, the one you point to, like, this is a quest. But I wonder what he means by showpiece quest. Because when I think of that, I think of his 2008, While Gothic Sleeps quest. Is, like, the first one that would be, quote-unquote, a showpiece quest. Like, one of those mega ultra requirement quests that give you an insane reward at the end. But, I'm curious what he means by showpiece quests here. Because what I think of when he says that is While Gothic Sleeps. That was the first iteration he ever did of a quote-unquote showpiece quest. Unless he means something different by that. But While Gothic Sleep in 2008, 7 years after launch, was what I would consider his first showpiece quest. Anyways. What do we have? Cheat detection. The team is actively working on detecting and addressing bots and cheat utilities. Exploits providing significant advantages will be fixed, and repeat abuse will lead to penalties. Content updates. Some updates will be kept as surprises. Yep, they're still going to get shadow drops. While others will involve community feedback. Weekly updates with new content are planned for the future as the game grows. Future progression. Future episodes will include activities interconnected with early professions for better integration. Monument rewards. Rewards for the monument are planned with opportunities for the community to contribute creative ideas. Oh gosh. Well, should I start the 490 one now? Because the community is going to recommend like every broken thing ever. So I guess we got to start doing the 490 grind. Not yet, not yet. But, oh gosh. Why do you say that? They're going to suggest like every broken thing imaginable because the requirement's so high. Oh, time to start 494 sometime soon. Anyways, community features. In-game systems for bug reports and queries will be added gradually, though email support is currently sufficient. Art style. The game uses stylized hand-drawn textures painted digitally with graphics tablets. Subscription revenue. All subscription revenue is reinvested into the game with plans to hire more developers as the player base grows. Though he did say something really specific with this that he doesn't actually state here. That he actually doesn't want to take on anyone quite yet. Because regardless of player base size, he wants to keep supporting the game. And obviously if he hires someone at like 80,000 to 100,000 a year to help him with the game, that's going to be very expensive. So he doesn't mind like doing everything himself and just taking a little bit longer in order for the long-term growth of the game. So he doesn't mind doing it all himself to make sure that the game survives like pretty much forever, because he doesn't want to take on a cost that would be so substantial that he wouldn't be able to keep sustaining the game. So he might actually not hire anyone. Take slightly longer, but make sure that the game will sustain for like pretty much forever. Anyways, boss drops and crafting. Boss drops will be carefully designed to avoid making crafting professions obsolete. Crafting may enhance unique boss items. So yeah, he's basically saying crafting will still be useful. Even if you still get a drop from an enemy, you'll still be able to utilize crafting in some way to enhance it. They also talked about an entire enhancement system that they might be adding in the future, even separate from this one, though I don't think it actually mentions it anywhere here. Anyways, combat professions. A significant rework of combat professions is being designed, eliminating the need for separate professions per episode. And then community polling. Polls may be conducted occasionally on social platforms like X, formerly Twitter, but no dedicated system is planned for now. And that's basically everything that he summarized here, which, yeah, seems pretty good. A few points missing here and there, but obviously supposed to be a shorter summary. But, yeah, that's everything. Summarized twice now. Us doing it and him. That's a AMA summary then. 2 times over, for anyone that didn't see the first one when we did ourselves. Anyways, back to mining. The mines yearn for our return. We've been away for too long. Yeah, currently we're trying to get to 178 smithing so we can do smithing again. And right now I'm just trying to bank some iron, so when we get to 193 we already have 200 banked. Because I don't want to knowledge point that if I can help it. You're at 191 scout. What will they change? Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to do about it. Even more of a reason to not do any combat right now. Because they're going to rework the entire combat system. I'm not sure what it's going to do to already existing skills, though. Like, what's going to happen with that? So, we're definitely stopping with Mind Fighter, even though we did 10 levels yesterday. And we're definitely still not touching the first 2 like we haven't been. Just for the quest rewards and everything. But, yeah, they're doing something to rework it. We don't really know what. I don't know if they're just clicking the delete button and just rethinking the entire combat system or what. But, yeah, even more of a reason to not train combat right now. They just train everything that isn't combat. Because they might be nuking the whole system at some point. Not sure what's going to happen to all the levels and everything else. But they might be getting ready to hit the nuke button on combat, how it's currently designed. We don't know exactly detail-wise, but it could be anything. It's still early access, so you know. It's still not too late to hit the nuke button. Not sure how they would go about it, or if they would at least keep the ones that are already in the game. Up to Chapter 5, because we're going to have 5 combat skills by then. So maybe they'll still be kept, but, you know, be redesigned in a way, so that no future chapter needs it beyond Chapter 5. But I don't know, we'll find out. Because I assume that's what they're going to do. Is make it so Chapter 5 will be the last chapter that has a combat skill. But then incorporate it in some way where, you know, you're not going to need to worry about that Chapter 6 onwards. But it's a good chance that Chapter 5 will have the final combat skill in the game. And they just rework how combat is currently done through some system. I don't know, find out. But they are considering the nuke button on combat. They're like one step away from clicking it. But there's a good chance the combat skill in Chapter 5 is the final combat skill to ever be added. Because every chapter, therefore, will likely not need one due to whatever they do to rework how combat works. There's a good chance all the 5 skills will still exist. But the way that combat is handled going forward would be drastically different. As well as from chapter to chapter. But I don't know, we'll have to see what they do with it. No real details was really given in the AMA. Other than they're considering the nuke button on combat. For a slightly different system. I don't think they would nuke the skills outright, though. Like, they would still keep the 5 skills, but they would, just kind of nuke how, like, they'd almost be non-combat skills in a sense. Like, almost like little Slayer skills per region. Rather than necessarily combat. Who knows? I don't know. We'll have to see and wait and see. But they are considering a really, really large revamp to how, combat is done. As far as how you level and everything. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. No real details were really given. Other than huge considerations of completely tweaking how it is currently functioning. Yeah, it could always be like a damage boost per type or something. Or damage resistance, or however they ever go about it. There's a lot of ways they could do it. You just kind of have to wait and see and just go from there. Because it could be any number of way. But yeah, they're bringing back the Sand Casino. I wonder how that's going to go down badly. There better be a stake limit. Because there wasn't in old school, and people were betting their entire houses at one point. Like, literally, like, 80 to 100,000 bets in old school RuneScape. Like, they literally had to nuke the Sand Casino because it was being used to gamble, like, literal houses worth of money. If it was to be real-world traded. So hopefully there's, like, a really hard cap on how it's done in this game. Like, hopefully the absolute max you can do is, like, 10 gold. And even that's pretty high. At least in the current economy. But he has to set a cap on it. It needs to be no number higher than 10 gold. These people were literally betting like thousands to tens of thousands of dollars per fight. If you were to real world the currency away. Which obviously everyone at the Sand Casino was doing. And they eventually had to nuke it due to gambling laws. In old school RuneScape. Because there's too much gambling complaints of people literally exchanging millions of dollars per day. In real world trading. But yeah, as long as he sets a cap of like 10 gold or lower, it should be fine. Like 10 gold is a fun amount, but not like anything. Like even if you were to real world trade 10 gold, that's worth like, what, not even $1 or something? So it's not really that big a deal. But people were literally like betting cars and houses worth of money in old school at one point before it got nuked. Great content to watch duels. Yes, who will lose their house today in this current duel? But yeah, there better be a hard cap on it. Hopefully he learned from the first time. I know he wasn't around when the Sand Casino was like literally a gambling cartel, but I assume he saw what happened and would not recreate the Sand Casino. As long as there's a hard cap on how much you can bet at a really low number, should be fine. Like, no one needs to be betting more than 10 gold. Anything beyond that is just ultra gambling. Rake, about that, they might be doing another alchemy skill in chapter 6. So, about that, they might still be doing that. Speaking of making alchemy into multiple skills, they haven't confirmed it, but there's a chance chapter 6 adds another alchemy skill. Because otherwise alchemy is going to get too bloated with content. It's not confirmed, though. But they can't just keep adding to alchemy forever. Like, if they have 20 chapters, alchemy can't support 20 chapters worth of content. They at some point have to divide it in some way. This isn't confirmed, but it's realistic. Otherwise, we're going to have an alchemy unlock like every level. At some point. Like, it'd be so concentrated with stuff, we'd eventually have like 2 unlocks per level or something. By like 20 or 30 chapters. They haven't confirmed that they are, but it will be the most bloated skill in the entire game if they don't split it at some point. It's one of the reasons why they keep splitting gathering and everything. That's why we were going to have 3 gathering skills by, like, chapter 5. Because if they only had 1, you'd have an unlock, like, every level. Oh, so we still haven't gained a mining level since 200, by the way. It's definitely slower. I don't mind it, though. You can definitely notice the slowness of it. Like, you visually see the meter not moving. Every time you get an ore. It's like, oh, I'm going to see my... Hey, Jester! He's the rank 1 miner. I wonder what he's doing right now. He's actually banking his stuff. That's interesting. Though he's probably doing granite right now. I saw him doing that the other day. He's still at basalt. I mean, not basalt. He's still at flint. I saw him doing flint like days ago, and he's still doing flint right now. Gosh, post 200 is slow. But I still saw him doing flint like 3-4 days ago. Back when we were doing our 200 mining grind. And he's still doing flint. Hey, we got a black Christmas hat. Gosh, post 200 mining is slow. We saw him doing that back before we got 200 mining. Like, what was it? 3, 4, 5 days ago? And he's still there doing the same exact rock. Based on where he's banking. Unless he's doing basalt flint, which that makes sense. Are you still getting hats? Oh, yeah, we were still getting hats. Yeah, we just got one, a black Santa. Yeah, we still get them, and there's just nothing I can do with them. Because all you can do is, like, one-to-one trade them, so I'm just kind of collecting them for big stack, I guess. There's nothing you can really do with them. Also, as far as that, I mentioned it earlier, but I believe his last stance on it is you will not be able to sell these when trading comes out, but you will be able to one-to-one trade them still after the fact. So even after the event, you'll still be able to one-to-one trade someone. Let's say someone got only, like, a Christmas tree and they want one of the other cooler ones. You can still one-to-one trade them and everything. But you're not going to be able to go and sell them to someone who doesn't have one. So if someone has 0 of these hats from not doing any during the event, they won't ever be able to get them. Which is, you know, not ideal, because of the whole FOMO thing. There's one thing I was hoping he would avoid with some things. But you're also not going to be able to sell them. Like, you're not going to be able to go to someone who hasn't played in, like, 2 years and go sell them a Santa hat or something. You could technically do that if with some of the better ones. Like, if someone wants a red Santa hat and didn't get it, but still had one of these other 20. You could technically sell a Santa hat in, like, years from now for some amount of gold. If you really wanted to. Or whatever one is really desired by someone. But beyond that, you won't be able to actually, like, sell them. Because the person would have had to have gotten at least one of these hats from the 2024 Christmas event. And if they got one, they likely got multiple. Because you get these things, like, multiple per hour. Like, regardless of what you're doing, you're getting at least 4 an hour. If not 5 to 6 an hour, depending on your method. But, like, you know, generally anyone who's going to have any amount is already going to have the ones they want. So, yeah, basically there's no trading with them. You can still one-to-one them down the line, though. But only with people who already have at least one. But you won't be able to trade them. Like, someone who has none of these will not be able to be traded for one. So it's a little bit of a weird system overall. Oh, no, it's in a weird in-between. I hate that he's doing, like, a whole FOMO thing. Where, like, you know, anyone who didn't get the event, you know, just doesn't get them. But, I'm kind of glad that they're not tradable. It's just kind of weird that they're, like, discontinued rares in a sense. Because after this event ends in sometime January, you'll never be able to get them again. But you also can't trade them or anything. Only one-to-one with people who have at least one of them. So, with me getting them all 20 on each of the accounts, that's still valid. I still want to go get 20 on both the other 2 accounts. One of each unique. Just in case I ever want to wear one of the hats on the other accounts, they're good to go. Particularly Red Santa. Gotta get them all in Red Santa. I was going to color coordinate them, though. So I'm probably going to do the elf hats. I do have a green one for my Guardian, but I don't have a yellow one yet for my Hammer Mage. I think they both have 4 hats right now to 20. Oh, I just realized we're at max thing. I should probably go drink. Go get our smithing XP. Alright, smith XP time. Boom. Might as well do it again. Boom. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Nice. At 178, we can finally do smithing again. Also, we don't have to be doing mining for it. The only reason I'm doing mining now, for any of you wondering, like, why on earth am I still mining post 200? From 193 to 200 smithing, I want to have enough iron banked to be able to do nothing but make iron bars all the way from 193 to 200. Most of this will be off stream, but the very last tail end of it, I do want to do on stream. Like, you know, when we finally get, like, 200, obviously. But, It's going to require a lot of iron ore. I'm not even sure the number, but I already need to mine thousands of these, so I figured I'd do some of it now. We're a little over 1,000 now. Not sure the exact number we'll need, but it's probably over 5,000, if not more. I don't plan to do all that now, right now, obviously. I'm not going to keep standing here until we mine 4,000 more iron. We'd be here for forever. I do want to do some of it now and just keep poking at it. I think we stop at 201. I just wanted to do some of it now. Really, this stream, I could do honestly anything. I might even do some leatherworker because one of my main goals for tomorrow, since we're streaming a little bit shorter for only 6 hours, is I want to try not to end tomorrow's stream without 20 gold. So that we have enough to buy a max rake. I'll probably even do it tomorrow too, buy the max rake. By max, I mean 25. But I want to buy a level 25 rake as well as, as well as have the upgrade for the thing. Because I think I only need like 18 point something, but you then need like 1.1 for the next rake upgrade. So I want to have all 20 just ready to go. And we only need 9 more gold at this point. So I might start up the money printer because I can currently run the money printer up until, let's see, I can run it up to 153 until it breaks. And then we gotta do merchant again to go fix the money printer. But we could do the 153. I'm not sure if we're gonna do all that right now, but 7.5 leatherworker levels, honestly, that's not too bad. Take a little bit of time, but it's not like that much time. Still post 200 skill, or pre 200 skill, I mean. It's not like it's like 200 something leatherworker. Yeah, this thing's really starting to print right now. It's over gold an hour. It's only gonna keep going up. Like right now, we're at like the low end of money making from that thing. It just keeps going up and up and up every single new hide. It's not like it stops at a certain point. It just keeps going. As long as we maintain our merchant to go with it. Because I don't plan to do any leatherworker without the merchant. I know it still profits at anything. But the amount of profits you're giving up by not having like a 70% discount is just so much. And since I'm not rushing to like rank 1 leatherworker or anything, I definitely want to always make sure our merchant stays up with our leatherworker. I do highly advise that. Unless you have some kind of really high leatherworker goal to go do armor or something else. I highly advise always keeping your merchant high enough that you always get the max leatherworker discount. There are only very few exceptions that you would bother ever doing leatherworker without merchant. The main ones being if you don't want to do post 200 merchant. And even then, you could try doing the AFK activity for it. Start AFKing merchant after 200. And then once you've AFK'd enough, you can then do leatherworker. It would take a little while, and it would have to eat up your AFK activity every single day. But it would allow you to train merchant without training merchant at a pretty good rate. For anyone who like just really hates doing post 200 merchant. I feel like I would still enjoy it by then. I want to get at least 205 for the 200 leatherworker. Beyond that, I'm not sure how much more I would train merchant though. Like we definitely would down the line, but it really depends how much we need leatherworker for armor. Like obviously a lot, but you know, we might have sources that might be able to buy from and stuff like that once trading comes up. So I'm not like too concerned about it. I'm also only really considering 200 armor right now. As fun as it sounds to be one of the first 500 armor makers, it sounds like it's sufferable to go train. Like that would easily be over a month-long project. I don't think I want to commit that much time to training armor maker. 200 seems fine. It'll cover most of what I need in the short term and mid-term. Especially with whatever combat rework they might do soon. Or maybe not soon, but at some point. You just got into the closed alpha for the upcoming Jagex survival game. Oh yeah, isn't that the thing that they end up doing? I almost forgot about that. Nice. I don't think I'm going to get into it though. Oh no, I'm not the biggest fan of survival games. But yeah, I have heard that they were working on something like that. I don't think I would bother playing it though. I'll probably look up some content about it when it launches and everything. But yeah, good luck, good luck. But yeah, even though I've played old school RuneScape, I don't think I would try their survival game. It's not really a genre I play for the most part. I still haven't even played Don't Starve or Don't Starve Together. Which if I was to play a survival game, I feel like would be the first one I would go for. If I was to try out the genre again. Any players with max carpentry level? Good question, Isabel. I know there's people working towards it because anytime I ever go to the woodcutting pit, there's at least like 2 to 3 level 200 plus woodcutters just max efficiency woodcutting there. Like every time I ever do woodcutting, there's always at least 2 people there. Then the occasional noob that keeps walking by because you need to go down that path to go do the quest. But good question. Has anyone actually hit it yet? I don't think they have. There's definitely people getting close. I don't think sap is number 1. I think a lot of people are hidden here. If I had to guess, the highest carpenter level is high 300 something. They're just hidden on the leaderboard right now. But yeah, if I had to guess, it's like 300 something as the rank 1. They are fixing leaderboard in the near future. Oh, Kale's actually all the way at 8th. Nice, Kale. Technically slightly lower because I know for sure there's at least like 2 people hidden there going for number 1. They're having a double hidden race. We don't know who's going to make it there first, but yeah, there are some people going for it. If I had to guess, it's high 300 or low 400s the highest in the game right now. The leaderboard's a bit misleading at the moment because I know for sure whoever's first place there is not actually first. There's at least like 3 people racing it that are probably all hidden. Because they're there literally like anytime. Like I can go there right now and I'm willing to make a bet one of them are there. Like if I go there right now, there's a 100% chance one of them is there. Should I go check? There's a 100% chance one of the people trying for max carpentry and or woodcutting is just doing the bramble suave. I kind of want to go check now. There's a storage rift right next to it, so I don't need to backtrack too far. Let me go check. Plus, we're about to 201 mining right now, so we're going to need a different activity anyways. Because I said I would do it to 201. Okay, let me go get like 3 more ore real quick. Because I said we'd switch up activity at 201. Yeah, we're about to hit 201. I'm not going to go do the suave right now, though. The bramble suave. But I will go check on them. There we go. Yeah, let's go check on the bramble suave people. All the max efficiency woodcutters who are literally living there as a full-time job. Who sit there for like 12 plus hours a day. Obviously, we're basically doing the same thing, just with more variety. Up there's sap. Let me guess. Up, he's heading to the suave tree. Wait, I gotta see this. We might see it in real time. The, oh no, he's currently on pine tree. Never mind. That's one of them, though. We found him. He's not at suave right now. He's currently on pine tree. But let me go check his route. I want to know what the pine tree efficiency route is. If anyone knows, it's this guy. I'm gonna follow him real quick. I'm gonna stalk this guy for a moment. I just want to see his efficient pine tree route. I'm not sure if he's dropping or just doing it for XP. Okay, he's doing those 2. Are these the best pine trees? Really? I guess there's not that many pine trees. And then do this one. Does he go back now to the first one? Would it have respawned by now? Because the next room has combat in it. So he's doing these 4. Oh no. Oh, he's going up. I see. Is there a lumber bank here? I don't think there is. Interesting. So I didn't even have that one discovered, really? Where are all the pine trees at? Wood cutting. There's no way this is the most efficient pine tree route. Are they really that separated from each other? Showing map. Interesting. I feel like with this many locations, it'd be a better route. Anyways, let me go check the suaves, people. Actually, let me go the other way. It's going to be less combat. Let me go check all the suaves. But yeah, we found Sap. Sap is this guy. I think he's the highest person who's not hidden on leaderboard right now. We saw him earlier. But yeah, Sap is this guy. If we go into woodcutter and click on top. Oh yeah, Nat. Oh, he's actually way lower woodcutter. Oh wow, Nat's about to become the first 500 woodcutter. But he's the highest carpenter though. Sap is the highest carpenter in the game. The guy who we just saw woodcutting. Because he's been doing woodcutting carpentry instead of just woodcutting. Because I believe he has a pretty similar level of both carpentry and woodcutting. Yeah, let's go see the suave people. We found Sap. Let's see if we can find another one. Hello, Tyrion. Welcome, welcome. Hey, we got a Christmas tree. A red one. Nice. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. Where am I going? Going down the wrong route. I forgot I got to go over here first. I just want to check on the suave guys. Apparently Sap is doing pine trees right now, though. So his level range is probably better than suave. Otherwise, he'd be doing the suave. Well, let's see. Do we see at least 2 people here on the Suave? Ah, we only got the 1. But there he is, 200 woodcutter. We got meaty buns over here. Let's see. Where is he on the leaderboard, though? I guess he's not doing carpentry. How's his woodcutting doing? Let's go see how meaty his buns are. Let's see. Oh, is he not opted in? Oh, no, he is. 238. Still really high. Yeah, I found one. Found them. So we found sap and meaty bones. But yeah, only meaty bones was at this place. But what if I reserver, though? Could just be that we're not in the server with them. Let's see. Can we find someone else here? Same server already. Let's see. Oh, I found Nat. Oh, I found the rank 1 woodcutter. Alright, we're out here. Yeah, I found him. Told you. Literally rank 1 woodcutter. I found him. Alright, what are we doing right now? I need to be doing anything but smithing to go get smithing up. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do right now. I think this might be a leatherworker angle, honestly. I think I was right with the other telly. I think it's leatherworker time. Hey, there he is. I found him. At the exact location where I thought he'd be. But he's going for rank 1 woodcutter on the Bramble Suave. Which would explain why the other guy was doing pine tree, because he probably needs it for carpentry. Because the other guy's focusing more on carpentry, not on woodcutting. Because Sap was focusing mostly on carpentry while doing woodcutting. Whereas Nat is just going for rank 1 500 woodcutting, I believe. Based on the fact that he's at 480 right now. And of course, he's doing the Bramble Suave. Not sure if it has a proper name, that area. It's called the Bramble Suave. Because the vines are called Bramble, and there's 1 Suave tree that you hit for 9 total. The reason you do it there is the Suave tree's on the ground, so you don't have to jump up and down. So you get a huge benefit of not having to go up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, let's start the money printer back up. Because by tomorrow, I want to have the rake. I don't care what we have to do by then, but we do not end tomorrow's stream without a level 25 rake in our possession. Which requires at least 18 gold. And we're currently at like 11. So it's time to start some of the money printer back up. Let me just double check what hide I'm on. I think I'm on the black cow or whatever it's called. Yeah, black cow. Just making sure. I'll keep the mining potion on us because I still need to go get smithing up. Because this is me training smithing right now. It doesn't look like it. But this is what peak smithing training looks like. Doing anything but smithing until we reach level 178. We're making 2 gold and silver, doing kelps by price of 7,480 times 288 at 161 forging. That's actually pretty good. Don't kelps take a while to go and harvest, though? Because you only do 6 and then you have to wait for the respawn. Because I assume that's not per hour, right? 24 in 5 minutes? So what is that per hour, then? Is that actually the per hour rate, then? No, because that'd be that times 12. Oh yeah, that would be about the per hour rate. Is it really that high? Interesting. Sounds really high. Though I guess by about that level leather maker we'd be making about almost the same. Because we're making 1 point something gold per hour right now. We're at 143 right now. Well, technically 145, but we're doing a 143 material. I'm not sure what our profit rate is at 180 though. Or, you know, like 160 or so. Regardless, I need leather worker for armor. Because I do plan to rush 200 armor when it comes out. Whereas I don't really need Gatherer much. Or Forager, I mean. Gather I do. Forager, I'm putting off Forager until they announce what the monument is. I don't want to do any forager grind beyond maybe like 50 if I do, until we know what the monument reward is. Also, I just realized when I auto-grouped earlier, I clicked he, so now I'm with him. I didn't mean to directly do it on him. I was doing it on someone. And the first one obviously didn't let me go to the ABC one. But yeah, we found him again. But this time we kind of found him instead of the other way around. I unintentionally got to his server when I was trying to find Nate earlier. Or Nat for the woodcutter guy. And we were checking the trees. And I told you we found him. That's where all the high-level woodcutters live. They live at the Bramble Swavi. It's actually really good knowledge per hour as well. It's within the top 5 highest knowledge per hour rates in the entire game. Doing 8 Bramble to 1 Swavi. The only reason why a lot of people don't do it is absurdly click intensive. As well as, who really needs woodcutting? Other than, like, Guardians or something. Because woodcutting without carpentry is useless in the current state of game. It's only synergy with carpentry that makes it good. Woodcutting on its own does nothing. Similar to how fishing on its own basically does nothing. It's only when combined with carpentry does it do anything. So if you have like 500 woodcutting but have like 100 carpentry, you can't really do much with that in the short term. Unless you plan on like trading off all the logs when trading comes out or something. But even then, how many carpenters are there to go use your logs? The highest carpenter in the game's at like 300 something. If even that. Like the highest carpenter can't even use the final tier of log at the moment. Like I'm pretty sure the highest carpenter can't even use tier 6 logs. At least currently anyways. To be honest, I do need to go try more money making methods in this game. My default whenever I think of I need to go make money is go do merchant into leatherworker. But there are options other than go do merchant into leatherworker. It's just my default whenever I think of, oh, I need money real quick. Okay, well, let's just do this. It's just so chill though. But yeah, I think I'm only going to do this until our next hide a little bit. I'm not going to do it all the way to our threshold though. I want to get to at least 147 so we can run some in a new hide. There's a level and 1/4 at this point. I don't plan to do this all the way to our limit. Tomorrow I plan to get it to that point. When we go and finish the grind. But for now I mostly just want to get to my new hide and do a couple of them. Bank a few, sell a few. Because I want to see what the profit margin is on it. So I can gauge tomorrow how long we're going to have to do it for before we make enough money. Because that's the main thing I want to know right now. Is if I just kept running the 147 hide once we get it, how long would we have to do it to bank 20 gold? But to be able to know that for sure with in-game numbers, without checking the wiki, because I want to see the in-game one, I'm going to have to go and do this grind right now. Which is the main reason I'm actually doing this grind right now. Because I want to check the, like exactly how long we'd have to do it tomorrow. That way I can gauge if we have enough time or need to do some slightly more today or something else. Because we're not ending tomorrow's stream without a level 25 rake, I assure you. And I need to end it by a certain time. So, whatever the difference is, I gotta make sure I grind today. Unless we can grind it all tomorrow, in which case we might. But, yeah, I need to get to 147 leatherworker before I know. That's my main goal right now. Get to 147 leatherworker, then we can see exactly how long it would take us to get to 20 gold. At least that would likely be our main method other than, you know, a few knick-knack stuff. Like some cooking contracts, a little bit of merchant, stuff like that. Actually, when is my next unlock on merchant? I know he's got one. What's the next one after 168? We need 175. Which means we'd have to do 7 merchant levels. I'm not doing that anytime soon. Well, I shouldn't say anytime soon, but, you know. I'm not doing that today or tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Maybe by this weekend. Yeah, it's 175, 180, 186, 189. Oh, that's a nice double right there. Because once we go from 180, we'd probably just go straight to 189 for the double. And then our last 2 upgrades are right next to each other as well at 200 and 205. So that 205 is a mile away, though. It looks really close, but that's post 200 leveling. That's when you get to the scary levels. But that is my end goal for merchant for the short term. 205 merchant. No time soon, but definitely in the next, like, before the end of this month, for sure. Actually, what is all of our goals by the end of this month? I would say the main ones are 205 merchant, 200 leatherworker, and then 200 all production in Mines of Matubin. The only exception to this is probably bone right. In that, I have no clue if we can actually get 200 bone right in that time. I hope we can, but I don't think we can. It's gonna be a little sketchy if we can. Apothecary is your profession. You need enough to open shop. I know, right? Yeah, some people are really going heavy on potion making. I do feel like that's one of the good angles to go down. There's a lot of different routes you can do if you're like prepping for trading or anything else. But yeah, going all down like the foraging into gatherer into like alchemy kind of route is pretty strong. The main ones that you would need to feed it fully would be forager, gatherer, mind fighter, and I guess technically a little bit of merchant. You could always skip those, I guess, if you don't want to bother with merchant. But those are all the ones that per chapter they give you like most of your foraging supplies or most of your alchemy supplies. Forager in chapter 1, gatherer in chapter 2, mind fighter in chapter 3, and merchant in chapter 4. And those in combination all feed back into alchemy. And the one for chapter 5 is going to be worm wrangler or whatever the hand touching worm is. I don't think we have an official date yet. I wonder if that was entered in the AMA. Does anyone know? Did the AMA ever announce what the worm wrangler skill is actually called? The worm touching, or the hand touching worm icon? Because I think to this day we still don't have an official name for it. I don't know, what does the wiki say? Let me go check. Has the wiki updated with it? Let me go check real quick. I highly doubt it. But I want to go see it. If I go to professions. Let's see, does it have an official name yet? Unknown Gathering. Nope. Still doesn't have an official name. Or the wiki hasn't been updated. Be a Worm Wrangler still doesn't have an official name yet. Oh, I've heard too many good names for that. I'm going to be so disappointed with whatever it's finally named. Because people have already mentioned so many good ones. That anything they could possibly name is probably going to be a disappointment compared to what everyone's been coming up with. Alright, there we go. We're almost there. Not counting that little sliver, we only got, what is that? 4 more levels to go on smithing. Until we can start training it properly again. That basically means about 12 more knowledge points or so, if we keep 5% boosting each one. Which isn't that many. I guess it depends what activity we're doing, but we'll definitely get that done this stream. Which means we can actually go back to normal smithing training at some point. The only problem is, I think once I hit 178, I only have like 180 banked at best. Because I didn't do too much of the green one, because I was trying to get some granite and everything while doing it. So, we're only going to be able to make a small dent towards it. We're not going to be able to make like a huge move on it. It's the only problem with a lot of our grinds. We don't really have something called a small grind anymore. We're starting to get to that point in the game. Though I do enjoy this. But, I don't know, I'm trying to think like viewing experience-wise what we could start doing a little bit more. Because otherwise it's going to be a lot of very long grinds of some things. Hey, a Christmas hat. Hey, yellow one. That was the one that we went so dry on earlier. I love those little dings whenever they happen. Those little jingles that come in. Just makes like a small little subtle jingle, but then it's like, oh, you got a hat. Obviously we have like more than we ever know what to do with. But hey, add to our collection. Christmas tree is still winning, by the way. I'm not sure why. It doesn't want to give me anything but Christmas trees. We have about like 15% more Christmas trees than any other hat. Despite it being the one that finished last. As it took us the yellow tree as the longest one to take. As far as completing. Took 63 drops before we got yellow tree. Despite having more Christmas tree drops than any other category. I don't know, what are you guys grinding these days? Are you guys still at the shorter grind area, or are you still taking on behemoth grinds? Like a casual, oh, let's go get like 200, level 200 something in a skill grind. Right, if you still had some of like the nice like early game ones. Where you don't have to invest like an entire week into one grind. I don't mind it though. We are starting to get to that point where like any grind I could possibly name is going to be like, oh, that's going to take about a week, isn't it? It's like a week-long project now. At least it's not like a month-long one, like doing 490 Monument. Alright, one more leather worker level and we can move on to our next leather, and then I can see what our profit margin is. You're pivoting into 200 Gatherer? Nice, I'm doing the same actually soon. That's the whole reason I need the 25 Rake. Starting Friday, we're pivoting into Gatherer Bone Rate. Because I need a way to get Bone Rate up quicker. And the only way I can think of is to get Bones, which would make sense. Getting Bones might be helpful for Bone Rate, the skill that has Bone in its name. So I figured I'd get some Bones, and then we can go deep fry them. I'm not sure if I'm doing anything beyond deep frying the bones, but we definitely got to at least deep fry the bones. Which is really annoying because of carpentry. Because we're at the level for bone rate where I can't, like, unless I train carpentry, I can't train bone rate properly. So there's a good chance we're going to just dunk bones. Kind of like I've only been doing the bars for smithing. I'm probably going to do a similar thing, but just really heavily hit the AFK activities at a certain point. I believe I have them maxed out currently. Yeah, we currently have the AFK activities maxed out. I'm doing the same thing for stonemason, but have done it none into smithing. Well, other than what was required for the quest, pretty much. But, yeah, I might need to eventually do the smithing. We'll see. But for right now, I'm only doing the AFK activities for stonemason and bone rate, and hoping to, like, manually train smithing up for the most part. That and/or knowledge. But once we get post 200, I might actually have to do the AFK methods, just because they're better ratio and everything. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But as it currently stands, the main goal is 200 all of them on them. 200 smithing, 200 stonemason, 200 bone rate. Technically 199, but you know, 200 looks way cleaner. Like if we're going 199, we might as well go for 200. And the reason for 199, I've explained this a couple times, but for any of you wondering, like, why 199? The rarity falls off a cliff at exactly 200 and onwards. Similar to if you did it in early game, how it, like, falls off at 20. Because anything at 19 or under, you get a way higher rarity chance on. The same thing happens, so you have the same all the way from 20 to 199. But the second you hit 200, it falls off a second rarity cliff. And this makes it so a lot of gear in mid-game is going to be 199s. Like the standard mid-game gear with how it's currently developed is 199 4-star. You're not going to be getting any better than that for a while. Even once trading comes out. Only once you get beyond that. But to go beyond that starts to like skyrocket in price. So the average player, including myself for quite a while, is probably just going to be in 199 4-star stuff. Because going any deeper than that is going to be very, very, very absurdly hard in the current state of the game. Going beyond a 199 4-star. It's still possible to, but it starts to get really luck-based and really costly. Like we're talking like multiple gold per piece of equipment. If you were to trade it, maybe even more than that. Like we're talking like equipment in like the double gold range of price. Once you start getting too much deeper than that. Hey, Mozzie, yes, is here as well. I think they're, what, top 10? They've still been holding top 10. And they've been doing some post 200s as well. Where are they at these days? There's Miles, yes. I think they might have some of the most, like, post 200 of anyone still, in, like, top 20. Yeah, they're doing Merchant Leatherworker. With full discount. Okay, so they're probably getting money for tools, I think is what they're doing. Looks like Miles ES is farming money for tools so they could do things. Like he did Forager. But he probably did that with like near max tools. Actually, he even told me what he had. He had a 25 trowel. And I think like a 12-10, I think, for the other two. So he didn't max all three, but he did go pretty deep. And I guess he's doing that for other skills now, like fishing and whatever else he might go for. Woodcutter. Yeah, it seems like he's doing Merchant Leatherworker to make the money, so he can buy the level 25 tool, which is actually exactly what we're doing right now, oddly enough. Just on a smaller scale than what they're doing right now. Because they're way higher level. But we're doing the exact same thing right now, just at a lower level range. Whereas they're doing it with like 200 something hide. We're doing it at a 143, soon to be 147. We're both doing the same thing right now. We're doing leatherworker to go fund a gatherer tool so we can go do the gathering skill. And then rinse and repeat. How much does it cost to max a tool? I'm not sure if there is a max yet. Basically 25 is considered max. I did go 30 on the pickaxe. But anything beyond like 25 or 30 starts to get absurdly expensive. So most people stop at 25. And you only go 30 if you really plan to go all out. You can keep going further than that. I don't think there is a cap currently. Someone went to like 51 or 52. Let's go check the enchanter shop. Let's see. But I thought there was initially, but apparently no. Let me go check. Because there's some guy in the game who just keeps maxing out their tool. And they're at level 51 right now or something, or 50. Maybe 50 is the cap right now. Because I feel like they would have gone higher by now. But maybe you can get a 50 tool? I have no clue. Maybe it keeps going and they haven't updated it yet. But look at how expensive this is. 118 gold. You know how much 118 gold is? I don't think I've had 118 gold total. If you count, if we got refunded for every cent we ever spent in this game, I don't even think we've gotten up to 118 gold total for everything. Like, that is absurdly expensive. To put it in perspective of how much that is for a level 50 tool, I'll show you the cost of my level 30 tool. Because I assure you, it is not a triple-digit number. Alright, let me go do the thing real quick. I see the thief. I'm not going to go take him, though. Let's see. But generally speaking, you should only ever get a tool to 25. 30 if you plan to, like, really grind it, like we did for mining. But beyond that, everything beyond that is just so expensive in the current economy of the game. You're not really going to be doing it. Unless you plan on, like, absolutely only doing one skill. Like, one skill all the way to 500. But even then. But yeah, for 25, it is only 17.8 gold. For 30, it is already 28.6. Like, what is that? Like a third increase in price just for 5 levels. And 5 levels is only 1% XP, by the way. Like, a 25 is 10%. And if you spent, like, 11 more gold, you only get 1% more XP. And then let's go to, like, 50. It is a triple-digit number. And you're only getting 5% more. For almost 100 more gold costs. It scales like crazy high. Like in the super long term, like you'll be able to do that, but in the short term you can't. When you talk about you. But yeah, 25ing bramble hatchet. Yep, I knew it. I told you. And then 25ing bone rake. Nice. I'm doing bone rake first. I don't think I'm going to be doing hatchet anytime soon. I'm going to be doing it the other way around, just because I want to try for 200 bone rate. Because I'm kind of ignoring woodcutting and carpentry for as long as possible. Because I don't care about their total level for rank. I'm just trying to do gatherer just so I can get some bones. Because short term, I just care about getting all these to 200. Even if it's less efficient than doing woodcutting carpentry first. It's not too big a deal. I will probably regret that way down the line, but yeah, I'm not doing carpentry. It's probably going to be the last 200 we get. Honestly, I will almost sooner do the 490 forging grind than doing the 200 carpentry grind in the current state of the game. I think that's actually a legitimate thing that might happen. I might actually do the tower before I do 200 carpentry. Just so I don't have to do 200 carpentry. Which is also why I'm not touching woodcutting, because unless I'm doing carpentry, woodcutting doesn't really help that much. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I will literally do the 490 tower before I do 200 carpentry. I would much rather. I know one grind is longer than the other, but one is better for my sanity. Plus, we'll get whatever the tower reward is. Oh yeah, we went over the AMA twice. We went over it by reading some stuff off the Reddit, and then we also went over it with someone else's summary. But yeah, we went over it twice earlier in the stream. I don't have timestamps for it, but we did go over it throughout the stream. I probably should timestamp it later. Brambles get good knowledge. Yeah, Brambles is like one of the top 5 knowledge methods in the game. I think it's over like I don't know the exact rate. Does anyone know? Or Miles, do you actually know the rate for it? Isn't it like 4 point something? I don't know the exact number because I never tracked it. It's like the 3rd best rate in the entire game, only behind Merchant and Forging. Because I can't think of anything higher than it, other than those two things. Did you miss in the AMA, the first endgame boss requires 200 carpentry? No. That's not going to be a thing. If they ever do bosses, I feel like they're going to be 6 stages. This hasn't been confirmed yet, and I'm not sure if the AMA confirmed it anywhere. But I feel like there won't be static bosses. I feel like they're going to be 6-tiered as well. There's nothing that confirms this one way or another, though. But I don't feel like he's just going to release a static boss. Mostly because of the barrier of entry. Like, imagine if you released a static boss in Chapter 1 that required 250 combat. Like, you know how long it would take to grind to that for the average person? Compared to if there was a 6-tiered version where you could fight the smallest one at, like, level 50 or something. These is going to be hard to balance bosses. Though maybe they're going to wait until after they rework the combat system. So maybe we'll see after that. Because at least in the current system, it's going to be weird. But he's even at 204 combat. What if they release like a, 300-something boss in like Chapter 4? Like, how are we going to kill it? It would still take so much more grind compared to where we're from. It'd make a lot more sense if it was tiered. So you could try it in early game, mid game, late game, ultra end game. Yeah, I'm still curious what they're going to do with the new combat system. They are going to basically be nuking the combat system, they said. Well, they didn't say those words, but they said that they said it without saying it. They're basically going to nuke the current combat system for something else. We'll probably still have the skills like guard, scout, mind fighter, watch person, shield breaker. But they are highly considering a very strong rework of how we know combat currently in Brighter Shores. As far as leveling it, how it works between chapters, everything else like that. What exactly the end result will be, we don't really know. But we know that there are some substantial changes that they're cooking up. We'll just have to see what they're serving. But yeah, a lot of the specific details we don't really know. Other than a combat nuke is somewhat planned. Or at least a drastic re-envisioning of the current state of combat. EOC too? Yeah, we're already getting evolution of combat. It's only a few months in, we're getting evolution of combat. Combat nuke? No, they're not literally nuking combat. They're just drastically considering a reconsider of how combat works in the game. Is this confirmed? Yes. They're drastically considering a reformation of how combat will work. What exactly this is not known, the details. But they are considering a huge reform to combat. The details are currently not known, though. They probably don't even know yet. Hey, red elf hat. They're probably going to make it harder to, or delete it from future stages, as you said, because you've been doing only combat, and you feel like it's really easy to level, and choose the higher level mobs to do it. Yeah. Combat's currently like some of the best XP rates in the game, with how it's currently structured. But yeah, they're likely going to keep the 5 that they already have. Like, guard, scout, mind fighter, watch person, and shield breaker. But beyond that, shield breaker might be the final combat skill that ever gets added. And they're going to reconsider how it's done for all future chapters, as well as however they rework combat in general between chapters that already exist. But I don't think they're going to destroy the ones that already are out. They kind of can't. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they're not beyond that. But I don't think they would delete any of the 5 that already are out. Or, 4, soon to be 5. But that 5th one of shield breakers might officially be the final one. At least in the way that we know it today. How exactly they go about it, we don't really know, though. But there's a good chance shield breaker will be the quote-unquote final combat skill in the game. At least as we currently know it. Because the newer system that they'll be developing will likely make it so you don't need it every chapter. Which means we'll be able to get like 4 to 5 skilling skills every single chapter then, which will be cool. Like the first chapter that adds 5 non-combat skills. Because it won't need it in order to function. Because we were talking about that, like having a chapter with like no combat at all. But with the new combat rework that they might consider, like however they rescale it, you'd still be able to have combat, but just not have, you know, a combat skill necessarily for the area. Where there's still combat, and you still, you know, works off of your combat level and everything. But it's not the same way that we know it today. Where you gotta start all the way from 0 or whatever it is. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. There's almost nothing we know about it. Other than they're considering huge reworks to it. Oh yeah, they're definitely not going to delete the combat skills. I don't think they would. That'd be weird if they did. Because some people have like 200 all, 500 in a given thing. Similar like that. Like, they're not going to like delete them. But they're going to be changing in some way that will, you know, affect all future chapters beyond 5. Potentially even the ones that already exist as well. You seem to think it's deleted in the future. You think they want it to not be the same 4 combats. And leveling is just fun the first time. With bear progression. Well, I don't think they're going to delete it. But they're just going to be reworking it so it's not as required. Like, there will eventually be a point if they do that where you're not going to just walk into an area and be killed by a level 0. You might still have to go through like a bunch of progression. But the whole concept of walking in an area and dying to a level 0 will probably be deleted at some point. Well, there'll probably still be a whole progression thing that you'll still have to go for. It might just not be called Scout or Mind Fighter or something. But I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. There's still a lot of ways that they can do it without just completely getting rid of everything. It just really comes down to how they're going to go about it. Because it could just be things that get tied to your character, for example. And you still get upgrades and everything else. It's just not tied to like, oh, you need like watch person level, whatever. It would just simply be something that gradually goes up that isn't necessarily like a skill. We're going to get a combat tree. No, I was kidding. Could you imagine? They had a combat tree to your character. I don't think they would do that. It sounds like the generic modern thing to do, though. I don't think they would go down that route. That would be funny. But I don't think they would do that. Gotta go upgrade our Brighter Shores combat tree. I highly doubt they would do that, but I don't know. It's not off the table. They didn't say they wouldn't do it, so they also didn't say they would do it. I don't think they would, though. Could you imagine, though? I don't mind games that do a combat tree. I just feel like really few games do it well. To such a degree, I can't even name one game off the top of my head. I don't know. What game has implemented a good combat tree? Like, there's a lot of average ones. But not a single one comes to my mind on like, oh, that was a good skill tree system. I guess maybe the Diablo games? I haven't played one in a very long time. Like, when I think of Diablo 2, I would think, yeah, that was a pretty good skill tree. But, or combat tree, whatever you call them. But as far as modern games, I can't think of any. I feel like Diablo 2 is the one that I think of when I think of one. But that's such an old game at this point. Also, I never played the remake, or played it in, like, any modern time. I haven't played the game in, like, 20 years. I never played the remake. Path of Exile? I never did play Path of Exile. How's Path of Exile's 2's combat tree? Didn't that just release recently or something? Or was it early access or whatever it was? Because didn't that just, like, literally just release? Oh, early access? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of combat in this game that can currently be really cheesed. Like stationary units or most boss units. Or anything that's a 2x2 or bigger. Path of Exile is just Diablo on steroids. I never did play Path of Exile 1 or 2. People have suggested over the years. I just never tried it. Do I ever stream on Twitch? No. We haven't streamed on Twitch in like 8 years. We only ever do YouTube. It's just something I almost never checked. How many people are streaming on Twitch right now? Kind of curious. Let's see. How do I even get there? Let's see. Let's see. We would be the second most viewed stream right now if we were on Twitch. Wow, we have more people viewing us than Patricio? Really? He's literally rank 1. That's weird. I guess people don't like endless grinds, but we're doing right now as well. He's probably hitting the grind walls like we are right now. But yeah, we would be the second most viewed stream on Twitch if we were on Twitch right now. Even above rank 1 in the game, somehow. Because Patricio, I think, has 13 right now, it looks like. And some guy called Philip PK has 42 right now. He's currently doing the mining smithing grind to post 200. I assume he's a Cryonite. But, yeah, we'd be the number 2 most viewed stream on Twitch right now. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I only ever do YouTube. That's interesting. Yeah, rank 1 is at, like, 13 views. I would expect that to be a way higher. It's kind of weird. Like, literal rank 1 in the entire game is at, like, about a dozen right now. And someone doing the mining smithing grinds in the most viewed right now. So they probably already had, like, a viewer base and everything already established, potentially. Oh, are they not talking? He was doing gaming music and goes hard. Oh, he doesn't actually talk, though. It's definitely a lot easier if you don't talk. I would almost prefer it in a way because I'm so introverted, but, you know, gotta do something. Also, it's fun chatting with you guys. But also, Twitch sucks. Honestly, I've never cared for Twitch. That's why I left after, like, a month of streaming there. And just did YouTube for the rest of the time. Like, the last 8 years. I've never been a big fan of Twitch, personally. They have improved a little bit in those 8 years, but barely. Like, feature-wise, they've definitely improved a lot more than YouTube. But there's still things, like, with the company and other things with it that's still kind of weird. A lot of really weird policies, too, as far as what you can and cannot do. They have gotten a little bit better over time, but are still really restrictive compared to YouTube. You don't get ads on YouTube, so you never watch Twitch. True. Yeah, Twitch is really bad for ads. Like, really, really, really bad. Like, literal, like, 1 minute unforceable, non-skippable ads. Like, right now on YouTube, I have it set to, like, the lowest setting. Like, I still have to keep them on, otherwise YouTube, like, deprioritizes you like crazy. But you can actually control, like, how many ads people see. Or if they have premium, hopefully they don't even see any. The only thing I wish YouTube had is I wish if someone subscribed to your channel, like, you know, through the monthly fee thing, like the $2 join that we have, I wish there was an option to make it so they don't see ads. Currently, you can't because they're a little money hungry. They want you to buy their premium so you don't see ads. Or there's no toggle that I could do that would make it so people who are members of the channel don't see ads, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would hit it immediately. But YouTube wants their premium money and or ad revenue money. It's only a slight downside with the YouTube system. But I wish they would change, but they want the extra money, so they're never going to. Because they want people to buy YouTube Premium for like $15 a month or whatever it is. You don't get why they want your tax code? Wait, what? Twitch does? That's weird. Oh, we finally moved to our next hide after this inventory. We're almost there. The main reason I'm doing this right now, for any of you wondering, I mentioned it earlier, but anyone just kind of getting around. I'm trying to get enough to buy a rake level 25 by tomorrow. And one thing I want to do right now is to get to 147 leatherworker. So I can see how much profit we're getting per inventory per hour when we go do the next tier of hide at 147 that we're about to hit. So I can gauge about how long it would take us to go get 20 gold tomorrow. Technically I need about 19, but I still want to have all 20 queued up just in case. This always looks like a cleaner number having 20 instead of only 19. But that's our goal for tomorrow. Or, you know, by tomorrow. Technically we can get it done today if all I did for the rest of the stream was leatherworker. But I want to do a little bit more variety than that. But technically hey, another yellow Christmas tree. What's our yellow Christmas tree luck? We completely 180'd. This was the one that took the longest, and now we got 4. So we're getting close to our first 3 set now. Only missing a couple here and there. That doesn't really matter how much we get of all of them now. It's nice to see them stack up just for the fun of it. We're gonna have so many hats by the end of it. We're gonna have like literal over 1,000 hats. So will a lot of people, obviously. You're also thinking that the reason they decided to give up on further combat plans is the same reason we talked about a few days ago when you asked how much would it take to get to 200 at your rate. Yeah. It's just, I think the biggest issue with the current combat in the game, with how it's structured, is just how long it will take to get to 200 all and 500 all. I think that's their biggest concern with how combat currently is. Because that is not quick to get like 200 all and 500 all combat. Like, it's quicker than other skills, but, you know, trying to do that for like 5 chapters, and even more in the future, that is quite the process. And you need to keep gearing for every single area due to how the attunement system works and stuff like that. It's a bit clunky right now. %, most streamers pay for a tax advisor. Oh yeah, I normally do when I do my taxes and everything. I kind of have to because you take money from so many different areas. And most people don't file their own taxes like that. Because all the money I make is pre-taxed. So like everything I get from like PayPal and like Patreon and, you know, YouTube, it's all like pre-tax money or pre-tax. Like the tax hasn't actually applied to it yet. Like if I make like, let's say like $1,000 in a month from like across everything, just across like all the things, that's not actually $1,000 because it hasn't been taxed yet. So it's actually less than whatever that number is. Because anything I'm getting is all pre-tax. But then you have to go and, you know, figure out all of it and get the post-tax value. And then to figure out how much they have to tax you, then you have to pay in. You know, it's a whole mess. Good old taxes. But, yeah, all the money I make is pre-tax. And it's coming in through, like, so many different sources. So it's really annoying. Good old tax season. Still got a couple months. Don't worry about that. Is it worth signing up to affiliate on Twitch? I'm not sure what their policies are these days. I know they used to have policies that you couldn't do any other platform. They also used to have a policy where all your content was like 24-hour locked. So if you wanted to make a YouTube video of it, you literally had to delay it by 24-hour. Otherwise, it was against their terms of service to post any Twitch clips onto your YouTube prior to 24 hours expiring. And there are quite a few other weird ones like that. But I'm not sure what their current policies are because I haven't really paid much attention to it. I know it used to be so annoying like 8 years ago. But yeah, I would say Twitch affiliate isn't really worth it. Unless you're pulling in at least, like, occasional triple digit. Or at least, like, solid double digit. Like, even the numbers I'm having right now is probably not even worth doing Twitch affiliate for. Like, the numbers we were getting at the beginning of Brighter Shores and everything, definitely. But Twitch affiliate doesn't pay that much. It pays even less than YouTube as well. The problem with YouTube is the requirement's quite a bit higher these days. I think you need like 1,000 subscribers is like the hardest one. I don't even think I've gained 1,000 subscribers during the entire duration since we've been doing Brighter Shores. Like, we gained close to that, but I don't think it's been 1,000. Like, I've already been monetized, so it doesn't matter to me because we already have it. But if you were like a fresh channel that just started when like Brighter Shores came out, I don't even think I would be monetized yet on YouTube. Like, everything we would have done would have been zero other than people like donating through like PayPal or something, which we get like 100% from pretty much, you know, other than the PayPal fee. But beyond that, we would have made like zero during that duration. And I think from PayPal I only made like 100-ish from a few really generous people. So I would have made 100 this entire month if I was a brand new channel. I would have made 100 for everything we've done for Brighter Shores up to this point. Just from the few people who tipped on PayPal. Because otherwise I would have made zero. Obviously we made more than that because we're already monetized and everything. But if we were a brand new YouTube channel, we would have made like $100 this month. Because the PayPal would have been the only one that would have came in. But obviously we also made ad revenue and everything else. The little join member things that people have been doing for $2 a month, stuff like that. But I think since Brighter Shores came out, I think we gained like 800 subscribers, somewhere around there. But you need 1,000 plus a few other requirements to get monetized on YouTube. Once you do, YouTube doesn't really have much restrictions when it comes to like what you can do and everything. Other than like the obvious ones. But you know what I mean. Like obviously no 18 plus content and stuff like that. I forgot this is a different setup. Yeah, you can actually tax write off a lot of things. Like, for example, the new computer I got this year, I can actually tax write off it. And a few other things like that. I probably don't utilize it nearly enough. But yeah, I got a new, like, $2,000 computer with everything else. Like, all the peripherals. And I can actually write it off as a tax write-off. Since it's related to the business we're literally using right now. So stuff like that that you normally wouldn't be able to. Same as if you're doing, like, any work from home. I think even remote jobs can do that too. Like if you can work from home for any kind of other job. I'm pretty sure you can still tax write off stuff like that as well. But I know you can for sure with streaming. The problem is I don't utilize it nearly enough. Like sometimes it's not worth it for a lot of smaller purchases. Like something that might be like $10 or $20 or something. It's just not worth getting the digital receipt and then going through all that mess and then, you know, trying to get just like a buck back, not even. It's a lot of effort for almost nothing. But for bigger purchases, it's definitely 100% worth it to tax write off it. There's a lot of smaller things I just don't bother with because how much paperwork and printing and everything else it would require. Just the hassle of it just wouldn't make it worth it. But for obviously for bigger things, especially things you already have physical receipts for, it's really good for. It's one of the reasons I want to buy it in person, that and I was concerned with the shipment and everything. But it was mostly for physical receipts. It's just way easier to tax write off compared to having to go get digital ones and everything. Like you still can through digital, it's just a lot more inconvenient. You just want to do it as a hobby. Yeah, it's a pretty fun hobby, for sure. I would say when it comes to Twitch, if you're trying to build on Twitch, I would probably just not get partnered for a while and just try to like disable ads. If they have something that has like a disable ad option, even on YouTube as well, because I think you can just full disable ads. I think there might be an option. I can't remember if you can if you're not monetized. Ironically, I think you might need to get monetized to be able to disable ads. Now that I think about it on YouTube, I can't remember how it is because I've been monetized pretty much since the day I started. Because for two reasons. One is when I basically started the channel, I already had 1,000 subs through just a few random videos I posted. But also, they didn't used to require the 1,000 sub thing either. But I know when it comes to like things like Twitch and stuff, you'd probably grow better if there wasn't any ads on your thing initially. Because you're already making no money from them, so you might as well just like disable them and everything if they let you. I said, hello, GoPro. Welcome, welcome. I'm not sure how their policies currently work with that, or even YouTube for that matter. These people are definitely more likely to stay around if there's no ads. It's like one of those necessary evils that you kind of have to have enabled when you do have ads, though, or, you know, when you are monetized. But prior to monetization, being able to disable and everything's really helpful. So if someone just randomly comes by to don't get bombarded by, like, you know, a like skippable ad or some other kind of ad. If there ever is an option for it. That's one of the advantages of not being monetized. Is you don't have to worry about it as much. I think they still try to force some ads. I forget how it works on either platform. Whenever you see someone go full-time streamer, they normally have like 300 plus. Yeah, that's about how much you would need to make like a good wage anywheres. It's probably the 300 plus area. Like, I've been doing it full-time, but not with, like, full-time numbers. Oh, so I just realized I bought the wrong hide again. I hate when I do that. Alright, let me go bank these, and then we'll go get the better white one again and sell it. But it really depends on how much you're trying to make. If you're just doing it as a hobby or just as, like, a side thing, it's not as big a deal. But yeah, basically, anyone who isn't pulling in triple-digit views perpetually, or at least 10,000 views per video, they are making less than minimum wage, pretty much, in their area. Unless you're getting 10K plus per YouTube video or 100 plus concurrent consistently an entire stream, you're making less than minimum wage. Unless you're getting like a ton of tips. But if you're doing it just off of ad revenue, basically, it'd be 10,000 per YouTube video plus, as well as 100 plus concurrent for consistently 100% of the stream. Anything less than that is less than a random minimum wage job in ad revenue. Though the inverse is also true, though, in that if you're someone who's getting 1,000 plus and 100,000 plus views per YouTube video, you basically have infinite money. If you're getting 100K plus every YouTube video, or have 1,000 plus concurrent, like forever, like you never stream unless you're like 1,000 plus, like you have infinite money. Like I'm not sure what they're doing with that much money, but you have like doctor money. Like if you had like a full-time doctor job, you were making like that much money or more. Like you were like loaded. AMA sounds like Andrew is going to take forever to make this game. I don't think so. Oh no, the AMA gave me a lot of confidence as far as the future of the game. A lot of stuff we kind of already knew or kind of like vaguely knew. Hey, a green party hat. I mean, Santa hat. But it mostly just clarified things that we kind of already knew the gist of. But now it's just been put into words like, oh yeah, he's actually doing it. He's going all the way. You're going to come back in 20 years? It's not going to take him that long, gosh. But yeah, launch should be by the summer or earlier. And as far as 1.0 launch. And, you know, he's going to keep developing content and such. But if you're looking for, like, a lot of content, then yeah. Something like a similar game like old school RuneScape might be better for the short term. But, you know, he's going to get there. Might take several months, but he's getting there. And so far, he's been doing a really, really great job on it, him and his team. Did I finally get the Christmas tree hat? Oh, yeah, we finally got past our dry streak. It took us 63. It took us 63 Christmas trees before we got a, but we finally got it. And we got 4 of them now. We actually have 2 of each as well. Almost 3 of each. But yeah, it took us 63 hats before we got our final one of the yellow Christmas tree. But it has been completed. Did I see the sailing blog on how it's going to be trained? You think Andrew would have done it better? I haven't actually looked at it yet. Did they actually post that old school RuneScape today? Because I haven't seen it yet. I know that's probably the most controversial thing in all of old school RuneScape right now, though. Probably. Like, what on earth they're going to do with sailing? It's been in development hell for like 3 years now. Because the community and the devs can't really agree on anything. It sounds horrible. I don't know. I would definitely give it a chance. It's just been in development hell for so long. I'm still curious if they're going to retract it or not. Because they've done many things that they've pulled that they then retracted in the future. But I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. I'm definitely curious what like the final product of sailing will look like at launch if they do actually launch it. Because once it's in the game, they can't undo it. Like, there's no, like, delete sailing button after it hits the game. Let me remember to do the right one here. There we go. Oh, we're about to hit 2 gold as well. I want to see what the profit margin is on this. What do we spend? Like 1.2 silver each? Let's even say 1.3. Let's go and lowball it. So we spent 1.3 each. So what do I have to minus from the final product? 1.3 times 23. I got to subtract about 30 from whatever it is. Technically it's 29.9. Let's just say 30. We're technically making slightly more than this, but we'll subtract 30 from it just to be generous. So whatever this number is, minus 30 times 10 is how much we're making per hour, roughly. I believe it's about a 6-minute cycle, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, whatever this number is, minus 30 times 10. Should be roughly how much we're making per hour if we were to sell all this. And I need a nose so we know the amount of time it'll take to make 8 more gold. We're not going to do that all right now. But I do want to finish it before the end of tomorrow's stream. Because tomorrow's stream will be going a little bit shorter just because I'm going to watch the Game Awards live. I'm not reacting to it or streaming or anything. I just want to watch it live while like eating dinner and everything else, just relaxing. And of course, I got a friend's birthday I got to go celebrate as well. So it's going to be close to like a 6-hour stream tomorrow. Because I want to stop before the Game Awards begins, even the pre-show. So I'll probably go from like noon to 6 or something. But within that time, I want to make sure that we do not end that stream without a rake. A level 25 rake. So when we do start on Friday, we'll be able to start Gatherer. Because currently we're actually at the bone as well. We're at the femur shard. Which is perfect time to go to a bone pivot. Because we're right at the bone already. Old School RuneScape looks like it was made in MS Paint. Well, it was made back in 2003. And the art style has pretty much remained the same. But yeah, did they make a blog post for it? I guess I could go look at it real quick. Since what we're doing in Brighter Shores is pretty, like, chill right now. I know not everyone's interested in that info, but chat seems to be talking about it a lot, so... I'm not against doing it real quick. Let's see, where's the OSOS? Did they make, like, a post thingy on it? So I don't need the AMA anymore. Actually, that was for the other thing when we were showing it. Where's the, that's the Easter thing. That was Dungeoneering, we were talking about it. Oh, let me go peek at it real quick. There's not block Brighter Shores, though. There we go. There's the Brighter Shores. With our faded guy doing his thing. Which he's almost ready. Let me go on this next one. I just want to check this real quick. Let's see. Not Brighter Shores related, but it is the most equivalent game to Brighter Shores. OSRS. Let's see. Did they make a blog post on it? I assume so. Yeah, allow cookies. Why not, I guess. Alright, how bad is sailing? Oh, they did a Christmas event. I didn't realize. The Christmas event started the same day as a Brighter Shores Christmas event. I didn't even notice because Brighter Shores Christmas event was all I did that day. But I'll do that at some point, not in a rush. Let's see. Behind the scenes part. Well, gosh, it's 2 parts. How much did they add? I'm not going to react to the video thing. I just kind of want to see the little text thing. Hoy there, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I should watch the video thing. I don't know. I always hate doing that, though. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Sailing as a sail, sea chartering, skill framework, teen well, blah, blah, blah. So they're incorporating thieving, skill framework, the sail, the thing, the other thing. One thing I do want to go check. I'm not going to react to this video. I want to see the comment section of this video. We're not going to watch the 11-minute video. I just want to see the comment section. Just the comment section. How far is the comment? Gosh, why you like this? Why YouTube? Why? I just want to reach the comment section. Why do I have to make it to step? There we go. Quest to repair Lady Lumbridge. Really hope you had the ability, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't seem that negative. This update seems as good a time as any to give a free bank size increase. Can't wait. This doesn't sound that negative to me. I can't wait for sailing on Iron Man. We're getting sailing before GTA 5, 6, 7. I hope we get more bank. I want to train Slayer on the open seas. That'll be good for level 3 skillers if it works off of scaling more so. Let me go sell these. Alright, let me go see my profit margin. I don't know, this doesn't sound too negative to me. Sounds like they might have actually done something with it. Because that sounds pretty positive, whatever they've said in the video. It's also got 2 parts. Got just too much to go over right now. But I don't know, overall feedback seems pretty positive on it. From what I could tell. I don't know, I'll go over it later off stream. In my own time. I just kind of wanted to see what the general thing was. Alright, I need a minus 30 from this. 138. What's 138 times 10? We're making about 1.3 silver or gold an hour. This is about 1.3 gold an hour. At level 147 leather maker. It's technically 168 merchant. But yeah, it's 1.3 silver an hour. I mean gold, I mean. Not silver. It's about 1.3 gold per hour. It's not bad. Like, obviously it's going to keep getting better. That's pretty solid. I'm happy with that. Which now, let's go do some math. How many times does 1.3 go into 8? I did that in calculator just so I don't mess it up, even though that's pretty easy math. But I just want to make sure we get the exact number. Because it'll tell me the exact hourage. Because whatever that number is the exact number of hours we'd basically have to do this activity right now. Down to the T. So let me just double check with a calculator just to make sure it's exact. Let's see. 8 divided by 1.3 is... It would take 6 hours. Technically 6.1 hours, but basically 6 hours since we're doing some right now. Which means, yes, if I did only Leatherworker tomorrow, I could finish it in a 6-hour stream. I should probably do some today, just so we're not doing all of it tomorrow. But yes, if I did Leatherworker with no banking for 6 hours straight tomorrow, we would indeed hit 20 gold. Oh, sounds like a plan. I'll probably do some of it off stream as well as, you know, some of it right now, just so we're not doing 6 hours straight tomorrow. But yes, technically, if all I did tomorrow was Leatherworker without banking it, only selling, the entirety of tomorrow's stream would earn enough gold. But I want to try to do some of it now and some of it off stream, just so we're not doing an entire 6-hour stream of only leatherworker. I'm not against doing that, but I do like to switch up activity here and there, just so an entire stream isn't like only that. Oh no, honestly, as a max hardcore and old school RuneScape, I wouldn't mind having a max sailing. As long as they don't add like insta death when your sail crashes, I'll be fine with it, which I think they already confirmed won't happen. Like, you can still die at sea, but you won't be able to die when your boat crashes, most likely, unless they change their position on that. But as long as you just don't auto die the second your boat crashes or something, I'd be fine with it. Like, you'll still be able to die at sea, you just won't be able to die from boat crash. Like, you won't be able to die because of a sailing mechanic, you'll be able to still die from combat out at sea, though. Which makes sense. What kind of makes sense? Relative to what the game is, it makes sense. Oh gosh, does that mean when sailing comes out, I would have to go grind that for a couple weeks? That's the only problem with that, though. Because I'm not sure if we know the XP rates. And when sailing comes out for old school, I'm definitely going to grind it to max. Like, near immediately. Just so I can reclaim max and go back to AFKing a tree or something. You know, the true endgame of old school RuneScape. Finding a way to not play the game while playing the game. The true old school RuneScape experience. Finish playing the game so you cannot play the game while still playing the game. That's what the true end game of old school is. You think it's bossing and everything, but no. After you're done with all bossing and everything else, you simply play the game by not playing the game, but still playing the game. Hey, purple hat. By doing like the most AFK activities that still give you progress. That's the true end game. It's not Twisted Bow or Scythe or anything. It's after you have those, then you're like AFKing after. Basically trying to do collection logs and, you know, clue scrolls and all that. That's a true end game right there. When you're just doing 8 to 12 hour day AFKing on something and just waiting for clue scrolls to come to you and then doing them. Yeah, that's what I would be doing on my hardcore right now, sitting at Redwoods until it gets pet. It's still at like 57 million something XP without it. Right now I'm doing it for Kromja fishing. I'm not sure if I showed it since we've changed the format, probably because I have it set up weirdly. I'm gonna try this real quick. Let's see. I gotta make this smaller. But yeah, it's still in leagues doing AFK Krom bonds. That's where it's at right now. It's going till 200 mil until I get the pet in leagues. And then afterwards, it's, I'm not keeping this here, I'm just showing it real quick. But, yeah, it's currently doing that, and then, doing all the clue scrolls to go get league points. But it's currently doing just AFK just in leagues. It's, one click for 25-minute AFK. But yeah, I just have him doing that in leagues right now. So I can do all the clue scrolls later. I already got every task done other than the clue scrolls for that. Because I'm still trying to get Dragon Rank just AFK. We only played it actively for 6 days, and I've been AFKing it every single day since. Since it's like one click every 20 minutes. That's a true old school RuneScape experience. Finding ways to play the game without ever playing the game. 3 clicks per hour. There's one thing I really like about Brighter Shores. When you click log out, your guy's still grinding. So even when you're not playing, you're still grinding skills. I like that so much. I wish every game had that now. Where you'd still get progress even when you're not logged in. Kind of like an idle game, but not quite an idle game. These idle games I feel like go a little bit too far with it. Where they almost want you not playing the game with how some of them are structured. Where it's like beneficial to just keep waiting instead of like actually actively playing. But Brighter Shores I feel like has a nice balance where it is so much more broken to actually be playing compared to AFKing. But it's still good enough to be AFKing that you still want to be utilizing it. I feel like it has struck a pretty nice balance, where you're not just going to sit at AFK activity forever compared to actively playing because it's just too weak. But it's strong enough that, you know, when you go to bed, when you go to work, when you do anything for a long period of time that isn't the game, you know, it's still good enough that you're going to go to those AFK activities. But not so good that you're, like, camping them forever compared to, like, actively playing the game. But I feel like it's at a pretty nice balance right now. I do wish AFK activities in this game, like the full logout ones, were slightly stronger than they were. But it makes sense why they're not, like, super, super strong. They're meant to be just, like, a little extra thing to kind of offset slightly. I just wish you could gain more than one level for an AFK day. Like, you could if you AFK'd for, like, 20-something hours. But if you're the average person AFKing it for, like, let's say, like, 8 to, let's say, 14 hours, that's not enough for 2 levels. It'd be like a level or a level and a half. I wish you could AFK for at least 2 levels a day, even with only like 12 hours. That's the only thing I would kind of rescale with it. Because I think 12 hours now is only like 1 level-ish, give or take a little bit. Maybe like a level and a third. I need to see what it is at post 200. I haven't actually tried any of them yet. I got 209 detective. But I'm pretty sure 12 hours of AFK a day is only like a level or level and a third. I wish it was about 2 levels though. Which is not much of a buff, but enough of a buff that it's like, okay, that's like pretty substantial. Like, a level can still help. But it only goes so far compared to if you could get 2 per day or so. Obviously, then you could just move the grow post. It's like, oh, what about 3 per day? Because I have my other 2 accounts going, like, you know, full on AFK. And I think for 24 hours AFK on them, they're getting, like, what, 2 point something levels? But that's for, like, 24-hour AFK. Which you normally wouldn't ever do on a normal account, of course. But I believe they're gaining like 2.2 to 2.5 levels a day for 24 hours of AFK. Well, technically 23.5, I guess. But some days they literally AFK for 24 hours. Like today, they're probably going to. I just realized I did it again. I drank the boost potion, but I forgot to actually use the point. I've done that so many times on accident. Or I drank the boost, but I don't use the point to go with the boost. So I'll do one step, but not the second step that's more important. That mattered a lot more when knowledge didn't carry over. Like, it would have killed 7% knowledge point, but look at that. 7% still there. Gotta love the new knowledge system. But I think we'll go for like 1 or 2 more levels. I feel like 150 is a nice clean level. And that would give us still plenty of time to go do the other thing tomorrow. The only problem is I just realized one thing I didn't calculate out for is what if I gain to level 153 before I have enough money? Do I actually have to do the merchant grind today? How much would I have to do if I did? We'd have to get 175. Oh no, is it worth doing 7 merchant levels today? How long would that even take? 2.5 hours? I think I might have to. Because I'm just now realizing one thing I didn't calculate out for is how much XP would I get in 6 hours. Because I calculated that I would have to do this for 6.1 hours. What I didn't calculate is what level would I be after 6.1 hours. Because I assure you it's higher than 153. Which is a problem. Which means I might have to go do merchant today to 175. So that I can do leatherworker tomorrow until 159. Because if I only did this, we'd definitely exceed 153. Which would be bad because I don't have the hide currently. Let me double check. We don't have the hide, right? Because I'm pretty sure we're right at the white one. Yeah. So yeah, I would have to do the 175 grind today. I guess we might have to do some merchant. That's fine. I don't think I have any cooking contracts. I can technically do whenever. I definitely will at some point to stream. Just not at this exact moment in time, I guess. You get at least 150 leather worker just so it's a nice clean number. Also getting somewhat close to our blacksmith grind. Which we'll basically finish while doing merchant then most likely. Due to the knowledge rate being so good. Maybe we'll keep track of how many hats we get per hour too while doing merchant. Not like it's relevant to us, but it might be relevant to some other people. The only problem is merchant is so inconsistent as far as XP per hour from person to person. So maybe it's not worth tracking. Because whatever rate I ultimately get could be completely different for someone else depending on how they're doing merchant. If they're doing it more or less efficient than us. There's definitely room in both directions for sure. Because we definitely don't do it true max efficiency. I'm not sure if anyone really does. It's kind of hard to. But there's also people who are going to be just like waiting at the board until they get like a good set or something similar. Or doing leather worker with it. Something I haven't really done. Maybe that's a strategy. Should we do that? That's a strategy I haven't done too often. Doing leather worker merchant runs. I feel like it's a waste of time because you only grab good tasks. But, I don't know, maybe we try some today because we're doing so much leather worker, I might as well try to strat. I've done it some in the past and didn't care for it, but I don't know. Let's try it today and see. I normally don't like mixing the two. But I'm gonna give it a shot and see what happens. Wow, it's all awful, wonderful. And I might do that into pizza if I get enough pizzas. But we'll give it a shot. Worst comes to worst, I can also rug over there. But I'm gonna try it some, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna do leather worker merchant. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I've just never really cared for it much. But I don't know. We'll try it some today because I need to get merchant up anyways. And also, whenever we do leather worker, we'll help keep our merchant a little bit more in line with our leather worker level, which is one of the main reasons I feel like people do it. You're already going by the tower anyways. Might as well go up there, I guess. But we'll try it some today and just see. We'll give it a shot. Not sure how much we'll commit to it, but we need to do both anyway, so might as well. But we'll give it a shot and see. Because I haven't tried it in a long while, so maybe my opinion on it has changed. But last I tried it, I didn't care for it that much. The other problem is our boost pot is kind of awkward. Because I can't really be doing a merchant run with that in my inventory, if I can help it. Let's be back in 1 second. Bathroom break. Be right back. Oi. Alright, we're back. We are back. Small snack as well. Because I didn't eat much this morning. Oh. Though I did grab a slice of pie. Good old pumpkin pie. Not right now. But I meant earlier before the stream, right? Got a slice of pumpkin pie. Was it because my mom was planning to bake a bunch before the holiday? But she wanted to test the recipe for the pie, so she did it now, before the holiday. Before we meet up with family and everything for Christmas. So we have a pumpkin pie. Hello, Chino. Welcome, welcome. You got your other two guys to third to carpentry? Nice. Yeah, it feels so good having spider quests done by doing nothing. Like, you get them as 20, and then they go all the way to max. What am I eating? I had pumpkin pie earlier, and right now I just grabbed, like, some little muffin thingies. Very weird to call Edmonds. Or little bites, whatever they're called. I don't know, just there's a quick bite thing to just grab. That isn't as messy as, like, chips or something. Yeah, that still reminds me. I need to go holiday food shopping soon. I still need to go pick up a bunch of holiday cards when I do as well. Alright, speaking of which, purple elf hat. Nice. The hat drop. But I still haven't picked up all my holiday cards yet. I need to soon. Because next week it's going to be a little bit too late because everyone's going to be shipping everything. Let's see, how much time do we have? What's today's date? Yeah, next week's Monday is like the latest I could do it. I'll probably do it next week's Monday, though. As long as I get it done by that day, we should be good. Son got you a box of birthday cake ones? Oh, nice. I normally go for blueberry or chocolate chip if I go for them. Hey, do you two have any plans for your birthday? Is he taking you out nice, someplace nice to eat or anything? Would you pay 16 silver for 32% heal? If potion trading existed right now, I don't think I would buy anything over 28%. And depending on the price of the 28%, I probably wouldn't even buy those. Because you buy 20% for what, like 2-3 silver? It depends how much a 28% is. Like if a 28% is 5 silver or less, I would just buy those. But I don't know, there's definitely some people that might pay like 16 silver for 32%. But I feel like if I was mass doing potions, I would either buy it from the shop for 20%, for however much the cost is, I forget how much it is, like the current state of the game. Or I would try to get 28% for 5 silver or less. Because I think they only cost like 1 or 2 silver to make, so they're still making like 3 silver profit. But I don't think I would do anything above a 28%. Unless there's like proper bossing that requires it. 20% is already like overkill for most things. The only thing that a max heal would really be useful for is like PvP or something, assuming you even need them for that. Or when bossing comes out. That's the only problem with like the max heal potions right now. Is their viability is dictated by future content. There's no content you really need them for right now. That are 20% or 28% wouldn't already be fine for. There's one of the issues with like ultra high tier armor right now as well. And even weapons and such. Like there's no content to use them on. Other than like, you know, leveling your skill. But a lot of them are really overkill. And 32% heal pots is definitely in that category. Or even the 35%. Like both of these are really overkill. Even 28% is a little overkill, but they're cheap enough that there'll probably be a market for them. Because you get them at level 35, which is pretty accessible. I believe it only costs like 1.5 silver to make. So if you could buy them for 5 silver, they're probably worth it. But anything above that, I don't think I would buy. Otherwise, I would just buy the 20% from their shop instantly and not need to worry about any trading. It's raining all week by you. You're ordering in. Yeah, honestly, today's been pretty gloomy. Almost looks like it's pitch black outside and it's only like 4:30 right now. Not because it's actually dark outside, but because it's so cloudy it nearly looks dark outside right now. It's one of the reasons I didn't go for a walk earlier other than not having enough time. It already looked so dreary outside that was like, even if I had time for it, I would want to go out in that. 1.6 silver is 20%, 5.6 is 25%. You don't know about 20 or... Wait, is it 5.6 for 25? No, that's from the shop though, isn't it? It's not the ingredients to make it. Because I believe the ingredients for 28% is like a silver and a half. Obviously there's the production time, which you're paying for whenever you buy them. But I'm pretty sure the production time isn't going to be more than like 3 silver. Like, how long does it take to make a 35%? Like, we're talking like 30 seconds? Roughly? I just forget what the full time is for when you're mass doing them. But I know it's under a minute each. So if it is 30 seconds, that's what, 120 an hour? Maybe it would be a little bit more expensive than that then. I don't know, we'll see what the market is. Because that means you'd only be paying someone like 300-400 silver for their time per hour. Which is not a lot. But it's also only 35 alchemy, so I'm not sure. Because 35 alchemy is easy to get. But if that was scaled higher, gosh, how high would that be then? Because it would be, let me see. If you were to scale that up to 1 gold per hour, how much would a 35% cost? It'd be 3 times that. So 9, 10. Yeah, it'd be like 10 each. Like if you wanted to pay someone almost a gold an hour to make 28% pots, they'd be about 10 silver each for a 28%. I would not pay that. Hopefully people are selling cheaper than that. Because I'm just going to mass buy the 20% if that's the case. Because they're basically free. I don't know, we'll see where the market is. But yeah, the market for them could be anywhere around like 3 silver to like 20 for the 28%. But I feel like anything over 5 I wouldn't pay. But if they were making them at 5, they're only making like 300-400 silver an hour. But it does only require 35 alchemy though. $16 silver for your 32%? The problem is, I don't feel like I'd be using 32%. Honestly, I don't even think I need 28%. That's the thing. That's why I keep mentioning the 20% ones that you can just buy from the shop for, like, nearly free. Like, what would we be fighting in the next, like, 3 months that would require any heal pot above a 20%? If we killed every quest boss, I guess maybe if I did post 200 leveling, but a lot of them are pretty safe spottable because you can just keep chugging your heal pots. Like those stationary units. Like the next enemy I have to kill is stationary. Like I'd literally just chug down like 1,000,000,020%. And aside from the, like the extra 1 second drinking time, there's no like extra like disadvantage. Like yeah, I'll have to like double chug one occasionally instead of a single. But you're saving like 10 times the price for using up like 1 extra second. Because these things never attack you. You just walk back once, heal, and then whack them again. Technically only 1 heal because we'd have better armor by then. In theory. If we were a wall is within question. Because armor maker wouldn't be out by then. I don't know, there's a lot of nuance to it that we just don't know yet. There's a lot of things with player trading that, honestly, I don't even know what number to guess. Like, what would a 5% mine thing go for? Obviously, it can't go for more than what the shop sells it for. Which I think is like 3 point something. But does that mean people will make them and sell them for 3? Probably not. It's still a profit of like 2 silver each. But it's such a small level range where that's actually viable to do. So people just keep buying it from the shop instead. There's a lot of things that the shop will be better than buying it from a player. The main exceptions for that are things like ores and wood and, you know, basically anything that requires constant 24 banking. In those situations, people will probably pay like 10%, 20% over the shop. But potions never can be because you can just mass buy them in like seconds. There's one weird thing with potions. Obviously, you can't buy every higher tier potion. But normally the lower tier ones are, you know, fine for most things. But we'll have to see when it comes out and everything. Because potions, the biggest issue with doing potions is they're really volatile. It's not like something like ore or logs or, I don't know what other one's like really important. Ore, stones, logs. I guess the stuff you get from gatherer, like bones and such. Like, stuff like that should be a lot more stable. Because people would likely be able to pay, like, 10-20% above whatever their shop is. The problem with potions is they are either going to be worth a ton or nothing. And, like, nothing in between. They're either going to be worth so low that you just sell them for their sell value. Or so high that people will pay, like, 10 times its sell value. But we don't really know. We don't know what the market's going to be like. They're by far, like, the most volatile resource in the game. Then armor, I guess. Like, really high-tier armor, really high-tier weapons that people need at a given range. There's, like, the two most volatile ones where they might be worth a ton, they might be worth almost nothing. The most consistent things are definitely, like, raw material. Things that you need for alchemy. You know, logs, stones, bars, stuff like that. Particularly the processed ones, like dunked bones, smith bars, etched stones. Like, those three in particular, I feel like would go really well. There's currently not a shop where you can buy them directly like that, but you'll probably be able to trade them directly. There'll definitely be a market for healing pots. There's only two things that are really a concern with healing pots, particularly 32%. Is anyone who's wanting to invest in a big pot is probably going to go for a max pot. 32% are in a weird in-between. Because people are probably going to go for 35%. Like, anyone who wants a smaller one, they're going to be like me and just buy, like, you know, 20% from the shop. But anyone who wants a really hefty pot are probably going to go for the 35%. I don't really see people going for anything in between for the most part. The only exception being a 20% depending on their price. Because if they're only like 3 times more than a 20%, they'd probably be fine. Like, as long as they're under like 6 silver each. But I feel like as far as potions are concerned, people are either going to want the cheapest one that's like most cost efficient, which generally is going to be buying it from the shop for 20%. Or they're going to want the best in slot, which is going to be the 35%. I'm not sure how popular the 32% is going to be. Because it's not a big enough a jump from 28% to justify the cost. But also people who are willing to pay literally anything are going to buy the 35%. They're not going to buy the 32%. They're in a really weird in-between. It's kind of like almost like a plus 70 pot or a plus 50 pot. Like, there's almost no market for them. Like, they're useful. But people are just going to be buying the 40 pots or the 80 pots or something. They're not going to deal with the in-between numbers. Like, they're either going to do a plus 40, a plus 60, or a plus 80. I'm not sure plus 50s or 70s will even go at all. Yeah, green Christmas hat. We're a lot of Christmas hats. I mean, Santa hats, I mean. Obviously, they're all Christmas hats, but you know what I mean. Specific type of Christmas hat. Oh, true. You can make a lot more of the other one compared to the super processed ones. I still feel like that doesn't change, though. In the fact that if someone's willing to pay anything for good potions, they're still going to buy best in slot. Like, I don't think that's going to stop people from wanting best in slot pots. Like, if someone's willing to pay anything, they're going to want to go for the absolute best. How many hats are we at? Good question. I want to say like 70 something. I kind of stopped counting ever since we finished at 63. Well, we finished our collection at 63. I can do a quick head count real quick. Let's see. 9, 14, because I'm curious too. 17, 22, 24, 31, 34, 37, 40. 1 second. 40. Oops, someone's mentioning us. 40, 45, 50, 56, 61, 65, 73, nice. 77. 82. Wow, a lot more than I thought. 84. I have 91 hats currently. We finished our full collection at 63 without trading. It's not too bad. What number did I just say? I already forgot. Does anyone remember what number I just said is my total? Yes, my short-term memory is that bad. I literally said the number and I don't even realize what number I just processed. Like, I can't process the number that I just said. Does anyone remember what I just said? I think it was 93? Oh no. You're level 273 alchemy at level 277. You can make plus 80 cryo. So you can love me more. True kill, yeah. I do need those. Eventually. I'm not sure if I'm in the market of people who can afford that though. Or be willing to afford that. I'm not sure, we'll see. Those do sound pretty juicy though. But aside from bossing, I don't feel like I would use them. Like, there's nothing in the current state of the game that I would use them on. Same as like 35% heal pots. Like, they're really strong, but there's no content in the game that you would need them for immediately. The only reason people would buy them is to future-proof for future content. But there's no current content that needs like a plus 80 cryo or 35% heal. Like, it'd be a little bit more helpful, I guess, with some things, but it's definitely not required. It's really overkill for a lot of things right now. Especially if you were going to drink like a plus 80 cryo for like every fight you do against a normal enemy. You just burn through them too quick. But against a boss enemy, however, that would be worth it. If you can kill the boss like 20 seconds, 30 seconds quicker. If it's like a 2 minutes kill, but you can get it like 30-second quicker kill with a plus 80. Yeah, we got way too many hats right now. We're getting close to 100. And just gonna keep stacking every day. Yeah, that guy made a joke. That's funny. Go 3 wave 2. To go with his trading thing. That guy apparently is collecting Santas. You're not going to be able to trade them in the future, so I'm not sure why he's hoarding a specific one. It sounds like a lot of XP waste. Unless he wants to have the biggest Santa hat collection in the game. But you're not going to be able to trade them down the line. Other than, I guess, 1-to-1 for, you know, people who are missing one. But I feel like that's a really, very small group of people. Like, people who'd be playing right now, but they didn't get all the hats that they wanted. Who would still want a hat that they didn't have after, like, a year or two from now. It seems like very unlikely. Like, anyone who's in that category would have just traded for what they wanted. Like, if they don't plan to go for all 20. But they still wanted, like, a select few hats. They would have traded before the event even ended. Most likely. Because you're not going to be able to trade them after. You can still 1-to-1 them after for other people who are around, but you're not going to be able to, like, sell a Santa hat to someone who doesn't have a Santa hat. If they have none of the other 20. At least with their current plans anyways. 1-to-1 plus gold, yeah. But how many people are really going to be around that need to 1-to-1 them down the line? I feel like that's such a small group of people that you're trying to make money off of. No, you can't trade them for new transmogs. You can only trade them with an Xmas 24 with an Xmas 24. You won't be able to trade like Xmas 24 with Xmas 25. Nor would you be able to do like Xmas 24 with Easter 25. It's only Xmas to Xmas. 24 specifically. But, yeah, you wouldn't be able to trade them like that. The best you could do is, like, 1-to-1 someone, let's say, they really wanted, like, Blue Santa, but didn't get Blue Santa during this, like, 3-week period. They could then 1-to-1 one of their other ones, like a tree for it down the line, and then spend some gold or something. But, Yeah, it's going to be such a small group of people that are in that category, though. Like, people are playing right now, but they didn't get all the hats that they wanted. Kind of category. Because most of those people would have traded before, like, 2-3 years from now. Like, if they wanted a specific hat, like, let's say they want Red Santa. Like, all you do now is just trade for Red Santa. You don't need to go through, like, any kind of weird process. You just trade for Red Santa, you're good to go. Or just grind until you have Red Santa. If you play, like, half an hour a day, you'll easily have every hat. If you play a half an hour a day every day between now and, the end of the event. Even less than that, probably. Actually, a half an hour a day, you'll get it done in, like, a week. And the event's still another 3 weeks. Yeah, basically everyone at the end of the event who's been playing as much as we are going to have over 1,000 spear hats. We calculated it yesterday based on yesterday's numbers. And we should have around 1,400 to 1,500 extra hats. Beyond one of each. Like, it is absurdly high. Like, it's a 4-digit number of excess hats. Beyond one of each unique. At some point, we will get detective level to 209. One criminal at a time. We will get detective level 209. Getting a big chain right now, though. Gosh, a big mega chain. I think it's the end, though. We got a 4 chain. Not my biggest chain ever, but a pretty solid one. Alright, we're out here. A 4 criminal chain. Honestly, I gotta say, you're definitely going to steal. I see it already. I see you eyeing it. I'm gonna get ready to click on you. I knew it! Called it. Who needs merchant? I mean, who needs a leather maker? Gosh. That's where the real money's at. Every single one of these is like as much as one hide. It's got like 6 people. Anyways, now we're done. Anyways, back to leather worker. Oh yeah, weren't we supposed to be doing leather worker merchant? Whatever happened to that? I said we'd start doing it, and then I proceeded to, like, not check it a single time since. I, like, started doing it, and then proceeded to forget that it's a thing that I should probably be doing. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of temporary timed cosmetics. It's probably like the one thing in the game that's happened so far where it's like, you probably shouldn't have done that. I don't think they should be tradable, but I also don't think they should be discontinued. I wish every Christmas event you could just re-earn them. Even if they're just a way lower drop rate than they are now. Like, let's say they're like 10 times rarer next season or something, but they're still in the drop table. Like, they're not discontinued, but they're just really rare. Like, let's say he does the exact same Christmas event next year, but adds like 4 different hats. But you'd still have like a 5 times harder chance or a 10 times harder chance that you'll get last year's hats. And so on and so forth. Like, it's very unlikely, but there's still a chance. But something like that. Or they're like 5 times rarer to get last year's hats or any previous year's hats. Speaking of which, another hat. I don't think the hats should be tradable. My stance on the hats is, like, if they were going to restructure it completely, is, they can be traded 1-to-1 like they are now. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I don't want them to be tradable as in someone who doesn't have a hat being able to go get it. However, I don't want them to be discontinued. Like, there's 2 things I don't want to have happen. I don't want you to be able to go and sell them for like 1 billion monies. But I also don't want them to be discontinued. But you can still keep them rare. All you'd have to do is just make it so next Christmas you have a similar event or any event. And it's just multiple times harder to get the old last year's one or any previous year's one. Like, let's say 5 times rare, just as a number. Like, you'd still earn all the other hats for 2025 normally, you know, next year's. But there'd still be, like, a rare chance you would get any previous year's hats. So they're not discontinued, but they're a lot harder to get. This is my two biggest problems with it right now. Is I don't want them to be fully tradable, because then we just got party hats round 2. But I also don't want them to be discontinued. I don't know, Old School did it pretty well. They just make them come back every year, and it's like, okay, just wait for next season. It made them so they're worth like nothing. But they were still able to be free traded because they're worth like nothing. It's just the current system I'm not a fan of. There's multiple different paths they can go that I'd be like, okay, that works. But I'm not a fan of how they currently work. In that they're completely discontinued basically after like 3 weeks from now. That I don't like. Everything in this game feels so gray, does it? I don't know, I feel like my character's almost too bright right now. I guess the armor is gray, but I got a bright cape on, a bright hat on, bright trim. I don't feel like anything looks too gray on my thing, other than the gray armor, I guess, but that's gray armor. It's kind of supposed to look gray and metallic-y. I also don't feel like this room is particularly gray. Like, it's a little shadowy over there, but I don't know, it feels pretty bright over here. We're on the brighter shore right over here. But if anything, I almost feel like my character looks too bright right now. It's got flashy cyan color, flashy orange and yellow. A little Christmas hat on. That's a bright red color. Now that I know that they're going to change combat drastically, you've lost motivation to level. Well, whatever levels you do now is probably still really relevant. They're going to be changing it, but not that hard. Like, any levels you do now will probably matter. We just don't really know what you're doing, so it's hard to really know. Okay, I'm going to remember to take the bounty board this time. I said we were doing merchant with leatherworker and still have not done a single leatherworker run. I proceeded to completely ignore it so far. Let's see if we can get a run going. Okay, so far my merchant while leatherworkering is going horribly. As I'm doing all the leatherworker and no merchanting. Well, that's why. Goodbye. Anyways, can we just do leatherworker now? This is why I don't like doing leatherworker merchant. Is I look at something like that and it's like, why did I even waste my time walking up here? Even what I have right now doesn't have particularly good synergy. If we can help it, not having to do it. I see you thinking about it. Oh, you didn't think about it. Of course, the level 0 guy was the one who did it. I'm not going to stop at level 0. Actually, no, I will. He'll give me, like, negative money, but... Hey, he still gives me the XP. Or not the XP, the knowledge, I mean. He still gives, like, 3-4% knowledge or whatever it is. Which is this number over here. The wording made it sound like one combat skill, did it? It didn't quite sound like that to me. Like, it still sounds like we're going to have every skill we currently have. But there would be like an underlying single combat system, essentially. Where the skills would still be what they are, to some degree. But there would be a more underlying combat system that keeps progressing throughout the entire game. So you wouldn't just go from chapter 2 to chapter 3 with like no combat progress. Like you'd be building upon it the entire adventure. What exactly that system is, we don't know. But I suppose my take on what I read from it was all the skills that are still related to combat would still be there. But there'd be an underlying system that would be a single combat system that kind of goes through all the chapters. So by chapter 6, 7, 8, so on and so forth, they wouldn't need like a separate thing. It'd almost be like a constant background combat thing that would just progress as you keep going. But it wouldn't necessarily be a skill that you would train. But a thing that's like kind of hit while doing milestones and such. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Like you'd still be training it, but it's one of those things that just kind of carries through. There's just so many things we don't know about it, so it's really hard to tell. It sounds like they were removing combat per episode for all future episodes. But it doesn't sound like it's really affecting what currently exists. And that we'd likely still have a combat for the first 5 chapters, but no chapter further than that would have it in that sense. The way I could view it is, even though they didn't say anything about it, I feel like they're almost going to make all 5 of them into like a Slayer kind of thing per region. But then have like an overlying combat thing that just keeps progressing through every single chapter. So you'd still have one underlying combat skill that would be everything. But you'd still be able to keep intact the 5 skills and the level ranges that you can attack and everything like that. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Because it would allow them to keep the 5 combat skills that there are. Or, you know, chapter 5 when it comes in. Without just completely deleting them. Are they changing combat? Yes. They are planning some pretty big changes to combat, though not anytime soon. Well, maybe I shouldn't say not anytime soon, but you know. Sometime probably before the end of beta. But not like the highest priority of things that will hit the game like immediately. Let's see, we got a quote in chat. We know that a separate combat profession per episode isn't popular, and think we have now come up with a way of avoiding needing a separate combat profession per episode. Yeah, it doesn't mean the current ones are going to be deleted. It just means chapter 5 will be the last one that gets a new combat skill, quote unquote. Before the underlying system that they're going to be adding makes it so they never need one again. But it doesn't mean any of the first 5 are being deleted. It just means that once chapter 5 comes out, that'll be the last of like a quote-unquote normal combat skill as we know it currently. Or there'd be a different structural change where they wouldn't need another one after chapter 5. So Shieldbreaker is likely the last one to ever hit the game. As far as like a quote-unquote combat skill. No, I don't think they're going to take a percent of every single one. But you never know. The problem with that is it would require getting too much combat. Because then everyone would need 500 all combats then. They're likely going to be doing a system that equalizes everything a bit better. I would assume. It's one of the reasons I said PvP, and they already confirmed this when the AMA. I mean the, yeah, AMA. But that's why I've been saying that PvP will not like equalize all your skills, and that would just be your combat for it. Because they need it to be, it basically would make it so every time a new chapter would come out, everyone would have to go to 500 to even partake in PvP. And obviously they didn't want it to be like that, and even confirmed during the AMA that's not going to be like that. So it's very unlikely that their new combat system would also be like that. So it's very unlikely to take a percent of all 5 year skills. It's going to be a completely different system, unrelated to those 5 probably. So if you're getting like 500 all combat right now, that could potentially have 0 effect on whatever the new combat system is. Even though they'll still be in place. But a percent of it likely won't be used because we already know for sure it's not being used for PvP. There's no way to tell for sure if it wouldn't be used for, you know, the combat system. But they already 100% confirmed it's not being used for PvP. Because there are some people who get like 200 all and similar things for PvP, but you're not going to need that to even partake in PvP. You could literally be like 0 all combats pretty much and still do PvP. We don't know how PvP leaks and everything are going to work, but it's not going to go by these levels. Like me putting in like 31 guard and 33 scout is not going to have any effect on me in PvP when it does come out. Let's see. Can make it so the bosses needs 1 of the 5 combats still as a hard requirement. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's what I was saying earlier. Is actually how I thought these skills would be a lot more based on. Is basically making all these into Slayer levels. Where they're not really associated to combat, but they're still associated to Slayer. Like, this is our Guard Slayer level, our Scout Slayer level, our Mindfighter Slayer level, our Watchman Slayer level, and eventually our Shield Breaker Slayer level. Like, having that, but still having whatever overarching combat system they're planning. Like, I feel like that's the way they're going to do it ultimately, but we'll have to wait and see. Where all these are basically Slayer, just divided up into multiple chapters. And that makes it so you don't need it in every single chapter, because you don't need Slayer to be in every chapter. You can still have combat without Slayer. But basically, it's just going to be Slayer divided into a billion things, rather than each one of these being both Slayer and combat, as they are right now. But combat would just be separated from the Slayer component. So there would still be boss requirements where you need, like, you know, X number level Scout, or X level number Guard, and so on and so forth. But your combat component would be separated from them. So we'd have something like a 204 Watch Person Slayer level, but not like a 204 combat. But yeah, they have been listening to the community, so whatever they end up ultimately doing, you know, should be fine. It's just we don't really know specifics at the moment, so we don't really know what way they're going to go. But I feel like that's the way they'll probably go, if they do keep it like this. Because you don't need a Slayer component to be in every region. So if the combat is completely separate, you don't need to worry about it. But that would still be useful for when they had bosses and stuff like that. As bosses would still be hidden behind a guard level, a scout level, a mindfighter level, watch person level, so on and so forth. But your combat would be a separate component from that. How exactly they're going to integrate that when it does come out is going to be weird, though. Because let's say they have a completely different combat system, and we have these levels. Like, how progressed would we be in a new combat system, or do we have to start from scratch? Like, I highly doubt you're going to start from scratch. That'd be weird. So maybe a very, very initial, it'll be based on the average of your levels. So we don't really know. That's like the one instance I could see it kind of being averaged out. It's just when they release the system. Because obviously they can't start us at level 0 in the combat system if, you know, when we have like a 204 compared to like a 31. Like 0 in the 31, that'd be fine. But, you know, at a 204, that'd be kind of problematic. Let's see. I don't know. It's all speculation right now, so we don't really know. But overall, the AMA gave me great confidence in the future of this game. Andrew Gower seems like he's really committed to the future. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do in the future. But there's some things that's like too speculative, though. As far as like what on earth they're going to do with the combat system. But honestly, I don't really mind one way or another. I've always been more on like the skilling side in games like these. So honestly, I don't really care what way they go with it. I know some people, if they do the combat wrong, they'll like never want to play it again. Like, you know, Brighter Shores. But I don't really care what they do with combat, and I'd still be playing. They already confirmed some things that are going to be really cool too. Like combat is using, or you know, bosses eventually using like various non-combat skills. So something I've been wanting so badly for bossing, they already kind of confirmed they're going to do. How exactly they're going to implement it is still in question, but like something like that's already like perfect. So I'm curious to see what they do. Like if they do carpentry with that one scout boss or something similar. And a lot of other ones that they could do combination-wise. Because I do hope that like every boss in the game is like that. Where you utilize your combat, but also at least like one skilling skill, if not multiple. But make it so it's not really required, so you can still bring like a, you know, if it's like a group boss, you can still have someone else just do like the skilling component, while someone does the combat if you want to. So it's not necessarily a hard requirement to be able to do both. I think Dungeoneering was somewhat like that too, wasn't it? I don't remember too much about Dungeoneering, but wasn't that set up in a way where if you had someone with like a really high skill, they could just do those skilling puzzles and the skilling checks, and then you could just do like the more combat ones or craft some armor, or, you know, something similar. Wasn't Dungeoneering set up like that? I'm pretty sure it was when you did Dungeoneering back in the day. Or if you wanted to focus mostly on combat and you had someone with you who could cover all the skilling, you could. I don't think every individual person had to do every individual component. It would definitely help for the final boss fight at the end and everything. But I don't think it was a forced requirement for every person to do every component of the dungeon. You hope they nuke all combat because you think you'd be ranked 2, Miles? Yes, that's funny. That's a funny comment. Well, honestly, I think that's true. I think Miles yes might be one of the highest people that have been going almost all in the skilling route. I think the only person they'd be behind is rank 1. So how many people is in this room? 20! Hey, it is a 20 cap. I finally seen it. Nice. It always feels like anytime I ever check the nearby players for this room, it's always at 19. But yeah, that confirms it. There's a 20 cap for this room. I assume so. It's going to be kind of weird if it's only 19. But yeah, it's a 20 cap. It's just trying not to overpopulate the room. They're exactly at 20 right now. Which I can assure you is definitely max, because it never goes any higher. It's taken forever to even see a 20 compared to a 19. Alright, we're almost at our final level that we're going to do for now. I might even go bank this one. How much money do we have? We still got to find a way to make 7 more gold by tomorrow. So whatever happened to doing merchant leatherworker? That didn't go over too well, did it? Alright, let's see. Let's see. I cannot type. If they remove the ability to have combat per episode, what should they implement to make up for the lost knowledge points that would have been earned? Yeah, that's another thing too. Combat currently gives you a ton of knowledge. It's basically, what, the second best knowledge rate in the game? Because highest is merchant, second highest is foraging. I believe third highest is combat if you're boosting the whole time with a good weapon. And then fourth is doing the bramble suave in the forest. I believe that's the current order of highest knowledge points in the game. Everything else is pretty well balanced. But those several are like way above the curve. Well, not way, but they're a decent amount above the average. As far as like active XP rates. But yeah, merchant is number 1, like super efficient merchant. Foraging number 2 if you're doing foraging circles. Number 3 being all combat when boosting pot and with a good weapon that can benefit from it. And then 4th is brambles into suave. So you get those like 9 cycle and keep doing it over and over again. Because you basically never need a bank while also getting a ton of knowledge per hour. I forget what its rate is though. Does anyone actually know what suave, what bramble suave is per hour? Like 8 bramble, 1 suave. I know it's 4 point something. I forget the exact number though. I know somewhere's in the 4 point something range. So it might actually be higher than combat. Because depending on your gear, you might actually be getting less from combat than you would from bramble suave. Especially if you're boosting 5% on bramble suave. Oh, so hello, Baft Nation. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. All right, 150. We'll go do a merchant run, and then we'll go and figure out what we're pivoting to then. I don't know, we're just going to pivot in all in on merchant. I'm slightly tempted to. I do want to get rid of this pot, though, before we do. Which I might do one investigation just to go and hit us over, though. Because I still need to go get the 209 AFK activity at some point. Because I still haven't been AFKing anything post 200. Also because it's taken forever to get to 209 detective because I'm not actively training it. You're just getting up through like dailies and a little bit of AFK on raid dens that are like minus 30-something% penalty. Because I haven't been doing like investigation or anything. But I might go do that just to push this bar over, use the pot onto mining, or smithing, I mean. And then, yeah, I might have to merchants at 175 then. So for when we go do the money grind tomorrow to our level 25 rake, we'll be able to go do so easily. And at that point, we're not barely even going to need to do it tomorrow either. Because by that point, we're going to have like 15 gold just from merchant. Also, is it really going to jip me by 1%? I'm going to be at 99% right now. Really? You're going to make me do one investigation just for that? No! Why you got to be like this? Alright, fine. Alright, let me see what we have in merchant tower. I might just go for it. Do a little bit of merchant running. Yep, time to get the timer going. It's that time again. Alright, let me go center this and everything. Alright, let's see. Let me figure out what we're doing here. Not even sure what this current run is, but we'll figure something out. Alright, looks good enough to me. Alright, let's see. What do we have? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, slightly ahead. There we go. Should be synced now. Alright, what are we doing? Pizza, you're out. You're in. Can I bring double rug while I'm over there? No. So, actually, I could bring it down the end. I don't know. Do I backtrack for it? That'd be kind of weird. I think I do, though. Oh, yeah, I need to go sell these hides, though. I need to go sell and get rid of this junk. I just realized I'm only going to have a double inventory, though. Because I still haven't gotten rid of my, my boost pot at the middle. I guess I can do that when I go do a rug. Because by then I wouldn't have over-encumbered yet. Not sure why I'm doing rug, though. I saw a rug, grabbed another rug, and now apparently we're doing rug. I'm doing it in a weird order, too, because I'm buying rug, then turning in the other thing rather than just doing it at the end. That's mostly because I gotta get rid of this potion. I don't know, would it have still worked the other way around? I guess I technically could have done it the other way around. I'm mostly just trying to scrap this potion real quick. Because if we're actually doing merchant, I don't want a dead space like that in my inventory. Alright, now I can go put away my potion. Yes, I know knowledge. I need to go spend you. Let's go bank our potion real quick. Also, I'm not sure why I keep trying to hover over to mining. I have no need to put it into mining. My mouse keeps hovering over like, ooh, do I click it? Do I click it? There's no way we make it between this timer and then, though. But we also don't really need to. But I'm not sure if I'm going for the whole 175 right now, but we do need it for tomorrow, technically. So I might just go all the way, we'll see. I always don't know how to gauge how much you get per hour from doing this, though. I feel like every hour just varies so much based on how much I'm paying attention or the amount of effort we're overall doing at any given time. It's kind of annoying that we have to backtrack here. Pretty sure it's better doing it this way, though, rather than going top then bottom then telly. Go bottom then top then telly. Oh no, is that closer? Hard to tell if we're backtracking more this way or the other way. Normally I don't bother turning this other one in. But because of where our timer is, we definitely should. I have another yellow Christmas tree. Yeah, it's a pretty good Christmas tree rate. Or I mean, hat rate. Just doing merchant in general. Anything that's high knowledge per hour is also high hat per hour. But it's kind of crazy how much merchant scales throughout the entire game. It's the only skill that's basically the EXP rate for is, well, inconsistent from hour to hour. The amount that you keep getting scaled is kind of interesting because it's, unlike every other skill, where you get like a gigantic burst at a certain level range. Merchant's not like that, like at all. Like a new item barely even affects your rate per hour normally. There's a few exceptions to that. But, they normally aren't a drastic change. Maybe that one pocket watch we keep turning in is like one of the few exceptions. But beyond that, most of them don't. Also, what on earth am I looking at? Sure. What even is this run? There's like nothing to turn in anywhere. Alright, I finally fixed the pathing, by the way. I think this was in yesterday's update. Not the little mini one that they did today. But I can click right over here and it'll auto path through the correct door. Before it would ram you into a dead end door depending on where you click. But now it'll always path you through the one that's actually open. What? You weren't supposed to cancel him. There you go. Probably should have canceled both, but we'll roll with it. I opened up an inventory. I didn't bother counting. We should. I don't see any reason why we won't, because we're turning in soap and then, yeah, we can just get everything. But I keep forgetting, now that wine is worth so much more, now that everything's just being brought up, it's actually kind of worth taking now. It's because of the amount of times we just pass it for free. And by wine, I mean the sharp speed one, not the southwest one. Southwest one is worth a lot, but only if you're routing down there. This one you kind of get for free just by walking by to soap. But yeah, the more I see the 200 smithing cape, the more I don't want it. The more I'm like, I am perfectly fine with the 100. It's not because of the cost, it's because of the, oh no, I just prefer this one. I like the swords at the bottom. If anyone needs a specific hat, you're in Port Apothecary. Yeah, honestly, I should probably start trading them at some point. Just to help people out. But I also kind of want to keep a clean collection of whatever I earned during it. So I still haven't decided yet. I feel like if I start helping some people, I'm going to go down the rabbit hole of trying to help everyone. Which I would love to do, but I feel like it would just waste so much time. If like every stream we spend like a half an hour doing it. I think how people are trading hats in almost like every room though. Like every room imaginable, I feel like I've seen someone trying to trade. Like even in the middle of nowhere in like the forest or something. There are people still trading hats. That is one thing I do plan to do though when trading does come out. I do hope we can like hand out some gear and stuff. Particularly all the stuff I really don't need anymore but don't want to sell. Because I would love to just hand it out to people who actually need it. I just keep doing a hand-me-down system. Or hopefully they'll also hand it down to someone else who needs it. Just start like a whole chain reaction of hand-me-downs. Yeah, he did say free trade. Which is also something that is slightly concerning. Like, free trade is fun, but free trade can also be very abused. But yeah, that is one thing that was confirmed in the AMA. He's adding free trading. AKA, you can trade anything for nothing. Like, you can trade someone literally a platinum or 1,000 gold. What's the same difference? But, you know, you can trade someone 1,000 gold, 100 gold, 10 gold. There's no limit. Which means those botters are getting ready. Those botters saw that and it was like, ooh, free money. But hopefully I'll have some anti-measures against all that. I just realized one bad thing with my plan. I have no way to turn in soap. Leather worker all day. I know people are literally going to work in the sweatshops. What have they started? There's going to be entire bot farms just sweatshop working in this game now. I know they're going to get better tracking and everything. But there's already bots that are doing it. Like the, what's her name girl, whatever that's called. The, forget her name, the Haktua girl. Like that's a leather worker bot that's been running pretty much since launch. The Haktua girl bot. But there's gonna be whole sweatshops now working the leather worker. Just running the money printer. Quite literally, if that's gonna happen. Free trade. Hopefully bot detection will get them all. Yeah, the only thing I did wrong here is, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with soap. Unless I'm gonna do a whole circle around. Which I guess at this point we are. So we don't have to deal with it on next cycle. As long as I can make it within 1 minute and 46 seconds. Which I might be able to play. Maybe I double pocket watch here. Turn in soap but then telly. I just skip pocket watch instead. I think it's the play here. Double by pocket watch but skip soap. And we should be able to make a time with just soap. We go to soap, turn it in, telly over. And hopefully we have at least one pocket watch on our next set. With anything that can synergize with it, synergistically. I just realized, I have never needed to sell to that guy yet. I wonder what level you start doing it. Because we still never needed to yet. Oh, we hit the funny number, 169. Over 150 hats, you want them to make them tradable? Honestly, let's say hypothetically all the hats were tradable. You know how many there are in the economy? They'd be under 1 gold each if they were tradable right now. Like, obviously, over time, maybe they would go up. But their initial value is, like, nothing. Not sure what I want from that board, but I'm just gonna go with this. I need to buy, what's its name? I just realized I only have enough for 1. I didn't realize we didn't get a second. That's unfortunate. We got a second bath salt, but not a second in the other thing. Hey, we got a green elf hat for the pile. Get in there. I think we're like, what, 1 or 2 hats away from 100? Maybe we already hit 100. I've been keeping close track. I counted them earlier, but I already forgot what the number was. I meant to buy a monocle while I was there. You know what? I should be getting more corner stuff. If we get enough of it, it's going to be worth it eventually. It was 67 forging? Nice. Yeah, we're currently in our re-addiction phase, by the way, for merchant. When it comes to doing merchant. So we gotta hit while the fire's hot. Because I gotta go get the 205 grind at some point. Today's probably just a 175 grind, though. Which we're already pretty much there. 5.5 lulls. We're nearly there. But I really need that 205 already. So I can do 200 leather maker. We're going to go further at some point though, of course. But no time soon. But it's in the eventually category. Oh, we don't need to make it in time for this timer. This timer is actually the previous board right now.
Next board, we could do like a 3.5 minute. So this is probably a good top left angle. I mean, bottom left, I mean. Up or top left. Ah, I meant to buy that earlier and didn't. No! We can still make it work, though. Oh, no. Am I going far bottom? How far of a bottom run is this? Yeah, I'm basically just cutting through town square. Twice. I think it's worth it, though. We're gonna do like a mini, like, 8 shape. I'm gonna do an 8 shape around the town. But it does get us everywhere we need to be. I don't think I've ever had a route like this, but it will do what it needs to do. That's pretty much the solution to any route, by the way. If you just make enough circles, it'll eventually solve itself. You just want to minimize how many circles you do. But if you just keep running in circles, you'll eventually auto-solve any merchant run. Just gotta make enough circles. Ideally as minimally as possible. But there isn't a single merchant run that can't be solved with more circles. Alright, I'll grab this, grab these, turn in this, grab that. I'm not going to turn in banana. I was going to go the other way. But so we don't have to double back to middle. I'm actually going to drop turning in banana, just double by banana. Otherwise, we'd have to circle back to banana. Or, you know, to turn in banana back in middle. But instead, I could just go for middle sweep for the next cycle, hopefully. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Might not happen, but it might. I don't have enough inventory because I can sell soap. I mean, I can buy. I can sell candle before I buy wine. And then just telly from wine. Which I don't think I've ever done before. And a run on buying the sharp wine. That is our current route right now. Oh, we can almost train smithing. 2 more levels, 8 more points, and we should be good to go. We can almost go back to what we're actually trying to train. I know it doesn't look like this, but this is actually training smithing right now, by the way. This is what peak efficiency looks like for training smithing. Maybe not peak efficiency, but this is what training smithing looks like in the current state of the game. As well as many skills. I'm not gonna make it for this timer. I don't think I want to, though. You know what? We actually can. Just have to not turn in wine. As well as take everything in like 5 seconds, but that should be plenty of time. Why is it all so bad? What am I supposed to take here? It's also horrible. I'm even more confused by the follow-up. What? I could turn this wine. It's bothering me. What even is this run? I think I just have to do a mini run here. The problem is I can't really reach anything with a mini run. I do have a plan, though. I'm gonna just do the bottom 2. Buy double clock, telly back, and try to get double banana into double clock. And then we could turn in vase. The only 2 we can't do is 2 top left, but Even though they're valuable, we could always drop them. Because top left doesn't really work with what I'm trying to do right now. As long as I get back within like a minute, we should be okay. So gonna buy cloth, turn it in, buy double clockwork, figure out what we're doing, telly back. The only big issue is if we somehow don't get any clockwork or banana on next cycle. That kind of ruins the plan. Ideally we see both, but ideally we want to see at least one or the other. Though both would be even better. Then we just center sweep the entire thing. Now we don't need to make it back in time, but we do want to be there as early as possible in the next cycle. Which we should be able to do here. Could be like 10, 15 seconds off. Alright, come on, show me banana clockwork. We're invested heavily. We are invested far too heavily in this center sweep. Show me a center sweep. Or top left and I could drop what I have. Either works. That is neither of those two things. What do I even do with this? I guess just drop. And then telly over to middle, turn, buy vase. I don't have another vase slot though, is unfortunate. Wrong side. Having the second vase there would be nice. But what am I really not turning in right now? Well, I guess we're taking in everything. If anything, dropping vase for something else, but there was nothing else to pick, I don't think. Because dropping vase for something better would have been good. Luckily, this route still goes and cycles by vase, but I gotta backtrack to go get everything from corner. And I'm gonna have exact inventory for everything in corner. Hopefully we can make it back before this next timer. Not the 24-second one, but the one after it. Hey, we got another hat. Another hat for the pile. Good night, Grumpskin. Thanks for stopping by. We're going for about, what, another 6 hours or so? We're not even halfway there. Tomorrow's stream is going to be a little bit shorter, though. Like, about the length of this right now. But tonight is still full length. So we are going to go for quite a while tonight. With some of our main goals being to get level 178 smithing, which we are 2 levels away from. This is what smithing looks like. Level 175 merchant, because also what merchant looks like. And then that'll be set up for our leather maker to print money tomorrow. And then tomorrow our main goal is to get 20 gold. At this rate, honestly, we might have 20 gold this stream. No, we're not going to have that much this stream. We're going to have a lot, but it's not going to be 20 gold. Like maybe 16 gold. But tomorrow, 100%. Stream does not end unless we have a level 25 rake. I should count the tiles to see if going down or up here is better. Because honestly, I think going top then middle is actually better. Like turning in the bath salts then this, rather than the other way around. I never tile tested it though. There's so many things on merchant runs that I do based on feel rather than efficient tile. And I'm probably wasting time like every run I ever do. By not knowing for sure. Also, I just realized I'm not going to be able to make it in time. Leatherworker is still the best for money? Yeah, it's pretty good for money. At super high range it is. And once trading comes out, combat might be the best for money. If you get like really lucky. These high level 4 stars, for people that can use them, are going to be pretty expensive. It takes like all day to grind even one. Why this guy needs vases, I still don't know. Makes like no sense. Oh, come on, you didn't give us a level? Alright, 5 more levels technically. Alright, show me the center sweep. It's still not too late. I got half it on the ground. Show me a meat into clock banana center sweep. That is almost none of those things. Let's see. What do we even do here? I kind of almost just even ignore the board right now. And just do... meat cloth? Does that even seem worth it? Buy meat, maybe go do plate into cloth. But then you still have to backtrack for cloth. And you still have to backtrack to buy the other thing too. This is even the shop I want. Honestly, I'm about to just go check the board. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with this. This is one of those that's just like, why? Why are you showing us this? You have like any synergy at all. Because if we were to do even half of this, it'd be like buy plate, buy that. Go start heading south. Turn in plate, buy cloth, backtrack. But then you still have to go all the way over there. It doesn't even work. You can do a meat to cloth to something else angle. And then drop that. And then do that when you turn it on middle. Let me just see what we get. Because that's definitely not it. Whatever that was, that's not it. Ooh. Couple interesting things here that make me want to go... Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of... Probably that, yeah. I just realized I'm going to be one task short, though. Should've kept one of them. Though, we're still gotta go keep dropping these piles. We're starting the piles again. It's happening. Stop. Stop wasting so much time juggling. Every time. That guy just loves to juggle. The only problem with this route is, I have no way to do vase. Because we're actually never touching center. He's too far off the T shape. Which actually wouldn't have hurt to have done cloth with this, I guess. We gotta buy this, buy pizza, turn in everything top left, go to right. That's one weird thing with the current tasks that we tend to get. We tend to do like a weird T shape now. Where you start like middle there, then you go left, and you kind of go up, and then to the right. Make like a lowercase T almost. It's like the shape that we're moving here. Oh, I forgot pizza. Every time. Honestly, I feel like pizza's a really not worth a task unless you're bringing tomato to it. I feel like just grabbing pizza for the sake of grabbing pizza is so bad. Unless you're doing tomato into pizza. But then you have to start from the left rather than middle. And by left, I mean west. Though with this camera angle, it is technically the right direction. I still wonder if I keep doing this inefficiently, though. I feel like the more I do merchant, the more inefficient I'm actually doing it rather than more efficiently. There's so many weird nuances to it. Like, as you keep doing it, you see more flaws in whatever you're doing. Oh, Snow Globe. That's a new one. I almost forgot about that. Not sure if it's any good, but I guess we'll try it. Not sure where its turn-in point or gather point is, but we can go check it real quick. That is a new one. Alright, let's go put this in here. What else do we need? Grab clockwork. Only thing I can't do here is grab trophy. Or I could grab it and then just telly. Which honestly probably would have been the play because I don't think I have enough time to turn these other two in. I gotta do North Soap, then turn in Clock. If I can do North Soap while still looking like we have time, I would maybe telly back. But based on our time, it doesn't look like it's gonna be worth it, so we're just gonna telly back whenever. So we'll do everything but vase then. Oh, but the vase. There's so many high merchant people over here, or like thieves. Not sure what they're doing with this alley, but all the the better thieves are down this alley. Up, Christmas hat, nice. We got a blue Santa hat. To go with our other billion blue Santa hats. How many are we at right now? We're at 7 blue. Interesting. I have 5 of all the Santas, but 7 blue. Oh no, I don't have. I only have 4 black. I don't have vase on me, but it's fine. We'll telly back. Alright, 5 levels to go. We're so close. Yet so many miles away. Yeah, it's still on the ground, isn't it? I would love if we had a center sweep right now. We're already set up to 1 item. Our ground is set up for it as well. And the game refuses to ever give it to us. Wonderful. Honestly, I might just wait. I want my center sweep. I'm committed. It's good water break. I'm too overly committed to the center sweep. I'll grab wine because why not? In case we have to pivot to like a weird bottom angle. Also, one thing that has interesting synergy is rug to plate. But how often are you doing a rug to plate to wine run? Like, yeah, I have wine, but that is so much walking. You have to go top right, then go bottom left, then go truly bottom left. Like, you have to go from northeast to west to southwest. And then back to middle. It's such a weird path. It's one of those triples that seems super not worth it because how little you get for rug. Like, rug basically as much as ribs. Yeah, ribs is like 1,000 times easier to route in. Foraging wall plants looks like sketchy people you catch doing detective. Oh, wow, are there a bunch of bots there? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the free-to-play areas have a crazy amount of them. I'm normally in Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, so it's hard to tell. Because whenever we go check our thing. We're ranked 17 in Mines and Matubin. We actually took top 24 recently. And 45 Chronopolis. Look at our other ones. We're like ranked 2,000 something in the other two. Oh yeah, Snow Globe. Toy Stall into Timey Shoes and Wines. I'm not sure what that is. Is that worth it? I guess we'll turn it in because why not? But is it worth doing I guess since we have to go there anyways. We'll figure something out. Alright, let me go turn in the Snow Globe. So where are we going for this? Shown map. So you get it from the toy stall, and then you turn it in at there. Is that worth it? The turn-in location is way better than Doll. The buy location is so awful, though. But otherwise, this is a pretty free turn-in. The turn-in point is good, but the buy location is horrific. Which sounds like one of those you might want to throw on the ground. Not sure if I have enough inventory by then to even throw it on the ground. Because I'm actually going to have exact inventory to even grab it. Because we're going to be so over-encumbered. I just realized, can I even buy wine? Wait, how's this gonna work? Alright, what's the game plan now? I have to buy wine, but can't turn in anything other than carrot. But I gotta buy snow globe. Yeah, this doesn't work. I can only do one or the other. I can't do both. Guess we're doing snow globe for the first time. Bonus. Because I can't do both wine and snow globe. Not without dropping rib or something. Is that a thief? And I gotta go for them though. Only a level 22 thief. Still get the same amount of knowledge, I believe, for any of them though. Oh, we still got the banana and the other thing on the ground. Poor thing. It's been there so long. And they're gonna remain there, apparently. But yeah, I'm not sure how often we're gonna do snow globe. The biolocation, I just don't feel like we're routing to too often. We'll get the first time bonus from it, if nothing else. It's not bad. Just buying it is really inconvenient. Alright, 4.5 more levels, and we are good to go in Leatherworker for a decent bit of time down the line. And by then, we're also going to be at like 15 gold. If not more. Alright, show me the center sweep. Or bottom left, please. I've been holding on to these for so long. They've been waiting for their time to shine. Ooh, bottom sweep? Into middle? While I'm waiting, I'll turn this in real quick, I guess. Just so we're not stalling here forever. Also, in case I need them. Yeah, we got a really, really good bottom to middle route going on here. I was concerned we're going to get too many items that we can't use, though. Guess we go to middle first, but then we have to double middle. Yep, 14 gold. We're getting there. 6 gold to go. Gosh, at this rate, honestly, we might finish it this stream. I don't want to start raking tomorrow, though. I still want tomorrow to be like the finish the rake day. I don't know, we'll see where we're at. Wow, that's a lot of wine. Sure. Ooh, do I? I got to. It pains me to do this. Wait, get rid of other wine. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, it pains me less to do that now. I feel slightly less pain. I thought that was a third wine, but it was a different wine. That's nice. You don't get auto-walled. Yep, there's the open door. Nice. I love that new feature. They updated that like a day or two ago. I think it was on the same day they did the Christmas update. So yesterday. But they finally made it so you can path correctly through that without being rammed against the door that's completely closed. Because it wasn't smart pathing around it. Right now it does. You know what, maybe I should have kept that one wine. Oh, not what I wanted. Is I would have been able to get it for free, whereas the other one, I know, still kind of free with the route I'll be doing, actually. Because I still have to route there somehow. We're going to be routing from middle. Also, honestly, out of any shortcut, I feel like the level 53 one is so good here. Just having to skip past Zombie Road is so nice. Plus, it brings you straight to this middle stall here. Which we don't need right now, but normally you would. It also brings you right over here for this one. Nice, nice. Turn that in, turn that in. Oh, green Christmas hat! We're getting a lot of Santas today. Santa's been nice to us this year. Still missing that one black party hat, though. Or black, what's it called? Our ratio is like it's so much lower. I guess it's not that much lower. It's always way lower than that. I'm not sure if this overall run was worth it, but like with anything with Merchant, enough circles and we'll solve everything. We're definitely not making it back in timer, though. But I'm not sure how I feel about Snow Globe. I think most of the time it's not worth it. Great turn-in location, awful buy location. Which I think it's still closer doing it this way. I never know sometimes. At some point we'll do the math on every possible route. From every possible location. But that sounds like way too much work to bother anytime soon. Pretty sure there's tools that kind of do it. But I would want to know 100% for sure that's correct. So I'd want to do my own math. But it would just take too long to go do that. So I've just never bothered. But I eventually want to figure out, like if we ever do like super post 200, like I'm talking like over 205. I want to do the math, even if it takes like half a day. I want to do the math on like every possible route imaginable. From like every location to every location, just to know like which one is most tile perfect. Alright, how long are we going to keep these two without getting a single task? I don't think I've ever gone this big of a dry streak on these things. I just do not want to go. Probably getting abandoned, but I'll turn in wine real quick, I guess. Just in case we're not going soap route. Even though I literally have soap, but that means we can end on soap. Or double back instead of going down wine. If we have to do like center into middle into go to top left, but only top left, but not cycle to wine. I really feel like this is not worth getting though. For one single wine. But we already committed to it, so can't really stop now. Honestly, at this point, I kind of want to wine and grab the soap. If we're coming this far, I might as well go all the way. Let's grab the soap now. Just don't turn it in and get the mega center sweep. Well, even double soap. Oh, I can't because I have the other thing on me right now. Otherwise, I probably would double soap. You know for sure we're going to get a soap right now because I'm buying only one. So it's going to troll us by giving us another one even though we've been waiting on the other thing. There's a 100% chance there's soap on the board right now. Come on, please. Just one good center sweep. That's all I ask. We've been holding on to these for like 10 bounty boards, though. Come on. Oh, of course. I knew it. Oh, what's new? Why? Why would you do this? I kind of still have to grab it, though. Alright, what do we need? What do we need? We're gonna go... How do I turn it into soap, though? Because the answer is we don't. Is this just a double cloth run for no reason other than we have double cloth? Because I'm not seeing anything else. Nothing else was really on route unless we went way out of our way. Seems super ultra not worth it. Is the only bad thing about super high level merchant? The amount of tasks that just do not want to synergize with each other is so high. Of course, the solution to that is just get multiple boards, but there's a lot of single boards that just don't do anything. You almost require getting a double set. It's one of the reasons we have the timer going. Is to try to sync up double sets a little bit better. Though trying to and actually having it happen are two very different things. Or set up for like an ultra center sweep, though, if it ever wants to give it to us at some point. Soon, soon. Alright, 4 levels to go. Here after this, we're still gonna need 30 more levels at some point. Still got a ways to go. Alright, let's see what we get here. What do we want to see? Third soap, no. Ideally, I want to get rid of this clockwork and banana already, so I don't have to worry about ground items, because they keep taking too much time to juggle. Get a nice quick center, and then go back to doing top left into something. Thank you, finally, one of them. Not quite what we need, but we'll take it. Good enough. Give me banana. And we're just gonna telly to west. How much time do we have if we want to make it back in time? Because I'm considering just running through middle and then just tellying away. After we buy clockwork, sheep. If only we had a second soap. I was going to, but it was filled by wine earlier. As well as random other junk we didn't need. In all fairness, the wine we did need. The other junk we didn't. Oh, wrong person. Oh, nice. We got a Santa hat. We got the Santa. Yeah, currently I'm setting up simultaneously for a middle and a bottom left. So it's going to give me just more top, probably. Honestly, we're kind of set up for all three. So it can't really troll us here for the most part. We'll still find a way. We'll do like all Cyclops or something. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we could roll with that, I guess. Good enough. What can I drop that's still kind of in that pathing, though? Not much. I need bottom left and none that's bottom left. Alright, do I just grab that just for the sake of it? I guess. Because I have the inventory for it, doesn't matter. Because at this point, this is buy cloth and then triple turn in and telly back, and then we do top left into whatever. But this finally finishes the cleaning of the floor. We've done some spring cleaning in December. But the floor has been cleaned. The floor has been cleaned properly. So now we don't need to worry about random juggling. We can just worry about our horrible task list instead. I do really at some point want to make a merchant guide. But if I ever do, I want to make it way too complicated. Like, not like the basics. I want to cover, like, the in-depth of in-depth. Like, every tile, perfect everything. Most synergies at most levels. I just feel like it's too much to cover. It's one of those videos that's, like, so overly scoped that it's never going to get done. Plus, we need to get better at merchant to begin with. Alright, more soap to go with our collection. Is this a top left run? Like, what else are we doing? Is that even worth buying one of them there? It might just because of synergy. Alright, this is still dead. That hasn't changed. Oh, so right as I finish the ground cleaning, we're just going to be ruining it again. Because I'm going to need a double buy soap here. Or bath salt, I mean. Wait, do I even have enough level to do it? At 231 merchant, you can confidently say you can write that video for you? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, honestly, anyone who does post 200 merchant, like, you know, like, everything by that point. Like, everything. Though, Kush, what can you say? Are we doing this very inefficiently or about average, do you think? Like, how are you going about it? Because I feel like I do a different method, like, every stream. Trying to see which one works better. I feel like I just keep making it worse. Oh, so I just realized, do I even have enough inventory here? Yeah, I do, barely. Middle Main Street. Yeah, middle is, like, really broken. I keep getting distracted with top left to top right, though. Because, Pocket Watch is so good. I also hate going bottom. But sometimes the tasks just force you to. Like, Carrot Snow Globe's actually looking pretty kind of nice whenever we're just going through middle. I feel like anything on bottom is super not worth it, though. And Cyclops is just dead. There's, like, no reason to ever take any Cyclops task. Like, ever, under any circumstance. You never pass on a Snow Globe, really? Do you do Carrot Snow Globe, or just Snow Globe into bottom left? With, like, cloth and wine? Also, do you ground juggle at all? Because I feel like I'm an over ground juggler. Because we've had as many as like 10 juggles on the ground. I think my limit now is like 3. Anything above 3, we really gotta go turn them in. Oh no, Ka-chow! I hope it gets better. That's not ideal. Yeah, you just juggle high-level turn-ins. That makes sense. Is that why you do Snow Globe and just, like, mass buy it then? Like, every time you ever come down here? I just realized that's a bit of a mistake. I don't have the ability to turn in wine cloth now. Well, back we go. Psst. Yeah, Snow Globe's turn-in is really good. It's just the buy location is awful. I was mentioning that earlier. But the solution is just buy a max inventory every time you ever show up there, pretty much. Yeah, this might be a cloth wine drop. It is head top left. Not with those tasks, we're not. Do you ever bother doing tomato pizza? Because I feel like pizza's in the middle of nowhere. Like, just grabbing pizza only seems so bad. But I've also tried pre-buying it and it never seemed worth it. It definitely seems worth pre-buying Snow Globe, though. Oh, what level is curry? I don't even think I have curry yet. I have another yellow Christmas tree. Gosh, it's just taunting us today. You know how many yellow Christmas trees we got today? It took us 63 to get it to finish the set. And today alone, we've gotten, 5. It took me 63 to get 1. And now I have 6 of them. Oh, what's my ground looking like right now? I got globe and clock. Not sure what I'm trying to route right now. These all look so bad. Like, it's just a cloth wine to middle telly? But then we can't turn in the other thing. Piece is too far out of the way. I'm not going to be back in timer. They should be getting pretty close. Let me go check. Curry's at level... I can't see. Oh, 196. So you get it right before the post 200 grind. That's a weird thing with Merchant too when explaining for any level range. I feel like every 50 level ranges is a completely different skill for Merchant. Like the 0 to 30, the 30 to like 60, so on and so forth kind of ranges. You're almost playing a completely different skill at that point. Also, I have no clue what my plan is right now. It's just to buy pizza. Because I want to get back to the other area before we go back, and that would make it so we don't have to backtrack pizza. But also makes it so I don't have to take tomato into it. Is this like a top left to middle to other area? I have no clue at this point. As long as we make it back in a minute. Not even double pizza. So I don't have to come back here for later and just ignore tomato. We go top left enough that we should be fine. Also, Kush, have you ever targeted... what is the quickest way to get to top left? If you could go from literally any angle, is it tele west and then just walk there through shortcut? Because that's what I normally do if I can get there by any means. But I haven't actually tested to see if it's the quickest method. Okay, we did get a second pizza. That's actually huge. Can I do anything else with this? Honestly, I'm about to drop bath salts just for the extra meat. It's easier to turn in. Alright, anyways, what we're doing? Basically just top left. Alright, that is the quickest way? Okay. Yeah, I've been doing it, but I never tile tested it. Yeah, the gate delay is the main thing that makes it quicker. If it wasn't for gate delay, I'm pretty sure it's not actually even quicker. But the gate delay is what makes it good. Because it doesn't have it. Well, it does have a gate, but, you know, just the annoying jump one. That should be removed after you finish that one quest. I really wish they would do already. They literally come rampaging in during the storyline, yet the gate still somehow stays intact. It makes no sense. Like, there'd be a literal lore reason as to why the gate is not there anymore. Like the one for the jump from the farm. There's something I don't understand in that storyline. Like, a whole army comes rushing through. Yet every single one of them individually jumped the gate. Instead of just plowing it down. Like, the rate at which they populate that one room is beyond the rate at which they could jump the fence. Unless they were all waiting on, like, the inside of the fence. There's no reason this gate should still be here, the broken one. But the other gate has way more delay. The loading screen one. Oh, wrong one. Alright, 3 levels to go. So close. He's so far. How's our money doing? Gosh, I keep forgetting. Merchant's not bad for money. Like, it doesn't beat Leatherworker, but gosh, it's still a lot of money. Especially when you're not expecting to make money from it. I'm not sure why I don't expect Merchant to make money. I guess because I don't expect Detective to make money. So I'm like, oh yeah, Merchant also doesn't. But Merchant's actually pretty solid. Not as good as Leatherworker, but really good. It technically is better than Leatherworker. It depends what your level disparity is. It was an issue that we had for a while because my Leatherworker were so low. Is why I was boosting Leatherworker with knowledge at the lower level range. Because Merchant actually is better money than Leatherworker. If you keep just training Merchant. The problem with I had before is my Merchant was making more money than Leatherworker, which made me, when I needed money, made me so I trained Merchant more. Which led to a vicious cycle where we just kept training Merchant, which made it better than Leathermaker. And that cycle just kept going over and over again. Because Leatherworker on its own is better. Or, you know, Leatherworker once you get it up and everything. But the problem is when you keep training Merchant because it's better than Leatherworker, it keeps getting better than Leatherworker, so you never train Leatherworker. But once you actually go train Leatherworker, it fixes the problem. Anyways, what on earth am I looking at here? I hate all of it. Which is why I'm taking all of it for some reason. I have no clue. I hate objectives like that. I look at that and I'm like, no, I don't want any of it. Like, I just want to take them all just to peek at, like, why? Like, what are you supposed to do with this? I guess you could do... You could do carrot. You could buy ribs, buy carrot, and tomato at the same time. then go turn in and go get wine, but then you have to go east, but then you have to backtrack to middle. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? Oh, Christmas hat. Like, the more I look at this, like, what even is this? Like, the best you can do is teleport west, buy all 3 of your ingredients, and maybe go buy wine then? But don't turn in wine? But then drop rug? I said, hello, Code! Welcome, welcome! You'll catch up with us eventually? Yeah. There's actually a lot of people who caught up with us during our league grind. Because I was doing old school RuneScape League. And we kept dropping on leaderboard. The only reason we're even top 20 right now is because everyone above us is hidden. We're not actually top 20. We're like 25th or something. But hey, it shows us top 20. We're top 20. You know one thing that we actually probably are, though? Even when the leaderboard gets updated. Or, you know, with everyone being on the board. I wasn't trying to, but we might actually be top 20 mines in Matubin. It's because I've been focusing so much on trying to get that up. Because I want to, I think it's even a title. I want to go get the crafting for that already. Alright, show me a snow globe and a clockwork. I want to clean up my floor some. Neither of those two things are there. Honestly, not bad. We can make this work. Abandoned rib, grab that. This is actually a pretty good run, actually. Wait, hold. Wait, it's actually not bad. Just making sure I have enough inventory. We do, I think. We'll find out when we don't. That'll be an issue for about 2 minutes from now. Let me double check. Yeah, we have enough. Because I turned in double tomato before I even grabbed double candle. I mean double bath salt. Right, what am I doing? Go to the wrong store. To the grocery store! I only got 2.5 more levels after this run. Get in there. Wait, I just passed the wine person. I could do that. You are supposed to be traded. You know what I hate about this alleyway? Notice how there's no one here. But when you do this, there's someone there. That always gets me. The purple cloth completely blocks his location. So with his camera angle, he's actually invisible sometimes. Which is really annoying. Like, the amount of times I've accidentally passed him because he's completely invisible is so high. Like, I know he's there, but he's visually not there. So you gotta remember that he's actually there. But depending on your camera angle, yeah, he's literally invisible the whole time you go by him. That's one thing that's really annoying about his location. He's right next to, like, the little tent thingy. And it blocks your entire vision because it doesn't have a silhouette unless you're hovering over him. Or unless you do the spacebar thing. I'm like checking the 422 as if I could stop them. Good luck with that. We're not even half the level. Oh, so should we fight the 237? Look at that. A death skull. I wonder how badly we'd die if we actually tried taking it on. Because the game says we'd be obliterated, and honestly, I agree. Mostly because they're hags. If it was something else, then maybe we'd have a chance. But I'm pretty sure that would 3-shot me. Alright, there is no shot we make this back in 10 seconds, and even if we do, I don't think I can grab anything. We're gonna have 1 second to grab whatever we see. Alright, whatever looks the best value, go. Candle. No! No! I hate when that happens. Alright, what are we doing? Oh, I can finally turn the other thing in. I could do that real quick. Wait, how do we get back to middle, though? Am I turning and painting and just walking back? It sure looks like that's what's happening. It's gonna be like the lamest middle turn in ever. I'm gonna turn in like the clockwork thing and that's it. I don't have wine, I don't have the other thing. I guess I could go all the way top left. Do I have the inventory for that, though? Yeah, because I'm only picking up one item. Oh, but then I have to turn in clockwork before rib. Because I grabbed everything from my ground. Which is kind of awkward. Because right now we're juggling like one single item. But I can't get a buy sell in. Now, if only we got like a candle, monocle, snow globe, wine angle. Other wine, not that wine. But honestly, that one would be good too because we could just head over there as well. And then go for like a middle sweep. But yeah, I definitely don't buy rib here. But if we can get like a wine into middle, then we can get the rib in. We still have the inventory for it with whatever on earth this is. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but it's something. Something's going on in here. Not sure what, but something is. What's the ramifications of not turning in clock? I think I have to. Oh, wrong person. I kind of have to do the pocket watch. See, no merchant run is ever unsolvable with enough circles. We just did an entire circle around this cul-de-sac, but it got us where we need to be. You generally want to limit your circling, though. But no merchant run cannot be solved with enough circles if you just keep doing it over and over again. As long as you're not taking a Cyclops thing or something. Hey, purple elf hat. I might just wait at the board here. Because I have a feeling whatever is about to show up is going to be depressing. Ideally what we need is bottom left and middle. Ideally incorporating monocles and or snow globe. That is none of that. Well, actually it's top left in the middle, I guess. Which are a lot of that is top left in the middle. I need to abandon you for you. And then drop all my junk already. Honestly, this run's already kind of good. Only problem is I'm not going to be able to check this next board. But our current run's already fine enough. I guess wine's kind of out of place. Is the only problem with this current run. There's no way we're turning in wine. Or even buying wine. We could turn it in, but we can't buy it. You don't have one on the ground. Otherwise, we could incorporate it. That'd actually work perfectly if we had a ground wine. But unfortunately... I really hope these things aren't tradable when trading comes out. That's still one of my concerns, because their AMA, I don't think, really answered that. Is what's going to happen with ground items. Or, you know, like, not ground items. What am I trying to say? What's going to happen with merchant items? Because I hope they're never, ever, ever, ever tradable player to player. Because then you're just going to buy whatever you're missing from center square and be able to do a consistent 6 turn in every time. Like, it could almost be any 6 missions and you'll be able to turn all 6 in. Consistently, 100% of the time. No, they can't be banked. Well, they mentioned they're doing bank-to-bank trading, but I don't think all trading is bank-to-bank. And that's literally all trading is going to be bank-to-bank. I read that as they confirmed bank-to-bank trading is a thing, but I'm not sure if all of it will be or not. Because that's one thing that would make it safe is you can't do bank-to-bank on merchant items. You can't even trade them. Well, we don't know if we can trade them at all, but they're not something that can be banked. So we don't know if there's just going to be a ban on all unbankable items when trading comes out. Because if that's the case, that would auto-fix that and many other things. Because you know someone will collect 1 billion cabbages. They're currently not bankable though, so you wouldn't be able to. Because that would fix a lot of things. If the only things you're allowed to trade are only bankable. Because then you also can't trade filled gas leeches. Because they're not bankable. Because that'd be another one that'd be pretty big. I wonder what the market would be for them, though. Like, what would be the price of a gas leech? If you could sell them to someone directly. Could you imagine? Like, if you had 24 gas leeches in your inventory. I wonder what the silver price would for that be. It definitely wouldn't be a gold piece. But I feel like it'd be kind of close to a gold piece. If someone were just selling an inventory of 24 filled gas leeches ready to go. Can you build the monument with trading? Oh, yeah, that's another exploity one. I think you need the foraging level to build it. Is there a foraging check? Because I know you can get... Yeah, you do. Because it's possible to get some foraging pieces beforehand already right now. By doing chests. And those people don't have the thing unlocked because it's locked behind foraging level. So you can get foraging pieces that you can't currently get, but you can't start building it until you have the foraging level. Like, for example, the one at 490 is locked behind 490, even if you have the building piece for 490. You need 490 for her to let you put them in. She won't let you put them in without it. Because there's already people that got monument pieces early by doing, like, chest searching. And if they go to the monument place, they can't put it in because they don't have the level range for it. Because to be able to put him into the monument, you need the level, corresponding level. Like right now, even if I got a tier 3 piece, I can't put it in. Because if I go to her, she won't allow me to put tier 3 pieces in. Because the prompt doesn't come up until you have the foraging level. So yeah, I'd still need 490 foraging for monument, even with trading. At least in the current state of the game. Why? Like, I should have taken something there, because this is not much better. What? There's no way I'm doing this run. Is this even worth it? This looks so bad. I'm about to do like a wine carriage clock run. And then just double turn in on middle. Don't even buy the bath salts, just double turn in on middle. I think I'm reaching a point where my brain is giving up on merchant. That or merchant board has given up on me. I can't quite tell which. But whatever it is, this isn't working. I think it's time for the pivot. Though I need one more smithing level before I can do smithing. I know, how do you train smithing? Without training smithing. I don't know, what do we want to go do for that? is I need 1 smithing level, but I need to not train smithing by getting that level. A Bronx shop. Let's see, what do we need that is still in that category? It's time to do some iron mining. I'm gonna need that for when we get to 193. Honestly, that might be the angle, to be honest. Like, I'm slightly joking right now, but I believe that might be the angle. Mine iron ore until I have 178 smithing. Not because the iron ore itself is giving me the smithing, but because I'm gonna need it for 193 to 200 anyways. And I still don't have enough yet. Because my goal is once we hit 193, we just iron bar all the way until we're, like, you know, making iron bars until we have 200. And then I'm going to have, like, infinite iron bars for later down the line. And we'll do it at, like, the perfect level range where it's great EXP. That wrong guy. But yeah, let me just try to clean my floor real quick, though. Actually, all my floor is in my inventory right now. But let me try to clear out my bounties and clear out my floor. Or we can just mass sell this or something. Let's see what we get. No. What even is this? This is to be a buy tomato into vase into... That's it? Rib? Fine, I'll do it. Do I even have enough inventory for it right now? Kind of. That's a really hefty kind of. I don't have enough room. No, I can't even do the whole run. I've been going back. Honestly, my brain is just giving up on merchant right now. This is about, like, abandon everything angle. I'm pretty sure this is abandon all hope angle. My brain just can't take any more merchant at the moment. As much as I want to do more. My brain has retired for the night on merchant. There you go, have all your stuff. I've got you some random items. There you go. Anyways, I need a brain off activity. Back to mining. wait, let me get an XP pop before I do that. I'm just gonna walk there. I think this is quicker than teleporting to Hopeport. Let me go get my mining XP, and yeah, this is my brain has given up for merchant today. Off stream, I'll go finish the other two hopefully, so we have a little bit more for when we do that later. But my brain is completely given up on merchant today. Merchant, you win this day, but we will be back for you with a cleared mindset that will actually do you properly. Anyways. Back to every other activity in the game where we could just turn off our brain. Oh yeah, timer, you can stop now. You've served us well, but you are past your time. Alright, now we basically mine iron until our smithing level says 178. Not because the iron itself is going to give me smithing levels, but because anything will. What are they most hyped about from the Q&As? Mostly because Andrew... there's a lot of things that was in it. But Andrew Gower confirming that he doesn't care what the player numbers are is really motivating. Because it does look like he's actually going to be doing it as like a proper passion project. So he probably doesn't care what the numbers are. Obviously, bigger numbers better. But the fact that the game could probably dip it below 1,000 and he'd still be developing it, I'm definitely there for that. Until the game gets to a point where it does appeal to, you know, a wider audience and everything. He's obviously still really early. But that's probably the biggest thing. A few others were pretty nice. Like, bossing will incorporate skilling. As well as mini-games and other stuff like that. And I'm also still really curious what his mini-games are going to be. And beyond that, there's one other big one. Oh yeah, a confirmation on what we've been saying. And that trading will have bank-to-bank. I'm not the biggest fan of free trade, though. But he did confirm that it's going to be bank-to-bank trading with no banknotes. Both things we've been mentioning, but haven't been confirmed until the AMA. I can't wait till Cubable actions as well. Because, gosh, this is going to be so chill. AFK and 8 silver, or 8 iron here. 3 times in a row with no EXP pot in the inventory. Oh, yeah, also, of course, oh, nice, a hat. But equipable potions are on the table as well. We kind of already knew that, though. But it's on the list of quality of life that they've confirmed are still happening. This hasn't happened yet. Does it say that they might be putting on the tool belt or something? Instead of like a separate potion slot, but it's fine. As long as we can drink them without taking up an inventory space. I don't care how they implement it. Just please stop this. You either gotta consume one inventory space or juggle them forever. They're just so annoying. Oh, at 207 we can do Deathstone. We're not getting there anytime soon, but... the reason that's relevant is we can actually start using our daily on it. Like, you know, the daily venture that we keep getting dynamite for. Every single day, twice a day. That's when we can use that at 207. The only problem is we're only going to have enough dynamite to gain, like, 1 level. Because that's going to be a post-200 level. So if I was only gaining, like, 2 levels before... A whole week of dynamite is probably not even a level. Or barely a level. Which means we're going to keep having to do iron all the way till at least 223. And then we got to deal with carbonies, which is in the middle of nowhere. Which means iron would actually be our best XP method, assuming I want to bank and not drop it to the ground. Our best XP method for mining is iron ore all the way... As far as banking, if we're considering banking every possible factor, we basically have to do iron ore till 247. Or if we want to do it all the way till next ore, till 262. But at bare minimum, 247. I wonder how many people are undermining 247 on leaderboard. Like the people who are like at that threshold above 200 but not 247. Because, yeah, so far only 10 people have gotten past that threshold. Though I do feel like a lot of people are just dropping on the ground. Rita Orr actually confirmed it. Jester was banking some, but he was banking one that was like right next to a bank, so it makes sense. Like I saw him banking Flint. But Flint's like a couple inches from a bank, so it makes sense. It's not like Carbonice that's like 9 rooms away or something. It's like 9 rooms, and 10 rooms away. But yeah, Rita Orr was dropping literally everything. Jester was banking some, but the thing he was banking was already on a bank. Like, it's almost 0 time with how close Flint is to a bank. Alchemy's highest is 302. When do we get the 500 cape? Yeah, I'm not sure if someone's hidden higher. Because some of them I know for sure are higher. Like the highest carpentry on the leaderboard, I'm pretty sure is not the highest. I feel like there's someone hidden who's a bit higher. Same as smithing and a few others like that. I feel like by now someone would have gotten a bit higher than that. Maybe they are the highest. We'll find out whenever they fix the leaderboard. Because right now it says the high smither is 267. And I personally don't believe that. There's no way someone isn't 300 something by now. Like 267 's still like extremely high. But it's not like high. Like I feel like you could have gone higher by now. There's a lot of things on the leaderboard that are like that. Or I'm almost guaranteed there's at least like 2 people fighting invisibly above those numbers. But no, we'll find out whenever they fix the leaderboard. They confirmed they are fixing the leaderboard. You're just gonna have like empty spots or something. But it'll still show your true rank. So we'll know truly what total level we are. And see that we're technically 35th right now. But hey, mine's a Matubin pivot. Oh no, if we find out after total level comes out, or you know, once the leaderboard gets fixed, that we're currently ranked 25, I would probably still try to push to 20 for the fun of it. If we find out we're like 30 something, I'm not pushing to 20. But if we find out we're like truly ranked 23rd or something, it's like, we can go a little harder then. If it turns out we're like 38th, it's like, yeah, we're never trying again. I'll just keep playing normally. That way we don't feel as bad about doing post 200 grinds like right now when we're doing mining. We could do post 200 in peace. Without the nagging feeling of total level being like, hey, you're slightly too low. How to deal with toxic players in Brighter Shores? Honestly, I haven't really seen it yet. Like anyone being like overly toxic. Brighter Shores community's been great so far. There's been like some leaderboard sniping and a few other things like that. But generally speaking, it's been pretty nice overall. But at this point, I might just go for an entire mining level. The biggest issue right now is I need 178 smithing to continue smithing. So it doesn't really matter what we do, but until that number says 178, I can't go back to it. Because then we could do the green ore. And you know what's after that green ore? We get iron at 193. That's why we're mining it. I ideally want a 193 to 200 with no knowledge. That's my game plan. I want to do 193 to 200 without making a single iron tool. Or weapon, or you know, whatever you make out of iron. Rapier, shield, all that. But, my plan for 193 to 200 is literally only smelting iron bars. And that's not a joke, by the way. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to get some of my levels through iron. Is I want to try doing it with no knowledge, just only iron. Just because of how much tier 5 iron we're going to need in the future. Because this is a really, really good resource that we'll be needing a ton of with how the current state of the game seems to be. Particularly with how the 199 system works. Because if a rapier is going to be good after special attacks, like still one of our best DPS weapons while still having a shield on. Which I think it is our best DPS weapon while having a shield on for Crown Knight. It's not our best DPS weapon, but it's the best DPS weapon while we're wearing a shield. Which is relevant in any situation where a shield matters. But to be able to make it a 199, you have to use iron. You can't do it with non-tier 5 iron. Tier 4 doesn't go high enough. You'd have to have a 192. It'd be 9 levels below a 199. Yeah, it is technically best TPS when potting. But unpotted is weaker than two-hand. So it depends if you're doing AFK or doing pots or not. But yeah, potted, I believe it's our best DPS for Crown Knight. With the only exception being special attacks kind of changing things. Because it really depends what Rapier gets for special. Which we don't really know until it happens. That's a problem with a lot of weapons right now. Because we don't know their true DPS until special attacks come out. Like, some things might be good now, but they could be completely trash after special attacks. If something else provides enough extra damage to justify, like, because you can switch through weapons. Depending on special attacks work, or how often you can even do them, there's a good chance that even really slow bad weapons are going to be like best in slot. Just because of the special attack being so good. But there's a lot we don't know about it until they get released. Oh, so weren't we supposed to get a video this week going over special attacks? I guess they did the AMA instead. I wonder if anyone in the AMA asked when the special attack video is coming out. Because I want to know so badly, like, what he's doing with it. There's so much we don't know about it. And it's pretty important for the future of combat, as well as the current of combat. Like, even if they plan to completely overhaul how combat works, the special attacks still will matter for a very long time. Particularly for PvP. But obviously you'd be using it in PvM, bossing, everything else. How is Isabel's birthday party? Oh, it's not happening yet. It's tomorrow. It wasn't today. We were just wishing her happy birthday earlier. 1 day early. But no, it's not until tomorrow. That's why tomorrow's stream's gonna be a little bit shorter. I'll be doing that as well as watching the Game Awards. So we'll be off by about 6 tomorrow. So we're probably gonna go from like noon to 6, so about 6 hours. A little bit shorter. Like about how long this length was of this stream, but we're still going for like another 5 right now. Hey, another Christmas hat. We got the white pudding. So I just realized this whole time I've been doing iron for the last like 10 minutes, it's been centered in Chronopolis. Because one thing I keep accidentally doing is, do you guys ever do that? When you like spam click on the map, you accidentally drag it. I do that so often. Like I try clicking on the map to go somewhere, but then you eventually drag it and then it gets off-centered. I do that so much during merchant runs. I wish there was like a force auto recenter. Like keep it always centered. Even if you try dragging. Because it's so easy to accidentally like mash click and then like drag on accident and now it's like off-center. Like it's all the way over here now. It's one of those small quality of life we'll get to eventually. Really low priority, but would love to have. Super low priority. One nice thing about doing 20 iron though, we can actually wield a XP pot without worrying about it. There's one thing I hope comes at the same time. Queuable actions and wieldable XP pots. One without the others could be a little awkward. Like, obviously you can still function. But I really want to do 888 iron and other similar things. Because it's just going to work so perfectly. Because right now it's weird with, like, 1010. But doing AFK 888 is going to be so good. Because I plan to do that almost all the way till, like, 200 something. Just because of how good iron is. Tier 5 iron. We already know Rapier is amazing. Special attacks could ruin it a little bit, but it's already good. Then you have things like, what's it called? What am I doing here? Put this into smithing. But then we have things like, I don't know, what am I about to go say? Well, I forget. I forget my train of thought already. Gosh, short-term memory is awful. Are we going to be able to cast spells with a book, wand, staff? Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. No, we're not going to be getting spells and everything. It's just going to be attached to the things. I assume they meant special attacks when they mentioned that. So yeah, we're never getting like combat magic per se. I assumed they meant special attacks when I read that earlier, Kuchel. I'm not actually sure. But it sounds like they just mean special attacks without saying it. Because the assumption was always that elemental weapons would do their damage. Like, obviously, a Frost Rapier should be doing guarantee Frost damage. A Death Spear should be doing Necro damage, so on and so forth. A Fire Sword should always do fire damage when doing a special. I'm not sure if they mean a system beyond that, though. There was one thing that was unclear with that. If they were referring to special attacks doing elemental damage, or if they were referring to like a whole magic system that's attached to the weapons beyond that. Because I assumed they just meant that special attacks would always do elemental damage. Is what I gathered from that. So if you do a frost rapier, it would always do, you know, guarantee 100% of the time do frost damage. While also doing whatever else it does with the special. There's, of course, one thing that makes, one of the other reasons why this is almost guaranteed going to be the case is every element that isn't your own has such a bad chance of working. For example, if I did an Arboray weapon for green, you know, we're only going to go up to like a 50-ish% chance, and same as like any other thing, like Necromay or Fire. So it'd make a lot of sense if the special attack would 100% of the time always do it, because otherwise your chance of doing it is relatively bad. Like, even with the best roll, I think you only can get up to, like, what, 49, 50% or something? For, like, Necromay or Pyromay for any class. So, spec having guaranteed would be so good. We're gonna do Power Word with Cookie? Oh, wait, are we doing Power Word on your birthday? Whatever happened to, what's it called? But yeah, I haven't checked out the Power Word update, so I could definitely do that. But, whatever happened to, Mario Party? I could do both, if you want to. Yeah, I haven't checked the Power Word update. Has anyone checked the Power Word update yet? I know they did, like, their big update for the year, as well as many others. I haven't played it since, like, gosh, May? April? Somewhere around there. Are we doing it on the server that we already had, or a different one? Are we doing, like, a fresh server, or the one we already had going? Oh, Cookie wanted to celebrate with you, too? Oh, okay, I guess he doesn't have Mario Party, then. Oh, that would have been fun having like a 3-4 Mario Party though. But that makes sense that you wouldn't have it. We're playing on Cookie's file? Okay. I'm gonna be starting from scratch then. Do we have a surprise for me? Oh gosh. I'll go check it out then later. Yeah, Power World was one of the, obviously one of the games that got really big early this year. That has probably had like a billion controversies by now. I was originally not going to play it, and then I got sucked into playing it. It wasn't too bad. I definitely prefer normal Pokemon, though. I just hate how rampant cheating is in normal Pokemon. That it makes any kind of goal in Pokemon just feel pointless. Though I will still be trying Pokemon ZA when it comes out next year or whenever they're releasing it. Also because Legends Arceus was like the game that got me back into Pokemon for a while. So I mean, I'm curious to see what the next Legends game would be like. Because that was the last time I remember Pokemon being good in like the last decade. So if they could do that again, that'd be great. Because I think they have a different dev team working on it compared to the mainline game. And whatever dev team they put on it are actually trying. Have I played Super Smash Bros? Yes. I played Ultimate. I didn't play whatever the Wii U one was, though. I played every single Smash Bros. That wasn't Wii U. Or the DS one. Like the 3DS one that they did because the Wii U did so poorly. I think it almost outsold the Wii U version. But, no, the only one I skipped was whatever the Wii U 3DS version was. But I've played every single one since N64. Yeah, Smash is pretty good. Are you in Elite Smash? Yes. You mean like the rank system? I'm in Elite Smash, at least for a few characters. Not all of them, though. I haven't played in forever, so I'm not sure what I would even be Elite on these days. I mostly played, during Smash Ultimate, I mostly played Piranha Plant and, Kirby? I'm trying to think what else. Byleth was pretty fun. I don't think I was particularly good with Byleth, though. But yeah, I mostly played Piranha Plant and Kirby. Piranha Plant is pretty good casually. It's really bad competitively, though. because it takes 1 billion years for anything to function on it. But it's really good in like casual to average environments where the person you're fighting isn't a pro. But against the average player, Piranha Plant's actually really good. Even though it's like D tier for like competitive. But I just play for fun, not for, you know, try-harding. And Piranha Plant is really good for fun. It's also the closest they have to a 1,000-year door character in Smash Ultimate. Because they don't have Paper Mario in Smash Ultimate yet. Maybe in the next version we'll get it. But they have the Poison Piranha Plant from 1,000-year door. It was the only game it ever showed up in. And they have both that and the white one that was from that same game as well. So it's pretty much the only thing that they have closest to a 1,000-year door character in Smash Ultimate. Because I can't remember any other Mario game that they ever showed up in. Like the orange-green Piranha Plant and the, like the pure white one. But a few other things might have had the pure white one, I don't remember. I haven't played like every Mario game ever. Actually, I still need to go play Mario Odyssey. I've been meaning to before the Switch 2 comes out, or whatever they're calling it. Oh, you play Rob? Oh gosh. Yeah, Rob's another one of those annoying ones casually. Then, what's his name? Steve, the Minecraft guy. That thing's just a nightmare. I'm not sure why they ever added it. Because I'm not sure how any future Smash game will function with Steve from Minecraft. Because he just has some tech that is just broken beyond belief. As if they never cared about balancing him because it was so late in like the game cycle. That they're like, yeah, we'll just leave him be like as broken as possible. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, sorry, I didn't see your other message. What do you say? No, ZA, it's Za. Za! Yeah, I always call it ZA instead of Za. Yeah, Pokemon Za. We will be playing Pokemon Za. Even if we're still in, like, full Brighter Shores addiction mode. I might even do some separate streams just of Za. As we do the vertical thing again. Like what we did with, what's it called? But I think for that game I might want to do it full screen. I'm not sure. We'll see. Because there are definitely some games I would want to stream next year. The main ones, if Pokemon Za comes out... Hey, a green Christmas hat. But Pokemon ZA or Za, whatever it is called. Maybe Xenoblade Chronicles X. Though I might just play that in my own time. Just because of how long that would take. But yeah, Pokemon ZA. What else is coming? Gosh, names, words of things coming out next year. So that's why I want to watch the Game Awards to see what's coming out. But the main things on my radar for next year is Pokemon ZA, Pokemon Za. Why can't I remember any other thing? I'm trying to render a word in my brain right now and it's failing really hard. Slay Spire 2. And what else? What else am I even playing next year? There should be at least a third. But yeah, Slay Spire 2, Pokemon Za. And probably like one other one that I'm forgetting that my brain just cannot render into existence right now. And I guess if the sequel to Silk Song ever comes out, or I mean Silk Song, the sequel to gosh, I cannot remember any word right now. Well, I can't remember any word of any game right now. Silk Song. Gosh, why can't I remember what Silk Song's a sequel to? You know the game. Wow, why am I so bad at remembering things right now? My brain is just fried right now. I blame Merchant. This is why we're not doing a Merchant run right now. My brain quit like 2 hours ago. Yeah, Hollow Knight, that's the one. Thank you. But yeah, my brain quit 2 hours ago. We're in like autopilot mode right now. But it was like the 3 games I'll probably be playing next year. Assuming Silk Song even comes out next year. Pokemon Za, Silk Song, and Slay Spire 2. Are like the main 3 on my radar. Assuming Silk Song even comes out in 2025. But for all 3 of those, I'm probably going to do them full screen with no Brighter Shores. Still AFK and maybe like raid dens in the background though. The only one I'm not sure if I'm going to stream or not is Xenoblade Chronicles X. I never streamed 2. I did like 1 stream for it because I felt like it would just be too much if we just streamed all of it. I did stream all of 3. But gosh, did it take forever. I think it was like an 80-hour playthrough with no side content. It was so long. And I heard X is like 80 to 100 hours. With no side content. It's a really, really long RPG. Well, no, Xenoblade Chronicles series has become like one of my favorite RPG series of all time at this point. Like after trying it, it's like, oh wow, this is actually kind of good. There's a lot of JRPGs I just never feel like I want to try. But then after you try them, it's like, well, I guess I'm hooked now. I would never like grind their post-game though. I feel like grinding their post-game feels pointless. It's because of the lack of multiplayer and everything. But the main storyline is so good in all of them. So no Monster Hunter? Oh yeah, doesn't Monster Hunter whatever come out next year? I'm not sure if we're doing Monster Hunter whenever. Every single time a new Monster Hunter game comes out for the last decade, I'd be like, oh yeah, I might try it. And then it comes out, it's like, yeah, I'm too busy with like something that isn't that. We're too busy doing Brighter Shores version 1.3 right now. I can't go play Monster Hunter. It happens every year. Like something comes up where it's like, I'm just not gonna bother. I'm too busy already playing Game X or, you know, whatever our other previous game is at any given time. It's like, yeah, we're not doing that, I guess. I don't know, we'll see what happens this year. I feel like every time a new Monster Hunter game has come out for like the last 5, I've been like, oh yeah, I'll try it when it comes out. And then I'm just busy with something when it comes out and it's like, yeah, probably not going to get around to it. Happens every time. Oh no, I already know what's going to happen when I play a Monster Hunter game though. I'm going to play it for like 50 to 100 hours and then like never touch it again. I already know what's going to happen. Which is why I never keep doing it. Like, I'll enjoy my time with it, but I'm definitely not going to play, like, the end game of it, I don't think. Because I've already kind of seen somewhat what the end game looks like for it, and I don't feel like I would want to grind it. Like, I'd basically play until I hit the grind wall, and then would stop with a game like that. Whereas for Brighter Shores, I play until we hit the grind wall, and then I keep grinding, and then grinding, and then grinding. Then it's 5 years later, and we're still grinding. But I wouldn't do that for Monster Hunter, I don't feel like. The second we hit the grind wall, we're like done. Like, okay, we completed the game, we're done here. Why not play Path of Exile? I'm not sure. I don't feel like I would play it long term either. I would try it some, but I feel like I would burn out on it really quick. Because it's slightly different than... you know why I probably wouldn't like Path of Exile? I think it's too exciting for me. There's too much action. I don't like action. I don't mind a ton of mechanics happening at once, but I don't like action-related things. There's one issue why I've never gone back into Diablo. I feel like it's too action-heavy. Like, I don't mind super intense mechanics. Like, I wouldn't consider anything in, like, old school RuneScape to be too action-heavy, quote-unquote. Like, not even doing, like, Inferno or something else similar to that. Like, that's not too action-heavy for me. Oh no, they just look too flashy. There's like too much going on screen for me to like visually look at it sometimes to understand what's going on. I like the simplicity of combat in a lot of games. And that's one that goes like a little too far with it. And many that are similar. I don't know, I haven't given them a shot in like recent times, so maybe it's not. Corrupted Gauntlets can make you sweat, but in a good way. Oh yeah, I'm so scared to do Corrupted Gauntlet on the hardcore. But I was doing like Corrupted Gauntlet and Echo Humlift pretty simply. Like it's pretty straightforward. At least during leagues, at least. On the hardcore, it's a different story. Which is why I just haven't bothered doing the grind yet. Like it's something I know for sure that I could easily do. It's just the stress of doing it on a hardcore is like beyond what I want to bother doing right now. But during leagues, it's like so low stress because you're allowed to die infinite times and there's no penalty at all. So you just don't die at all and just kill the boss. You lost your hardcore Iron Man on Monkey Madness Demon. Oh gosh. If you just don't move, you never die to him if you have Protect from Mage. He'll never move if you stay on your starting tile. He will never move into like melee range or anything. It's only when you move that he starts moving. Alright, one more level and that should be enough smithing. And if somehow short, we'll just do a little bit until we get there. Yeah, my hardcore still hasn't finished every quest. It still needs to do Dragon Slayer 2 and Desert Treasure 2. I've killed all the Desert Treasure 2 bosses during leagues, but have never actually done it in the main game. Though the quest version should be pretty straightforward to take out. And as far as Dragon Slayer 2, I've done it before, but the biggest issue with that quest is both the mini-boss and the boss can one-shot you with Fireball. So if you lag and or brain turn off, they can max hit you even from overhealed max HP. It's the main thing that's scary about them. It's mechanically way easier than Desert Treasure 2, but it's actually more lethal. Because Desert Treasure 2 can't actually one-shot you. It can two-shot you, but it can't one-shot you. Whereas both Vorkath and Galvik can one-shot you. It's very unlikely that they will, but they can. Even at 121 HP, they can one-shot. So if you make like one single mistake, you just auto-die. That's the only issue with them. Like, they're a really easy fight. It's just, you make one mistake and you're just done. Whereas you can make one mistake on any Desert Treasure 2 boss and you don't actually die. A lot of mistakes can kill you. Like on the Whisperer where you have like that like sanity meter thing. Because they were trying to find more and more gimmicks to add. I wonder if Brighter Shores will ever go down that route. Where they can cycle through so many mechanics that they have to get like ultra gimmicky with what they do. Because I'm not a fan of the Whisperer because of that. They had to add like a mega gimmick just to make it work. It's basically a puzzle boss. It's not even a boss. It's just a bunch of puzzles in a row. And you have a meter on how bad you've been doing on the puzzles or how good you've been doing on the puzzles. And the whole boss fight is almost just like a puzzle boss. Where it hits you with like 5 puzzle attacks or so. Because that's like 80% of the fight, if not 90%. It's just several puzzles in a row. It's not really even a boss fight. It's just a DPS check while you're doing puzzles. Are we going for 500 mining? No, I'm just trying to bank 200 smithing. And right now I'm trying to do knowledge into smithing so I can go back to smithing at 178. But no, I'm just trying to bank 200. Not all right now, but you know, I'm trying to poke towards it while we're trying to get our knowledge so we can get our 178 smithing. Because that's at 178 I can go back to it. I can't use this until 193. But I want to have enough iron bank so when we do hit 193, we instantly hit 200 smithing. But at 178, I can start using my other ore. The only problem is I only think I have enough bank to get me to 180. Which means I'm going to have to knowledge all the way from 180 to 193. Once we hit 193, I'm hoping that we have enough iron just to go straight to 200. Or at least that's the game plan. And that's what we're doing right now. Well, indirectly. Well, technically directly. Let's take a look at it. Hey, another Christmas hat. We're doing so good on Santas today. Our Santa collection is growing. Yeah, so far I haven't done any trading. And I kind of want to keep it pure at this point just to see what ratios we get for everything. Oh, we're doing a little bad at Black Santa hats, though. Our Black Santa hat RNG is doing horrible. Let's see, what's our lowest hat right now? Our lowest hat is at 2. We only have 1 at 2, and it's the, oddly enough of all of them, the red pudding hat for some reason. That's a weird one to only have 2 of. Yeah, it's the only one we haven't gotten the 3rd one of yet. Also, we did so good on yellow Christmas trees out of nowhere. It took us 63 before we finished the set with our final one being the yellow Christmas tree. But since then, we've gotten 5. I think we even gotten like 3 in a row today or something, like 2 or 3 in a row. But yeah, it started skyrocketing out of nowhere. Despite going 63 dry without getting one. Well, until we got one. But ideally what happens now is we go get this knowledge bar all the way to full. We then do that into smithing and then go do smithing. And after that we see what our smithing level is and then start to determine from there what we're doing. Here's why I do the smithing grind. I'll probably put into stonemason. I forget what stonemason level I need to go start doing stonemason again though. I want to say 118 sounds correct. And at 120 I can start AFKing it again. Hey, that reminds me, what even is my AFK activity tonight? I guess it's technically bone right to 88. Because that's when that AFK activity finally dies. I've been saving it for one of the downtimes when we don't have one of the other levels, but because I'm going so heavy in smithing right now, we're not going to be able to hit 120 stonemason. So the play is probably to get 88 bone right tonight. I really need to start AFKing the post 200 skills. I'm not sure the first one I'm going to be doing for it, other than, I guess, technically detective? I only need 2.5 levels for detective to start AFKing it. The problem is how long it takes to get 2.5 levels for detective post 200. When your raid den is like minus 35%. Going for #1 spot in Mines of Matubin? That would be kind of fun. I don't think I'm going for it, though. I plan to do very minimal combat between now and then. Until they figure out what on earth is going on with combat. Because now there's basically 3 things I want to wait before we do combat. I want to wait for special attacks, so once special attacks do come out, we will do a bit of combat, messing around with it and everything. But special attacks, armor maker, and them figuring out what on earth they want to do with combat. Before we can figure out what we want to do with combat. Because they mentioned in the AMA, they are considering some reworks to how combat works in the game. Beyond special attacks. And what that ultimately is, I kind of need to know. Before we go and like start power grinding combat again. But we will do it when special attacks come out. If special attacks come out before the combat rework, we will be doing some amount of combat. Probably in Mines of Matubin, if I had to guess. Like every weapon I have in Mines of Matubin right now are all 4-star. Not to mention the next weapon I was going to make is going to be a 4-star 2-hand at 69. But yeah, at this point, I basically got to figure out, or wait till they figure out what they're doing with combat before I can figure out what I'm doing with combat. And until then, we're just skilling like crazy. I'm even 200 all but combat. Before they figure out what they're doing with combat. Because honestly, that's almost a route at this point. Tomorrow I'm going to finish making the money so we can get the rake. So I can work towards 200 gatherer slowly. 200 gatherer starts to bank like 150 bone rate. And it was knowledge the rest and AFK the rest. Smithing should be done in the next few days, hopefully. I want to finish it by this weekend. Stonemason is almost already like 160 banked. I just got to go and get to certain thresholds with knowledge before I can use it. What else? The only 2 are like a mile away on. Or technically, all the chapter... I guess woodcutting, carpentry, and basically everything free to play are the only ones we're a mile away from. Because merchant I can get done in a few days if I ever feel like not burning out on merchant like I did today again. But if I could ever just not burn out on merchant for like 2 days, like 1 weekend, it's instantly 205. Leatherworker is just a matter of just doing it. It's a little slow, but it gets there in time. It prints money, so it makes up for it. We'll do some tomorrow so we can print our money printer again. But, what else? What else? But yeah, merchant leatherworker is basically done. Smithing's basically done. Stonemason will take a bit of effort, but it's close to done. My next pivot is gatherer into bone right. So we can start working towards 20 gatherer and then eventually bank a bunch of bone right XP. So we can then AFK knowledge bone right to 200 from there. After we process all the bones from 200 gatherer. And then it really comes down to how on earth we tackle the other 6. The next one after that I feel like wants to be alchemy. But really I should do foraging before I do alchemy. But that requires a lot of tools. Like a lot of tools. Yeah, I'm not really trying for leaderboard ranks though. But yeah, combat does give you like a ton. But I'm still want to wait till they figure out what they want to do with combat before we figure out what we want to do with combat though. And it depends how much time it's going to take them to do that. Like, are they overhauling combat in like a month from now? 2 months? 3 months? Next week? Probably not next week. It's probably after the holidays. It won't be any sooner than next year. But like, when are they going to figure it out is the question. And actually put it into the game. Oh yeah, they're just going to throw the overhaul tomorrow. They're just going to completely redo the entire combat system in like 10 hours from now. Out of nowhere. They're just going to shadow drop a completely new combat system. But no, I want to avoid most combat before they figure out what's going on so I can figure out what I'm doing. But bare minimum, before we touch combat again, I want specs. We were doing some combat yesterday with 3 4-star weapons. And it felt so bad not being able to spec with all of them. But you're basically a skiller until they figure out what's happening. At bare minimum, need at least specs. And then after that, I'll do the lull. But after that, we got to figure out what they're doing as far as their overhaul. Before I commit, like, you know, like an entire 2 weeks to just training combat. Hey, speaking of which, we're going to be starting a heavy gatherer grind, probably starting on Friday. We got to get ready for the bone zone. Because we're going to be boning so hard for, like, at least 3 to 4 days. Not sure how long it'll take us to bone to 200. But honestly, I might do 30 to 200 doing nothing but leaks and bones. Mostly bones. Because I don't think leak has any bonus on it. And a lot of the other material don't get any bonus either. The only reason I somewhat wanted to do leaks is it pays for cooking. Like, the amount of profit you'd make for it during cooking is kind of nice. It also makes it so I never need to buy leak ever again. As all the leaks we'd get to 200 foraging would just hold us over till 200 cooking. At least for leaks anyways. And then whatever excess I have, I just sell to the shop. While buying other cooking runs when we do 200 cooking. Or at least alleviate some of the costs associated with cooking. Not all of it, but at least some of it. Foraging I don't care about as much for it. Though, in theory, I should do 200 foraging before I do 200 cooking as well. 200 fishing would also make sense. Honestly, 200 cooking should technically be like the last skill we do. Rather than woodcutting carpentry, which I'll ignore for as long as we possibly can. I can already tell you pretty much the order that I'm going to be going for every 200 here forth. Like, it might change slightly, but I think I already know the exact order. At this point, our next cycle of 200s are going to be smithing, merchant, leatherworker, stonemason, gatherer, bone wright. And then after that, I'm not sure. But realistically, it'd probably be forager then. Alchemy, fishing, cooking, and then we end on woodcutting carpentry. And then the only ones that wouldn't be max are the 3 combats then. Which, I'm not sure what we're doing about those, but they'll sort themselves out at some point. We'll figure that out when it becomes an issue. Yeah, we end on carpentry. We gotta end on carpentry. Not counting combat. Yeah, carpentry's gonna be our last 200 that isn't combat. For every obvious reason. I cannot explain enough why carpentry will be our last 200. It's going to be like a several day rant on everything they need to do to improve carpentry. Honestly, I might try to find a way to do it without training it. I gotta at least use all my logs I have banked from woodcutting though. But given that I'm doing bramble and other stuff, it might not be that many. But yeah, that's going to be a solid 4 to 5 days of explaining every reason why carpentry is bad and every way that it could be fixed in the future. No time soon, though. That's like probably a month away. Like that, all those sound like we're doing it soon. But that carpentry grind is like a good month or 2 away at current rate that we're going. By then, they might have even fixed the combat system. Then carpentry can truly be our last level 200. You can't understand why I hate carpentry? Are you saying that as a joke or as a statement? But no, carpentry's not that bad. But it definitely is that bad. But in reality, it's actually our favorite skill, right? It's definitely our favorite skill in the whole game. There's no skill better than carpentry. Yeah, Christmas tree. Carpentry's amazing, I know, right? I know, how can anyone hate on carpentry? It's definitely the best skill in the entire game and has no flaws whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Oh, so what is this guy's outfit? Because honestly, that's really good. Wait, what? 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 How? That is interesting. That's the best outfit I've seen so far. Out of anyone ever. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I like it. It's like S tier outfit right there. I can't quite tell what's going on, but it's definitely good. Like, it doesn't look like it should be, but it just goes so well together. Oh, I forgot to use my pop, but we're fine. Hey, we can finally stop mining. Alright, well, now it's to go do a bunch of smithing, I guess. Let's get to it. There we go, bank our EXP pots. Let me go bank everything else. Let's do it on the rift, I guess, since we were going to go there anyways. Maybe we can tell you to deep mine. So I gotta remember in like 4.5 hours to go check the thing. Which will be off stream, wouldn't it? That'd be like midnight. Or about that later then. Gotta remember to go check it before I go grab a bite to eat though later tonight. Alright, what am I doing? Mine deep. But yeah, carpentry's not that bad. In all honesty. Like, I definitely consider it the worst skill in the game. But it's not like the worst thing ever. There's definitely skills in other games that are worse to train than that. Oh, that's funny. That guy has a white beard to go with his Santa thing. I just realized I never went for a one-time bonus on these guys. Not going to right now, but I never did. It's because we were too weak for them at one point, and then we were too strong for them. So we never got around to them. How much is bone right use? 10% carpentry? Bone right uses almost 50% carpentry, though it depends what you're making. Depending on the object, you're using anywhere from like 33 to 50% carpentry. Roughly. It's just some items I'm forgetting about that use almost none. Oh, so we're at 1,602 iron ore. And I don't think that's half as much as what we need. We need so many. Good old post 200 grind. Anyways, here's what we're here for. 178. I just realized we're running low on gas. Well, I guess we got a limit to how much I could do right now. I can only do 35, and then I gotta go do gas. And by 35, I mean 35 times 6, which is, math, 210. I can do 210, and then I'm forced to have to go and get gas. Which I guess is our current game plan, then. We go until there's no gas, and then go get 4 inventories of gas. Hey, Santa's elf! I found Santa's elf. He's not wearing the elf hat, though. I feel like I've been scammed. He's wearing a Christmas tree hat instead of an elf hat. Ooh, 10k a turn in is nice. Those bars look slimy, though. But yeah, I feel like I'm being scammed here. This guy's called Santa's elf, but he's wearing a Christmas tree hat instead of the elf hat. 100% scammed. I wonder if he doesn't have the hat yet, or he just prefers the look of that one. But yeah, I am curious when trading comes out. If everything that can't be banked is going to be untradeable. Because you know how much I would pay for, basically, if 4 different people all had 24 filled gas eels. The amount I would pay for that right now is probably like 1 gold per person. Even though it only takes like not even 10 minutes to go get them. I would probably pay 1 gold per person if they were tradable. I don't think they're going to be with how the trade system is going to work. But if they were, definitely at least 500 silver a person. If I was really desperate, definitely a gold per person. It only takes half an hour to go do it, or approximately, to go like fill this all the way up. But to be able to do that in like a few minutes would be so much better. Even if it was at a complete loss of currency. Just to not have to do it. Yeah, we're gonna have to do 4 inventories of these things and 31 more of these little thingies. Well, once that says 0, we gotta go do that for like the next half an hour after. An half hour of nothing but filling them up, filling them with gas, or picking them up, filling them with gas, and then coming all the way back here 4 times. But it must be done. Yeah, I'd pay some good in-game currency for that right about now. That's what someone was willing to do it for free. But anywhere from like 500 silver to like a gold per person. Which means if someone did that as a moneymaker method, you'd make about 3 gold an hour, even at 500 silver. Or if it was 1 gold, it would be 6 gold an hour. That'd be some pretty good money. Unfortunately, make no XP during the whole duration, though. But I assume that would be the market for them if they were tradable. They almost guarantee aren't going to be tradable, though. But if they were, hypothetically, they'd be anywhere from 3 to 6 gold an hour with almost no requirement. The only requirement is access to Mine to Matubin. They could literally just step foot into the place and be ready. Like, my 2 alts already have the requirement to do that. And the market would pay anywhere from like 3 to 6 gold an hour for doing nothing but filling up gas eels. Or whatever they're called, gas slugs. The only downside is you're getting no knowledge per hour and no XP per hour. But people would pay up to like 6 gold an hour for people to run them that. So they wouldn't have to themselves. Of course, you'd only have to do it for 1 hour and then you could do like 1 billion bars. Because you only need it 4 times. Which takes about, like what, 40 minutes? It's about 10 per cycle, I think. Honestly, I'm going to time it this time. I'm going to time it from the teleport location until we fill all 24 eels and see what happens. Or maybe not even filling, just to see where it... Well, we'll double check 2 numbers then. Yeah, I'm going to time it from how long it takes to get 24 filled. And then 24 filled and put into the system. Let's see what the time comes out to. Because the full loop is how long it takes to do it manually. The other is how long it would take if you were buying it off of someone, if such a thing could exist. I'm almost guaranteed they're not going to be tradable when trading comes out, though. But if they are, though... Yeah, it's basically our timer. Once the gas says 0, it's at 26 right now. So when are those queuable actions coming in, by the way? I really hope when queuable actions comes up, you could just do this in just a few clicks. Why isn't there just like a right-click make all? Like there's use item, there's info. Where's the make all button? Because who on earth is coming here and doing like 6? Like whoever came up to one of these furnaces and were like, I'm only going to make exactly 6 bars. Or even better, I'm only going to do 4. I'm never going to do a whole 6. I'm not going to do a whole inventory or anything. I'm just going to do exactly 4. Like, who's walking up to this and not doing a full inventory at once, pretty much? Unless you're doing, like, an ultimate Iron Man run. Or have one potion in your inventory because you want it for the boost and everything. Instead of having to juggle it. That, or if they feel like that's going to be too broken in early game, make it so by like level 50 you unlock that for every skill. Like you don't get queuable actions until like level 20 or level 50 or something. So you still have to do like the initial training. But then after that the game is like, okay, yeah, we'll let you have queuable actions. We'll give you like make all for bars or make all for production or gather everything from room with like one click of a button or something. Is that something else I would want to when they add queuable actions? If you could just do a one-click, like, nuke the entire tile. Like, you click one thing and your guy, like, auto-gathers everything in the room with one click. It might not be the most efficient pathing, but, you know, it'd still go and do all the things in the current room that you're in. Like, they would touch every single node with, like, one click. But you don't get access to it until, like, level 50 in the skill or something. Just so you have to train some normally beforehand. That's the step after queuable actions. Is like queue entire room. Or queue all. For gathering, that would mean wipe out the entire area. And maybe they'll have like an option for it. Like let's say there's a bunch of trees or a bunch of foraging in an area. Or gatherer, I should say. You know, you could choose either forager, gatherer, or both. Strip mine the whole place. Deforestation. Like if a room has multiple, you could choose like either like tree, gather, or both. And similar things. I know, I want that feature so bad. Queuable actions will basically do that, but the problem with queuable actions is you still have to do a lot of clicking. Like let's say queuable actions do work on this. It's going to be 12 clicks to queue it up rather than 1. You're not just going to be able to right click make all. You're going to have to shift click the middle, then this, then that, then the middle, this, that. Middle this, that. Middle this, that. Something that could have been like a right-click make all is going to be 12 clicks when queuable actions come out. Assuming you can even do it on this. But assuming you can, it's going to be 12 clicks. Rather than, like 2 at most. Oh, Christmas hat. We got a blue one. Why is it whenever we do bars, we get blue hats? It's becoming a reoccurring theme. When we did the blue, what's it called earlier? The, ethereal, or whatever it's called. But, whatever the blue one was. But when we were doing the blue ones earlier, never mind, this one is the Edithro. But whatever the blue one is called, we ended up getting 3 blue hats in a row. To such a degree where I knew for sure that it was completely random and just pure coincidence. But in the back of my head, it's like, is it? Because that's a lot of blue hats in a row to be getting while doing a blue resource. But yeah, it was purely coincidence. We eventually got a non-blue, obviously. But, it's just kind of funny. Because when we were doing the blue bars earlier, we were getting nothing but blue hats. When we did it yesterday. And now the pattern's continuing. Even though it's not even a blue bar anymore, it's a green bar. In all fairness, it is a green Christmas tree. So it's technically still green. It's green and blue. You combine them both. I just realized the little jingle on the yellow elf hat, or on the elf hat, is yellow on every color. Not just on the yellow one. Kind of like how the pudding cup is the same on each one. And the frame of the Santa hat's the same on each one. Actually, that'd be a cool one. You know what Christmas Santa hat we didn't get this year? We didn't get a white one. A white Santa hat would look really clean. Especially if you did an inverted color. Where you do like red fluff or black fluff instead of, and it'll make the rest of the hat white. Or even just a pure white one. White fluff with white hat. I know, next year is going to be inverted hats. Honestly, I feel like next year we're just going to get like the same things again, just in 5 more colors. Just so the previous year doesn't feel left out. Because if he does go the whole, like, commits to what his plan currently is, and they never ever come back again, I don't think people would mind it as much if you got like a different color assortment next year. Like if next year was like 5 different Santa hat colors and so on and so forth. I don't feel like he would do that, though. Eventually, he'd run out of colors in the rainbow. To do 5 every year of the same thing. He'd run out of colors very quickly. I'm really curious what he's going to do for Easter decorations, though. Like, Halloween, like, that has a lot more flexibility. What on earth do you do for Easter hats, though? Maybe we'll get a bunny hat. Oh, I hope we get one that's a bird. Hope we get a good bird hat. We need, like, one eggshell hat, a bird hat, a bunny hat, and like one other thing. But I really hope we get a good bird one. Yeah, honestly, this year gave so many hats. 20 for like a launch year? Or, you know, launch holiday? It's actually like 1 billion of them. Like, how many did he add the first time around? How many party hats were there? 6 colors? I don't know, I guess he went pretty hard on party hats when he added them. Because wasn't there 6 color party hats originally? It was like yellow, red, purple, blue, yellow. I already said yellow. I forget the whole list. But wasn't there 6? I'm pretty sure it was 6. Like the OG 6. It was like blue, red, magenta, green, yellow, I think. I don't remember. A year worth of transmogs in one event. Yeah, 20 is a lot. Like a lot. Like even his last MMO, I'm pretty sure his first one was like 6 or 8. And he started with 20 this time around. Now I kind of want to know, how many was it the first time around? I know for sure if I check Old School RuneScape, it's the same one. What does a party hat kit have in it? Party hat. I want to see. Because whatever's in this pack is what the OG ones were. Party hat set. There it is. The original 6 were red, yellow, green, blue, purple, white. That's what originally released when he did his first set of uniques like that back in the day. There were 6 of them. This time around, he did 20. Hey, what am I even putting this knowledge point in? I don't even know at this point. I could put in the AFK activity there. The only problem with that is it makes the other AFK activity worse, but I wasn't planning on doing it anyway, so I guess it's fine. I can't AFK it again until 120, which means I need to knowledge it up. I also need to be knowledging smithing, but I don't want to be knowledging smithing while I'm training smithing, just so we get more value from it later. So there's probably a AFK stonemason and delay the rest for later route until we go get a potion to double boost it into smithing or something, or one into stonemason and into smithing. The biggest issue with smithing right now is I believe I banked like 181 at best, like 180, 181. We still got to get to 193 before I can use all the iron, which means I'm going to have to go like 12 to 13 levels doing nothing but knowledge for smithing, which sounds like it will take forever. Yeah, I don't even think by the end of Friday we'd have it done. But we need so much knowledge. Because how many is that? 12 levels is like, what, 4 per level? 48. Yeah, it would take 2 days, basically. Unless I did like the most efficient methods ever. But if we're just doing average methods, it would take 2 days to get that much. Which means sometimes near the end of Friday stream, we'd finally have 193 smithing. Which means Saturday stream goal is to go get 200 smithing then. But that's what it would come down to be then. Wait, what? I thought I clicked it already. Instead of 6 of 1 set, they did 4 sets of 5, yeah. A 20th anniversary, maybe? Oh, gosh. I am curious when he's going to do party hats, though. Because you know he's going to. I feel like he's waiting for launch. I think that's when the party hats are going to launch. Is to celebrate 1.0. What else would he do it for? Other than the launch of the game and then every anniversary thereafter. Because I don't think he's going to consider the beta of the game as, or, you know, the early access as the launch. I think he's going to consider 1.0 as the launch of the game. Which means he would do it for whenever the game finally comes out in, like, March, April, May, June. Alright, we almost got to do half an hour of gas leeches, or however long it takes. It's time for our other favorite content that isn't carpentry. Fill in the gas leeches for 0 XP over the course of like half an hour to an hour, depending on how inefficiently or efficiently we do it. It's like carpentry, but with no XP. It's basically better carpentry. No, the process isn't that bad. But the no XP part and no knowledge part is kind of awful. Like, the XP makes itself up, but the knowledge rate is abysmal. It's a thankless job, no KP, I know, right? But the biggest issue is the no KP while doing it. The no XP doesn't matter too much because you get better XP when you get the bars. But if these things are tradable at all, a full inventory is at least like 1 gold. A full inventory of gas-filled eels is 1 gold. Bare minimum. They're likely not tradable, though, even when trading comes out. But if they are, if I can get a full inventory for 1 gold, I'm doing that literally every time. I'll spend 4 gold to go get this fully filled. It's such a waste of money, but it's 100% worth it. And the requirement to do it is so low if you're the person actually filling them. Even my alt accounts can do it right now. Well, other than getting trading, they still have to unlock trading. But ignoring that part, they could do it right now. Like the actual process of getting the eels and everything. And filling them up. The main reason I feel like they're not going to be tradable, though, is they can't be banked. And anything that can't be banked likely won't be tradable. But I don't know, find out. Because there's definitely going to be a gigantic market for it. As stonemason needs it for everything, and smithing needs it for some of the stuff. Alright, next inventory. It's almost time. It's almost time for the great refilling. Like, after we refill it, we don't need to do it again for like 20 hours of smithing. Or however long they last for. They could last for a very, very, very long time. The problem is how long it takes to refill them after they run out. Yeah, it lasts for a good, like, almost 20 hours of smithing. So it's worth it in the end. Kind of have to if we want the bars. There's one thing that's really good about the iron. No gas. You know all that iron we've been mining and going to use from like 193 to 200? You don't need any gas to run it. So it's going to be so, so nice when we finally get to that grind. It's going to be so chill. We don't need to worry about gas running out. We just kind of camp there forever. It's nice to close to teleport, so if we want to like pivot to a different thing for a little bit and take a break, it's really quick to get back. It's going to be so nice. But we're not quite there yet. We need 193. Alright, we are officially out of gas. What happens when you're out of gas? What does it even say? You need to add gas via the gas inlet before you can use this forge. Wonderful. Alright, well, let's go do that. Alright, where's the timer? It's time. Honestly, I'm going to need higher than... it only counts down. I'm going to do 20 minutes. I know it's not going to take 20 minutes, but I feel like it might take longer than 10. Which is so sad if so. But just in case it is. I'm going to start the timer. And whatever the difference from 20 minutes is. Alright, begin. Is how long it's going to take to fill an inventory. I want to check two numbers here. The amount of time it takes to have a full inventory filled. And then again for how long it actually takes to fill it. Because one would be if you were trading, the other one would be for just filling it like we are right now. The filling it like we are right now would be a little bit of a better number for us because it's what we actually have to do right now. But I kind of want to know the other one to see what the market price would be if they were tradable by any chance. I feel like they're not going to be. But hypothetically, let's say they were tradable. I'd want to see what the rate would be. If it actually would be like 1 gold an hour or you know, per inventory or slightly different. This is one of the few rooms we're having sense always on, which is nice. They're like hiding behind this wall. Which is really annoying. Oh, so far we're a minute in, and I don't even have a full inventory non-filled with gas, so we still got a ways to go. Last I recall, it's about 10 minutes per cycle, I think. As far as getting all 24, then filling them with gas, and then putting the gas in. I believe it's about 10 minutes. Last I recall. I don't know, we'll find out. So I'm not really gathering them particularly well right now. Is there an order you could probably do to get them a little quicker? Right now I am not doing that order. Could you spawn any further away? I think it's kind of interesting is you move slightly slower here, but when you actually move out from under them, you move like the same speed as normal. So you can kind of move a little quicker that way. I'm not sure if you're actually moving quicker or the animation's just quicker. But something about it's quicker. Alright, 3 minutes just collecting them. We haven't even filled them or used them yet. Just picking them non-filled off the ground is already 3 minutes in. Alright, so it takes about 3 minutes to pick them up from teleport. Now we gotta go fill them. Maybe this would be a little bit less than 1 gold per. Or per inventory. Because honestly, it's probably gonna be at the 5 minute mark. Which means they're probably closer to 500 silver per inventory. Which I would easily pay instantly. But yeah, if trading does exist for these, which I highly doubt they will. But if they do, it seems like it's like 500 silver in inventory. Because even then, the people would still make 6 gold an hour. Assuming they could trade off all 12 inventories quickly. But if they could immediately trade them all off, it would be 6 gold an hour, even at 500 in inventory. Hello, Dim Forest. Welcome, welcome. Do I have any tips for grinding bone right? I'll use knowledge on it. Do you skip the weapons and just do the bones? Yes, just dunk the bones and then use knowledge on it. Is probably your best route. It is so bad actually making equipment for them. Because how much carpentry you need. Unless you want to do like 200 wood cutting and 200 carpentry first. But yeah, just dunking bones and acknowledging it like crazy is the best way to go. And or AFK activity. I was doing some of the cement for when Chapter 5 comes out. Alright, looks like it takes about 5 minutes per inventory of these eels. It's not too bad. As you start this timer at 20, it only counts down. It looks like I'll have a full inventory of gas-filled eels by the 5 minute mark. But we still haven't filled it yet. Also, we have to do this 4 times. That's the other part too. It's not even just once, you gotta do this 4 times. Like, this whole inventory is 1 time. But yeah, it looks like it takes about 5 minutes to get a full inventory of full gas-filled eels. So on the marketplace, it would go for about 500 silver to a gold per inventory. At 500 silver, you'd still be making about 6 gold an hour. But if you could somehow sell them 1 gold each, they'd be probably about 10 gold an hour. It'd technically be 12, but I'm not sure if you'd be able to sell them immediately. But if you could make up to 12 gold an hour if you could. Oh, that's not the right telly. Whoops. Wrong end of chapter telly. Alright, but the process isn't quite done yet. But at the current timer, it looks like it takes a little over half an hour to fill up the gas. It's not the worst thing in the world, but gosh, it's not ideal. Ooh, someone with 200 plus mining actually doing blast mining. I haven't been seeing too many people do it. I actually personally enjoy the activity, but it's such bad knowledge per hour. But the mining XP is such a good mining XP per hour. It just became a lot less relevant due to our upgraded pickaxe. If you had like a level 0 pickaxe, they're even stronger, but yeah, with the upgraded pickaxe, they're a lot less enticing. As none of your bonus actually applies to them. But that's one of the reasons why their base XP rate is so good. Because, you know, they knew that they wouldn't apply. Alright, let's see. How long is it going to take for 1 set? We're at a little over 8 minutes now. Or sorry, 7 minutes, I mean. We're coming up to 7 minutes. Whatever it is. It's going to be like 7.5 minutes, it looks like. There we go. Yeah, 7.5 or 8 minutes. It's hard to tell here. The second I teleport back to the mine is when we can stop the timer. So it takes about 5 minutes to get a full inventory of gas, and then about 8 to actually go and use them. Though 8's the run that's relevant for now. The other one's only relevant if trading ever comes in for them. Which I thought they will be, but you never know. Yeah, in the current game, side of the game, it looks like it's 8 minutes. It was a little bit slow on some things, but it still looks like it's coming about to 8 minutes. But we also avoided all tentacles and everything like that, because we got a lot better at doing tentacle corners. Making sure we skip everything. And get all the quicker shortcuts and everything. So our one misclick on the teleport is probably about accurate still. If someone got caught in a battle or something similar. But yeah, it looks like it's 8 minutes per cycle. Which means it would take 36 minutes to fill this thing with gas. Though technically it's slightly more than 8 minutes because I still haven't done the tele yet. Time doesn't stop until we get back to the starting spot. Alright. And... time. Alright, it took 8 minutes and 10 seconds. It's not ideal. Alright, let's do that 3 more times. But yeah, it takes 8 minutes and 10 seconds to do it manually. If trading existed, you can get a full set within 5 minutes. Oh, I did the wrong tile. Oh, it's already dead though. How convenient. Alright, I did that so horribly. Can I do the next room a little better? Let's see. Corner. Corner. Oh, we should be good. Alright, round 2. Okay, I can get rid of this time right now. But yeah, it took 8 minutes. It takes 5 minutes to get a full inventory of gas field eels. And 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go and actually go use them. At least for the northeast one. Not sure what the time is for the other one. I guess it's about the same. If anything, the stonemason one should be under 8. Because it's slightly quicker to get there. The one in Deep Mine for the Gnome Forge is a little bit further away. And by that I mean the, when I say further away, I mean from a teleport. Because you have to go like an extra, like 2 rooms or something. So doing it for stonemason is closer to 8 minutes probably. Whereas the one for Gnome Forge is like 8-10 due to the extra 2 rooms you have to go. As well as a combat room that you might get attacked in. But yep, let's do that 3 more times. This is our next half an hour. I can't not do it. Though we will be grateful like a month from now when we still have gas in there and it's like, oh, remember when we took like half an hour to go and fill all those leeches up? We still got gas left. Yeah, I try to do it all at once rather than partially. Like, it's awful right now, but we'll be thankful that we did it like 2 weeks from now. When I need the gas again, and it's like, oh yeah, I remember when we spent like half an hour doing that. Good thing we don't have to do it now. Yeah, so it takes about 36 or 37 minutes in order to fill them all. At least for the Gnome Forge. 37 minutes of this. And you will get max gas. Technically not max gas, but close enough. Max is 1,000. This will get you 960. There's no point in doing only 4. Oh, I cut the wrong corner. I was going to cut his, but didn't get distracted by the fact he was retreating. Mistakes have been made. What level is this one? I need to know for later. 35. Okay, that's relevant. The reason why that's relevant is my other accounts are AFKing the ore right now. At level 20, you do it over there. At level 25, you do it in, oddly enough, this room that we're in right now. If we could figure out where it is. There we go. 25. Or sorry, 25 is down there. And then 35 is over here. Wait, is there one for 30? Or does this jump? Oh, yeah, it just jumps. Of course it does. But you'd have to AFK the 25 all the way to 35. The 25 is just out from here. The 35 is in the room we're in right now. Though I don't actually need them to do the 35, I just realized. I just need them to get to 25 to 29. And then they AFK smithing till 58. I only manually trained smithing on one of them so far. Still gotta do the other one. That's something that's really annoying. I was just buying all the ore. I was literally just dropping everything to the ground and just buying the ore. Because they're worth so little that it doesn't matter. So I was just buying the ore, making the product, dropping it on the ground, and kept doing that until I got 20. We're gonna do the same thing for stonemason. Stonemason should be easier because other than having to do the eels once just for infinite gas, like we're doing right now. But aside from that, you don't have to worry about the big gap in between. Because I didn't want to go all the way over to the gnome one and bring gas and everything. So I did iron all the way to 18. And then did whatever was left for the rest, like the blue one. But one nice thing about stonemason is you actually don't have to do that. Because it's all in one location. So I can just get several eels and that's going to be enough. Grab like 6 of them and that should be fine. Well, maybe more than 6. Well, probably, no, 6 should be enough. Yeah, just grab one cycle, take all of the spawns, fill it up with gas, and that should be enough to get them to 20 stonemason. Now I just got to figure out how I'm, or if I'm doing bone rate. Actually, how do you train bone rate from 0 to 20? I guess you just buy bones and just dunk them. It's going to be a lot of dunk bones, though. Because I can't make anything out of them. Unless I want to go do carpentry manually. Which sounds like something I won't be doing. But I basically have to dunk bones from 0 to 20 on the ults. Just buying the bones, dunking them, and then repeat. Because you can't knowledge it. You can't do anything with them. That's going to be awful. You're going to have to do 0 to 20 on both accounts by just dunking bones. There's a great commentary. You should be taking notes. Yeah, I'm trying to get my 2 alts to trading. I'm trying to get them to 2 things. Lost and Found and trading. Trading for the obvious reason. But Lost and Found because when trading does come out, currently in the current state of the game, you can only make 4-star armor for your class. Like, you know, 4-star anything. So, for example, if I was to make a 4-star, it would be a Cryonite 4-star. I can't make a Guardian or a Hammer Mage. So on the other 2 profiles, if I ever need to make something for a trade, I can do it on my other account. If they all have Lost and Found completed. So I'm currently trying to AFK them to completing the Chapter 4 main storyline quest. Or not even completing it, just to the point where they get trading access. Maybe eventually completing it, but just to the point where they get trading. And then after that, do Lost and Found, AFK, all the way until they have every requirement. The only problem is manually trading everything to 20. Any tips with mining and smithing grind? Basically just move up to whatever your best ore is. Most things in mining is just move to next activity when ready. Though upgrading your pickaxe can help a lot. If you're really committing to like the 200 grind, you want to get a 25 pickaxe. It's not really worth going any further than 25 on any tool. I only did on mining just because I know for sure I'm going to go like really deep into it at some point. But you generally only want to go to 25 on any one tool. But it's highly advised before you go super deep on a grind. That's why I haven't done my gatherer grind yet for my bones. I want to, but I want to wait till we have 20 gold. So I can go max it out. We're at 14.6 right now. I'll be doing that tomorrow. Or finishing it tomorrow. That way on Friday and the weekend we can start doing gatherer. Start getting our bone zone. Because we're going to need a lot of bones. A lot of bones. What am I doing? Oh yeah. Doing it 2 more times. Yeah. 2 more times. We're almost there. We're halfway there. Look at the bright side. It's halfway done. And then we never need to do this for like another month, hopefully. Or until I really go on a smithing grind again. But most of my next upcoming smithing grind is all going to be iron, which does not need gas. So that will probably last me over a month. So it might take a little while now, but it'll be worth it. When we never need to fill that for another month. We're halfway there. Gosh, the song references. Luckily, I can never sing any song good enough to ever get copyright stricken for it. Oh yeah, 25 tool is when you enchant it. 25 I believe is what, 10%? Yeah, it should be 10%. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up to be a lot over time. It's definitely not required to do any gathering skill. If you're committing to a 200 grind, it's generally worth it if you're already going to be doing things like merchant, leather maker, and other things that make money. To do those first, get your money, and then upgrade to a 25 tool before you train a skill. It's definitely not required, but 10% is a lot of time. Like every 10 hours, you save an hour. And unlike XP pots, you don't have to keep worrying about them. Once it's upgraded, it's just permanent. I believe they also stack with XP pots as well. Like the 5%, I believe, even applies to your 10%. So the 5% is still increasing your 10%. Because I believe the order, I'm not 100% certain on this, but I'm pretty sure the XP order goes whatever the base value is, plus whatever your tool is, and then all that gets multiplied by your potion. Does anyone know that for sure? But I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. They never actually mapped it out to double check. But I'm pretty sure the order that it does it in. So your XP pots, I'm pretty sure, still boost your tool even further. Because 10% plus 5% is actually more than 5%. Because the 10% is also getting boosted. I'm pretty sure. I need to go check the math on that later, though. I'm sure if anyone that has 100% confirmation, though. I would need to go check it on something. But last time I recall, I believe that's the way it was working. So even the percent on... Even your percent enchantment is being increased by the potion even further. Do you know what the cost to get a tool is? It's about 18 gold. It's like 18 point something. I'll go check in a second. It shows it on the wiki if you ever want to double check. Oh, so why is there multiple vents if multiple people can use one vent? Why is there even 2 other vents? Like, who on earth is using any vent but this one? Anyways. But yeah, I can go show it real quick. There's a little menu right here. If you go to the wiki. But yeah, 25 is exactly the number of... If they would stop scrolling. That number. It is 17.8 gold. The reason why I want 20 is because the tool I'm going to need to buy is like 1.1. Which brings us to like 19. Plus, I don't want to be zeroed out, so... But yeah, technically I only need 17.8 by tomorrow. But I want to be able to afford like the 1.1, 1.2 tool at like 111. And also have at least like 1 gold spear in case we need it for whatever. Which is why I want to get 20 gold, but technically 17.8 that we need. If you go for a 30, it's already up to 28.6 is what we did on the pickaxe. That's why you don't want to go any further. Like, look at what a 40 is already, 61. It starts to skyrocket in price. So the highest you ever normally want to go is about 25 or so. But the only exception being maybe go to 30 if you're going to, like, really power level something. It's only 1% more for, like, gosh, like almost double the price. It's like 11 gold more for 1% more. But everything beyond this is, like, complete fall off a cliff level. Even after 25, but, like, 30 is, like, the absolute furthest you would ever go. There isn't really a need to do it for any other tool. Unless you're just really power leveling to 500 or something. But other than, like, a 500 grind, like, if I want to do 500 mining, maybe getting a 40 or 50 would be okay. But otherwise, 25 is, like, the highest you should ever go. But 30 only if you're going, like, super, super high, like, post 200. Yeah, we only got 1 more inventory after this, and then we shouldn't need to fill this gas for about a month. Unless something comes up where we really need a ton of gas for some reason. That I'm not expecting. But it should hold us over for probably until, honestly, February. Because I can't think of too many more ores I'd be processing on this anytime soon. Beyond what I need to go do for 200 grind. Or more so for 193 grind. Yeah, I never really saved that much gold. Normally my max gold stack was like 3. But tools have been the main exception because I like doing them all in one go. I hate upgrading the tool just partially over time. I only one more set to go. We're so close. It's so far. We got like 10 minutes more of this. And then we can actually go back to smithing. Just gotta fill these up, then like an 8-minute run to go do it again. And then we're good for like the next month for never need to do this again. The worst part is this doesn't even fill it all the way. It still taunts you with a 960, and I'm not going to do it for only 4. So honestly, with how far we've gone, I almost want to. I'm definitely not going to, though. 960 is enough. That's basically max. It's 4 inventories full. It's max. It's close enough. I'm kind of curious why they chose 1,000 as the limit, though. When 4 inventories get you to 960. I guess it's just a cleaner number. Compared to making a limit, you know, 960 instead of 1,000. That seems weird because there's no convenient way to ever get it to 1,000. And I said we're planning like a 25 inventory system at one point, and they were like, nope, that's not going to work. Let's do 24. He almost seems like that with how clunky Potion is. It almost seems like you were supposed to have like another slot, but they opted for 24 instead of 25. But at some point in their design, they were planning on doing like 25 or something. Because this system and the current system of Potion seems like they originally wanted 25 inventory, but settled on 24. Because this and Potions are just way too clunky to justify why it's not 25. They're like the two systems in the game where it's like, they definitely planned for 25 at some point, but settled on 24 instead. Oh, I did not mean to click that tile. Gosh, I'm getting really bad at tentacle skip. Let's at least get the next room correctly. I feel like I'm getting worse at it. But you don't want to do what he's doing. He's going and doing all the corners. You want to skip those corners. But I'll eventually stop misclicking. Alright, final set. Final set. We're so close. And then we don't need to do this again for a while until I need to do it again for Stonemason. Should I go check how much gas I have in Stonemason? Whatever number's there is probably depressing. I'm not going to go do another whole set of it right now, though, for it. There's literally 0 chance that will happen. But I kind of want to go teleport before I go mine Deep Telly. I want to go double check how much gas I need for Stonemason. I'm not going to do it right now. We've already done like half an hour of it right now. But I do want to go check just for future reference, so I know later down the line, so I don't randomly run out during the night when I go do some stones or something. But hopefully it's a lot. I feel like I still have like 300 something there. Even though you use it a lot more often. I believe I filled it pretty recently. But that one uses gas way quicker since you need it for every stone. Whereas you only need it for a small select handful of ore. So you use far less when you do smithing. And of course, that's one nice advantage of bones. Deep frying your bones. Deep frying bones does not require any gas. Doesn't require anything other than the bones. It's one of the good things when we go do the gatherer grind and go get like several thousand bones. Is at least we won't need gas multiple times over. It's only the bone grind that's going to be annoying. The actual dunking of them is actually pretty chill. You just do it infinitely. There's no gas that's going to stop you. It's the main thing that's really nice about iron ore too. You can do iron ore infinitely. Same as the blue one. But the iron one's relevant for our upcoming grind. It's similar to dunking bones in that you never need to stop. You just camp there forever if you want. There's no like extra factor that can make it so you have to like go bank or go do eels or go do something else. Like you still could, but there's nothing that forces you to, like with the gas system. Or eventually you will run out of gas. Alright, we're almost there. 3 more to go catch. Speaking of people having to do it for stone, I found a hammer mage. They're definitely doing some stone stuff right now. Oh, so that side I did clean. The other side I didn't do as good. Because you can get like a perfect cycle on the right side. I forget what the best method is to do on the other side. I've tried a couple different ways. I'm not sure which one ended up working out the best. Oops, I just did a... Oh, gosh. Why am I so bad at doing this? I need to keep like a consistent camera angle. Why am I being so bad at this? Let me see. Sometimes from a different angle, my brain just stops wondering how it works. You do that, then you do that, then you do that, then you do that, then you do that. There we go. Alright, why was that so hard? Let's just do that every time. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go tele to the other one just to see before I go. I wish you could check on this little mini map how much gas you had left. Like somewhere's on this page, it's like, hey, you got like X gas left. Like you have 128 out of 1,000. You actually have to manually go there to check. There's nowhere on the mini map where it says the team machine's currently like, you know, whatever out of whatever. Or whatever out of 1,000, I mean. That'd be something nice to have here, is like a little bit of quality of life. Because it would save me the 1 minute it would take to go check how much gas we have there. And no, I'm not going to go fill up that one too. I do need to at some point, but not right now. We're going to go back to smithing after this set. I just want to check it right now because it's better to teleport there now rather than after I go fill them with gas. So we're going to check on them, see what it's at, ignore it, and then regardless what the number is, we'll ignore it. And then we'll go do smithing. Even if it says 0, I will ignore it. At least until later. I'm pretty sure it's at like 200-300 though. But he should be the last one we need to do today. I gotta remember to do southwest instead of deep. Just so I can go check on the team machine. Alright, 3 more to go. Alright, moment of truth. How much is in this thing? Why do I feel like the number's below 100? It should be like 280 something. It's 280 on the dot. Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about where it should have been. That's really funny. It was 280 something after all. I knew it was somewhere like 200 something. But yeah, 280 on the dot. Yeah, we can hold off on that a little bit then. That's enough to last us like a couple days. I'll worry about that this weekend. Either on stream or off stream, I'm not sure yet. Honestly, after this, I'll probably do it off stream, but I never feel motivated to do it off stream. On stream, it's like, yeah, it's not as bad. We got people to make suffer with us. I don't have to suffer alone. We can drag a few other people with us. Makes it more bearable that way. We all get to suffer together. Luckily, this is the last set we have to do for the rest of the stream, no worries. Alright, there we go. But yeah, if we could just pay this gnome here, or whatever his name is here. If we could just pay him 1 gold to like autofill this for us, that'd be so nice. Where's the payoff button? Where's the bribe button? Where can we bribe him to just go fill the gas for us? But yeah, we need a right-click bribe here. I don't care what the money is. I'll pay 5 gold to autofill this instantly. If there is a button to do so. If he had a buy max gas for 5 gold, or whatever the difference is, like 5 gold if he had literally 0 in there, I would click that instantly. I would never have clicked a button quicker in my life. than if he had a 5 gold autofill option, which would be cheaper based on how much gas you need. Or, you know, it'd scale based on how much gas is missing. And just autofill it for you. But yeah, 5 gold for 1,000 gas. Instantly would click it. That's something in the quality of life patches. That'd be a great gold sink. You know how much gold would get sunk if you had a 5 gold auto gas refill? Or you pay him and he instantly makes it 1,000. It'd be the biggest gold sink in the game. The Enchantress would make less than him. Especially for the stonemason plays. Yeah, there we go. That way, if you still want to do it manually, you can. Otherwise, if you have the money, you can just auto bypass it. Because that would be so nice. Alright, well, let's keep going. Still got like 550 of these. They'd be almost done if we didn't need to fill the gas, but here we are. At least we have enough to last us for a very, very, very absurdly long time. And now we can go back to what we were doing. Which is smithing bars for like an hour straight. I'm not sure how long it takes to do 550 bars on this, but however long it is what we need to go do so we know what smithing level we have. Oh, we just got red party hat. I mean red Santa. I mean red elf. Would have gotten it earlier if the eels gave any amount of knowledge points when doing them. They really got to make them at least give EXP or something. Like EXP and knowledge to some degree. Even if it's like mine EXP or something, just something weird. Or even Mind Fighter, like anything. I don't care what, just pick a number. And give a small amount of knowledge points and EXP per hour. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just more than literally 0 would be nice. Yeah, we got a smithing level. There should easily be at least 180. 181 is in question. The only big issue right now is I can't use a better bar until 193. Which means even if we can get to 181, which we'll barely be able to get to if we even can get there, we're still going to need another 12 levels after that. Which, of course, we'll get up through knowledge. I plan to have it done by Friday stream. By the end of Friday stream, we should have 200 smithing. I mean, sorry, 193 smithing. And then we could train it to 200. Which means on Saturday, should be able to finish it then. Saturday or Sunday, probably Saturday. The only slight issue with that is I don't think I have enough iron banked. But we can always mine some more between then and now. As well on stream and off stream. I'm not sure how much iron I need, but I know I don't have enough banked. I have 1,600 banked right now. Which, gosh, that's going to be so much iron. That might actually be the most bars I ever do in one sitting. But it'll be worth it for 200 smithing. I'll try to do some of it off stream, but it will have to be some amount on stream. Not just so we can get 200 on stream, but also because there's not enough time in the day to do that all off stream. If our goal is to try to get it by like Saturday. But hey, once we're done, we'll have like 3,000 plus iron bars just ready to go whenever. Tier 5 iron bars. Which can make base 200 equipment, or 199, or even up to like 300 something. It's really good. It's one of the best bars in the entire game, or best ores. The iron ore that we can do after this one. Because not only is it no gas, but it can make Cryonite 199, Shield 199, the best in slot Rapier for one hand, and one other weapon that is a little bit irrelevant until special attacks come out and maybe make it relevant. What is everything you make out of iron? Oh yeah, you get the physical damage throwy weapon, I believe, don't you? Because you get these 4. You get throwing twin blades, which I believe is physical damage. I'm not used to seeing them at tier 1, but I believe those are the physical damage throwy blades. So yeah, you get your best in slots cryo one hand. You get throwy blades, which are physical damage, which once they have special attacks may actually not be bad. They're really good if you just don't want to worry about weaknesses, but you still want a range weapon that's like average. They're really good for that because you don't ever need to worry about, oh, does my weapon accidentally have immunity against the enemy? You just always know your range weapon will be fine. If it has a good spec, it'll be great. It has our best tank shield. Well, not maybe not best tank shield, but a tank shield. And flanked mace is a bit weird. You do need carpentry supplies to make it, but it is our best yellow damaging weapon. So if its spec is really good, I could see it being incorporated into some things. Possibly even as a primary weapon, but I believe it does... if you're using it unpotted, I don't think it's worth it. Unless you're using it just for its spec, if it gets a really good yellow spec. Otherwise, you might use it as a yellow spec into two-hand or something. Because I believe this is a one-hand weapon. The flanged mace, it should be. So you could do a one-hand flanged mace spec into a two-hand DPS for something weak to yellow or something. Would probably be your best bet if you're not potting up for it. You just spec them with yellow and then two-hand DPS them down with longsword. Yeah, iron's pretty good. Mostly for rapier, though. But the fact that you could do a double 199 is pretty nice. And has a really wide range as far as how far it can go. Because I believe the mace goes all the way to 340 something. Actually, we can kind of tell right here. The mace goes all the way until... actually, I can tell you what all of them go to. Where is it? Somewhere down here. So, the rapier goes to 340. As far as tier 5 iron. The rapier goes to 340. The physical throwing blades go to 347. The shield goes to 360. And the mace goes to 374. Which is quite a bit of the middle range. As they all go from like 199 all the way till up to 374 if you count the mace, or 340 for talking about the rapier. That's not too bad. And then you get into the perfect ones, which we are far away from ever doing anything with that. You know how high a level you need to do anything perfect? Because for smithing, it's 341. That is very, very high. Like absurdly, absurdly high. What mining level do you need? It's 341 smithing and where's iron? Wait, where is iron? Gosh, is it further down? That's bad. No, it has to be further up. 372? Wow, that's actually brutal for mining then. But you can start using iron ore at 341, but you can't mine it until 372. So you would have to go way higher on mining. By like 31 levels. Just to be able to use it for smithing. That's actually a pretty big disparity. In all fairness, quite a few other ores were like that too, but there's only like a 10-ish gap. It's up to a 31 gap between when you can mine it and when you can smith it. With the mining being way higher requirement. To some degree, I guess it makes sense because of how long each smithing thing lasts for. Because, you know, that lasts all the way to like almost 500. Or actually, I'm not sure if all perfects can go to 500. I'm not sure if anyone's actually checked that yet. Or data mined it. But I'm not sure if every single perfect can go to 500. Similar to how every tier 1 can go to 0. Even if they're a higher level. I'm pretty sure every perfect can go to 500. Even if they're not the level range for it. Kind of like how the lower end can go to 0. I'm pretty sure the higher end can go to max. Or at least I assume so. That'd be kind of weird if it can't. But I'm not sure if anyone's has confirmed at any point yet. But no, I feel like someone has one of the 3 production skills to check. Does anyone know if anyone's confirmed it yet? Because I would love to know that. If every single perfect can go to 500. My assumption is yes, it can. But I don't know for sure. Actually, let me see. Does the rapier show as the level range of 500 or just the starting range? Let me see. Because this would be the lowest level 1 if it couldn't be maxed. Well, this says 500, but that's just the other range. Doesn't mean everything in it could go to it, but maybe it can. 341 is just when the rapier starts. Interesting. Like this one says this, but for example, you can't make every single thing up to 327 with it. Only the highest one can go to 327. But yeah, I assume anything in perfect can go to 500. It'd be weird if it can't. Because then the max rapier you could ever have would be like a 490 or something. But almost like 95% certain they all go to 500. It'd be very, very weird otherwise. Because how can they be perfect if they're not a 500? But no, you almost guarantee can craft them to 500. Even rapier and stuff. Alright, that's one of the other reasons why I want to start getting on the Gatherer grind starting like this Friday when we can. Because I feel like they're going to do an update in the next week that's going to make me pivot again. Because you know when queuable actions come out, I'm going to be using that so much. We're going to have like a stream straight where all we do is queuable actions. And just watch our guy do everything for us. Obviously, I'll primarily be doing it off stream. But the stream that queuable actions come out, we are going to be doing so much queuable actions. Like, the whole stream will be nothing but doing every queuable action method imaginable. Seeing what some of the AFK times are and everything else with them. Seeing if it works on production, see if it works on these things. Like, almost everything that can be tested, we probably will do in one stream. The day that queuable actions get released. And then whatever our favorite method is, we're going to do for like 6 hours straight. That's likely how the stream's going to go. I'll start off by like testing everything. And at some point, one of them is going to be so good that I just get do it for like 6 hours straight. I already see what's going to happen. Like, there's no way that doesn't happen. We'll test it for like 2 to 3 hours. Then we'll find a method that is just better than everything else. And it's like, oh, I'm just going to camp this for the rest of the stream. Do they have a time frame for it? No, no time frame. It's likely before the end of the year, though. Possibly even the next week or two. No time frame, though. It's likely the next big update, though. After that, it's probably player-to-player trading. And after that is who knows what. But everything they announced in the short term, 200% knowledge already came out. Holiday event, of course, already came out, and we already finished it yesterday. I'm still collecting them. Still got to do it for my 2 alts, but that's down the line. Don't need to worry about that quite yet. But the next one that was on their list was queuable actions, and the one after that was player-to-player trading. Both of which will probably try to be out before the end of the month, but they haven't confirmed that they would. But I assume, based on the current rate at which they've been developing, probably by the end of the month we'll have both player-to-player trading and queuable actions. With queuable actions likely being first. But we'll have to wait and see. But they've given no exact time estimate. Could be next week, could be 3 weeks from now. But I feel like both would probably be before the end of the year, unless he's going to get busy for the holiday and just stop developing or something during that time. But assuming he keeps developing through the holiday, I feel like they'd both be out before the end of the year. But no exact time has been given. We also don't know what he's going to be doing first for early year. The assumption would probably be special attacks and or PvP. Would probably be the first priority at the start of the year. And or scrapping the entire combat system and rethinking it. Or whatever he's trying to do. Because apparently based on the AMA that they did the other day, they are really considering restructuring combat really hard. Which is kind of scary. Because they definitely want to do drastic change. Not sure how drastic. Also, the more I look at the 200 smithing cape, I really don't want it. Why do I hate the 200 smithing cape? There's something about the swords not being on the bottom that bothers me to no end. Like, if I could have the length of the 200 smithing cape with the axes in between, but have the swords at the bottom still, I'd probably get it. It's the swords not being on the bottom that's, like, throwing me off so much. So that guy's doing post 200 smithing right now. Let's see, he's Walla Walla. Where is he on leaderboard? Let's go check him. Oh, he just got ranked 19. Let me guess, someone hid themselves? Probably. Somewheres. Oh, those numbers are clean. 2000. Why do they always keep such clean numbers? How do they perpetually farm forever but manage to keep such clean numbers? Maybe they like try refreshing it at a certain time. Like right when they hit like a big milestone and then have it locked in for a little while or something. Because every time I look here, they have the cleanest numbers I've ever seen. And I know they're still grinding as we speak. Oh, blue Santa hat. I mean, not Santa. I mean, elf hat. Anyways, what was I checking? Was I going to check smithing? I want to see where this guy is. He's doing post 200 on top of us right now. Oh, what was his name again? It was something with M. Yeah, there it is. Walla Walla. He's at 227 right now. He's the rank 7 smither, not counting anyone who's invisible. But according to the leaderboard, he's rank 7. And we already know what ore he's doing. He's doing carbonese. He wouldn't be here doing anything but carbonese at that level. So I already know what he's making as we speak right now. He's doing the tier above what we're doing right now that goes on this furnace. Not the tier above directly, that'd be iron. But the tier above this that goes on this furnace specifically is carbonese, tier 6. Which means he's doing carbonese, perfect carbonese on the furnace right now. Wait, is it perfect carbonese? Isn't this tier 5? Wait, no, you need a higher level than that. Never mind. Wait, what is he running then? I guess it's tier 5 carbonese. Wait, is this tier 4 then? Oh yeah, this is tier 4 because the irons is what, tier 5, duh. Yeah, he's running tier 5 carbonese, not tier 6. He's running tier 5 carbonese. Because this is tier 4, whatever this is called. Tier 4 adithyl. Or is it? I'm so confused now. What is the level range of the other one? I don't know, it's getting too late to think. I already mentioned it earlier. This is why we stopped doing merchant earlier. My brain already quit for the day. We just need all the chill methods. My brain quit at least like 2 to 3 hours ago. But yeah, this has to be tier 4. I'm not going crazy. Okay. I'm not going crazy. It is tier 4. Which makes sense because the other one's tier 5 irons. How could we possibly have tier 5 of this? So yeah, he's running tier 5 carbonese. Confirmed. Yeah, that's what we already knew. He's been running tier 4 adithyl, whatever this thing is called. Adithyl. With 0.375 second being a tick, we have 4, 5, and 6 tick weapons at 1.5, 1.875, and 2.25. Is that actually the tick system for this game? I know it was still kind of running on ticks, but I didn't know what the exact interval is. What is that beats per minute wise? Gosh, that's actually really quick. Is this almost double what old school runs on? It's like almost like a 170, 180 beat per minute rhythm game. That was one thing that really threw me off when he was announcing some things with the game. Is you mentioned everything was kind of in real time, but then it kind of threw me off because the game definitely runs in ticks. I just never knew what the exact interval was, and that makes sense. Is it 180? Yeah, what is that divided into, the thing? Is it 180? That sounds about right. It's like absurdly quick. Is this one thing that always threw me off that I was saying before the game came out, is that it runs in like real time, but it actually doesn't. It's still using a tick system. But he said earlier that it wasn't using a tick system. It's just using a really quick tick system. You can see it really well. The main thing that threw me off is when I originally did walking, is you're not immediately moving to your tile. Like, you can see the tick delay that's occurring every single time. You'd almost, like, queue up an action in a sense. Where it makes, like, a zigzag. Like, you notice when it does, like, the zigzag thing. That's the main thing that threw me off when the game first came out. Because he said it was in real time, but then it wasn't in real time. It's still running on a tick system. And that threw me off so much because this shouldn't be happening in a real-time game. If you had it in real time, you wouldn't have, like, a double path like that. But it's because it's queuing up the next tick. Oh, is it 160? Gosh, that's still quick. Oh. Oh, Goblin versus Gnome Smithing, which do you prefer? Oh, definitely Goblin. Sorry, I didn't see your question earlier. Not sure if you're still here. But yeah, I would rather do twice as many iron than have to do any here. It's why we're running like 3 to 4 to 5,000 iron from 193 to 2,000. I mean to 200. That and I need the ore really badly for the billion rapiers we're going to need. Though he did recently confirm, so maybe I should pivot the pivot of the pivot. There is one thing I was grinding towards that has been confirmed with the AMA that's not happening. You do not lose loot on death in PvP. You do not lose loot on death. This is interesting because that means you're not going to need replacement gear, which means most gear is for selling then, not for replacing from PvP. Which means it's still relevant to have 200 all because we're going to need it for, you know, making 1994 star, selling them, everything like that. It's going to be a pretty standard gear to have. But yeah, the amount that we needed it before is a lot less than it is now. As we're not going to have to replace it like 100 times over. Our original plan still holds though. It's just we won't need it for that particular factor. Instead, we sell it to people. Less gear, more potions. Oh yeah, what's being mentioned here? Found a bot? Oh no. They did mention their bot detection is going to get better before trading. That's one of the other reasons why I feel like queuable actions are going to be before trading. Because they still got to get their bot detection up to par before trading comes out. Which is going to take way longer than making queuable actions. Less gear, more potions? Yeah. You would need a lot of potions for PvP. You'd also need best in slot potions for PvP. Assuming you can even use potions in PvP. Unless there's like special ones that you do during the event or something. Oh, you're trying to break the bot? That's funny. But if you are allowed to use pre-made potions for PvP, plus 80s and 35% heals are going to go for a lot of money. Because they're basically required resources to do PvP. Actually, is a plus 80 the highest it goes? What is it cap at? Isn't it plus 80? It's plus 70. Where's plus 80? Where even is plus 80? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, plus 80 is, I believe, as high as it goes. Poor hammer mages, though. It's all the way at like 300 something. Compared to some of the other ones. Yeah, 325 is when you have access to all plus 80s. As far as doing it through Herblore. I mean, Alchemy. You get the blue ones at 277, and you get the green ones at only 197 for green. That's kind of crazy. Gosh, Guardian's got it good. Everyone with a 200 alchemy cape can go make 197s or plus 80s for Guardians. You need all the way at 200 something. Yeah, hammer mages have like the worst end of stick for a couple things. That must be so bad. Yeah, we need to go over 300 just to make them. I wonder if they're going to rebalance those at some point. You have to go like an extra like almost 170 levels to get a Hammer Mage plus 80 compared to Guardian. And Guardians beat Hammer Mages. So not only in a 1 versus 1 would you be at disadvantage by the start, but if you're only using like a plus 60 or 70 and they're using a plus 80, you're even at more of a disadvantage on top of the disadvantage you were already disadvantaged by. I'm not sure how they're going to make 1 versus 1 PvP work for that, though. Like, how are you making it work with the class system? Like, who on Earth is like a... Like, let's say a Hammer Mage who's going to accept a duel against a Guardian? Like, you'd literally have to fight only your own class for it to be fair. Like, a Hammer Mage will never fight anything but a Hammer Mage, a Cryo Knight to Cryo Knight, and a Guardian to Guardian. Like, unless they're trying to figure out some other system for it or something. But otherwise, who on Earth would actively take a duel for something that they're already at a disadvantage from the start? That's like an auto-queuing system. And balances it somehow, who knows. But, yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to balance that. Like, how on Earth do you do a 1 versus 1 for anything but a mirror match? Otherwise, one side will, like, already start auto-losing the second the battle starts. Unless they're just way over-geared or something. Oh, let's see how it works. Duels, but we risk Xana hats. He said you can wager on your duel. I'm not sure if it's like a pre-wager, if it's going to be like an auto-queuing system or something else, though. Because pre-wagering would be hard to figure out how you would do that. Hopefully it has like different price ranges. That's one thing I was hoping for with like a wager system, if it had it. Was you could queue up for like 3 different wager ranges. Like the lowest end is like, I don't know, let's say 1 gold. Then like the mid-tier range is like 5, and then like the high end is like 25 or whatever. You know, something like that. Because if they have an auto queue system, that would kind of work. Because I'm not sure how they're going to make it work otherwise. Like, who on Earth is like a Hammer Mage taking on a Guardian? Like, you're already starting from a losing position due to the weakness system. But I don't know, we'll figure out what happens with it. There seems like a lot that won't work properly. But I'm still looking forward to doing PvP at some point. I'll definitely give it a fair shot. And then probably never play it again. We'll see. I just see a lot of factors that can go so wrong with it. To such a degree that it's not worth doing. Also, what's the reward for PvP? Because if it's just gold, like winning against your enemy, what's the point? Like, you'd farm gold by doing, like, anything. While also getting XP. That's the other problem that PvP might have initially. Like, what's the reward system for PvP other than, like, the glory of being, like, the most wins or something? For real world trading? Yeah, that's the real reward. All the people selling all their winnings. The Sand Casino's back! You know what? That would be funny for the game. Imagine if Brighter Shores gets popular because he recreates the Sand Casino. So all the gamblers come over to Brighter Shores. Because the best they have is banned death matching in old school now. Oh, green health hat. Because they had to nuke the Sand Casino about 2 years ago because they had too many gambling lawsuits. But then people just deathmatched in PvP worlds. But then earlier this year, they banned deathmatching, but people still find ways around it. But technically, every single form of gambling now is, like, banned. Though they still find ways to do it. But in Brighter Shores, gambling would technically be illegal, depending on how he does it. So a lot of the gamblers might come over to Brighter Shores. Like all the people who got gypped in old school. Because they can't properly gamble anymore, even though they still find ways around it, obviously. They're also not supposed to real world trade, but they still do. It's just really, really well, I wouldn't say well regulated, but a lot more regulated than it was in the past compared to like 2 years ago. Because they need plausible deniability for whenever they get a lawsuit saying that your game is like pure gambling. It's like, no, we've tried everything to stop it. You can't sue us. Alright, we're almost there. We're like 2/3 of the way done. Technically more so if you ignore the gas. Or count the gas, I guess. 2025 Oda block streaming Brighter Shores. Could you imagine? Yeah, I wonder how much he's made from real world trading. Like, he doesn't need to anymore because he makes like infinite money per day from just streaming. Because he's, I think he's almost like twice as big as like the next big old school RuneScape streamer. Like, it's actually insane how much he's like just everything. Like, I don't imagine what he makes like per month. Is easily a 5-figure number, if not a 6-figure. So he doesn't actually need a stake anymore. Because he literally makes infinite money by not staking. But he used to be a staker back in the day. And real world trade like tens of thousands of dollars. But now he makes so much from streaming that he never needs to stake again. Check your rank? For what? I'm not sure what I'm looking for. I'm still not sure what I'm looking for here. $200 bone rate. High watch person. 200 bone rate's really nice. I think that's what he's trying to show me. I can't quite tell though. Nice. I don't know which one it is. 200 bone rate's insane though. I assume they're a guardian though. I'm not sure what number I'm looking at though. There's a decent number of good ones. I assume it's 200 bone rate. I think. I can't tell. 200 bone rate's definitely the most impressive number there. Oh, your overall 69? Ah. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. Yeah, rank 69 is funny. Actually, you know what? I should go get all my combats to 69 before they overhaul it. Just for the knowledge rate and everything. Get 69 all combat, just because the funny number. Not as funny now. I should probably go use all my knowledge at some point. Not to over encumber knowledge. I gotta go get an XP pop to go use it though. And honestly, I might just be dumping into smithing. I'm gonna go get them real quick. I'm just gonna drink one. Also, how's my cooking bounties going? There are not any. Okay, let me go get some cooking bounties and go get like one mining pot real quick. So we can get our 84 cooking. And I'll dump this into smithing. Because we really, really need 193. Oh, perfect timing, right before the next board. All really low tasks, too. Honestly, I almost want to wait it out. Tempted. Honestly, I think we're doing a cooking run. I think this is a cooking run angle. We're so close to the next timer, might as well. Yeah, I'll go buy everything we need. What is this? Oyster. I think I already have the juice banked. Moray eel, and I just buy everything we need. I'd probably just do this run right now, actually. And just do whatever's on the next board. Because this is pretty easy. Double Ella into Quartermaster Big Sheen. That is so free. Where's Ella again, though? Oh, yeah, Forger Warehouse. I know where it is. I forgot her name, but Forger Warehouse is the obvious one. There's only one location where that could be. Oh, there's Strip. Oh, I would help if I did some grocery shopping. Oh, someone named Pigeon. I find it funny whenever I see a bird name in game. Especially the ones that are named like Bird or something else, Bird. Because we took the OG Bird. Oh, the 11th soup. Alright, let me go grab, what do I even need here? I need one of these. 5 of moray eel. And I just grab whatever else we need from the shop. So I already got the lemon juice banked. He's actually bought too many earlier. So I just need 4 omelet, 3 stew, and 5 gel. Alright, unless I miscounted, that should be everything, and the juice is already stored. Just gotta grab it from the storage. And then we'll go do a quick run, and then go see what's on our next cooking bounty while we're already here. I just need 1 lemon juice that I had from earlier. Perfect. Alright. Now let's go run everything then. Oh! And it should bring us to 84 cooking with a little bit to spare. Slowly but surely, we're going to get like 2 cooking levels a day until it's 200. At this current rate, it will take us, how long? We need like 120-ish levels. That will come out to 60 days. And 2 months from now. Sometime in, like mid-June, early to mid-June. I mean June, what am I saying? I mean February. And early to mid-February, we should have 200 cooking. Without ever really doing cooking other than contracts. Hereforth. Because ever since we did the whole Branolf inheritance at one time, I never want to do that again. So my solution to that is just get 2 cooking levels a day for 2 months straight, and then we'll have 200. There's just no way we're going to get every 200 by then. But that's been my solution so far. It's been working pretty good so far. It only requires like half an hour to an hour of cooking a day, close to half an hour. These things are pretty quick. So we're going to get all these turned in before that 4-minute timer on the board's even done, probably. Though it does reset in like 1 minute. So we're barely going to make it in time. But like a full set of 2 boards is only going to take us like 10-15 minutes, it looks like. So, yeah, it's like half an hour a day for 2 cooking levels approximately. That's not too bad. Yeah, cooking, honestly, I really enjoyed the full process for cooking. I really liked it initially, then I kind of grew out of it, and then I kind of grew back into it. I'm currently in the phase of really enjoying cooking. And we do it for about half an hour a day. 4 runs, or, 4 message boards, whatever you want to call it. And that's about 2 levels a day, roughly. It's like a level and a half to 2 levels a day. And by mid-February, we should have 200 by just doing that every day. For like half an hour. There's 84. That's our second cooking level today. Oh, I forgot to go. The only reason I did this was to go back to Quartermaster. And then I just walk right past him. Wonderful. But yeah, cooking is one of the more AFK skills in the game as well. If you want to play it that way. Not the most AFK, but pretty high up there. As far as free-to-play currently has, it's the most AFK free-to-play skill. Without touching any of the member ones. At least currently. Until queuable actions come out. Alright, easy as that. Let's go do our second message board. Hey, we even got a green Christmas hat. Santa hat. There we go. Our collection thickens. Also, we're definitely over 100 hats. I'm not sure how many we're at right now. What's the most AFK skill? Currently, raid dens for both detective and watch person is the most AFK skill in the game. Having an AFK time around 2 to 3 minutes or so. For 3 clicks. So it's like 1 minute AFK per click, stacking up to 3. Alright, are these worth doing? This guy, 100%. Yeah, I think all of them are. Ooh, I got a lot of olive thing to go do, though. Oyster. Let me go check a number real quick. But yeah, I'll do all of these. But, the main thing I gotta check is the difference between how many lemon I have stored. I think it's like 3. And how many I need to buy. Yeah, so I need to go get, what is this now? We gotta get 13 oyster, but only 10 lemon. And then grab the omelet separately. But yeah, 13 oyster, 10 lemon. Luckily, I had some already banked. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do it in one go. Though I could have just done the omelet and then the other thing. So I technically would have been able to. I just would have to do it in a different way. But what was that again? 13? Double checking. Yeah, 13. And then 10 lemon. And then we only have to come back for omelet then. This also makes it so we have nothing in our bank again, which is great. You know, maybe that's what I'll wait for the foraging grind for. I might finally train foraging and alchemy once trading exists. Because worst comes to worst, I could just always trade it all off. Also, Brighter Shore Central is still almost level 1000 without picking a class yet, gosh. I think he said he's waiting for special attacks before he commits to it. But, yeah, he's waiting on special attacks before he picks a class. I wonder what he'll ultimately pick. Alright, what am I doing here? I'm looking for... omelet. So what rank is he right now? For Hopeport. He is currently rank 5, Hopeport. By training nothing, but without picking any class, he's rank 5. Alright, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, Oyster. Yeah, Oysters could be annoying. Let me do them first. It'll make the most sense to do this one first and then condense everything else. This requires way too many. Oh, he's moved on to bread. Ooh. Wonder what level he is for cooking. Luckily, we could check. Let's see. Hopeport. Top players. Shore Central. Oh, he got 200 already? Wow. I knew he was doing chef. I didn't realize he was doing that much chef. Gosh. He really went all out on chef. He's doing post 200 right now. I like it just takes the tray from him and turns it this way. Alright, we're out here. We gotta go a really wide angle though. Because I gotta start at Century. Then Telly back and then do Sneaky Brian. Then Enchantress, then James Newtap. Should be able to make it in time. It's gonna be a little tight though. But that should easily get us to 85 and a half. Or sorry, 84 and a half. Towards 85. I don't know, do we get any good dishes soon? Tasty leek pie. When we do gather, that'd be useful. We don't get a good semi-AFK or, you know, like cook spam method again until 94. So if I want to do like 94 to 100, we technically could. 94 to 100 doing bacon bacon sandwiches only. Wouldn't be horrible. If we wanted to like AFK a little bit of cooking. Though it's not that AFK though. Because it's a 12-12. But yeah, 94 to 100 there would be okay. If we don't want to do contracts but still want to train a little cooking. But after that, we got to go back to contracts for quite a while. When do we get stew? 120 is when we get the next one. That's when we get the very thick stew. Do you get any other stew upgrade all the way up to that point? I don't think so. You get a better... oh, Zepplik. You get a better sandwich at 170. You get a better stew there, though. No, looks like you have to do post 200 to get a better stew. Oh. They locked the next best stew at 217. That's rough. No wonder why he's doing sandwiches right now. You got to post level cooking 17 levels before you get AFK. That's good again. I probably should double check what he needed. It was oyster. If in doubt, almost all of them want oyster right now. The only one that doesn't is Newtap, who's the final turn-in. Alright, so this is going to be Sneaky Brian, then Enchantress, then Pipe. And we should be able to make it in time. It's going to be a little close, though. The biggest concern is the Thief might make it so we can't do it. We do it the other way around, too, and do Pipe, then do Thief. Probably should have. Too late now, though. I already committed. My only concern is a Thief catches us. The few seconds that it stalls us might be enough to make it so new tap doesn't get the boost, but it's fine. Yeah, we got a whole solid minute. We should be good. Even if it catches us, it might be fine. Also, hello, Defiant. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, come on. Don't get caught by a thief. We're in the clear if we don't get caught. My only concern is it wastes too much time if we do. Come on. Nice! We didn't get caught. Got good RNG on the thief. Should be able to barely make it. Nice. How much time do we have left? With like 10 seconds to spare. Honestly, even with thief, we might have still made it. Because we finished with 10 seconds remaining. And a thief would have stalled us for like, what, 5? Alright, anyways, back to the ore. The mines beckon. Yeah, we got to 84.5. But the mines call for our return. Any new drama with the guild? No. I don't think so. I think everything's been resolved at this point. Oh yeah, how's the guild running, Isabel, by the way? Not sure if you got any recruits or anything, and though I'm pretty sure you're busy for your birthday and everything else soon, though. But yeah, I think everything's been sorted now. Isabel's the leader of the guild. And yeah, everything kind of sorted itself out. Kind of. There wasn't any extra drama after, so we should be fine. But I think everything worked out. No extra people left. I don't think they did. I don't know. Let me go check real quick. But last I checked, it seems like we're fine now. Everything kind of sorted itself where it needs to be. Just gotta finish recruiting for the guild later. Let me go double check real quick. I'll tell you the status right now. As long as this number says 26 or higher, we should be fine. Let's see. Oh yeah, I haven't done the dailies yet. I need to go do that later. What am I looking for? Yep, it's fine. Still need to recruit a few people though. But yep, it looks perfectly healthy. Oh, that was for something else. I will be making a Brighter Shores guild though. It's gonna be a really casual one though. But yeah, I will be making a Brighter Shores guild. It's gonna be like max casual. As far as just like a chat room, trading room, you know, kind of thing. Well, you know, eventually we do bossing and everything too, but it's going to be just a very chill, just stop by whenever guild. No real like events or anything, more so just like a, you know, just kind of gathering place. Just to stop by, say hi kind of place. I don't really have any plans beyond just, you know, just like a small little gathering kind of place for everyone. If you have no guild that you want to really go to, just be like, hey, stop in every now and then. No real commitment or anything. Just stop by, say hi, see how things are going. Ask for advice, trading, other things. But it's got to be like a max casual guild. But no real requirements or anything at all. And by no real requirements, I mean literally none at all. I guess the only exception to that would be if it over encumbers, but I highly doubt that will happen. Though our friends list sure did. But I don't think the guild will. Because I assume it's going to make it a higher limit than 200. Assuming there even is 200 on at any given time. Because at that point, that's like 10% the player base. So I highly doubt it'll over encumber until later down the line. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. 200 people is literally like 10% the player base right now. If it's based on online people. That'd be funny. Hey, let me go check. What is Brighter Shores at right now? I just had a funny giggles. Let's see. Gems of War. Oh, wait. That number's actually quite a bit lower than normal. It's under 1,000 right now. What happened to Gems of War? I know it's on mobile and everything else. Yeah, Brighter Shores is actually quite a bit up right now. It's at like all threes. 3333. 3,333. Funny number. The other funny number. All threes. No, all fours is funnier. The 4444. The 444 sounds so much better though. But the 4 fours is still nice. But it's at like 3,338 or whatever it was. For Brighter Shores right now. So yeah, if you were to have a guild that had 200 members in it, which I highly doubt in the current state of the game, but if you had them simultaneously all logged in, it would currently be like 8% the player base in one guild. Which probably won't happen. Our guild will be way more casual than that. It would be funny though. What game has the highest as of right now? Like in all of Steam? Oh, nice. We just got Santa Hat. In all of Steam? I have no clue. I assume it's some kind of shooter game. I know Dota 2 is pretty high. I don't know. What is the absolute highest? I actually don't know right now. I know whatever it is, it's probably over 1 million concurrent. Like some kind of absurd number. Which I kind of want to go check now. I don't know. What's the website for checking it? I think Steam charts? I don't remember them all. But Steam charts, probably a better one to check. This is the first one that comes to mind though. Counter-Strike 2 has 559 million right now. Dota 2, gosh, Path of Exile 2 is at like 331. Dota 2, which I haven't played in ages, at 263. Oh yeah, what happened to Dota 2? They're kind of falling. Not that they're falling. 263 is like insane high. But I know when I used to play, gosh, that number like never dropped below like 500,000. It felt like. Okay, what is this full list right now? Counter-Strike 2 would never play it. Path of Exile 2 would maybe play it at some point. Dota 2, I've played Dota 1 like for over 20,000 hours. I only played Dota 2 I think for like 2,000 or 3,000 though. Banana... Wait, Banana... Isn't that one meme game that people are literally just playing to generate money? Call of Duty... Wait, Call of Duty is popular? PUBG Battlegrounds? PUBG Battlegrounds still exists. Rust, not sure what that is, but I know generally what it is. I think it's in the same category as the other two I just mentioned, I think. I have no clue. What is Rust? I've heard of it. I don't know what it is. I want to say a shooter, but maybe not a shooter. Grand Theft Auto 5, still surprisingly popular. Delta Force, I have no clue what that is. Baldur's Gate 3, that still has a player base? Interesting. But yeah, out of all these games, the only one I've played on this whole list is Dota 2. And the only two I would even ever play is Dota 2 and Path of Exiles 2. Although I'm probably not going to do Path of Exiles 2. But on that list, Dota 2 is literally the only one I've ever played. And I haven't played it in like almost 10 years. Or maybe like 8 years. Like 8 or 9 years it's been. Like I played Dota 1 more recently than I played Dota 2. Because last I played Dota 2 I think was like 4 years ago. Oh, is it a survival game? That makes sense. Yeah, I've heard of it before, I just never knew what it was. I don't know, do any of you guys play any of the games in that top 10? I feel like based on the player base that would play Brighter Shores, I would say Path of Exiles 2 is probably the highest one of anyone who would play Brighter Shores. But beyond Path of Exile 2, are there any of you guys play on the entire list currently? Or even in the past? Because Dota 2 is the only one I've played from that list, as far as top 10 games on Steam right now. But it's been a good, like, 8 years, if not 9 years, since I have. I really need to go sell some stuff. I probably have, like, several $100 worth of stuff still in it. Actually, that's something I want to go check real quick. If I go to the Steam Marketplace, which I can figure out how to even get there these days. How do you get to the Steam Marketplace? Market. I want to check something. Exiled... let's see. I forget what it's called though. How do I go to Dota 2? I want to check something. I used to do a bunch of trading in Dota 2. Search by community market. Dota 2? How do I do this? No, not all games, just Dota 2. I want to check something real quick. I want to see if this is worth literally 0 or something. Inscribed. Gosh, they got so many other things now. Hero, no. Gosh, how many cosmetics does this game have now? They got like more categories than they even have of anything. What is even looking at right now? Yeah, exalted, I think was the term. Let's see. Yeah, they still go for quite a bit. That's still quite a lot. A lot less than it was, but still a lot. Like 20, 30 for a single cosmetic for some of them. But I never did sell out all my Dota 2 stuff. I meant to, but I never did. But based on what some of them are still priced at, I think it's still like several $100s. I was doing a lot of trading with it back when I used to do flea marketing. Because I was already online checking like a bunch of stuff like that. But it seems like it has gone down a little bit on quite a few of them. Just because they've added like 1.5 billion cosmetics since then. But yeah, still seems like a lot of them held pretty good value. And I'm probably sitting on like several hundred just sitting there. From all the stock that I didn't bother, you know, selling before I stopped playing. But even if I never saw any of it, I still profited from all the trading I did. Even if I just let the rest of it just sit there and rot forever. In case I ever come back to the game to play or whatever else. It'd still be in the profit margin. Even if I made 0 from everything I still have not sold. But yeah, that would be a funny stream to do one day. Try Dota 2 again after like a decade. See how bad we are. I can only imagine how much the game has changed in like a decade. The game was already a lot more convoluted than things like League of Legends to begin with. Could only imagine how much more after 10 years it would have been. I never really have tried League of Legends or a few others like that, though. It's mostly just Dota and Dota 2 and a few others that were on, like, Warcraft 3 engine. I never really tried MOBAs as an overall genre, though. And the few that I did all died. Actually, literally the only 2 MOBAs I've ever played that are still alive are, like, any of them on Warcraft 3 and Dota 2. Every other one I ever tried has already died within, like, a few years. Oddly enough, there are still, like, obscure MOBAs that are still ran in Warcraft 3 as well. I know the Battle Tanks people still go, and I think Battleships as well. Which were 2 MOBAs that was ran for probably, like, 20-something years now in the Warcraft 3 engine. And they're still going. They haven't stopped. They've still been going for, like, 20-something years. Like, the community for it is small, but they're not dead yet. They're hanging on. They're hanging in there. It still gets, like, frequent updates every, like, month and everything, too. You're still recruiting as you speak? Oh, good. No rush, Isabel. I was just checking on the thing earlier. Oh, you had to rewind to hear your question. Oh, good. We're probably going to go for about another, what, 2 hours or so? After we finish all this ore, I gotta figure out what my next goal is, though. Like, I know what needs to get done. It's more so a matter of what do we want to go get done. The biggest mission tomorrow is we do not end tomorrow's stream without a 25 rake. I'm not going to do any raking probably tomorrow. Maybe just one level just to test out the rake. But, beyond that, we will be saving it for, the weekend grind. Like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Just because tomorrow's stream is going to be a little bit shorter. By a little bit shorter, I mean like 6 hours instead of like 12. Still going to be long. Just not, excuse me, as long. So maybe we work on a little bit of money making then. What merchant level do we need for our next hide? Was it 175 and I stopped early? Maybe we go get the other level we need. Yeah, I think I gotta do it. What do you have going on tomorrow? The game awards are happening, and of course it's Isabel's birthday. But I want to stop before the game awards start for any people that want to watch it, as well as me also watching it. And since we're not going to react to it on stream or anything like that, I want to do it, you know, before it starts. So we're going to be off and just watching it in our own time, eating dinner, relaxing. What is our go-to for money making? Merchant into leatherworker for sure. Always merchant into leatherworker. We all look like adorable elves. I know every single person in this room is just wearing a Santa hat or an elf hat. There's the elf hats over there. Then we got some Santas and some Santas. Oh, that one guy's wearing a metal helm. How could you? Ignore the one guy. But yeah, pretty much everyone. They're like so easy to get. You play for like 10-20 minutes and you get a hat. But Isabel, if you haven't collected one yet, you might want to for the future, just in case. It doesn't take that long to go get one. You're literally just like AFK cooking like Hopeport. And you'll get one in like 10 minutes pretty much. They're like super easy to get right now. Just in case you ever do decide you ever want to play the game down the line. At least you'll have one that you could trade for. Because then I can swap you whatever hat you want, regardless of which one you get. But I can't do that unless you have at least one of them. Guess the door, 3, 5, or 6? Definitely 3. I would definitely go 3 there. It's probably not 3. I only have a 33% chance. I'm a statistically higher chance of being wrong than right. I'm going for 3. You never played anything this complex? Honestly, Brighter Shores is not too bad in the complexity section. It kind of separates everything nicely through chapters to try to not to overwhelm, which is something I've really liked about it. 3 was a jinx trap? No! Unfortunate. Which one was correct? It was 6? Aw. It's one thing I really hate about that daily. It's pure RNG. Like, there's literally no skill. It's just pick random number and hope it's right. For you, but you never played MMO like this, true. Yeah, I guess that's one thing that kind of keeps people from the MMO genre. Well, then again, I don't know. You've played Palia. Like, they're both technically MMO. I guess there's quite a bit of a different category of MMO. Like, Palia is like max coziness MMO. Whereas this is a little bit more of like a fantasy RPG kind of MMO. Which reminds me, what's Palia's player base? It's actually surprisingly high. Every time I look at it, it's like, wait, they actually have like a amazing player base, number-wise. Even though I've kind of moved on, I feel like a lot of people moved on, and then you like look at their player base number, it's like, oh, well, there's definitely people who haven't moved on. Because, gosh. Hey, we got a yellow Christmas tree again. Their numbers are like almost like double, triple, what's it called right now? Let's see, go to games library. What is even Palia at right now? Let's see. Palia, Community Hub. Oh, actually, it's a bit lower than I thought. Maybe they had an event going on earlier when I checked. But yeah, they're 4,464, but they're also on Switch, so that's not the full number. Because I know for the longest time I just was playing it on Switch instead. But their Steam number says like 4,500. Which is still decently survivable. The only problem with that game is it's 100% free to play. So it really comes down to how many people are buying cosmetics. Because they don't have like a monthly fee or anything. You literally get the whole access to the whole game for free. And support it completely off of cosmetics. I still never bought any cosmetics. I have like almost, actually I have I think like 200-300 hours in the game. And I've spent $0 on it. Mostly because I was waiting for them to have like a sale on currency or something before I would buy anything. I don't think they ever did. I was just waiting for them to have like some kind of special sale for like an anniversary event or something. But they keep not doing a sale. Or if they did, I was not aware when they did one. You did a closed beta for Palia. Love the community. Oh yeah, the community for Brighter Shores is great. And I've had a lot of fun doing co-op with friends in it. I've done it with Isabel, Cookie, gosh, what was her name? I'm trying to remember her name. Something Witch. What was her name? Why do I forget her name? I forget her name. I know Isabel knows. Also Genki and a few others that's been around the chat. Yeah, I know Genki. I mean the witch one. Why do I forget her name? Something Witch. Yeah, Miss Insane Witch. There it is. I knew it was something Witch. There it is. Miss Insane Witch. I'm sure I forgot her name all of a sudden. I'm so bad with names today. I've had a lot of fun with doing co-op with friends. The friends that I don't remember the name now. Oh no, I just had a moment that I just couldn't remember her name, Miss Insane Witch. I remember Genki though, of course, obviously. I haven't really done as much with Miss Insane Witch, I think is the thing. Like, I've done so much with you, Cookie, and Genki. I've still done some with Miss Insane Witch, just not as much. But yeah, Palia is so chill. I just hate that they have a couple events that are pretty FOMO heavy as well. Or if you don't do it, it's like, oh, you don't get this cosmetic. Because it kind of matters a little bit more in that game because like the whole end game is like decorating your house. So if you're missing like that one decoration, it's like, well, you're out of luck. Because cosmetics basically is the game. It's not like in a game like this where if you don't have a Santa hat, like it's not the end of the world. But when the gameplay is the cosmetics and you're locking it behind like events, I'm not a fan of that. Like in this game, I'm still not a fan of it. But at least it's not too detrimental. Because it's not like the whole end game is like, look amazing. Like it's fun to do, but you know, it's not like the whole end game is like doing that. And Palia, there's like plushies that get like exclusively locked, furniture, other stuff like that. If you're trying to decorate your house with like a certain aesthetic, it's like, oh, I can't even do it because I'm missing like these several items. Like you still decorate otherwise, but you know, you might be missing some core pieces that you know exist but can't ever get. Or have to wait for like the next yearly event or however they do it. What other games have we played before other than Palia together? We did not Sword and Shield, but I did do Sword and Shield too. We did Scarlet and Violet, we did Animal Crossing, we did Power World. Probably a few others I'm forgetting. I need another boost pot. Honestly, I might just let the other 58 sit there. I just double boost it. Oh no. I need to go get a boost pot, but it's not worth teleporting away to go do it. I'm in a weird dilemma right now. Maybe I go back to the iron ore. Honestly, I'm feeling an iron ore right now. I need it more banked anyways. I think it's the iron ore angle finally. I go get all of my pots because I could just wield them while I'm doing iron. Yeah, Power was decently fun. I haven't played it since like 7 months now though. There's a lot of features I was hoping they would add a bit earlier that they never did. And to this day, I think still haven't. It was like on their roadmap, but they still never got around to. Because I would love to see a more like temporary server, full PvP, kind of like rushed roguelike mode for that. where everyone like spawns in, basically like a world where it runs for like, I don't know, let's say like 4 or 5 hours, where everyone spawns in completely fresh with like extremely accelerated rates, maybe some starting gear, stuff like that. And everyone just has to build a base from scratch very quickly, go and get all their pals leveled, get everything going, and then just have like a battle royale kind of system all the way until the end. I feel like that'd be so much fun for that game. I know they were planning something like that with servers, but they never did. Not exactly that to the T, but something along those lines. But I believe to this day they still never have. Extra sweaty? Well, I wanted like a temporary world where you could kind of have something like that. And they were kind of talking about it, but they never did. Where they'd have like PvP servers like that. Because a lot of the early game, you like never get to play again. And that'd be the perfect way to keep doing like the really good part of early game over and over and over again. Because I feel like that game's early and mid game is really solid. It's everything beyond that that's the problem. Wait, do they have servers like that now? I wonder if it works exactly like that or slightly differently. I might need to go check that out then. Gosh, they've done a lot of updates then since I last checked. I need to go check like their whole changelog for the last like half a year. I missed a lot, probably. I didn't realize they already got that out. I didn't want like permanent PvP worlds though. Which I think is what they might have done, I'm not sure. Because that would ruin the fun of it. Because it's just going to be locked down by like X number of people. Or a clan or whatever else. It would have to be like a really temporary one that keeps getting refreshed. After every like so amount of hours or something. Well, what I mean by that is if you have a PvP server, but it's like quote-unquote permanent, in the sense that people can stay there forever, it's just going to be locked down by like one person or one clan or whatever else. Because they'd be completely stacked and everyone else would just get one-shotted. The only problem with mining iron ores, I have no clue how many I need to get 200. So I'm probably going to either very underestimate or very overestimate the number. Based on how much we were doing on our previous ore, I think we can assume almost every 500-ish would be a level. Which means I need over 4,000 iron, and I have like 2,000 right now. We're not going to do all of it right now. But, by the time we get to 193 smithing, I need to have it all banked, ideally. What game do you like more, Isabel? Palward or Palia? Oh, she would definitely say Palia, I feel like. Because honestly, I almost like Palia more than Palward, to be honest. Like, Palward was fun. But Paleo's gonna be fun for longer. You like both equally? Interesting. I honestly would say I like Paleo more than Pal World. Pal World is a fun experience, but not for like longevity. As Paleo, I can still see myself playing like regularly, like here and there, like years from now. Just to stop in and see how everything's going. Especially once they actually get to 1.0 launch. This guy's called Torva. Torva is best in slot melee in the RuneScape normal old school. I keep saying it normal RuneScape. You know what I mean. In old school RuneScape, that's the best in slot melee armor. At least currently, until it gets power crept in another year or two. Oh, did they finally get fish plushies? Oh, I should finally go collect all my log. Because that's still something I haven't done. I still haven't done like the whole Harvest Moon slash Stardew Valley-esque finish all your tasks for all the seasons list yet. Because I still didn't catch all fish or all bugs yet. I think I was missing 2 bugs, but like a billion fish. Because you gotta look up on like a third-party source to find out where all the fish are. Because trying to figure it out through in-game means is very inconsistent. Because they only appear at like certain times, at certain days with certain bait. And there's like so many conditions to try to find them randomly. And even then you could maybe fail to catch, potentially. Whereas bugs were a lot easier to do. I think I'm only missing like 1 or 2 bug for the list. I'm missing like so many fish. Like so many fish. I definitely didn't care for fishing as much in that game. Also because the convoluted system. Whereas everything else was just out in the open world. Animal Crossing somewhat has that same system, but it's not as bad. Because it's pretty consistent to get to the point where you kind of figure it out. I think the biggest issue with Palia is that there's 3 different baits. So even if you're at the right place at the right time, you might be using the wrong bait for the fish you're trying to catch. I think that was the biggest issue. Oh, we got another Santa hat. Oh, the black one. That was the one I had the least of, too. Nice. What are we at now for Santa? Oh, nice. Black. We're up to 5 for Santa now. What's our lowest number right now? We were at 2 pudding of red. 2 red pudding. And then we'll have 3 times of all of them. Unfortunately, not across every account, but 3 times on this one, I guess. Still got to grind down to 2 alts at some point. But that's a later issue. Also, this wasn't trying to turn into us doing a mining grind, but I kind of need to bank it. One thing that's kind of interesting is, I'm not sure if I'd go do blast mining at 207. Like, we'll use what we have. But given how upgrade our pickaxe is, I'm pretty sure we iron all the way to 223. Not right now, obviously. But I mean, like, generally speaking. That guy just teleported on me. Or off me, I guess, technically. Yeah, I think this is the most ore I've ever gotten of any ore. But it's mostly because we get the 200 grind now. So now, like, per level, we got to get, like, 5-digit number. Something absurd. I can only imagine how much iron it'd be to 223. Like, let's say I blast mine for, like, one level from, like, 207 to 208. Just to use up what we have. We are going to have, like, 20-something thousand iron, probably. Maybe even more. We've only done, like, 10% of total. Probably even less. Because I'm not even at 202 right now. We started at 197. Which, we need to go to, like, what, 223. Which means, yeah, there's almost close to, like, 30-something thousand iron. So when's Cubable Actions coming out? So I could just AFK this? Hopefully soon. Because this is going to be so nice. This is going to be our AFK activity, like, every night for the next, like, 2 weeks or so. 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron, bank, repeat. With auto queue iron. Unfortunately, now we have to manually do it. But, hey, give it a couple weeks. We don't have to manually do it ever again. Well, maybe not ever again, but for a good while. Palia gets a whole new map soon? Really? Ooh, big expansion. Have you ever continued the storyline, or have you just kind of let it stagnate? Because I know it was kind of starting to do a storyline, and then it just kind of cut off abruptly, and it was like, wait, I wanted more. Did they ever go any further in the storyline? Or is it still stuck at where it pretty much was? Or are they waiting like for a new zone or something for that? But yeah, new zone's pretty huge, given that there's like, what, 2, 3, technically? Depending on how you look at it. Yeah, I'll need to revisit after that for sure. There's one thing that still keeps throwing me off. Whenever you go down stairs, they don't let you go horizontally. You always have to go down them vertically, or however you look at it. Like, you can't do a cross through them. You always have to walk either vertically or horizontally through them. Well, I mean vertically. I don't even think you can. Actually, can you horizontal them? Wait, now I want to check. Yeah, you kind of can't because of the thing. But yeah, you can't diagonal here. But look at how he goes. But you can't diagonal them. I guess that's a better term of way of describing it. Yeah, you can't diagonal them. But, yeah, that throws me off like crazy. But you're not allowed to do a diagonal through them. And it drives me insane that you can't. It's not that big a deal, obviously. Like, it makes sense. Because when on earth would you ever diagonal stairs? I definitely have before, though. Like, during marching band. Just to get somewhere quicker. I've definitely diagonal stairs before. It's just not advised. No, it's definitely possible. Oh gosh, they're adding another temple to Palia. Oh gosh. Those little puzzle temples. Hey, what am I even putting knowledge in right now? I guess smithing? Are we really locked out of smithing all the way to 193? Yeah. I mentioned it earlier. We're probably not getting there till end of Friday. We got a knowledge 11 levels before we can do smithing again. It's one of the reasons I want to get all my iron. Because after 193, I don't want to have to put any knowledge into it if we can help it. And start putting into stonemason again. Yeah, that's rough. But that's why we're doing some of the iron now. Because not only do we eventually have to do it for 223 mining, which is not ideal, but pretty much what we have to do. And not only do we have to do it eventually for that, but at least some of it now. But I want to bank 193 to 200 so we could just put all of our knowledge into stonemason. Because of course after 200 smithing, you know what's next. Maybe not immediately next, but somewhat next. Is the good old stonemason grind. No, not directly, because I plan to do gatherer quite a bit. Actually, this whole weekend might actually be gatherer heavy. Because once I get my level 25 rake, I want to go utilize it. I don't think we're doing all the way from 30 to 200 in one go. But we will train it up from where it is now. At bare minimum to catch up to where our bone rate is. So get like 100 gather, 100 bone rate or something. I just realized I delayed the thing, but still have the thing that I could use for it. I was delaying it because I was like, oh yeah, we need a potion. Oh, we got a hat. Oh! That's the good one. Well, not the good one, but, ooh. I think we're at 3 all hats now. Let me go check. Is that the one? No! It was orange. No! It's the red one I need, not orange. Never mind. False alarm. Not like it matters too much, but hey, the small milestones. Steam is now selling refurbished OLED Steam Decks? Oh no, I still feel like I'd want to get a fresh one though. I've had a lot of bad experiences with quote-unquote refurbished. So picky. Well, if I'm gonna buy one, I'm gonna buy like a decent one. Main reason I just don't want to buy one is, I don't know, I just don't feel like I would use it like a ton. Like, I would definitely use it, but I don't feel like I would use it relative to justify the cost. Like, I would definitely use it, but not to a degree that it would justify the cost of doing so. You'd use it if it's that good? I don't know, I am tempted, but I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we're definitely starting to hit some of the grind walls in this game for sure. I definitely don't mind it though. You love your Steam Deck? Nice. Yeah, I've definitely been considering it, especially since Brighter Shores. Like the whole last month, it's like, if I just had a Steam Deck, I'd be playing Brighter Shores on it right now. The main reason I don't is they're 100% confirmed the other day that they're releasing a mobile. We kind of already knew that. But now they said it in like definitive words, like they are. Obviously it's after 1.0, but still. Like, how many games am I really going to be doing on Steam Deck? Like, I'd mostly just use it for indie games. Like, things that are going to release on PC that are, like, never going to have a mobile port. You sure would use it a lot more than you think you would? Probably. So where's this one NPC was standing here? The amount of times I accidentally misclick on him is so high. This iron spot in general is so bad for the minecart as well. It's like a mile away. Like, they do compensate you with more XP, but still. It's such an inconvenient spot. But if I ever did get a Steam Deck, I'd use it almost exclusively for indie games. Like, however much storage it has would be filled with, like, every indie game I would ever play. Because right now I use the Nintendo Switch for that purpose. Which is one of the other reasons I feel like I don't need it as much. Because Nintendo Switch already does like 90% of them. Like, yeah, it's running on a potato, but it's a potato that works. I think the biggest thing is that the Switch 2 is like right around the corner. And buying a Steam Deck and a Switch 2 in the same year just doesn't seem worth it. When I'm already buying like two basically same purpose devices. Because the whole thing I would use a Steam Deck for is to play indie games. And like 95% of any indie game we ever play is going to be on Switch and or mobile. If I get $1 for every time we laughed. It's pretty often. Will PvP be limitless staking? We don't know. If so, the Sand Casino is back in business. Gosh, there's going to be so much real world trading in this game. If they do Sand Casino version 2. I assume there's going to be some cap on it. Ideally a very, very low cap. So people don't go crazy. These people were literally staking tens of thousands of dollars in old school at the peak of its corruption. Before they had to just nuke the sand casino out of existence. But, yeah, people were staking like literal 5-digit numbers of in-game currency worth of real-world cash. That they were obviously real-world trading. But yeah, it got really crazy. Yeah, hopefully Brighter Shores isn't doing the same. Hopefully it has some kind of limit. Ideally a really low limit. Like 10 gold or 25 gold. Anything above 100 started getting sketchy territory. And if it's literally limitless, that's extremely sketchy territory. It's because of gambling laws, mostly. And because you know anyone who's going to be doing that, like, super seriously is going to be real-world trading it. That's why you need to keep it low, so it's just for fun. Rather than for, like, literally doing it for money. Like, people become, like, a full-time Brighter Shore staker. Could you imagine, though? I hope he doesn't go down that route. People dropping like thousands of dollars worth per day just staking in Brighter Shores. If loan sharks will be real, yeah. Yeah, this leads to like too many issues. Like honestly, I'm scared of anything that gets to like a 3-digit gold number for staking. Like 25 or 50 is like the highest they can go. Before people are going to do it to try to gamble. Rather than just for fun. We're too poor to stake. Well, in all gambling, you're eventually going to lose. And this is a way to get your odds in your favor. Because even with 50-50 odds, you'll eventually lose more than you can sustain. Because if you're down bad, then go down even more bad, and then go down even more bad. It still results in the same thing. It's only a matter of time before you statistically get in the unluckier end of 50%. Like, there might be one day where you go, like, 5,000 plus, but then the next day you're down, like, 10,000. But eventually you go down high enough that you can't get back. There's a lot of people like that don't know when to stop. Like, if they're, like, 20,000 up, they'll keep going until they're, like, negative 50,000. Even though they're already 20,000 up. Yeah, that's the other issue too. Bot stakers would also be an issue. Whereas literally just bots that do everything perfectly in PvP. Try to make money from staking. But yeah, it's definitely a concern. Well, we'll see what he does with it. What's staking? Basically, they're adding PvP to this game. And it's eventually going to have like a wager system. We don't know exactly how this is going to work, like at all. But basically, you'd be able to wager a certain amount of gold. Let's say like 10 gold. And whoever wins would get either all of it or maybe like a slightly taxed amount. Like let's say you both wager 10 gold, the winner would probably get like 19 gold or something. Because 10% might get taxed or whatever they end up doing for it. Actually, that would technically be 5%, but you know what I mean. But basically, it's a way to gold sink in the game while having like an incentive system for a PvP system. But what it normally turns down into is basically people stake just to gamble. And eventually it leads to real world trading. And eventually it leads to bankruptcy. Or someone getting really rich if they get lucky. But normally people overly gambling until they're in the negative. But it really depends if it's like skill based or completely luck based. Because people will probably find a way to make it completely luck based again. Because skill based betting like that isn't too bad. Like when you're staking someone. But the problem is, given how RNG based this game is, people are just going to break it down to RNG again. Like they did in old school. Where everyone would just whip each other to death. Because they found a standardized way to basically make it into a slot machine. Yeah, botting is still kind of crazy in old school. They did nuke the sand casino. Like, that was the thing that was like really disappointing when playing a main as well. Like, what's the point of grinding anything when you could just bet your whole bank and just double it in seconds? Like, it takes like 1 minute to double your bank. Or lose it all. But you may double it. And that kind of made playing a main kind of pointless. What's the sand casino? The Duel Arena. It was just always nicknamed the Sand Casino. Because it takes place in the desert in that game. But it was called the Sand Casino because it's just gambling in a desert. That's where the Duel Arena was in that game. I'm curious where PvP is going to take place in this game, though. There's like so many places they could put it. Hopefully, it's nowhere near the freedom, like the starting area, so people don't get tempted. Did I ever gamble in the Sand Casino? No. I never gamble ever for anything. I don't know, gambling is just... Regardless how much you gamble, you'll eventually lose, is the problem. Like, you will always lose by some amount of time. Unless it's skill-based gambling, like maybe poker, if you're, like, absurdly good. But basically, all gambling, you will eventually lose more than you make. You might be up at a given time, but you'll eventually lose way more than you ever make. Unless it's skill-based, or you're just getting lucky for a very long duration and know when to stop. The eyes I've actually never gambled. Maybe like RNG things in games and like loot boxes here and there, but never like gamble like hundreds or thousands of dollars kind of gamble. In Dokapon, that's different. It's not real money. That was a fun game, though. Dokapon Kingdom. But it doesn't count as gambling. There's no financial risk on it. It's the same. It's simulated gambling. It's not actual gambling. It's not like every time the thing went, it was like a $10 or something. Because, yeah, you have to keep in mind, Old School RuneScape's gambling, like, it was real money. Like, it was in-game currency, but it was actual real money that they were trading, basically. Like, we're talking hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands at once for one single 1-minute gamble. Do you think of Prater Shore's cryptocurrency could work? No. For many reasons, no. The main one being, Steam doesn't even allow it. Plus, they already got a token for every hour you play. It's called Holiday Hats. Look at all the tokens we got. We're at like 130 tokens right now or something. Get like one every like 10 minutes. What are we going to do with all the hats? Nothing. There's nothing you can use them on. They're not going to be tradable. They already mentioned, unless they change it in the future, all these hats are, though they might change their position on it, but their current position is you'll be able to one-to-one trade them always with other people who have them. Like, you know, the Christmas 24 ones. With other people that have Christmas 24. But you're not going to be able to, like, trade them to someone who doesn't have one, basically. So, for example, if someone comes in like 3 months from now and never did this event, you would not be able to trade it to them. But you'd be able to one-to-one anyone who has at least one of them. So technically there could be some trading with it, but not that much. Because realistically, if anyone has one, they probably got all the ones they wanted during the event. It's very unlikely someone's just going to have like 3 random ones that you could go trade for. Because they're just so quick to get. Like, you play for, like, 5 hours over the next, like, 3 weeks, you get all of them. Do you remember how many lore methods came out, like, 1 month after Casino? No, I wasn't playing at the time. Oh, there's another hat. Is that yellow one again? Gosh, why is our yellow luck so good today? It took us 63 before we got 1 yellow. And just today alone, we've gone 6. Like 3 of them in a row and another one right now. That 180 so quick. I keep getting only these. I already have 10 pink ones as well. My highest stack is 10 pink Christmas and 9 red Christmas tree. But yeah, I actually wasn't playing around the time when the casino got nuked. The Sand Casino and Old School. I was kind of in the dead space when I wasn't playing. Because I stopped playing from like 2018 to like 2023. I came back at the 10-year anniversary. It's one of the reasons I started a hardcore, just to not have to deal with all that. A hardcore Iron Man. So I didn't have to deal with any, like, the, you know, Sand Casino stuff. Even though it was already dead by then, but, you know, just not have to deal with, like, any real-world trading, any kind of anything like that. And still somehow alive. And maxed. And other things on it. Which I'm actually surprised it hasn't died yet. It will eventually, though. My membership's actually running out on it soon. They haven't done a sale for membership. I hope they do around January. Because they haven't done a sale in the last year. And I might not be renewing it for a while because we're going to be doing so much Brighter Shores. There's still grinds I need to go do on it that I could do in free-to-play. Like AFK Castle Wars until we have everything. But there's a chance when it expires in 2 months, unless they do a sale on membership, because they price hiked it. I'm probably not going to buy membership again for a little while. To sell the RuneScape account? No. Though I'm pretty sure a max hardcore that isn't dead would probably sell for over 1,000 though. I would never sell it though. I've actually never real world traded in RuneScape ever. But yeah, I bet a max hardcore would probably go for a lot. I would never sell it though. Like a max alive hardcore. You all know I have a secret gold farm. Could you imagine? No, the account just AFK in leagues right now. One crime bond at a time until it gets 200 mil and then pet. I don't even need it for the task. I just want to get the pet. Just so I don't have to worry about it on a future league. And also because it's only 3 clicks an hour. Which is very convenient. Just in case I never have a better fishing method in a different league. Is it available? What is available? Not sure what you mean by is it available. Was Kukulin in drop table? Oh no. Yeah, I mentioned that in the Monday video. But no, that one weird snake thing is not available. So yeah, don't try trying to get it. It will be in the future, but it isn't right now. So it's irrelevant for the event key drop table in Gems of War right now. So yeah, don't try doing it. Even if it was, it's like a 1 in 4,000 chance, but it's not, from what I've seen. I double checked on Monday for like an hour straight and didn't see anyone get it. And there were still people getting the other drop, so it's almost guaranteed not in there. Do I think they'll merge all combat and our level will be equal to total XP? I'm not sure what they're doing with combat. I don't think they're going to scrap the skills that already are out, though. But what exactly they're going to do? We were talking about some earlier, but really there's no way of knowing what their plan is going to be for all the combat stuff when they go and rework it and everything. What do I say? Legends. Not sure if he's talking about us. He just said legend while near us. I'm not sure if they refer to us or someone else. So are we top 20 right now? I feel like we are. Hey, we went up to 19. So I think it's because someone's hiding. Or multiple people are hiding. They're going to be fixing that soon on leaderboard. So we'll know what our true rank is. I assure you it's not top 20. It's probably not too bad though. Yeah, whatever they do for combat, it's not going to delete the skills that are already out. So whatever effort you put towards them is still matter. These might matter less towards combat specifically. Like maybe they'll all be like little Slayer levels or something rather than combat levels or whatever they do with it. But whatever they're doing with it, it'll probably disassociate them a little bit with combat. Like they'll still incorporate combat, but probably not be like the main way you level your combat per zone. Rather than the new system or whatever on earth they do. Steam Deck OLED 1 terabyte. Love this thing, but you gotta get rid of it for the bills. $250. Well, people just selling it on like Craigslist or something. I do feel like I live in an area where that would happen a lot. Because the wage here is awful. So that would definitely sound like something that would happen in my area. Someone would like impulse buy like a Steam Deck. And then like 3 months later, they're nearly bankrupt and it's like, I gotta go sell this for like $200 real quick. So I can pay rent. I still live in a $7.25 minimum wage state. Obviously most jobs pay a little bit better than that. But I mean like a little bit better. Like barely. Yeah, I think Milo would basically be rank 1 if they deleted combat. They're not going to do that. But hypothetically, they're not deleting the skills. But if they did, I think he'd be rank 1 overall or something. Or something close. Just because he's been doing so much non-combat. Yeah, not rank 1, but probably rank 2. I think rank 1 is just so ahead in every regard right now. Yeah, what am I putting this to? Smithing? Yeah, probably smithing. Yeah, I haven't really gone too heavy into combat. I did a little bit of combat yesterday just for fun while doing the hats. And obviously we did the 200 Chronopolis grind thing because you get it for free while doing detective pretty much. But, yeah, I've been doing very minimal combat. Mostly because I was waiting for, I've been waiting for at least special attacks before I really go into combat. But now it's probably special attacks and waiting for whatever on earth they're doing to combat. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. We'll definitely mess around with special attacks when they come out for sure. But now that they're going to be reworking combat, I'm not sure if I would even keep going after that. But maybe I will. It's definitely the bare minimum requirement before I try for 200 all combat is special attacks being released. Just because that's an extra like 10-20% extra DPS per hour or something. Bare minimum like 10%. Oh yeah, mining's really chill. I've been enjoying it a lot. Probably too much. We gotten the closest ever to getting to 1-digit viewership today. It's because we keep grinding, mining, and smithing over and over again, doing like literally nothing. Oh, and I personally enjoy it. I know it's not the most exhilarating content. But I could do this like literally for 20 hours straight and probably not get bored. Hey, another yellow tree. What is with all the yellow trees? Why was it so hard to get yesterday? Why do they just magically keep spawning in my inventory now? It took 63 yesterday. Now I've gotten 7 or 6 in one day. Like 10% of my total drops out of the 20. Like each one of them should be weighted like 5% each. Or sorry, 4% each. And my weighting on yellow tree today compared to yesterday was I got like less than 2% yellow tree yesterday. It was like 1.5% yellow tree. Today I'm at almost like 10% yellow tree. It's insane how many we've been getting. And the weighting should be about 5%. So we got like super dry yesterday and super absurdly lucky today on them. Or sorry, 4%. I mean, not 5%. No, 5%. That's right. Yeah, they should be weighted 5% each. Yesterday we had about a 1.5% yellow. Today we have like over 10% yellow. Yellow Christmas tree, that is. Orange, you can do that sometimes. We still got the most trees out of anything, though. By quite a margin. And that's been the case since pretty much like this first second. Because I'm pretty sure my first drop was a tree. And by the time I had like 10, it was like 6 trees. And not 6, it was like 4 trees. Which is still like a majority. And then it just kept going that way. We got way too many trees. Luckily, our second highest is Santa hat, which is probably the coolest one. But we have like the highest of the lamest. But the second highest are the coolest ones. So I guess it balances out. Let us combine dupe hats to make better hats. Oh, you know, that would be a funny thing to do. If, in the examine of a person, where you can see what all their gear is, if they're, like, all transmogged, if it shows you the number of what they have in their transmog slot. Like, if I was wearing this Christmas hat, it would tell the person I have, 7, you know, red Santa hats. Instead of it just showing 1, it shows, like, your total number when you're wearing it like that. That would also give people incentive to like trade all in for a number just to make it really big. Like to get 100 of one. And then wear that as their main hat. But then whenever you examine the person under their thing, it's like, oh yeah, you can see like, oh, they have like 100 red hats on right now. Obviously it only visually shows 1. But under the examine stuff, when you see their armor and everything, it's like, oh yeah, they're wearing like 107 Santa's hats right now. Something absurd. I feel like that would be fun. Obviously, it wouldn't really add anything visually or anything. It'd just be like a funny statistic to see. Like you're checking their armor and you say, oh, let me go see how many hats they're wearing. 110? I think we have half of our smithing banked. This might even be less than half. I feel like every 5 to 600 is a level. We should have at least 1,800 banked. Close to 2,000. That's like 3 levels. I would need 7. So we're about halfway there. We're definitely not doing all of it right now. Like there's not enough time in the day to even stream that long. But, I don't know. Should we pivot or just keep going? Because honestly, with my mindset tonight, I'm ready to just keep going. It'll be like 3 AM and I still won't eat yet. And it's like, yep, still going. Not streaming-wise, but... Honestly, I'm in that kind of mood right now. Just keep mining to the ends of the earth. Until we find the center of the earth. We'll find it eventually. Why iron? Isn't there a higher XP ore available? Nope. That's the best part. We have to do iron all the way to 223. And if we want to keep banking, we got to keep doing it all the way to like 242 or something. But yeah, this is where we're at right now at 197. Here we are. Ignoring Deathstone, our next one is at 223. And that one is like a mile from a bank. So if we're actually banking, we potentially have to go all the way to 247. With 197 iron. Which is 50 levels. Which is a lot of iron. But at bare minimum, we got to go to 223. Eventually, not right now, obviously. There's no way we get there right now. But we got to do a lot of iron. Even if I use every explosive I have, there's going to be like 1 or 2 levels best once we get to Deathstone. I'm not going to keep buying them because it's way too much money to do so. Like at absolute best, we're going to get 2 levels from all of our explosives. Which means we're going to have to do another, what, like 30 levels off of just iron. Before we can do something that isn't iron. And even then, I can't really bank it because it's so far away. Otherwise, iron is still better XP. Like, if I'm banking Carbonice, it is better mining XP, just keep doing iron. As no bank, or, you know, banking Carbonice is slower XP than just mining iron over and over again while banking iron. Yeah, you can always drop them, but that's a lot of XP to put on the ground. That's a lot of Smith XP. Yeah, drop all option would be nice. Like, drop all of type. Maybe you could just click this, and it has drop info, but also drop all of type option. Because even when queuable actions come out, you probably won't be able to queue up a bunch of drops. Hopefully they at least have, like, shift-click drop or something by that point. Because it's so inconvenient dropping things one at a time. When you could eventually just get shift-click drop or whatever they do for it. So you could just drop, 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 drop. But we really need that so badly. So you go boom, 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 boom. It's still not as good as, like, drop all, but it would still get everything dropped within, like, a few seconds. Should be too bad. But no, I'd feel so much pain if I kept dropping all the Carbonies. I've done it some. And I'll probably try it a little bit, but I'm probably moving straight back to iron. Even once I get to like 232. This is our iron-locked Iron Man. We can only mine iron in the mines. But realistically, we're stuck at iron for forever for mining. Not sure why there's like a gigantic gap between anything viable. Because Deathstone nearly doesn't exist due to how you have to accumulate it per day. So unless you're waiting months, you're not going to get enough. You could buy it, but it's not worth it. Carbonice is a mile from a bank. So 247. A 50 level gap is how far we have to go before we get a real rock again. But due to the smithing grind, I feel like it's better to do iron than it is Carbonice. Just because how much bank smithing you get. It's going to be slower mining, obviously. But the amount of smithing you're banking is so astronomically high. That's why we're doing this, to try to finish out 200 smithing once we get to 193. Because we're banking just so much smithing XP. And you're banking money, of course. You do get to sell all that. And all the equipment you're making is going to be 200 plus. And that's another thing, too. You're going to randomly get 200 plus 3 stars that you could trade when player trading comes out. It's one of the reasons I'm saving a lot of the bars as well. Particularly for the high tier stuff. Where I'll make it into bars, but I don't want to make it into anything. One of the other reasons for that, other than armor maker and for, you know, just future weapons and everything, is one thing that we'd get really bad value from right now is, let's say I do smithing with bars, like making bars into equipment. Right now, if I get 3-star drops, I can't sell them. I'd have to trash them at the market for whatever they sell for. Whereas something like a 250 cryonite item that's a 3-star, or, you know, like a 300, stuff like that's going to trade really, really well when player trading comes out. Whereas right now, the best I can get is whatever the market, or, you know, whatever the sell guy gives you for it. Which is way less than what you can sell it to for a player. It's one of the other reasons I'm keeping them all as bars. And we're going to do 193 to 200 doing only bars from iron. But it's mostly because post 200, any 3-star you get, you're going to want to sell in the player market. Because those are a lot rarer to get. Particularly ones that are way above 200. Even the ones slightly above 200 might still go for a little bit. Oh, that nice, another hat. But like at 250 plus, they'll really start going for a lot more. Because the standard for a lot of the games is going to be 199s due to the higher rarity curve. A lot of people will just settle on 199 for a while. And even if they do use 3 stars, or, you know, if they do use beyond that, it's probably going to be just 3-star stuff. Very few people are going to bother making it into 4-star other than for weapons. Or even just the better spec weapon, depending on how the specs work. But you still don't know if you're going to be able to get like 3 specs per battle. Or 1 spec. Because you only need 1 4-star weapon if there's only 1 spec per battle. As far as, not like literally 1 spec per battle, but you know. If a battle takes a short enough duration where you only have enough to build up 1 special, then you're only going to need 1 special attack weapon rather than 3. We don't currently know how special attacks will be set up. In that we don't know if a casual battle against an enemy would justify having 3 special attack weapons or only 1. Because that changes things quite a bit if you need 3. Or even more so if you only need 1. Because the way that you would need a craft and everything would be slightly different. If you would just run mainly a DPS weapon, a basic range weapon, and then a spec weapon. Who knows, maybe your range weapon is your spec weapon. Depends how good the range specs are. Okay, so what's our money stack at? We are 5.4 gold away. It's actually just 5. Because we already established we only need like 18 point something. Yeah, we're 5 gold away from our goal. We already know we can make 1 gold per hour. So that'll probably be our goal tomorrow, is the leatherworker thing then. It's got to sometime either on stream tomorrow or off stream tonight do 2 more merchant levels. Just so we could do the rest with leatherworker tomorrow. Because tomorrow's slightly shorter stream does not end until we have a level 25 rake in our hand. But yeah, tomorrow we'll still be starting around the same time, noon. We'll probably only go until about 6 or so. Or even just until we have max rake. Or by max, I mean 25. I keep saying that as if that's like the highest it goes. It goes way higher than that. It's just realistic max. The only exception is our pickaxe. I did go to 30. That's just because I knew I would do some post 200. Unlike the other ones that I don't plan to do post 200 for. Like once we get 200 gatherer, I'm not getting it any higher for a long while. And even if I did, I think the next thing that's actually efficient after that is not even using a rake. It's the leaks that you would end up getting. Like a 204 leak or something. Let me go check. Even if I was to, it's not even a rake benefit item. Yeah, 208 leak. Otherwise, you do a 197 long goat horn until then. Is there any trick to merchant, or is the best method just running around selling? There's a lot of methods you can do to make it better. Or it just depends how you want to go about it. Why not stream tomorrow at 8 p.m.? Well, I wanted to eat dinner a little bit beforehand. Or more so, make dinner. Because I don't have anything pre-made at the moment. I'm definitely not going to feel like doing it tonight. But, yeah, I'm going to be stopping around 6-ish tomorrow. Just so I have plenty of time for everything. Your least favorite is to do merchant? Really? It's actually my favorite one in the game, though. It definitely gets tiring after a bit. I could burn out on it a bit today. That's just because it requires too much brain power. Not because I wasn't having fun with it. My brain just wasn't functioning high enough to do it. Which happens sometimes. But yeah, merchant's a bit weird just because it's so much different than every other skill. Like, to enough of a degree where it almost doesn't even look like it belongs compared to every other skill. Because every other skill in the game is like, you know, relaxing, chill, everything else. And then merchant's like, run, 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 go do this, go do that, go do this, go route this, go, 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 GPS and brain, go, go, go. Don't stop moving, otherwise you're wasting XP, go, go, go. It's kind of insane. But the gameplay is way different than, I'm just going to click on this rock a billion times. It doesn't matter if we're slightly slow. The respawn time takes forever anyways. Unless you're banking, in which case it matters a little bit more. Otherwise, the respawn timer is forever. I say, how long does it take to respawn here? Still going? Still going? There we go. It's like 5 seconds or so. It's not too bad. There's some rocks that are like 15 seconds. Like 11 to 15 seconds per cycle. They're just standing there doing nothing. I think Flint without Carbonice, or not Carbonice, whatever the other one's called, Basalt. Doing Flint only without Minecart or Basalt, as well as doing that one that starts with A, that one A rock, have the longest downtime. The A rock I think is like 11. I'm pretty sure Flint only is almost like 13, 14, 15 or something. Because the rocks are so close, so you get them cycled so quickly. It has a similar delay to that one A rock that looks like purplish. But the problem is they're so much closer that the downtime is even longer than the other rock. At least with Basalt, they're like a mile away from each other, so it doesn't feel as bad. Even though there's still downtime. I wonder how much iron at bank now. I almost want to check. But there's no strategic reason as to why we need to go back there, though. I'm just curious how big our iron stack is. It's definitely over 2,000. The question is over 3,000. Or 2,500. Whatever the number is, it's not enough for 200 smithing. Yeah, that's a problem. It's one of the reasons I'm doing so much iron right now. Because I want to have, without a shadow of a doubt, enough iron to make into bars that we will 100% go from 193 to 200 without making a single product. At least that's the game plan. Like, guys named Bone Thugs as a Guardian. That's funny. But how many people pick Bone names for Guardian? Given the appearance of it. But yeah, once we start getting our rake, we're gonna head to the bone zone. We're gonna have to rake for forever. Like forever. I don't really know what my cutoff is, though. I kind of want to go for 100 first. Hey, another Christmas tree for the pile. But after that, I don't really know where I want to go with it. Like, obviously 200, but... Yeah, sure how I'll feel after doing 100 gather. Because it's not like mining. Mining's fun. Gather... It's not that gather's not fun. But mining is better. I think the big difference is I know that these will eventually go to equipment for our class. Whereas our deep fried bones are just going to sit there for like forever. Maybe I'll make armor out of it, I guess, if assuming they're used for armor. Which, based on the armor appearance, I would assume is the case. But, I don't know, I wouldn't really use it much beyond armor. Because I'm definitely not going to be making much Guardian equipment out of it, that's for sure. Requires too much carpentry stuff. At least no time soon. Which is less bone rate XP. But hey, more armor XP though. Honestly, I might even use bones more than I use, That's something I almost didn't think about. I've been collecting so many bars to have spears for, armor making. But honestly, I'm probably going to be using bones for armor making more than bars. Because let's assume to make armor for Guardian, you only need bones and leather. Which is pretty likely because the thing on carpentry says that it's likely not used for it. Based on the fact that it says weapons specifically. It doesn't say armor. It just specifically says weapons, so that could be because it doesn't exist yet. But assuming Guardian armor only requires bones and leather, that'd be a better use for our bones than bone rate. Would be to train our, what's it called, level? Our armor making level. Because I'd rather save the bars for actual, like, you know, weapons for Cryonite and everything. So if we can get away with just making Guardian armor, that'd probably be the play. Because we're going to have so many dunked bones from doing the gather bone rate grind that I'm not putting into any armor. I mean, not putting into any weapons. That would instead go straight to armor. For when Armor Maker comes out. And then we could be the people who duct tape the bones to armor. We'll be the duct taper. No, high tier Guardian armor actually does look really good. Only high tier though. I still find it too funny to lower tier Guardian armor. Doesn't start looking good until like tier like 4. Like maybe tier 3. Like that's what tier 1 looks like, that guy over there. Like this is tier 1 or tier 2 right there. You know what he looks like? You know what I just realized it looks like? You know those tracking suits that you'll wear for like motion capture? There's like a bunch of things on it that like tracks like every movement. That's what that looks like. It's just, it's instead of like a green screen one, it's a brown one. But that's exactly what that looks like to me, now that I'm looking at it more. It looks like one of those track suits used for motion sensor. It's the headband on his head that's like throwing it off for me. It's like, wait. That's literally one of those motion capture suits. That's exactly what that looks like at a lower level range. Because he has the hat on, but it looks like almost like a band, like you would wear if you were in one of those, like a band on your head. Yeah, it's literally just a motion capture suit, except it's bones instead of some other tracking thing. Yeah, that's exactly what that looks like, especially the plate body. The leg slightly less so, but particularly the plate body. Yeah, motion capture suit. That's exactly what that looks like. At least the body, anyways. I just realized, what even is our end goal right now? I'm just kind of mining. Like, I know what our end goal is, but what is our stream goal right now? Because for the last, like, few hours, it's been, like, mindlessly mining. Still been enjoying it a lot, though. I keep going forever if you don't stop me. I do need to stop soon, though. Because I'm actually getting a little hungry. Oh, there we go. There's what good Guardian armor looks like. See, now that looks good. Now that looks good. Why can't lower level Guardian armor look like that? That guy doesn't look like he's in a tracksuit. A motion capture suit. That looks like real armor right there. That's like tier 4 Guardian armor. Like, high tier Guardian armor looks amazing. Low tier is the problem. It doesn't start looking really good until like tier 4. Like, at least my Crown Knight still looks like usable at tier 1. Like, this is tier 4 right now. But at least at tier 1, it's like, it doesn't look like a tracksuit. Motion capture suit kind of thing. Not sure if they're ever going to tweak that in the future. Because high tier Guardian armor looks really, really good. This is a lower tier stuff, could definitely use some work. Like, I know it's supposed to look lower tier, but they went a little too far. They went just a little too far with Guardian gear. So you know what I kind of want to go do? Since everyone's wearing their festive hats, I want to defestive. I'm going to go back to full helm. We're going to be the Grinch for a little bit. I was seeing us in our normal helm for a little while. Because honestly, I really like this tier 4 helm. We haven't gotten to see it as much because we've only had it for less than a week. And then the Transmogs came out, so the last 2 days we haven't even been using it. Has like the little dragon wings for the ears. Has the better design on the plate body compared to the tier 3. Really curious to see what tier 5 and 6 is gonna look like. Unless this is the tier 5, it shouldn't be though. It should be tier 4 visual. It's hard to tell because the item itself doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it's just tier 4 body, helm, legs. Like, the only two that aren't, oddly enough, are the gloves and boots, but they don't matter as much. I wish I could pre-delay this. There's no bank for later option there. I would like a permanent, like, pre-delay. So it doesn't stall you. Because I want to, like, delay this one, but I can't yet. Until the annoying menu comes up and is like, hey, do something. There it comes. And now I got a star action just to click save for later. Wonderful. Because I want to try using on the next cycle to not waste as much time. But they'll fix it eventually. And of course, we're still putting this into smithing. I think all XP today and tomorrow are all going into smithing at this point. Until we can process this iron at 193, we kind of have to. As otherwise, we're pretty much locked out of smithing skill. Which is not ideal. Now the true thing though is, do we eventually do AFK mining? I don't think I ever am. Just because of how much smithing XP I need. But if we were to do so, with 45 points, we could do the AFK activity at 215. And then a better one at 239. Hey, blue Christmas hat. Nice. Blue Santa. Which are tied highs for Santas now. Only behind the good old red. Yeah, it feels nice wearing the helm again. Hide that face. I'll still wear the hat occasionally, though. But no, everyone's just wearing hat now. It kind of makes me want to wear not hat. We've been wearing hat for like 2 days straight, though. Gotta get the full Cryonite experience. Especially with that pickaxe. That pickaxe looks so clean with this armor. I still can't get over that. I think that's one of the things that's making this more satisfying for me. Is the pickaxe just matches us so perfectly. The steel drum song is back up. I'm pretty sure it's the only song in the entire game they use steel drums for. Though given that it's called Brighter Shores, they're definitely going to use it again at some point. There's a slightly more tropical one will definitely get used, or a piratey one potentially. In an area somewhat like that. Which is an interesting area to bring out the drum for. Because you would definitely expect it more at like a shoreline kind of area. It's just one of the random ambience tracks that plays in Mines of Matubin for some reason. It's a weird place to put it. Because if I was to hear this song and like, just if you would be like, describe the place that this matches, my 10th guess would not have been a mining area. Like, I'd be at least like 20, 30 guesses in before I would guess that. It's like the only Mind to Matubin song that seems like so out of place. Like, it's really good, but it doesn't fit the area. Though whenever my favorite track does play in this area, we'll go and up it a lot, though. Whenever it does cycle back around. It's one of the battle themes, but I believe it still plays even if you're just randomly around. It's like my favorite song in the whole game, I think. And it fits the area so well. I'll see if it eventually rotates, though. Could take a couple tries. Oh, this one isn't it. I wish you could cycle the music. Like a next option. This one is good, it's just not the really good one. I also just wanted to go find a YouTube video of it and play it real quick since I'm talking about it now. Because it could take a good 10 minutes before the actual song rotates. Might actually have to go do that. And just mute the music. I wonder if muting and unmuting can rotate it. Oh, did I find some tech? Does it remember what song it was on? Or does it actually rotate? It probably remembers. Oh! I found new tech. Turning your music off and on switches the song. Oh, I just found some tech right now. If we can roll the right one. Is this the one? No. This one's good, but I don't think this is the good one. But I found some new tech. Ooh. Not the right one. I don't think it is. I have to engage a fight to do it because it's battle music. It might not rotate in ambience. I was just ruined my mining cycle, and I'm gonna wait here until it's repaired. Alright, where's the music? Where'd it go? I don't think this is the right one. Maybe I have to go engage a battle to go try to get it, because I think it's just cycling the ambiences right now. Yeah. Alright, let me go trick it into doing battle music. Hello, battles. I come to trick you. Of course. Why is every single one dead? Is this the one? There's too much good battle music in this area to know if this is the one. This one's good, but I don't think it's the good one. Yeah, this one's good, but it's not the good one. Oh, I think it's this one. Ooh. There's too much good music in this area to know. Is this the one? No, I don't think this is a good one. Or this isn't the one. It's one of the many good ones in this area, but it's not the one. I will find it. Yeah, this is one of the good ones, but not the good one. Ooh. I think it's fun either. Give it a second though. Yeah, it's not. Oh, this I think is the one. Right? Gosh, I'm getting such bad RNG, I'm not sure. Let's see. I'll know like at least like 30 seconds in. No. No, it's the same one. Ooh. Oh, I think this is the other good one. Because you forget how it starts is the problem. How's our gear right now? Our gear is really underleveled for this area. Here it is. I think this is the one. Oh, wait. I think this is the one. Oh, yeah, this is the one. This is my favorite song in the whole game. Wait, here we go. I mean, no, that's too loud. It's probably pretty loud. Wait, we gotta do this one. This is my favorite one for sure. Watch the tentacle dance to the music. Yeah, this one's my favorite out of them. And probably the whole game. Particularly the middle part. But yeah, that one. Anyways. But yeah, that was the one. Alright, we're out of here. Yeah, that is the one. I think that might be my number one out of all of them. Definitely top 3. But it might be my number one in the whole game right there. It still keeps going, but that's like the main drop that happened all the way at the end there. Yeah, some new tech though. Apparently you can shuffle the music by turning it on and off. Like the solution to most things. Turn it off and back on again. Yeah, that's some interesting tech if we ever want a different song in an area. Wonder if they're ever going to fix that or just keep that as a feature. Bug. I don't really think it's a bug, but... It resets your soundtrack every time you turn it all the way off and back on. I guess to always make sure when you turn it back on, it's at the start of a set, rather than like midway through. You can abuse it to just keep re-rolling what song you have. There's only so many songs that play like per area and per like battle. So you can keep cycling the music. This seems to roll random each time. It doesn't seem to roll them in order though. Seems Seems like it's completely random from like the 5 or 6 it can be. Because each area has like 5 songs. I think there's like 5 tracks and like 5 battle music for every area. Oh gosh, it's almost midnight already? Where did I black out for like the last 6 hours? And the Mind of Matubin will do that to you. Because I'm pretty sure we've been here for over 6 hours now straight. Just the worms alone took half an hour. Because we had to redo the gas on the chambers. Luckily we don't have to do that again for like another month or 2. On stone we will, but on ore we should be good for a long while. I think we still have like 900 gas left even after everything we did. And all the iron doesn't require gas. It's one of the other reasons I'm doing the iron. Like Carpentese would require gas as well. As like have a 1 billion mile walk to go bank it. Whereas iron doesn't have that issue. Hey, we got a gnome hat. Green elf hat. Number 8. Still need to go get the alts all their hats, but that's a later issue. I think they both have 4 right now. Which means I played them for like less than an hour. Between everything I did yesterday on both of them. They're both played for like 40-50 minutes. This is about how long it would take to get 4 hats. I kind of want to check now. Let me see how much ore I have. I want this number to stay over 3,000, but it's probably not going to. Well, let me go check what it says. Because it's a number over 2,000, but probably under 3. But I want to say like 10,000. But no, I realistically want to say over 3,000 right now. Let's see, what's the damage? Let me deposit first before I look at the number. What's the damage? Where's iron? All the way at the bottom. Oh, not enough. I definitely gotta at least get 20 more. We can't stop at under 2,500. I kind of hoping we'd have at least a 3,000. Because even 3,000 is not enough. Not for sure 4,000 or 5,000 is enough. It's a good place to start, though. Let's keep going a little bit. Not too many more, though. But yeah, 2,500 is not going to cut it. Hello, Philip. What do you think of the AMA? Oh, there was a lot of juicy things in there. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, we kind of skimmed over it and like another summary over it as well. But I skimmed over the actual thing and then a summary of it. But that someone else wrote up. But yeah, I really like everything with it pretty much. I think one of the biggest standouts was he might not be hiring another person to help him out just because he wants to make sure the game stays sustainable. So that's actually going to be really interesting. Because he said he's basically doing it, like, indefinitely. Like, he wants the game to be sustainable for as long as possible. And if that means he has to do everything himself, we probably would. Not, like, completely. Actually, let me go get his exact words. Because I feel like it was, like, one of the most standout things that was, like, in the whole list. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I'll get the exact quote. Let's see. Where even is it? Got too many things on my desktop already. Where even is it? I want to go read it like word to word. There it is. Let's see. Where was it? Let's see. For Andrew, do you plan to hire more devs in 2025? Depends on how many people subscribe, smiley face. For now, I am planning on reinvesting all subscription revenue back into improving the game, but I also want to run the game in a sustainable way so I can keep running it, regardless of player numbers. So he basically said he doesn't really care what the player base number will be. He still will keep doing it in a sustainable way to keep doing it, which I feel like is a really interesting thing to say. Because the player base could probably dip under 1,000, and he'd still probably keep doing it. Like, he's here for the long haul, as he gets the game developed and everything else. So I thought that was a pretty interesting take. Because it's something we kind of already knew, that's a passion project that he'll be doing regardless. But I know a lot of people are, like, concerned, like, oh, the player base number is, like, so small or something. But he's, like, planning for, like, the ultra long haul. Like, the ultra long haul. Like, years upon years from now. Regardless where the player base is at. By that point. And we'll be around the whole time. Alright, save that for later so we can get it on next cycle. I feel like it was a really interesting line that I saw in it. Out of every single line, it stood out the most. We also got confirmation on things that we've been saying forever that was almost guaranteed going to be the case. But he actually put into words. Like, for example, we know that there's never going to be banknotes. They already mentioned that. There's going to be bank-to-bank trading, which we kind of already knew, based on how the systems are in the game. It's something that we've been, like, speculating on will almost guarantee be the case. But now we have the words to say it is definitely 100% the case. It's like a few other confirmations like that. I think the most interesting one, though, as far as controversial things, is he is really looking to basically completely overhaul the combat system. How exactly that's going to work, we don't really know. But he seems like he's leaning towards, like, super, super mega overhaul. Like, I thought he was just going to add, like, special attacks and maybe, like, a few other things. But no, he's planning, like, overhaul, so we'll see what happens with that. There's a lot we don't know about that. It looks like he's reconsidering how the combat system works for the game. I feel like a lot of them won't renew, or if they do, they're gonna be like accidental renews that will get like, you know, unrenewed in like a few months once they realize, oh, I'm being charged for Brighter Shores still. But yeah, the game definitely had over 10,000 subs initially, but I feel like less than half of that would have renewed. Even less than half of that once they realized they accidentally got renewed. Forgetting that they even did the thing. There's just definitely some percent of people that have in that category, or they forgot to cancel it or anything else related to it. You have a restore purchase that can go back the cash. You can see it once you click the settings if you go member. Oh yeah, I haven't tried canceling or do anything with it, so I'm not sure how the mechanics work. Yeah, that's in case they get charged and they did not want to or stop playing. Okay, interesting. I didn't realize they had that thing in place. Yeah, I just bought it at launch and then haven't looked at it back on the since. I just realized I don't even know where it's taking the $6 from. It should be taking it either from my PayPal or from my Steam account. I actually don't know which. Should probably check that later. I'm pretty sure it's taking it from my Steam because otherwise I feel like I would have gotten an invoice thingy on PayPal. Oh yeah, it is Steam. That's what I thought. Like I say, I don't recall seeing a $6 charge on my PayPal recently. That would make sense because it's on the Steam side. That means I need to always make sure I keep funds there. Because sometimes I let that dip down to 0, my Steam funds. I think I have like 100 something in it right now, so it's fine for a long while. It's like over a year. Oh, you woke up on Steam and now you have like almost nothing? That's kind of funny. Yeah, it makes sense that it's on Steam side. I think it's the only subscription I have via Steam now that I think about it. I didn't realize that you could set up something like that. Is any other game that has like a monthly subscription thing, you normally pay through it through like a different means. Like it doesn't take it straight from your Steam wallet. At least the ones I play. Oh, someone's potting up. I never know what order to do this iron in. I'm pretty sure it's tile neutral regardless of the order you do. But I never bothered testing every combination to know for sure. But I'm pretty sure it's tile neutral. Almost all wall tiles are. If you're doing any wall mining, almost all of it's tile neutral. Except for, I believe, like one rare circumstance in Carbonice. Because it's in like a weird corner. But aside from that one exception, I believe every wall ore in the game is tile neutral. Oh, so we gained 3 mine levels today. Send help. I see why the other people are moving so slow. Maybe Jester is the highest mining level in the game. Because I spent like a third of today probably mining. And we've gained 3 levels post 200. So maybe Jester at like 280 something actually is the highest level. Gosh, that's kind of insane if someone's at like 300 something. Because for a whole day, let's say like 15 levels. If you went like all out. Yeah, that you still wouldn't be 500 yet. And this is still at our early end where we're getting good XP rate. This is the good XP rate. We're not even like a bad XP threshold at the moment. Though we're not currently doing an over 200 resource, so maybe once we get there, it'll look a bit more enticing. Because this is a 197, not a 200 something. You don't think there's any ghost players with 500 hidden? Well, the first Forester... Oh, gosh, another yellow one. Again. We were so unlucky with it yesterday. Now we have 8. What is our rate? We're like 12% yellow today. And it should be 5%. But I don't know. The first place Forager was hidden. Like, someone had 500 foraging hidden. Like, the person who people initially thought was 500 Forager was actually not first. And there's a few others like that. Oh, I mean like crafting skills? Yeah. Well, this is technically a gathering skill. But yeah, production skills are the hardest to get to 500. If you're rushing them. Because the main way you get them up is knowledge point and AFK activities. But yeah, production skills are way harder to 500. Like if you're trying to do bone rate, blacksmith, stonemason without getting their respective skills to go with it. The only exception to that is leatherworker. But beyond that, every like processing skill is way harder to max. Especially post 200. They need at least one other skill before you could really train them properly. Well, there are some mining runs that you do get multiple. Like 20 blue into 4 granite. Or like 18 basalt into 6 flint. But normally you're only getting 1, like, you know, 20 iron right now. But there are a few cycles that mix 2. Though there isn't any mining cycle that I'm aware of that mixes more than 2. Yeah, gathering routes can basically keep efficiently just gathering. There's not equivalents of that for mining. You can't like mining chain into like always mining every single second. Like you can with like wood cutting or gathering or foraging. There's not like a perfect cycle for it. Currently at least. You can get close to 1, but not exactly all the way. $203 mining. What does that mean? Absolutely nothing other than number go up. Closest milestone is like 207 for Deathstone, but I can barely even touch it. By the time I can do it, I have enough to AFK, or not AFK, but you know, do it actively for like 2 hours, if that. Because you're basically time gated out of getting more unless you want to buy it, but it's way too expensive to buy. I think at that level range, each dynamite would be like almost 4 or 5 silver each. It's hello, lead Loki. You saw a player that should be second in total, but they are on leaderboard. Yeah, it was probably meta. I believe they're second place right now, but they're not on leaderboard. They mentioned in the AMA today that they're going to be fixing that. The people will still be hidden, but it'll show your true rank. Hopefully it gets that done in the next week, because I know it'll make a lot of endgame players happy. Then we could really see how down bad we are, and see that we're like 37th in the game or something. But hey, with how much we've been power mining Mines of Batubin, look at that. We're rank 16. AK rank 25 once all the other people above us gets centered in. Yeah, there's never really intention, but yeah, it seems like it's happening. Wow, that's really high. What does Tubby have for total here? The distribution is actually insane. They're over 200 all. I was looking at his number. It's like, wait, you'd have to have 200 all for that. But yeah, he does. Has he left this area? He saw the mines and was like, yep, this is my area. He tried the whole game and was like, yep, back to the mines. He done like literally everything to surface level and then was like, yep, let me go do the entirety of Mines of Batubin. 200 everything. He's the only 200 all person in Mines of Batubin. Including combat. Which means he's the only person in the game that can actually do, or maybe not the only person. Let me see, let's see the next one in line. But he may be one of the only few that can do, 4-star, 200 crafting right now, or 199. Let me go check. Top players. But he might be the only one. Like, this person is... Oh no, this person's high enough as well. Alright, seems like there's a couple. But yeah, that's 2 people now that are on 200 crafting. Or, you know, be able to make 199 4-star. I think I put in the title how far we were. At the beginning of the stream, we were at 121. Maybe we can see where we're at now. Because isn't that in my stream title today? I think I did. Unless it was yesterday. Hard to tell with how late it's been. But let me go check something real quick. Let me do some math. What is our current number right now? How much did we actually improve this stream? Because I believe the answer is almost none. But let me see. 112 plus 183 plus 87 divided by 3. Okay, we're at 127 now. We made some improvement. What does the title say? 121? These are at 127 craftable now for 4-star. Not a huge improvement, but that's better. That's like 6 levels better. But it looks like there's a handful of people that can actually craft 4-star 199s. Which is the main thing you'd want to be able to grind for in Mines of Batubin. But some people look like they're still going after that. Like the post 200, so they can get to like 250s, 300s, whatever they want. I'm gonna keep checking it though. Let's see. Because I kind of want to know the total number now. This person didn't do blacksmith for some reason, or bone right. But how's their level so high then? I guess they're going really heavy into stonemason. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, they're doing mining stonemason. I see. That's why they're so high. So that one isn't. Yeah, it looks like there's only 2 people right now that can make 4-star 199s or 200s, whatever you want to look at it as. And both of them are still grinding. They're doing post 200. But it seems like it's only 2 people total so far. This is somewhat hidden. But 2 people can make basically the standard gear that everyone's going to be using for the rest of time. And not the rest of time, but for a good while. At least with how the current leveling and everything works per zone. Of course, that could change when they go and rework combat or something. But at least in the current state of the game, 199 equipment's going to be really important due to the rarity cutoff. It's going to be standard gear for a lot of stuff, just because its accessibility compared to anything higher. Something even like 50 levels higher is probably going to be like double the price, if not triple, if not quadruple. Technically, it should be quadruple. But something like a 254 star is probably 4 times the price minimum than a 199 4-star. And it will only keep going up from there, but not as exponentially. Almost everything from there will just be 4 times the price. Because it doesn't get too much more expensive from there. But it'd be really hard to upgrade beyond a 199. As every single piece of equipment you do is at least 4 or 5 times higher cost-wise. We'll see exactly where the market is on it. But the thing is, it won't keep going higher than that, other than if you're trying to get like an absurdly high level thing. Like if you want like a 500 or something. That's a little bit of a different story. But like a 250, a 300, and a 350 probably all cost about the same. But a 199 compared to like a 250 or a 300 is probably about 5 times higher in cost. Roughly. It doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're doing that for every piece of equipment, that is a big number. We're talking like double-digit number of gold more. Possibly even a triple-digit. They're probably just double-digit. Oh, we got another Christmas tree. That one's orange, though. I don't believe that was the yellow one. For our second 10 stack. Oh, wait, never mind. This one's the orange one. Upside down me to put that on. Another tree for the pile. Yeah, I think it's going to be my last turn in. And then we'll go see where our pile's at. Because I think I'm going to call it here. Before we get any closer to midnight. Oh, hello, more zombies! Welcome, welcome. Your 4 hats from a complete set? Nice. Hope you get there soon. But yeah, the last thing I'm going to end on is seeing how much iron ore we have. It should be over 2,500 right now, but probably under 3,000, as much as I wanted to be over 3,000. Maybe I'll grind the rest tonight. Though the most efficient thing for me to grind tonight would be to go do merchant to 175. So when we do the money grind tomorrow, we'll be able to go and go to next hide. Otherwise, I think I'm going to go to 153. Well, it shouldn't take more than like half an hour to go do that off stream later after I eat. I think my brain just needs some nutrients to think properly. Alright, let's go see. What am I doing? Going to mine to see how much we have. You're getting your bone guy to 20 so you can knowledge point him for the quest? Nice. Yeah, it's something I need to go do later. Actually, both my accounts, I might as well check on them too since we're doing so much mining. Might as well check on them real quick. While we're ending out everything. As well as get this guy to the AFK activity because I need to go make something to eat. But let's see, what's the final iron check? 2,684. We are doing way too much mining. That is not a sane amount of iron to have. The sad part is we need to get that stack so much higher than it is. This stack's going to look puny compared to where we're going to get it in the near future. Oh no, I accidentally cut too early. The sad part is that's not even 10% of the total iron I'm going to be mining. Not all at once, obviously. But it's going to be a 5-digit number. It shouldn't reach 6 digits, but it will be a 5-digit number by the time we're done with it. Alright, we're going to AFK the bone zone. I have to stop AFKing this at 88, though. I haven't AFK'd this for a couple nights, but I am going to do it now. As, oh, we don't have enough to AFK tonight. But luckily, that's a later issue. Let me go show the other 2 accounts real quick. Let me go see, just really quick. I'm talking like several seconds. That's because I got to go bank all the mining they've done during the stream. So let's see. When did I last check them? So yeah, they've basically gone the whole stream. 13 hours? Alright, how much did he get? Nice, 22 mining. I'm just only getting them to 29 for that one quest. Oh, I could do rugged basalt now. You know what? I'll take the one-time bonus. Why not? We're already here. Take that one-time bonus. Rugged basalt. Boom. Easy as that. One-time bonus. Alright, let me go get all this banked. And then we'll go do the same thing for the other guy. The other one should be a little bit further. I also did 20 smithing last night on it. This one hasn't done the 20 smithing grind, so it still needs to do that pivot. But we'll get there. One singular basalt. But let me go get him back, and I'll go do the other one real quick. See how he's doing. But this is where we're currently at on the other side account. This is our guardian, of course. As you can tell by the duct tape bones. That colored slightly green. Alright, anyways. Back to the other one. Let me go check how this one's doing. So this one I did the 20 smithing grind on last night. I just bought all the ore and dropped everything on the ground. Because it was worth so little. This one's a lot closer to the goal. It needs 25 to reach its next thing, and then, which will be the Shinarium? However you say that. And then after Shinarium, it just needs 29 for the quest, so I can then start the smithing AFK. Which, speaking of which, did I ever buy it yet? I did. I already got everything it needs. So this is for the mining AFK, then the 101 I already queued up. Just gotta go bank this junk that we have, and then we're good to go. And that is all of our accounts for today. And that's our quick progress on the other two side accounts. Only pretty noteworthy thing other than AFK in them is 20 smithing on this guy. Other guy needs to still go do it. Because that's their main activity after they get 29 mining is to go AFK 35 smithing. Then to go do that one quest. So they're going to need combat for it though. They're both level 0 right now. I don't think they can take out a level 35 at level 0. That is rather ambitious. As fun as it would be to try to cheese it that hard, I don't think you could cheese it that hard. Maybe I might need to get like level 20 or something. Plus I need it for AFKing it to 59 anyways. So I'll probably try to quest at level 20. And see if we can get lucky. But yeah, we gotta kill level 35. So we'll see how that goes. Is there an advantage to holding knowledge points? Yes. It just makes it easier to do the next AFK. I just won't have to do any active training. Like this guy, for example, I don't think he has one queued up. So I gotta do some active training when he gets to 25 mining. Because between now and him reaching 25 mining, I need some knowledge. But the other one, I don't need to do it. The second it hits 25 mining, it already has 100% bar. So it just simply unlocks the next mining activity with his knowledge point. And then boom, it's good to go. Whereas this guy actually needs to go out of his way, which we'll likely do through 20 smithing. Which will easily give him a knowledge point, if not 2, if not 3. But, of course you can only stack 2 though. But it makes it so you can switch AFK activities a lot easier. You don't have to wait until they end up getting it. Like, you basically hold it for later. And do 2 in a row rather than just 1. It's pretty nice ever since they added that. But anyways, guys, we're going to be calling it here for now. We will be back tomorrow for a little bit of a shorter stream, still for about 6 hours or so. Starting around noon and going for about 6 hours. Main goal tomorrow is to get all the gold we need for the rake. So we can finally start doing some gathering here and there. I'm not sure if I'm going to power grind gather or what we're going to do about it, but we'll see. And then we'll go head to the bone zone and go from there. It's also pretty useful for XP potions, so you can get the bonus 2 times instead of just once. Yeah, you can double stack your thing to use 1 potion for 2. For 5%, I don't think that matters too much. But if you're doing like a really big one, like 7% or bigger, it's definitely can help out a lot. But anyways, guys, thanks for stopping by. As always, greatly appreciate it. I'll catch you guys later. Feel free to leave a like if you haven't already. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow as we normally are. Just a little bit shorter than normal due to the game rewards and celebrating a birthday. But then we'll be back on Friday for what will probably be a lot of raking of bones. Because by then we'll have a max rake, so we can get a change of pace and finally get out of the mines for a little bit. Plus, I'll need to go get the smithing up anyways, because I still need to go use knowledge on smithing. And at this point, we're kind of stuck out of the mines by training other stuff, so we'll probably head to the bone zone then. Tomorrow will be money making, then the weekend will be bone zone. And I don't think we're going to go all the way to 200 gather in 3 days. That'd be a little insane, but we'll find out when we hit 200 gather in 3 days. Hopefully not. But we'll see what happens. If I really get into the loop of it, we'll see. We'll see. I highly doubt that's going to happen, but it's not beyond what could happen. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching.